Chapter 251 Fire Elemental Creatures. After that, the beautiful fox and the Dragon King led two teams to walk up the stone steps that wound up the mountain. Before going up the mountain, the fox had already distributed the equipment that the fire snake exploded. The fire scale armor that can increase fire resistance was given to the injured little fox, the fire-resistant leather boots were given to Xiaoyu, and the fire snake sword was in the hands of the Skeleton King. Now the group of 30 people have come to the halfway point of the stone steps. Along the way, everyone has solved no less than dozens of spherical fire elves and half-human fire elements, 2 level 40 roadblocks. The strength of these two elemental creatures is not bad, but they have a fatal weakness, that is, low life, and they are afraid of ice ninjutsu. Although in this hot volcanic environment, ice ninjutsu is only half of its usual power, it can still play its usual power when hitting creatures with mutually restrained attributes. So, the monsters along the way will not refresh. Mizuna has learned some things about the third level from the fox, and understands why the Dragon King gave up those cannon fodders in the second level. Although the level 40 creatures are powerful, in front of a team with obviously targeted equipment, as long as they do not appear in groups, there is no reason to be killed by such monsters, and they can be killed without damage. Yes, but I'm afraid this is not an important issue. The problem now is the back. This dungeon obviously requires players to pass this level within a certain period of time, otherwise they will have to fight with the monsters behind until the team is wiped out. Although the beautiful fox said this worriedly, she did not ask the two teams to speed up, but repeatedly emphasized steady progress. At this time, the most feared thing is the mentality of quick success and instant benefits. Leading the way now are two powerful warriors, Skeleton King and Dragon King. Skeleton King's own equipment is immune to the damage of fireballs or continuous fireballs from those monsters blocking the road. And Dragon King's equipment is not bad, plus he often adds a few ninjutsu shields to himself. Both of them tried very hard to attract the fire power of fire spirits or fire elements, and then the ninjutsu masters behind them used ice ninjutsu to deal with them. So what is the origin of the boss above, and what is its ability? Mina took a look at these elemental organisms that are immune to physical damage. If the boss above is also this kind of guy, then it will be troublesome. Whether it is Dao Yudao who has lost his combat effectiveness, or Xiaoyu's bow and arrow, they basically have no combat effectiveness against this kind of elemental creatures, and then they can only rely on their own ninjutsu masters to fight. I'm not sure. Last time we only took a look at the boss on the platform on the mountainside, and then we were surrounded from the front and back. But judging from the shape, it looks like a tiger with milky white flames burning all over its body. Xiaomei immediately took over, and then looked at the stone steps that were still halfway up. By the way, be careful of the elite fire elements on the platform. They can explode inflammable bombs. Last time, I was blown down by an inflammable bomb and died miserably. Xiaomei looked at the situation below and immediately remembered what happened last time. Her petite body trembled unnaturally. Well, everyone must be careful when you go up. However, I believe there will be no problem this time. This time, none of our elite personnel have been reduced. And last time, only a dozen people rushed up, but this time there are as many as 30 people. As long as the people below can hold on, the chance of success this time will definitely not be low. The beautiful fox began to boost everyone's morale. Morale is naturally the higher the better. Are you okay? Mina asked Xiaoyu softly. This place is closer to the interior of the volcano, and the temperature is not low at all. Well, fortunately, with this pair of fire-resistant leather boots, I feel much better. Xiaoyu wiped the hair on her forehead, took the ice cone armor-piercing arrow given to her by Shui Nai, and shot directly at a fire element on the stone steps in the distance. Although there was no way to shoot it to death, under the effect of the enchanted arrow, at least Xiaoyu's ultra-long-range attack ability was retained. Hey, brother, you value women over friends. I have been lying for so long, and you didn't even come to comfort me. Dao Yudao said weakly while lying on the cold back of his snow bear. Although this snow bear was not used to the environment here, it was loyal enough to execute its master's orders. Shui Nai looked at Xiaoyu's cheeks that had turned red in vain, and immediately said to Dao Yudao, "Do you want to jump down now? I didn't expect that you would actually push your friend down for a beautiful woman." The extremely bored Dao Yudao did not restrain himself at all, but looked at Xiaoyu's uncomfortable expression with a sly smile. "Oh, don't worry about him, just treat him as an annoying fly." Seeing that he couldn't calm down, Shui Nai had no choice but to go and enlighten Xiaoyu. But it might be better if he didn't enlighten her. After all, ignoring this kind of thing is naturally the best solution. After being told this, Xiao Yu was a little confused, and the arrow went off target. The one in the middle, pay attention. The beautiful fox glared at Shui Nai and Dao Yiyu Dao from behind. These two guys didn't seem to know the meaning of the word quiet at all, and they were just looking for something uncomfortable to do. Xiao Yu suddenly took a deep breath, and then ignored Dao Yiyu Dao's ambiguous eyes, and began to concentrate on drawing the bow and shooting arrows. Brother, can't you just lie down quietly? You have been the biggest noise source all the way. Do you really want me to throw you down? Shui Nai really had no way to deal with Dao Yiyu Dao's morals. Hehe, only by talking and laughing can we be happy. Otherwise, how can time pass so quickly? Dao Yiyu Dao also said in the private chat, and then took another look at the so-called mountainside platform in front of him. Although the platform here is as large as 1 square kilometer, compared with the magnificent Holy Flame Mountain, there are much fewer platforms on the mountainside. This platform is very flat, as if it was cut out from the Holy Flame Mountain by a magic weapon. At the end of this platform, there is a 90-degree vertical cliff. This cliff is so high that you can't see the top, and there is a dark cave under this cliff. Waves of hot air come out of this cave. It seems that there is a passage leading directly to the inside of the volcano. It's a pity that elemental creatures can't explode crystal cores, otherwise it would be great. Dao Yiyu Dao looked at the platform. There were at least hundreds of fire elves and fire elements, and 10 of the elite ones were found. However, there was no tiger burning with white flames on this platform. It seemed that it should be hiding in the cave at the innermost part of the platform. Elemental creatures, in addition to giving experience, have no items and materials. However, the amount of experience is indeed not small. On this journey alone, several members of the Dragon King's team composed of first T-line members of the guild have been upgraded. Are you all right? Shui Nai asked the Black Cat King and the Skeleton King. Since they set foot on this Holy Flame Mountain, their attributes have begun to be affected, but these two guys have never stopped. The Skeleton King may be a little better, after all, it has golden aura to protect its body, and it is Shui Nai's pet, and it can be resurrected even if it dies. But the Black Cat King is much worse. It is now just an ordinary boss of level 26. It is affected by the light power of the Holy Flame Mountain here, and it is still seriously injured. I am afraid that it will not be of much help in the battle later. Afterwards, Dao Yiyu Dao and the Black Cat King were arranged by Shui Nai and the beautiful fox to stay behind, and they were asked to pay attention to the movements below. For safety reasons, the Skeleton King was also arranged in the rear, together with the long-range strike force, to serve as their bodyguard. The warriors summoned their pets and set up the corresponding formation in front, ready to accept the subsequent fire attack. Xiaoyu, save your bow and arrow for the last. At this time, the beautiful fox suddenly called Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu's skills combined with Mina's enchanted arrows have good lethality. But in this environment in this place, her stamina consumption is also very large. Even if there is Mina's potion, this is not a solution to the problem. Moreover, as the home of the final boss, she should also retain her strength, otherwise she will be directly useless if she encounters a highly intelligent boss who knows Xiaoyu's ability. Okay, I understand. Xiaoyu immediately put away her bow, found a safe rear, and began to rest. Then everyone pay attention, I'm going to pull monsters. The beautiful fox immediately changed into a set of high fire resistant equipment, and after being set up by Mina and Yayan with several buff ninjutsu, she walked directly into the monster pile and began to attract some lone monsters around. The beautiful fox has a high skill in attracting monsters. She first used a crossbow to alarm the dormant fire elves in the distance, and attracted more than 10 fire elves around in one breath, and made some provocative movements with her hand force. After that, the bodies of the 10 angry fire elves suddenly swelled up, and then spit out fireballs one by one. These fireballs are big and small, and the colors are dark and light, which are much more random than the uniform fireballs of players. From this, Mina already knows the level distribution of these fire spirits. For now, the fire spirit with the fastest floating speed has the highest level, and the fireball it spits out is also the largest and the color is much darker, which also shows that the content of fire elements in it is quite high, and the consequences of being hit are very serious. When the beautiful fox returned to the front of the defense line with a string of fireballs behind it, it immediately flashed in through the gap of the defense line. After that, a group of shield armors began to cast taunting skills and took over the beautiful fox's task of pulling monsters. Pay attention to the output of firepower, don't output too fast, otherwise it will pull the hatred value over. Yayan looked at Mina's staff continuously releasing ninjutsu and immediately reminded him. Finally, Shui Na had no choice but to start including all the targets he saw as targets, and completely disperse the firepower to ensure that the output speed remained unchanged, because Shui Na was not used to the way of fighting monsters that stopped after hitting once. Why don't you use advanced ice ninjutsu, it will be much faster. Xiao Mei immediately discovered that Shui Na had only used intermediate ice attack ninjutsu, but advanced defensive ninjutsu was used the most. I didn't bring those skill books, and I didn't plan to learn those skills. Shui Na currently only knows how to learn wind, lightning, and fire ninjutsu. He has no interest in other systems of ninjutsu, unless it is a ninjutsu with a wider range of applications such as ice crystal armor and freezing. In addition, Shui Na's own ninjutsu does not cause much damage, so learning that attack ninjutsu does not make much sense, but it will waste a skill position. Then you are really not good. Xiao Mei didn't give Shui Na any air. Haha. Dao Yiyu Dao, who was sharp-haired, laughed immediately after hearing this. Chapter 252, Alone. Now, Mina found that he really couldn't cooperate with the players. No matter how perfect the position of the warriors in front was, or how powerful they were, he was still getting more and more depressed. The frontline players of the Dark Dragon Guild were indeed very organized, and they cooperated tacitly. Everyone played very standardly. After playing for so long, there were no mistakes at all, and the monsters in front did not cross the defense line to harass the ninjutsu masters in the back. Even the girls in the Fox Fairy Guild could cooperate with their offense and defense very well. But Mina didn't like this intermittent situation, and the situation where the front was blocked by people. Although the warriors in front who were responsible for resisting the attacks of the monsters had tried their best to pull out the space, leaving the space needed for the ninjutsu masters behind to attack. However, in order to prevent the warriors in front from being beaten by the monsters and causing the blood supply tension in the back, this space was generally not pulled too large, and it was better to try to let all the warriors pull one or two monsters. This method of fixed attack space has a more serious problem, that is, the accuracy of ninjutsu attack is severely limited. Skills like Mina, who can hit anywhere within a short and medium distance, are difficult to succeed in this situation. Now his ninjutsu can only touch the body of the monster outside at most, deducting a little blood, and only the monster that occasionally reveals its vital parts will be hit by him. This attack and defense formation is very good if it is used to fight large creatures. All attacks are aimed at the body of the monster. It doesn't matter whether it hits the vital parts or not, just hit it. But if facing a creature with a smaller body, the damage dealt by the warrior in front is much higher than that of the ninjutsu master behind. After all, they can attack the vital parts. Seeing that the fire elves in front of the Dragon King were occasionally exploded with hundreds of points of damage, while the ninjutsu with the opposite attributes was only a few dozen points, he immediately put away the idea of attacking and began to add bonus ninjutsu to the warrior in front full time. It doesn't matter whether you do it or not. After blessing everyone with an ice crystal armor, Mina began to retreat to the resting place in the back to rest, and this is probably one of the biggest benefits of the team. A relatively safe area can be established on the battlefield for players to recover, which is the true meaning of war. You are not suitable for team battles. Dao Yiyu Dao wanted to say this a long time ago, but he was worried about the beautiful fox, the fierce and prejudiced leader, so he had been holding back until now. Shui Nai did not answer, but just smiled bitterly. I believe that everyone who has teamed up with him knows this kind of thing. Alas, it seems that masters like us can only play the greatest combat power by teaming up with masters. Masters are really lonely like snow. After Dao Yiyu Dao sighed, several people who had retreated to rest around wanted to laugh, but they did not dare to laugh out loud, so they held back very uncomfortably. If you keep making trouble, I will really kick you out. Even though Shui Nai was wearing a mask, he was embarrassed by his words. He never thought of himself as a master. Since he met Tianlong, Death God, and Piaoling, he realized that there are always crouching tigers and hidden dragons in the game world. Okay, let's stop fooling around. Now let's guess what level the sword in the Dragon King's hand that can fire ice bullets is. Dao Yiyu Dao immediately changed the topic and asked directly in the private chat. Level 40 Ice Demon Sword, gold equipment, with additional freezing damage when attacking, and from the situation just now, it has been permanently attached with an ice bullet spell. Shui Nai said it without thinking. In fact, when the Dragon King took out this weapon on the stone steps, he felt the elemental fluctuations on the sword. Out of curiosity, he directly checked the official website. Shit, is this called guessing? This is the standard answer, you know. Dao Yudao didn't expect Shui Nai to have discovered this physical weapon that can cause damage to fire elemental creatures a long time ago, and he didn't expect that he actually knew the information of this weapon. This is on the weapon ranking list, but you didn't pay attention to it. Shui Nai just found this ice demon sword directly on the weapon ranking list. Alas, this is the fatal flaw of being on the list, all the attributes are seen clearly by others. Hey, shit, my Wind Thief suit is actually ranked first on the suit list. Lao Fan, give me a mask to wear. Dao Yudao woke up at this time. He didn't expect that the trump card he worked hard to get was leaked by the so-called ranking list of the game. I told you long ago that I would give it to you, but you just didn't want it. Now you know you are wrong. Shui Na took out a mask the size of an eye patch from his backpack. This was prepared for Dao Yudao, but he always said that he wanted to show his true face and refused to take it. After putting on the mask, Dao Yudao immediately set all his information to confidential. But the ranking list is only changed once a week. In other words, before this week is over, his Wind Thief suit will not disappear from the ranking list. However, fortunately, the other suit he got this week was not leaked, otherwise he would not be able to give the world a surprise. Shui Nai, please send your friends down to help defend, the people below can't hold on any longer. The beautiful fox who came back to rest immediately said to Shui Nai. Fighting in such a high-temperature environment is a battlefield that challenges endurance. Did many people die? Shui Nai asked immediately. In the case of several teams entering the dungeon together, only the captain-level players can view the personnel situation of the entire dungeon, and other members can only view the personnel situation of their own teams. In the first round of conflict, more than 20 people died, and they didn't have a healer. They were a pure warrior combination and had no survivability. Fuck. Get a few healers over, it shouldn't be a problem for that kid. Dao Yudao said immediately, while quickly calculating the number of remaining people below. From the beginning, when they came to the stone steps, there were a total of 86 people, minus the 30 above, there were at least 56 people defending below, there was no reason why they couldn't hold the stone steps. Dragon King, in order to maintain the stability of the guild, he has not participated in the affairs of the guild. The people he brought out this time were recruited by him in his personal name. In addition, the cost of medical technicians and ninjutsu masters is very high, and the mortality rate is high, so. The beautiful fox said with embarrassment that her guild was not prosperous. Although the quality was improved because of this, sometimes quality could not solve the problem of number of people. No wonder they have so many warriors. It turns out that there is this meaning. So they are guarding there. Could it be that they are guarding the gate leading to the third level? I know that if they guard that stone staircase, no matter how many monsters come, they will not die so quickly. Dao Yudao remembered at this time that when he and his people left, those cannon fodder did not follow him into the stone gate of the third level, but lined up in the open space outside the stone gate. At first, he thought they were adjusting their formation, but he didn't expect that they were guarding there. Miyuki, Skeleton King, Black Cat King, follow him down and guard, and follow his command. Mina immediately made arrangements. The three of them played an insignificant role here. At the beginning, he brought them up just to let them see it. Who would have thought that the situation below would be so terrible? Can I write it? Dao Yudao immediately pointed at the black one after hearing Mina's words. Cat King, but the latter looked like he didn't want to pay attention to you. I suggest you jump down from here, the result is the same anyway. Mina saw Miyuki's nervous eyes and immediately followed Dao Yudao's words and started to joke. Bone, you are responsible for the beauty, kitten, let's go down quickly, the loser is the puppy. As soon as Dao Yudao finished speaking, the Black Cat King jumped down at lightning speed. Fuck, you cheated. Dao Yudao also immediately transformed into a wind element and jumped down. Alas, it seems that I have to trouble you to take care of them. Mina looked at the two guys who had safely reached the ground, and could only say it to the Skeleton King sincerely. It seems that only the Skeleton King can be trusted the most. Those two guys just like to mess around. After the Skeleton King nodded, he picked up Miyuki and ran quickly on the stone steps. He didn't have the wind element incarnation of Dao Yudao, nor did he have the floating ability of the Black Cat King. What he had was just his own pair of skeleton legs. This place is hundreds of meters high. Just jump down. Is this world so magical? The beautiful fox found that she was getting more and more confused about this world. Deo Yu Deo could still make sense, but the enlarged domestic cat actually had this ability. For this, both she and the players behind her were a little stunned. Could it be that cats really can't die from falling? Then I should move around too. Mina ignored those who looked down and were stunned. After adding a few ninjutsu to herself, she left the team directly. Mina's behavior of starting a new business can be said to be a taboo for a team, but it suits him very well, because he can swing the staff at will and release ninjutsu one by one. Compared with the way of fighting that makes people depressed, this is much more comfortable. Now, Mina basically uses linear ice cones to clear the way, and one ice cone after another often hits the fire elves or fire elements who try to approach without any chance to fight back. In addition, Mina's ice cones are very accurate, and each time she aims at the core in the center of them with brighter colors. I'm afraid that only the elite monsters can survive being hit by more than a dozen ice cones. However, Mina has already thought of a way to deal with them. First use thunder arrows to break their explosive bombs, then use ice cones to suppress them, and when they release explosive bombs again, use thunder arrows again. In this way, it can always be worn out. Alas, if I had known earlier, I would have let him fight in his own way. No wonder he was so unhappy just now. It seems that my command ability is really a failure. The beautiful fox looked at Mina's figure moving forward and was a little absent-minded. At the beginning, she only thought about the team's problems and forgot Mina's ability as a mutant ninjutsu master. You can't really say that. Your command has always been correct. It's just that he's a little special. Don't take it to heart. Xiaoyu on the side immediately comforted her leader. With the help of Mizuna's high-intensity mobile turret, the descent speed of the monsters on the platform has increased a lot, and a group of people began to move further into the platform. Chapter 253 Holy Flame White Tiger. With sufficient potions, Mizuna's combat power is absolutely inestimable. Especially against those monsters that are not as fast as her, the kite fighting method is almost used to the extreme. It's just that due to the current environmental problems, and her strongest fire ninjutsu has no effect on the monsters here, otherwise, Mizuna alone can destroy all of them here. And this is the advantage of fast speed, plus Mizuna's good reaction, except for the one time when she was accidentally surrounded and hit by fireballs, basically there was no danger. In fact, in that dangerous situation, Mina was burned badly. If he hadn't taken a high-level elf potion in time to instantly restore all his health, I'm afraid that his health would have been burned out. The most feared thing about kite flying is that when you are pulling monsters, you suddenly find yourself kicked into another monster area, and then you are surrounded by the monsters in this monster area and the monsters you pulled. But in theory, this kind of thing will not happen to Mina. After all, with Mina's cautious style, he will not deliberately seek death. It's just that time, Mina had clearly determined the location of the safe zone, but was suddenly destroyed by an assassin who was attracting monsters behind him. This assassin had good monster attracting skills, but when he should have slowed down to strengthen the hatred value, he accelerated and left several of the slowest fire elements there. If this assassin was a qualified teammate, he would definitely notify Mina, or try to take away the monsters left behind, but the assassin did not do so. The fire element, who found that the target was beyond its alert range, immediately stopped and returned to the wandering state. The people of the Fox Fairy Guild did not notice this scene. After all, Mina was far away from them at that time, and everyone was busy cleaning up the monsters, so they did not pay attention to his situation and did not notice it. Reminded him. When Shui Nai reacted, the fire elements had already attacked him. After being tricked by those so-called teammates, Shui Nai could only blame himself for not being alert enough, and began to pay attention to the situation behind him at all times, and the same thing did not happen again. Are you okay? The beautiful fox was the first to find that he was in danger, but because the situation was more critical at that time, she did not disturb him. It's okay, how is the situation below? Shui Nai naturally would not bring up this matter at this time, otherwise it would affect the emotions of those real teammates. The people below are basically dead, and now they have retreated to the stone steps and barely held on. The beautiful fox immediately said worriedly. So fierce. Shui Nai did not expect that the situation would be so unbearable with the addition of the Skeleton King and the Black Cat King, so he immediately went to ask Deo Yu Deo. Damn, I don't know what happened. All the monsters in the first and second levels seem to be crazy. They want to die on these stone steps. If you don't hurry up, I'm afraid you won't be able to save the bottom. Dao Yudao said this and immediately closed the private chat. It can be seen that the situation below is already very tense. Now Dao Yudao looked at the dense monsters below and felt a little weak. As Mina said, the weak bodies of the Skeleton King and the Black Cat King really couldn't withstand such a concentrated attack. Once they were knocked to the ground by these monsters below, they would basically be dead. And if it weren't for the natural barrier of the narrow stone steps, I'm afraid Dao Yudao would have taken everyone up long ago. Now what is needed here is a ninjutsu master. If it is a mutant ninjutsu master like Mina, I'm afraid the experience alone would be enough to make him laugh to death. Now Dao Yudao has made all the arrangements, but the few remaining cannon fodders are not powerful at all, so that the Skeleton King has no time to come up to replenish blood, and Miyuki's magic power is also beginning to run out. His crossbow is fine against those beasts, but it is much less effective against those half-magic beasts in the second level. At this time, the golden aura on the Skeleton King began to grow, and a little bit of golden aura like starlight separated from him and floated around. On the platform, when Shui Nai beat the last elite fire element into sparks all over the sky, a sacred beam of light came from behind and replenished his health in an instant. When everyone gathered behind Shui Nai and formed a formation to fight the boss, he immediately saw a white figure appear in the cave. After beating the monsters, the boss is finally coming out. As soon as they saw the tiger figure that was as tall as a person, everyone tightened their weapons unnaturally. The three assassination magicians on the Dragon King's side all held the bottles of blue quick freezing potion in their hands, and it seemed that they were going to freeze the boss. When the so-called tiger burning with milky white flames appeared dozens of meters in front of everyone, Shui Nai was a little confused. This is indeed a good boss, but its eyes are very strange. There is anxiety and anger, but more fear, a cowardly look. This is what Shui Nai read from the eyes of the tiger boss. Logically, this kind of boss guarding the last level should not be like this. And he has never seen such a cowardly boss, basically like a young beast that has not grown up yet. When Shui Nai was about to use the reconnaissance technique to scout, the people behind him started to attack. The first one to attack was an assassination magician who was right behind Shui Nai. The crossbow arrows he shot were basically shot close to Shui Nai's body. 4 crossbow arrows hit the boss in a row, and after it uttered a mournful cry, it began to speed up and rushed over. The speed made everyone wonder why it didn't dodge the crossbow arrows at the beginning. The tiger was very fast, and it came over in the blink of an eye at a distance of dozens of meters. Mina saw that the first target of this guy was actually herself, and a pair of sharp claws had already stretched out towards her head, so she stepped on several straight-line 5 elements plum blossom steps in a row and quickly dodged to the side. This 5 elements plum blossom step was the second step Mina mastered. It was much more complicated than the 1 circle Tai Chi step. Both the walking range and the walking speed were much stronger than the previous one. The Holy Flame White Tiger saw that the enemy in front of it suddenly disappeared. It was stunned at first, and then when it looked up, it found that several crossbow arrows were flying towards it. It screamed strangely and immediately pulled back, avoiding the crossbow arrows from a distance. The Holy Flame White Tiger that dodged the crossbow arrows also immediately spotted Shui Nai's figure, so it kicked its limbs and came towards Shui Nai. "Have I ever offended you?" Shui Nai saw that the Holy Flame White Tiger did not deal with the Dragon King and others who were closest to him, but turned around and chased him to fight, and immediately shouted loudly. In response, a holy flame fireball was ejected from the tiger's mouth. This milky white fireball was as big as the size of a human head, and the speed is not slow at all, but the tiger's aim is very low, and the fireball actually missed. The fireball that hit the open ground turned into a pool of flames, burned for a while, and then went out, but there was no trace of being burned and blackened by the flames. Seeing that its fireball missed, the Holy Flame White Tiger seemed to have suffered a serious blow, and it actually fell down directly, standing there quietly, with tears in its eyes, and looked like a child who was injured. Its reaction made people short-circuit. What kind of boss is this? When a few crossbow arrows were shot, it immediately cried out in pain again. But this time, there was a hint of sobbing in its cry of pain, and it ran towards the cave quickly. Fuck, the dungeon boss can escape, what the hell is this? The Dragon King was confused by this scene, but the boss still had to be killed, so he immediately ordered an interception. A figure suddenly appeared on the way back to the Holy Flame White Tiger, and his appearance immediately startled the Holy Flame White Tiger. The assassin took advantage of the Holy Flame White Tiger's stunned moment and threw a bottle of quick freeze potion directly on the Holy Flame White Tiger's forelimb. With a pop, the potion broke directly, and the cold blue liquid began to freeze immediately when it encountered the water vapor in the air. When the crackling sound of freezing stopped, most of the Holy Flame White Tiger's left forelimb had been frozen into a popsicle. At this time, Mina finally discovered that the so-called Holy Flame on the Holy Flame White Tiger was just a bunch of hair that was not affected by gravity. During the period when the quick freeze potion took effect, the Holy Flame White Tiger was in so much pain that tears came out, and it kept shouting at the cave, as if calling its relatives, but the cave over there was unusually quiet. "There's a problem," Shui Nai muttered to herself, and immediately used the reconnaissance technique to check the boss's information. "Fuck, stop it, don't hit it," Shui Nai said, and ran over quickly to stop the Dragon King's next move. "What do you want to do?" As soon as the Dragon King saw Shui Nai running over, he immediately thought that he wanted to steal the boss. "It's not the boss of this level, don't kill it. Yan, you come and treat it." Shui Nai looked at the Holy Flame White Tiger that had stopped calling and was lying on the ground, constantly spewing white holy flames, intending to melt the ice crystals. "Suddenly, I thought that this tiger seemed to be quite cute. What are you crazy about? This is obviously a boss. Please remember that you didn't defeat it, so don't come over to make trouble, okay?" Seeing that Yan actually listened to Shui Nai's words and really planned to go forward to treat the Holy Flame White Tiger, the Dragon King immediately roared angrily. "Believe me." At this time, just when Shui Nai was about to give a reason, the Holy Flame White Tiger saw him coming and immediately jumped up from the ground and pounced directly on Shui Nai. "Fuck, I have a grudge against you." Shui Nai immediately used the staff in his hand to block the big mouth of the Holy Flame White Tiger to prevent it from biting off, otherwise, his head would definitely be in danger. "Go!" A gleam of brilliance appeared in the Dragon King's eyes, and he immediately ordered the people below to attack the Holy Flame White Tiger. For a moment, crossbows and freezing potions hit Shui Nai and the Holy Flame White Tiger at the same time, and injuries appeared on their heads one by one. "Stop, do you want to kill him too?" Xiao Mei immediately discovered the Dragon King's intention, and attacked at the same time with Yan, casting several healing spells on Shui Nai to hold his rapidly decreasing health value. Chapter 254. After beating the small one, here comes the big one. However, when Xiao Mei was about to step forward and say this, the Dragon King already knew that she wanted to come over to make trouble. In addition, he was already full of anger in his heart, and it was rare for such a chaotic situation to occur. How could he miss such an opportunity to kill two birds with one stone? His ice demon sword had been raised high, and the sword began to emit bursts of holy light when the skill was activated. When the light sounded, he swung the sword and slashed down quickly. During this process of slashing down, a crescent-shaped air slash emerged from the tip of the sword. When the holy light on the sword was completely converted into the energy of the holy light slash, a complete holy light slash appeared in front of everyone, slashing directly at the man and the tiger frozen together by the freezing potion. The Dragon King aimed his sword at the head of the Holy Flame White Tiger, and at this time, the head of the Holy Flame White Tiger had already stretched out in front of Shui Nai. Given the current vertical position of Shui Nai and the Holy Flame White Tiger, this vertical holy light slash would hit them at the same time. However, Mizuna, who had been paying attention for a long time, knew his intention as soon as he saw his action. He immediately activated the power burst, released one hand, and grabbed the jaw of the Holy Flame White Tiger. With the other hand, he aimed the staff at the Holy Light Slash. At the same time, he used the cooling elimination skill on the wind blade, and the wind blades launched continuous attacks on the Holy Light Slash. However, the trajectory of these wind blades was difficult to control, and some wind blades actually bypassed the Holy Light Slash and hit the Dragon King behind. This sudden change, Mathis made everyone think that Mizuna was going to pull down the Dragon King before he died. When the Dragon King thought of this, he immediately used the sword in his hand to block the flying wind blades and began to pull back. The 5 meter distance between the two was already filled with this series of wind blades and the unparalleled Holy Light Slash. Every time the wind blade collided with the Holy Light Slash, the wind blade would be directly shattered, and the Holy Light Slash would dim a little, which was the result of its internal energy being consumed. As a skill that combines magic power and fighting spirit, the Holy Light Slash has the disperse attribute in the Holy Light system, which can weaken the effect of ninjutsu. And it was the effect of this attribute that broke the wind blade skill of the same level, but the price was to consume the energy in the Holy Light Slash. When the holy light slash broke 3 wind blades, its energy was already very little. At this time, a small arrow suddenly shot at the holy light slash, weakening the energy of the holy light slash and directly shooting the holy light slash from the middle. However, the 2 pieces of holy light slash did not disappear, but continued to fly towards the target. Only 2 puff sounds were heard, and the holy light slash hit the heads of Holy Flame White Tiger and Shui Nai at the same time. Miss. 253 and 124, 352 2 sets of damage appeared on the heads of Holy Flame White Tiger and Shui Nai at the same time. Among these 2 damages, they were Holy Light damage and Do Chi damage respectively. From Xiaomei's coming forward to speak to the Holy Light slash hitting Shui Nai, this period of time only happened within 4 or 5 seconds, and after this period of buffering, those slow-reacting players have already reacted completely. All the people in the Fox Fairy Guild stood between Shui Nai and the group of Dragon King. Judging from their posture, they should be helping Shui Nai. Shui Nai, what is going on? Although the beautiful fox didn't know what was going on, based on her understanding of Shui Nai, he was not the kind of person who would do things like robbing the boss. As for the Dragon King, it's not that the fox doesn't believe him, but his actions just now really make it hard for people to believe whether he is trying to kill the boss or to kill people. This boss is only level 10. You said there will be a copy that will use a level 10 ordinary boss as the final enemy. Mina pushed away the Holy Flame White Tiger cub that had been trying to attack her, and expressed her thoughts in the private chat. What do you mean? You mean, wait, so there is another one in the cave inside. The beautiful fox immediately thought of this, but there is no need to maintain it. Is it better for one of the 2 bosses to die? If you want to be chased and beaten by a mother beast who lost her child, then go ahead. However, I think our strength is not enough to get rid of its child in front of it. So, what I want to tell you is that the boss inside may be the guardian beast here. If possible, I still hope to solve the problem peacefully. Mina immediately had the idea of solving the problem peacefully after seeing the humane eyes of the cub at the beginning, but he didn't understand why the cub kept attacking him. Solve the problem peacefully. The beautiful fox looked at Shui Nai, who still had ice on her body, and then looked at the Holy Flame White Tiger who was being surrounded by Xiao Yayan and others to calm down, and felt that Shui Nai's suggestion might be feasible. At this time, the Dragon King looked at the Holy Flame White Tiger who had been about to attack Shui Nai just now, but now seemed like a docile kitten. Although he felt strange in his heart, he did not intend to step down, but instead pressed forward step by step. If you can't give me a reason, I won't let you go. The Dragon King walked past the crowd and walked not far from Shui Nai. Now the ice on Shui Nai has not completely melted. Because Shui Nai is not like the Holy Flame White Tiger, who can spray flames to burn the ice on his body, and cannot use the Fire Dragon possession in front of outsiders to summon fireballs to melt the ice on his body, he can only wait slowly for the ice to melt. However, the Dragon King's quick freezing potion is indeed a good thing. It can freeze so badly in such a high temperature environment. However, since he was not a fire creature that was in conflict with him, the quick freezing potion only put ice on his body, hindering his movements and reactions, but no damage occurred. If you have learned the reconnaissance technique, please do some reconnaissance yourself. Shui Na ignored him. It was his business whether he believed in him or not, so it was better for him to solve the main problem. After that, Shui Na ignored the people on the Dragon King's side who were already on the verge of a fight, and walked straight into the cave. The Dragon King did not expect Shui Na to ignore his provocation directly, but just let him use the reconnaissance technique to see the situation himself, which disrupted his plan. If Shui Na responded to him with other reasons, he could find some loopholes and then take action directly. Anyway, he only lacked a reason. Shui Na's statement immediately made the Dragon King lose his language advantage, but he did not give up. Instead, he walked to the Holy Flame White Tiger and used a reconnaissance technique. However, with his current psychological state, even if he found that this boss was just a cub, he might not be able to associate anything. Mina, I want a reason. The Dragon King turned around abruptly, and was about to continue to tangle with Mina, but his voice was suddenly stopped. Because he saw another Holy Flame White Tiger, and it was a giant Holy Flame White Tiger that was 4 meters tall, a Holy Flame White Tiger with the golden word boss on its head. This was a real Holy Flame White Tiger, and its whole body was really burning with milky white holy flame, but this holy flame had a very warm feeling, not hot at all, and as soon as it appeared, the temperature of the entire Holy Flame mountain platform became very comfortable. As soon as the holy flame white tiger cub saw it coming out, it immediately jumped out of Yayan's arms and snuggled up to it, looking like a spoiled child. And the adult holy flame white tiger looked at its child dotingly, with a pair of eyes full of love and tenderness. Well, you know about us, right? Shui Nai stood in front of it and asked directly. Well, I know, but I didn't expect that the day when the holy flame mountain was unsealed would come so soon. Although it didn't open its mouth, its feminine voice sounded directly in everyone's mind. This change surprised the players who had never seen this way of speaking. By the way, can I ask why your child only attacked me, while others? Shui Nai had been trying to figure this out. You have a dark aura, and it is still young, so it will attack instinctively. Sure enough, I said that I didn't offend this little guy, but he never let me go. Shui Nai's words immediately attracted the angry eyes of the holy flame white tiger. You are the ones who plan to get the inheritance of the holy flame ninja master. Although it asked this question, its eyes had already been looking at Yayan. It's me. Yayan followed directly and walked to Shui Nai's side and said. I have a task for you, are you interested? Yes, she is interested. Shui Nai directly answered the question for Yayan, which made everyone look at the two of them with some confusion. Really? It wanted a positive answer. Yes. Although Yayan didn't know Shui Nai's thoughts, she believed him. That's good. Today is my last day here. I'm leaving here and going to a dangerous place. It may not be convenient to take it with me, so I plan to give my child to you to take care of and let it go out to see the world. Although it was communicating with Yayan, its eyes were looking at Shui Nai, who was laughing at the side. Chapter 255 The Source of Holy Flame. When the Holy Flame Tiger handed its child to Yayan and gave a few instructions, it began to lead everyone into the cave. And the Dragon King, at the request of Dao Yiyu Dao, sent the few ninjutsu masters in his hands to the bottom to help relieve the pressure below, and he took the rest of the people and followed the people of the Fox Fairy Guild. So, you guessed that this Holy Flame White Tiger Cub would be part of the mission reward. The beautiful fox was discussing what happened just now with Shui Nai in the team chat. There is such a guess, but it is not certain, so I want to try it. Shui Nai had this idea when he first scouted the cub. Combined with the previous situation where the cub turned back and cried when it was injured, he was already very sure, so he asked Yayan to treat it and help Yayan brush up the relationship with the cub. In fact, at the beginning, I also had this idea. After all, this copy seems to be very important. If we, as pioneers, don't get the highest reward, I'm afraid it will be unacceptable. The injured little fox also interrupted at this time. Actually, how should I put it? If we really kill that cub, it might become the real final boss. But fortunately, your sympathy is higher than I thought. You didn't act ruthlessly at the beginning, otherwise, we would have died. Shui Na also knew that they didn't have much killing intention when they saw the cub. After that, Shui Na glanced at Xiao Yu, especially you. If you had attacked at the beginning, I'm afraid that with the blood volume of this cub, it might not be able to withstand the fatal damage of 2 arrows. Actually, it was Xiao Bai who told me not to hurt it. When the cub attacked Shui Na, she had already planned to shoot it, but the unicorn kept objecting. Oh, so you can communicate with the unicorn in consciousness. Shui Na then remembered that Xiao Yu was not surprised at all when she saw the Holy Flame White Tiger speaking with consciousness. Yes, but its consciousness is quite confused, and sometimes it is hard to understand what it means. Xiao Yu touched the pet bracelet on her wrist, and then looked at the cub that was entangled with Yayan in front of her. It was indeed very clingy and cute. But she had a big prejudice against Shui Nai, and Shui Nai didn't dare to approach it now. The cave on the platform seemed small, but once you entered the cave, you will find that it is very large and deep. A rugged road that slopes down at nearly 45 degrees leads to the deepest part of the Holy Flame Mountain. But as you go deeper, the heat from the mountain wall is getting higher and higher. Even with a magical beast like the Holy Flame White Tiger that is born with the ability to control fire by your side, you will still be ecstatic and your body will be numbed by the heat. Poor quality ones may have been dizzy from the heat. Under such high temperatures, the first to feel uncomfortable were the warriors wearing armor. Here, the armor on their bodies was just like a heated iron plate, burning them in pain, and finally had to go into battle bare-chested. Now, except for Xiao Yu, who was not hurt by the high temperature here for the time being because of her fire-resistant leather boots, the rest of the people had already been burned to the point that single-digit damage values kept appearing on their heads, and the trend was rising. On this journey, Xiaoyan from the Fox Fairy Guild was the first to be unable to bear it. Her health value was not high, and her endurance value could not be compared with those of the people traveling with her. So when she learned that there was still half of the journey left, she could only withdraw gloomily. And Hudi also left together. She left to take care of the weak Xiaoyan. However, only the two of them left throughout the journey. On the road behind, everyone persisted. When the group came to a natural cave with sweat all over their bodies and scars from rubbing against the mountain wall, they were immediately shocked by the roiling, bright red magma in front of them. No one present had ever seen the spectacular scene of roiling magma and the overwhelming heat, but in this game, it was presented in full before them. How could they not be shocked? This is the ninjutsu formation that uses the fire from the earth's core to cultivate the source of the holy flame. It also suppresses the energy of this volcano. As long as you can get a piece of the holy flame fire below, you can make her a holy flame ninja master. Holy Flame White Tiger used his eyes to indicate the burning holy flame source in the center of the magma pool below, but it was hundreds of meters away from the current platform, and only a rock column extended from the platform. But, can people walk on the road below? They will be burned to death by the high temperature of the magma. A swordsman looked at the stone road below that was burned red by the magma, and immediately frowned and asked. No one would have thought that someone would encounter such a problem in the end. This is basically a task that requires the player to die once before completing it. Well, I can't help you with this. In fact, there is a mechanism in the ninjutsu formation below, which can directly transmit the newly generated holy flame seeds to the entrance of the cave on the platform outside. It's just that because it has not been opened for too long, the transmission system has been closed. What you have to do now is to open it while taking the holy flame. Otherwise, next time someone comes in, no one will guide them to come here to take the holy flame. Holy Flame White Tiger was also helpless. What kind of mechanism is that, even you can't open it? The Dragon King thought for a moment and asked. My hand is too big, and I'm under house arrest by the old man outside. I can't enter the ninjutsu formation. The Holy Flame White Tiger looked at his big hand, then looked at the small hands of the girls around him, and immediately explained the reason. Now all the girls are close to the Holy Flame White Tiger, relying on it to absorb the high temperature around them, otherwise they will be too hot to bear. Then, does your fire resistance potion have that effect? The beautiful fox looked at the magma below, and was a little lacking in confidence, so she asked the people on the Dragon King's side. Their guild was well prepared and had prepared that kind of fire resistance potion, but it had not been taken out. I'm afraid this won't work. Those potions can only reduce the damage of the fire at most, and once that kind of potion is taken, other potions cannot be used during the effective period. And at that distance, I'm afraid that the medical magicians present will have no way to replenish blood. The Dragon King took out a few bottles of red potions, but he didn't ask his people to take them. After all, no matter who goes there, they may not be able to come back later. Well, is it enough to just get the holy flame fire? Is there anything else to pay attention to? After taking a look at the rock passage, Mina found that at the very end, a part of the stone body directly extended into the magma, and that was the most dangerous place. It's just that I have the ability of the fire dragon, so there is nothing to be afraid of. Yes, but the holy flame must be taken with special instruments, and those instruments are on the wall behind you. The Holy Flame White Tiger looked at the wall on one side and signaled the people there to take out those instruments. These are 5 hollow crystal tubes made of red crystal stones, and from the feel, the surface of these crystal tubes is also engraved with a large number of ninjutsu formations with similar patterns. Just put these crystal tubes into the holy flame source, that's it. Oh, there is no limit to the number. Mina glanced at the 5 crystal tubes. Logically, a holy flame ninja master should only need 1 fire. No, anyway, you will probably be the last group of people to come here in the next 10 years. You can take as much as you want, but the holy flame fire seeds that are not recognized will be forcibly confiscated by the church, and it will also cause trouble, so you have to pay attention. Holy Flame White Tiger reminded everyone about the rules of the holy flame fire seeds. We'll talk about this later. By the way, I'll have to trouble you, Dragon King, to give in later. After saying this, Mina took all the crystal tubes from everyone and put them in her backpack. Hey, what do you mean by this? They. Dragon King immediately said angrily. There are some things that I cannot let the people in your guild know, it's that simple. Although Shui Nai's behavior feels like crossing a river and destroying a bridge, it is much better than the Dragon King's previous behavior of destroying a bridge before even crossing the river. Bullshit, why should we do what you say? Do I have to listen to your command? The Dragon King did not expect that he would let himself withdraw at the last moment. Dragon King, you should go up with me to deal with the problems below. The situation below is still very dangerous. The beautiful fox said and pushed the Dragon King up, and covered the Dragon King's mouth to stop him from cursing. However, the fox obviously talked to him in private chat afterwards, otherwise, with the Dragon King's character, he would not give up like this. I'm sorry to make you laugh. Shuai saw that everyone in the Dark Dragon Guild had left, so he said to the Holy Flame White Tiger that what happened just now was not very glorious. It's okay, I've seen a lot of things about you humans. Well, you should go over as soon as possible. Yes. After saying this, Shuai activated the somewhat restless flame dragon possession, nodded to the people who stayed behind, and strode towards the source of the holy flame with a body full of red flames. Chapter 256 Flame Dragon Transformation. Ever since Shuai stepped into the interior of the volcano, the magma pool, the icon of his flame dragon possession stayed a red dragon with flames burning all over its body began to light up piece by piece. This was the same as when he held the dragon ball in his hand before, but this time the flame dragon possession absorbed the energy of the magma pool instead of the energy of the dragon ball, and there was no feeling of burning and breaking before being rebuilt, and there was no system prompt. And when he activated the flame dragon possession, he only activated it once and it succeeded, but it lit up much faster. If it absorbed the surrounding energy at a rate of 1,000th when it was not activated, it is now at a rate of 1%. So when Shuai found this problem, although he didn't know whether this change was good or bad, in order to help Yayan complete this task, he immediately accelerated and rushed to the source of the holy flame. Shuai, who had activated the flame dragon possession, was not afraid of the high temperature of the magma pool at all. Instead, he felt cool all over and continued to absorb a little bit of energy from the outside world that made people feel comfortable and warm. However, he didn't know whether this would trigger the problem of racial transformation. In the face of this unknown, he couldn't be happy. When he ran to the middle of the passage, Shuai felt a very slight resistance in front of him, just like the wind pressure brought by a sudden gust of wind from the front. Although it was slight, it could be felt. But this feeling disappeared in an instant, and when he glanced at the back with the corner of his eye, he immediately found a white light film behind him, and a large human-shaped hole was knocked through it. But this hole was repairing itself quickly, and soon repaired the human-shaped hole. After that, Mina looked up and immediately found that this kind of light film appeared above her head and around her. It was a huge hemispherical light film. And on the surface of the magma pool, there was also a ninjutsu formation with red light. This ninjutsu formation was huge and bordered the entire hemispherical light film. The diameter alone was hundreds of meters. It seems that this is the so-called ninjutsu formation used to cultivate the source of the holy flame, and that layer of light film should be used to protect the defense system of this ninjutsu formation, and it can also hide the ninjutsu formation here. And this is why they can't see the ninjutsu formation mentioned by the holy flame white tiger outside. While drinking a bottle of life-restoring potion, he continued to fly forward. However, this rock passage was a bit of a bummer. Due to years of no maintenance, many of the edges were so broken that they would break if stepped on. If it weren't for Mina's alertness, he would have fallen to the ground as soon as there was a problem under his feet, and then held on to the rocks above, he would have fallen down. And once he fell down, even if he had the flame dragon possession to avoid the damage of the flame, the earth attribute damage of the magma would probably make him go without return. In the state of flame dragon possession, Mina could no longer use phantom stealth, and naturally could not use the light gravity state. Basically, once he fell down, he could not get up. After that, even if Mina wanted to speed up, he had to think about his life and could only walk quickly under the premise of caution and safety. Mina's performance in this passage also shocked everyone on the platform, especially when Mina fell to the ground for the third time. His feet were only a few centimeters away from the magma, and he almost fell down. Are you okay? Yayan looked at Mizuna standing under the holy flame source and asked worriedly. Everyone around was a little puzzled as to why he was standing still at this time. There's something wrong with the status bar. I have to deal with this first. Mizuna said nervously in the team chat. He was now standing on the edge of a round white stone platform, and this platform with a diameter of 5 meters was densely engraved with ninjutsu spells. The place with the most spells was naturally the stone plate in the center of the platform used to store the holy flame source. That would make people dizzy, but Mizuna didn't have that now. I am in a good mood to study this. Just now, Mina actually had one foot stuck into the magma, but because the girls were far away and there was a hot air current in the middle, it was not clear what was happening on Mina's side, but the fact that he was barefoot was the best proof. The flame dragon possession could only protect his body from being hurt by the flames, but his equipment was not included in this list. Although he was deducted more than 200 HP by the earth element in the magma in that instant, this was not an important problem. After all, his HP was always high. The only problem now was that when Mina stuck one foot into the magma just now, the degree of the flame dragon possession icon lit up, and it also soared to 97% in that instant, and it was almost 100%, and this was only a few seconds later. Now he had to be nervous, because he didn't know what he would find out later. If he just died once, it would be fine, but if he was directly transformed into a dragon man, it could only be described as a tragedy. 4 seconds later, the fire dragon possession state that had absorbed enough fire energy swelled a little in an instant. Afterwards, a pop sound came from Mina's body, as if something in Mina's body burst, and a hot breath emerged from every corner of his body. This hot breath was the same as when Mina held the Dragon Ball that day, but it was weaker this time, but it was more fierce, and it transformed Mina's body in an instant. From time to time, there was a sound of cloth armor being burst by the body, and those exclusive equipment of the ninjutsu master fell off from him one by one, and fell on the ground with a bang 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 sound. Mina, who woke up in a fierce pain, immediately saw that his arms were more than twice as thick, and even his body became twice as thick, and also grew pieces of fine red scales. After seeing this, Mina was stunned for 2 seconds. After that, Mina quickly checked her skill bar. All the ninjutsu turned grey and unusable, but other non-ninjutsu skills were not affected. Hey, it turned grey. Grey just means unusable, which means that I still have the ability of ninjutsu, but I can't use it. Mina, who found this problem, immediately checked her attribute panel, only to see that her race was still human, but her strength value increased by 200 points, her physique also increased by 100 points, but her agility dropped to only 10 points, and her spirit value was directly 0. And because there was no spirit value, the magic value disappeared directly, leaving only a red bar representing the health value, but this health value was more than double that of Mina's original one. After that, Mina finally found the reason for this change in the status bar and the system record system. Mina threw the 5 crystal tubes in her backpack into the stone plate in front of her, and then checked her current status. Buff state, Flame Dragon Transformation, automatically activated. The state produced by taking the crystal marrow of the flame dragon and being burned by the earth's core fire. The flame dragon spirit in the crystal marrow is activated by the earth's core fire, which can make the state owner transform into a flame dragon clan in a short period of time, doubling the HP, increasing the strength by 200 points, and increasing the constitution by 100 points, but the agility and spirit will be suppressed. Note 1, after the flame dragon transformation is automatically activated, a layer of hot dragon flame will form on the body surface of the state owner, causing indiscriminate damage to all creatures within a radius of 1 meter. The damage value is a constant damage of 20 HP per second, while ignoring fire damage. Note 2, after the flame dragon transformation is automatically activated, the state owner can only equip dragon-specific equipment or general equipment. Note 3, since the flame dragon transformation is the product of incomplete dragon-human transformation, its activation mode is automatic activation, direct activation after the flame dragon transformation state is charged, which the state owner cannot control. When the state owner's endurance is consumed, the flame dragon transformation state automatically disappears. Current flame dragon transformation charge rate, 0.0%. Damn it! After reading the information of this new state flame dragon transformation, Mina cursed immediately, then quickly put the equipment on the ground into the backpack, and focused on the crystal tube of the holy flame source. Now Mina's stamina limit has been consumed by 50%, and it is still decreasing at a rate of 2 points of stamina limit per second. Now Mina's stamina limit is only about 150, which is enough for about 1 minute. However, the crystal tube in the holy flame source still has about 20 seconds to reload, and now his speed is only about 10% of the usual speed. If he wants to return to his companions before the stamina is consumed, it will be difficult. At this time, Xiaomei reminded Mina to open the teleportation mechanism and told him not to stand there stupidly. Wait, I'll go find the mechanism. After taking a look at the crystal tubes, Shui Nai hurried to the back of the holy flame source and found the legendary mechanism on the base of the stone plate. This was a round protruding stone pillar the size of a normal human palm. When Shui Nai carefully pressed it down with her middle finger, a stone pillar of the same size and covered with spells rose in the center of the stone plate. Hollow stone tube. Finally, after hearing the sound of the mechanism biting, Shui Nai was fixed. When it stopped rebounding, he pulled out his finger. Fortunately, the depth of the stone pillar was not very deep, otherwise, with the current form of Shui Nai, the Dragon Man, it would be impossible to fully open the mechanism. After solving this small matter, Shui Nai immediately bypassed the stone plate, picked up the 5 crystal tubes that had been filled, and ran back at the fastest speed. Hey, his body! When Shui Nai appeared in front of everyone, his naked body covered with red armor immediately surprised everyone. Dragon people! When Yayan saw his appearance, she immediately thought of what happened in Lan Luo village. The originally calm heart lake immediately became chaotic, and her heart was filled with uneasiness. Hey, find someone to catch me, I have no strength left. After saying this incoherent sentence, Mina suddenly jumped up and floated towards the platform. Chapter 257 High-Level Holy Flame Ninja Master. Although Mina's last air-staying jump allowed him to slide towards the platform at the moment when his endurance value reached 0, his speed had slowed down a lot, and the effect of air-staying sliding was naturally not as good as before. When Mina was only a dozen meters away from the platform, Mina's air-staying ability failed. If the Holy Flame White Tiger was still quick-witted and bit his body gently at the moment when his body fell down, I'm afraid he could only be resurrected outside. Mina, who was brought back, was immediately surrounded by the people around him. However, Mina now had only a pair of shorts and a few rings on his body. Clothes and other things had long been blown up by the flame dragon transformation and no trace of them remained. However, Xiaoyu and Yayan were both careful people, and they both took out a cloak at the same time. But at the end, because Xiaoyu was familiar with him, she covered him with the cloak. And Mina immediately responded with a heartfelt thank you look. Fortunately, you are fine. Yayan wiped the corners of her eyes and said happily. When she saw Mina's body return to its original appearance when the flames went out, the big stone in her heart disappeared. Yes, you looked very scary and ugly just now. It felt like you turned into a lizard man, disgusting to death. Xiaomei made Mina's mouth twitch as soon as she spoke, but she had nothing to say. I didn't expect that you actually have the power of the Dragon Clan. I really misjudged you. The Holy Flame White Tiger also interrupted at this time, and looked at him with a very interested look, but its licking action reminded Mina of the idea of food in front. Well, we should go out too. The ninjutsu formation over there has been activated. Mina immediately felt the strong fluctuations when the ninjutsu formation of the magma pool below was running, and then the whole cave began to shake. The hot breath that originally filled the entire cave disappeared at the moment when the ninjutsu was activated. Well, let's go. After saying this, the Holy Flame White Tiger picked up Mina's body again and led the way. How does it feel? Xiaomei asked in the team chat. What does it feel like? Mina thought about it and asked in the team chat. For now, she should ask herself this question. You are being held in the mouth of a big tiger now, don't you feel anything? Damn, you will die if you don't mention this. Xiaomei's words immediately reminded Mina. Although he absolutely believed that the Holy Flame White Tiger in front of him would not eat him, the touch on his body naturally gave him a creepy feeling, which made Mina's hair stand up one by one. Mina, who was originally studying the Flame Dragon transformation, immediately stiffened after this sentence. Is there something wrong? As the creature closest to Mizuna, the Holy Flame White Tiger immediately noticed the changes in his body, so he asked. No, nothing. Mizuna glared at Xiaomei, who was almost unable to run with a smile, and her witch demeanor had never disappeared. When everyone walked out of the platform, the cave behind them began to be shrouded in the earthy yellow ninjutsu light. The walls of the entire cave began to wriggle like living things, and slowly closed up, sealing the entire cave from the inside to the outside. What is this? Mizuna, who was lying on the ground, asked immediately. Just now, he had already felt the light and fluctuations of the earth element on the mountain wall he had just passed, but the situation just now was more critical, so he did not ask. This is a barrier set up to allow the internal ninjutsu formation of the Holy Flame Mountain to operate at full capacity. It can isolate the energy loss in the volcano, thereby speeding up the production of the Holy Flame Fire. The Holy Flame White Tiger immediately explained, and then looked fixedly at the position that originally belonged to the cave entrance. Now there has appeared a small silver ninjutsu formation out of thin air, emitting a holy and harmonious light, and a newly formed holy flame seed is floating lightly in the center of the ninjutsu formation, waiting for the next batch of players to pick it. Well, you took 5 holy flame seeds. Holy Flame White Tiger licked his lips and asked Mina. Well, all 5 are here. Mina took out 5 crystal tubes filled with white flames from her backpack. Well, if you don't mind, I'll eat 1 bite, just 1 bite. Anyway, you don't have any utensils to store it. It's a waste to leave it here. Holy Flame White Tiger said, staring at the fire and licking his lips, like a greedy kitten. Then how long will it take to produce the next fire? Mina asked immediately. Anyway, the next group of people must be the Dark Dragon Guild. If he could trip them up here, then today's harvest would be pretty good. 2 days, full operation, it takes 2 days to produce 1 fire. Holy Flame White Tiger said with some lack of confidence. Oh, then eat whatever you want, I don't care. Mina walked towards the stone steps of the platform with the support of Yayan and Xiaoyu, because the sound of fighting from there was getting stronger and stronger. It looked like the people below could no longer hold on and were pressed up step by step. When Mina turned around, the Holy Flame White Tiger rushed to the Holy Flame Fire Seed at the fastest speed, opened its mouth wide, sucked the Holy Flame on the ninjutsu formation, and swallowed it in 1 gulp. Hey, what are you doing in there? What made him look like this? Look at you, a bear who has indulged in sex too much. Dao Yudao, who had just discovered that the temperature of the Holy Flame Mountain had dropped and was planning to run up to check the situation, immediately saw Mina being supported by 2 people. He was shocked at first, but after seeing Mina's slight bitter smile to him, he immediately realized that he didn't have any big problems, so he took the opportunity to make a joke. But his joke was not over yet. A ball of cold air came out directly from Mina's staff, freezing him into an ice sculpture. But even if he turned into an ice sculpture, he still saw the strange blush on the faces of the 3 people, which made him feel that even if he was treated like this, he had no complaints, because he had already taken a picture of this picture. Well, do we have any other way to go down? Shuinai asked the Holy Flame White Tiger who appeared behind him. It was the landlord here, and it had to go out anyway. It would be best for it to solve the problem below. Yes, call your companions up. Don't embarrass the little guys below anymore. It's not easy for them either. The Holy Flame White Tiger said in the tone of a person who had experienced it, and his words were full of a sense of vicissitudes of nostalgia for the past. Hey, what on earth were you doing down there? You're in such a mess. Dao Yudao walked to Shuinai as soon as he thought and took Shuinai from the 2 of them. It automatically awakened to a new state, but after the outbreak, the upper limit of endurance is 0. Shuinai said simply, and then saw the unhappy look on the face of the Dragon King. Oh, is that ability strong? Dao Yudao ignored the blue and black face of the Dragon King and asked immediately. Useless, it's just for suicide. When Shuinai thought of the conditions and effects of the Flame Dragon transformation, he frowned and sent the effect of that state to Dao Yudao for himself. Anyway, he was not interested in telling it. That ability is completely a time bomb. Once it explodes, he will be disabled for a few days if he doesn't die. This ability is very powerful. It is a pure warrior attribute. In fact, it doesn't matter if the endurance value is kept at 0. It will recover after committing suicide once. I have tried it. After death and resurrection, except for weakness, basically all other states can be restored. Dao Yudao immediately explained to Shuinai in detail the real use method of this ability in the tone of a senior. Are you sure? Shuinai immediately asked. This method is not bad. Anyway, he has no pursuit of level. Yes, I have tried it, and it was your Skeleton King who killed me. It killed me several times, you know. Dao Yudao seemed to have tried the Skeleton King's ability to escape, and immediately complained to Shuinai. Is everyone ready? At this time, the Holy Flame White Tiger suddenly said in everyone's mind. Okay, everyone is here. The beautiful fox called everyone to its side as it requested, and the monsters on the stone steps did not dare to rush out of the platform because they were intimidated by the Holy Flame White Tiger's breath pressure. Then let's go. As soon as the Holy Flame White Tiger finished speaking, a large amount of white light suddenly emerged from its body. This white light was like mist, quickly covering everyone around, and then everyone felt a shaking below, just like the vibration when an airplane takes off. Is this the realm of light? Mina glanced at this space composed of white light. He had seen the realm or sword realm several times, and immediately found that this was also a kind of domain. Oh, you know this too. Don't say it, stand firm, we are going out. After the holy flame white tiger finished speaking, the entire realm of light shook violently, as if something was broken through by the realm of light. Old man, long time no see. As soon as the holy flame white tiger came out, he shouted loudly to the people outside in the light realm. At this time, the light realm suddenly turned into a ball of white light and retracted into the body of the holy flame white tiger, and everyone found themselves at the entrance of the holy flame mountain dungeon. You are still the same. The guardian of the holy flame mountain immediately said. Hey, they have successfully obtained the holy flame fire seed. Are you here to help her complete the inheritance? Holy flame white tiger looked at the crystal tubes in Shui Nai and Yayan's hands and said with some doubt. Well, let me do it. You have so many fire seeds in your hands. They can't be wasted by those unlearned guys. The guardian thought for a moment. Although his tone was a little hesitant, his eyes were very determined. Then he took the 3 crystal tubes from Yayan's hand, and then squeezed them hard. The 3 crystal tubes broke directly, and the holy flame fire seed inside jumped directly into his palm. At this time, a layer of sacred fighting spirit began to emanate from his palm, holding the 3 fire seeds, and slowly closed his palm to merge the 3 fire seeds together. After that, it's up to you to activate it. The guardian directly sent the 3 fire seeds to the holy flame white tiger with fighting spirit. Little girl, stretch out your hand. I will help you activate the fire. The holy flame white tiger said as he shot out a spark like holy flame from his forehead. When the holy flame, like a spark, sank into the fire suddenly burned violently and its volume suddenly expanded several times. When the activated fire sank directly into the palm of Yayan's fair left hand, a layer of holy flame burned directly from Yayan's left hand to her whole body, completely surrounding her petite body. After the holy flame went out, a white flame pattern appeared on the back of Yayan's left hand, and at the same time, a burst of white light appeared on the medical magician badge on her chest. Congratulations on becoming a high-level holy flame ninja master. My son is not cheap to follow you, hehe. Chapter 258 Mission completed. System announcement: the Holy Flame Mountain Dungeon has been fully opened, the Holy Flame Ninja Master Career System has been opened, and the Holy Flame Ninja Master's job transfer rules are as follows. When the system notification appeared in front of everyone, the system's copy settlement also came out later. The rewards for this copy trip are quite special. In addition to the rewards such as experience and money, there is also a reward of honor points, and Mina alone has received thousands of honor points. So far, I have not heard of anyone getting honor points after completing a copy. And the honor points of the Lich Land are only earned by the players themselves, and the Lich Land has not been passed once so far. After that, the beautiful fox began to fulfill the promise to the cannon fodder, and began to distribute the benefits of the flame snake boss in kind or money. Mina and others on the side were asking Yayan about the Holy Flame Ninja Master. The Holy Flame Ninja Master is actually just a branch of the medical master profession, which allows players who have obtained the Holy Flame inheritance to obtain a series of Holy Flame ninja skills. The power of this series of ninjutsu comes from the Holy Flame in the body, which is a new energy system. If players want to get stronger Holy Flame power, they have to constantly improve the level of the fire in their bodies and let it grow. The fire that Yayan got this time is 3 times stronger than the fire of ordinary Holy Flame Ninja Masters, and its growth rate is 3 times that of others. However, the target of this Holy Flame skill can only be creatures of the Dark System. The Holy Flame has no lethality to people in the Light Camp, and it cannot trigger the strongest ability of the Holy Flame Soul Burning. The Holy Flame can purify dark creatures at the soul level, which is the same as the purification technique, and when the two are combined, the purification effect will be added to each other. However, there is a very serious problem with the Holy Flame, that is, the early growth of the Holy Flame is very low, and since there is currently no potion that can restore the energy of the Holy Flame, that is, the Holy Flame energy can only be restored automatically, which makes it more difficult for the Holy Flame Ninja Master, who originally had no lethality, to grow in the early stage. So, the upper limit of your available skill bar is now 30. Mina summarized what Yayan said just now. Well, there is now an extra panel in the skill bar, which is the column of Holy Flame Ninjutsu. The ninjutsu in it is automatically learned. As long as the level of the fire is high enough, it will be automatically activated. Yan checked the description of the column again, and then said calmly. The number of skill bar panels of players is related to their professions. For example, medical practitioners can choose between treatment and combat types before they reach the intermediate level, so at this time, they already have 2 skill panels, one is the general ninjutsu skill panel, and the other is the selected ninjutsu skill panel. And now Yan's skill panel has one more, but this time, she can't change the skill panel, and can only passively accept the ninjutsu in it. That's not bad, no need to worry about the skill book anymore, don't you think? Xiaomei looked at Mina with a sour look that made people melt, and asked Mina back. Well, I can only say that there is gain and loss are the true meaning of life. Mina didn't dare to take Xiaomei's words casually. Then what did you lose? Why did I feel that you gained a lot? Xiaomei was unwilling to let Mina go and continued to ask. As for me, it seems that I have lost the interest in the game life of a general ninjutsu master. Mina thought for a moment and found that the ninjutsu master in the past few months had lost a lot of interest in the game life. The life of a ninjutsu master seems to be often isolated, and he can't enjoy the legendary life of a ninjutsu master at all. Humph. Xiaomei naturally knew the game life of Mizuna, the perverted ninjutsu master. He has rarely acted with players all the time, and being alone has always been his style. Okay, let's not talk about this. Xiaoyu, call out the unicorn. We can't waste the remaining 2 fire seeds. Mizuna had already planned to take these 2 fire seeds. It was impossible to leave them to the Dark Dragon Guild. Even if he didn't want them, he had to exchange them for money. Although the Dragon King on the side didn't know what Mizuna was up to, he started to get nervous when he heard that he wanted to deal with the remaining fire seeds. A high-level Holy Flame Ninja Master, 3 times the power, 3 times the growth. If he can get the remaining 2 fire seeds, then as long as he gets another one next time, he can naturally combine high-level fire seeds. Old sir, I want to ask, can they take the fire seeds? Shui Na pointed at the Holy Flame White Tiger Cub and the Unicorn. They are both holy creatures, and they can also fuse the fire seeds. Yes, in fact, I also left these 2 for them on purpose. After all, holy creatures can get great benefits after getting the Holy Flame Fire Seeds, but their strength is too weak. After taking it, they may be weak for a period of time. During this period, they are not suitable for fighting. Do you understand? The Guardian laughed. In fact, he stayed here and waited for this. By the way, old sir, how many fire seeds can the Holy Flame fuse at most? The Dragon King on the side also began to ask a question. This is related to the strongest combat power of the Holy Flame Ninja Master, and it is also the object of concern for the guild. Although he was a little unwilling to watch Shui Na give the crystal tube in his hand to Xiaoyu and Yan, who could he blame for this? No one on his side planned to die in the magma pool once, and from the appearance of Shui Na after he came out, he should have used the resurrection props in the magma pool. Otherwise, he didn't believe that anyone could stay on the magma for so long. 3, more than 3, then the intensity of the fire can burn everyone's soul, including your own soul. And the church will probably not let you outsiders get more fire so easily, after all, some of them also need these fires. Although the guardian is a member of the church, he is very upright, but his words formed the meaning of insufficient relationship with the church in the mind of the Dragon King. After that, the Dragon King sent a message to the dragon to brush up the relationship with the church. He had sent a lot of such messages and battle videos just now, and spent a lot of gold coins. Okay, we should go too, there are still people waiting for us to join. After the guardian finished speaking, he bowed and smiled at everyone, and flew towards the northern sky. My dear son, you must listen to your sister and don't let down the reputation of our Holy Flame monster. The Holy Flame White Tiger patted her child's head with her furry hands, and then, under the reluctant eyes of the Holy Flame White Tiger Cub, she turned into a white light and followed the guardian until she disappeared at the end of the sky. In the next few minutes, the girls spent a lot of saliva to comfort the Holy Flame White Tiger Cub, while Dao Yiyu Dao and Shui Nai, who were standing by, talked leisurely with the murderous eyes of the Dragon King. Hey, Lao Fan, have you found out their levels? They look very powerful. Dao Yiyu Dao knew that his reconnaissance skills were terrible, so he had to ask Shui Nai. A level 200 swordsman and a magic beast that reached the sage level. Shui Nai's reconnaissance skills could not detect their levels at all, and even the name could only see the Holy Flame Guardian, but a swordsman could fly and a ninjutsu could use domains, which in itself explained the basic problem. Okay, it's time for us to go back. After seeing Yayan and Xiao Yu put away their pets that had taken the holy flame, the beautiful fox prepared to go back with the others. Shui Nai, don't you have to pay attention to those captives? Just let them follow behind you. The beautiful fox looked at the dozen captives following them all the way and asked worriedly. Or do you want to string them together with a rope? If they want to follow us, they can come. If they don't want to, we can't fight them. Shui Nai said very simply. Anyway, those people behind us can't be beaten, so it's best to do nothing. And now Shui Nai is most worried about Miyuki. This girl used too much magic just now. Now she looks drowsy and sleepy. Her body sways from side to side on the horse from time to time, so Shui Nai has to concentrate on watching her. Hey, when are we going to the Lich Land to level up? Xiao's level is already very low. Xiao Mei said impatiently in the team chat. In fact, what she wanted to go to the second floor most was to pick up some skill books. Are you going? Shui Nai asked Dao Yiyu Dao. He remembered that this guy said he wanted to collect other sets. No, that place is no longer suitable for my level, and the boss there is not something we can afford to fight. You can go alone. I won't accompany you. By the way, lend me the Skeleton King. Dao Yiyu Dao said while hooking the shoulder of the Skeleton King beside him. The Skeleton King did not resist. This relationship is very strong. Hey, be careful that your pet is led astray by him. Xiao Mei seemed to be quite familiar with Dao Yiyu Dao, and she directly joked with Dao Yiyu Dao. That's wrong. We are just like birds of a feather. It's not possible to say whether we can lead astray or not. Dao Yiyu Dao immediately refuted. If it hears what you said, I can't guarantee that you can continue to walk with him arm in arm. Mina reminded Dao Yiyu Dao. Although the Skeleton King's memory did not recover, some of the more profound things in his memory were still recorded, so if Dao Yiyu Dao's words violated its taboos, then Dao Yiyu Dao would be miserable. Xiao Mei, are you going to go there tomorrow? That may not be possible. The system will be maintained tomorrow, which will take a day. We can't go. Seeing that Xiao Mei was very interested in commenting on this matter, Yayan immediately changed the topic. Otherwise she didn't know how long it would take to get back to the point. Ah, there is such a thing. Xiao Mei immediately checked the official website. It turned out that when Yayan became a Holy Flame Ninja Master, a system message was sent to the mailboxes of all players, but some people noticed it and some did not. After that, everyone began to slowly disband on the road. The cannon fodder of the Dark Dragon Guild planned to find a place to level up, and the elites also went back directly with the return scroll. Only the Dragon King stayed. When Mina handed the captives to the Lord of Anwei, he parted with the rest of the people, and then returned to Lanluo village with Miyuki and Xiaoyu. When the Dragon King heard that Xiaoyu was going back to Lanluo village, his face was completely unpredictable. This made Mizuna very happy, and under the Dragon King's deadly eyes, he took the two away from the elemental city. Chapter 259 Holy Flame Ninjutsu. Mizuna came out of the game, washed up, and then did routine morning exercises. On the playground of the campus, he also met many alumni who had this hobby, but Mizuna didn't like that kind of noisy environment, so he didn't go up to get acquainted, nor did he pull people from his class to accompany him. And now Mizuna also knows why his roommate can stay in the dormitory with a helmet all day. It turns out that advanced helmets like theirs can be directly connected to the internet. Basically, except for classes or meals that cannot be carried out on the internet, other things can generally be solved. When Mizuna came back from the cafeteria, his two roommates had already woken up and were waiting for the breakfast in Mizuna's hand. Mizuna had no opinion on these two people who lost their girlfriend's care. After all, the people and things he didn't like had disappeared, and these two super otakus would no longer affect his life, so he was happy to help them in life. By the way, Mina, there is a party tonight, are you going? I heard it was organized by the student union of our Universe Mechanical Engineering College. The dark and thin roommate suddenly asked at the table. This person is called Cheng Kei, a master of getting along with people. Anyone who has met him once can basically say a few words to him, and it is said that he is best at brushing NPC relationships in the game. Is it an activity of our class? Mina, who came out of the bathroom, frowned and asked. He had no interest in the messy party that was either drinking or dancing. No, I heard it was a temporary event. It might be because the game needs to be maintained tonight, so it was a recreational activity. Cheng Kai took a sip of the soup of the dumpling noodles, and then talked about the message he received in the discussion group this morning. This discussion group is a consciousness communication platform built using virtual technology. All people can communicate face-to-face like in the game world. And key colleges like Xinhuang have such discussion groups in their own local area network for students to use. So far, no one in Mina's class has seen Mina go to the discussion group, nor do they know that he is also playing ninjutsu mythology. At the same time, Mina has never announced this to the public, so everyone thinks Mina is an old human who can't play games and doesn't like to use virtual technology. Oh, then I won't go. Mina wiped the water droplets on her hair, then changed her clothes and prepared to go out. I'm leaving first. Mina said to them directly and walked towards the door. These days, he has been leaving the dormitory alone. Well, see you later. Cheng Kai said enthusiastically. As a master who is familiar with people, he is always so enthusiastic and energetic when communicating with others. The people around Cheng Kai didn't react, and Mina naturally didn't care, and closed the door directly. At this time every day, walking to the classroom has become his new habit. Looking at the sophomores riding anti-gravity gliders on the road, Mina began to get excited. Because today's class is to introduce and provide materials for them to make this kind of means of transportation, and as long as he can make it, he can use it on this campus. So Mina couldn't help but speed up his pace and walk towards the spaceship in the distance. When Shuinai came online again, he had successfully completed the anti-gravity glider, so when he came online today, Shuinai was full of pride and felt refreshed when practicing skills. Xiao Yu, Yayan, and the others asked if you would go to the Lichland to level up. Shuinai, who had only practiced for a short while, was immediately kicked out of the training state by Xiao Mei. After deleting almost 20 text messages in a row, Shuinai finally turned on the voice system, and then naturally there was another bombardment. No, I haven't done the task that Uncle Mu gave me. Xiao Yu said, while shooting an arrow straight through the red heart at a target in the distance. The red heart of the target had long been shot through by Xiao Yu, leaving only a hole. Now the arrows she shot out basically went through the red heart and hit the trees in the distance. Oh, okay, then I'll leave, you practice slowly. Shuinai left a set of pine cone wine and directly returned to the elemental city with the return scroll. In fact, Mina really wanted to take the Black Cat King with her, but that guy went nowhere after returning to the village. Miyuki was still resting, so it was not suitable for her to go. Afterwards, Mina found the small team of female players at the gate of the elemental city. Hey, do you know how long we have been waiting for you? Xiaomei roared at Mina as soon as she saw him coming out, causing the passers-by outside to look at her sideways. But Mina, who was already used to her way of speaking, just smiled and said nothing. Anyway, a slap can't make a sound. In the end, the beautiful fox made Xiaomei restrain herself with a word shrew, but because she didn't achieve her goal, she had to keep pestering Mina. To be honest, the ninjutsu skill book of the second level of the Lichland doesn't seem to have the advanced holy light ninjutsu, so you are too happy too early. Mina saw that she was pestering so much, so she had to give her a shot of prevention. This is unfair. Why can you make a lot of money, but I get nothing? Xiaomei directly changed the topic from the explosion rate, but Shuinai did not respond, just smiled at her, looking like she was not interested in anything. Alas, bitch, I'm not saying anything bad about you, but for tricks like yours, you should find someone else to kill. He has been killed by you many times, and he has antibodies, so he is completely immune to your damage. The beautiful fox patted Xiaomei's head and sighed. By the way, Yayan, how many holy flame ninjutsu have you learned? Shuinai asked Xiaomei in private chat in order not to irritate her. Only one, the level of the fire seed is only level 0 now, and there is only one skill of summoning holy flame. Yayan sent all the information of her holy flame ninjutsu to Shuinai. Hey, the upgrade of the fire seed is almost the same as the proficiency, but the attack distance of your summoning holy flame is 2 that. Shuinai immediately discovered the shortcomings of Yayan's summoning holy flame. Alas, I don't even know how to practice it. Yayan immediately had a headache when she thought that the attack distance of that skill was only a few centimeters. Don't worry, I'm here. That's very simple. As long as you're not afraid, it'll be fine. Shuinai patted his chest and said, full of confidence. After that, the group came to the Lichland, which was already crowded with people, but when Shuinai entered the Lichland, there were some small episodes. That is, he met a few high school classmates, and they were elf players who came to the human empire with Xiaoyu. It was just that Shui Nai was wearing a mask and didn't remind them, so they just passed by. Watching them walk towards the direction of the elemental city, Shui Nai also breathed a sigh of relief, otherwise I really didn't know how to deal with their relationship. The first layer of the Lichland is still the same, and there are still too many skeleton soldiers, but with the rise of senior medical magicians and holy flame ninja masters, I believe this situation will not last too long. By the way, I can help Yayan cultivate the fire seed by myself. What are your plans? Shui Nai walked directly to a skeleton soldier, took off its skull before it could react, and threw it. Then is there any place here suitable for our team? We plan to make some money first, otherwise we will lose money. The beautiful fox was stunned when she saw Shui Nai's smooth technique, and then ignored Xiao Mei's intention to go to the second floor and asked the senior in the Lichland in front of her. You guys? Let's go fight zombies. It should be more suitable for you, but you'd better be careful of the zombies' burst ability. Here is this for you to prevent corpse poison. Shui Nai said while handing the corpse poison bead to their shield warrior, the injured little fox. Okay, then we'll go over there. Be careful to protect Xiao Yat. Her level is relatively low. The beautiful fox reminded Shui Nai again before leaving, and then led the team away. Don't worry. Shui Nai put the Skull King, whose jaw was still opening and closing, on the ground, then stepped back a few steps and signaled Yayan to try it. Yayan stretched out her hand, which was whiter than her clothes, from the sleeve of her white robe, and a small ball of pure white holy flame emerged from her palm. The holy flame was only as big as her fist, and it couldn't leave her palm too far, otherwise it would go out directly. However, the power of the flame made the skull on the ground tremble constantly. It was unknown whether it was trembling with fear or trembling with excitement because of relief. Afterwards, Yayan took a deep breath, walked around the back of the skull, and pressed her palm on the skull's forehead. Although Yayan's actions were very smooth, from her series of actions and the frown on her face, she was actually a little scared of this kind of ghost thing. Shui Na looked at her carefully controlling the distance of her palm, and couldn't help but want to laugh. She looked very cute. At the same time, Shui Na also found that the holy flame was indeed very powerful against this evil creature. When the holy flame touched the skull just now, it was like a shark smelling blood. It left Yayan's palm at the fastest speed and quickly drilled into the skull. Then it burned continuously inside with dark power as fuel. Wisps of faint black gas emerged from the holy flame and immediately disappeared into the air. When the holy flame burned out the dark power inside it, it began to burn the skull as well, so after the holy flame went out, the entire skull had turned directly into white ash. How many experience points did you get? Shui Na looked at the ashes below and asked her immediately. 1 point, a little less. Yayan raised her head and looked at the 4 skulls in Shui Na's hand, with a bitter smile. It's okay, at least it's much better than those zombies. Shui Na took Yayan to the range of the wooden house, let her sit directly on the stone, and then put the skulls directly on the ground for her to practice, while she continued to pick skulls. Chapter 260 Loyalty Skill Holy Flame Fireball. Yayan's summoning holy flame can only burn 1 skull at a time, and it is the kind without pressure. According to the guardian of the Holy Flame Mountain, those low-level Holy Flame ninjas generally need to use Summon Holy Flame 3 times to burn such a skull. Hey, the energy of the Holy Flame Fire Seed is used up. Yayan, who was concentrating on burning more than a dozen skulls, got up and talked to Mina at this time, but when she looked at the skull buildings like pyramids around her, her happy smile immediately froze. Oh, then practice later. Mina put the last skull on the top of another pyramid, then carefully let go of her hand and looked at this new work that was more than half a meter high. You are really boring. Yayan stroked her forehead and said. Not really, it's just that the ninjutsu I have now is not suitable for use in such a crowded environment, otherwise it will definitely be red named. Mina glanced at the seemingly tiny figures in the sea of skeleton soldiers. These warriors who ignored the attacks of the skeleton soldiers basically rushed around in this sea of bones and acted in the shortest path. Mizuna's explosive bombs or wind blades are ninjutsu that cannot be precisely controlled, and it is easy to hit those players who appear in the sea of bones from time to time. You can practice low-level ninjutsu, and the effects of those ninjutsu are also good. Yayan raised her hand and fired a holy light bomb, breaking the chest of the nearest skeleton soldier. This won't work. To fight these undead creatures, you must blow up their heads and make those dark forces temporarily lose their support, so that they can lose their activity. Mizuna raised her hand and fired a continuous fireball, which exploded the skulls of 5 skeleton soldiers in a row. Since learning advanced ninjutsu, even Mizuna began to feel that the effects of low-level ninjutsu were too poor and could not keep up with the development of the times. Yet, Yayan responded with a nasal voice, and then directly blew up the skull of another skeleton soldier. Then you should practice this first. I want to test something. After watching Yayan constantly practicing the elementary ninjutsu Holy Light Bullet, Mina suddenly thought of the charging problem of her flame dragon transformation. Mina came to the back and saw that there was no one around, so she threw a fireball at herself. With a puff, Mina looked at the black flame marks on the cloth armor, and then took a look at the charging rate. She saw that it had indeed increased, although it only increased by 0.1%. After that, Mina tried other fire-based ninjutsu. Except for the explosive fire bomb, which she didn't dare to try, she tried other ninjutsu such as continuous fireballs, flame walls, and flame shields. All fire-based ninjutsu acting on herself can increase the charging rate, but the increase in the charging rate is different. For now, the charging rate of the ninjutsu with strong endurance, the flame wall, is the highest, which can increase by 0.1% per second, but it also causes heavy damage to herself. After summarizing the charging rate, Mina began to try the combination of acceleration technique and explosive bomb. Just for safety reasons, Mina added a lot of protection to herself at the beginning, such as wearing a ninjutsu robe that increases magic defense and taking off all equipment that increases spirit and ninjutsu damage. Looking at the extra status on the status bar, he dared to say that even if the explosive bomb exploded in front of him, he would be able to survive. If the skill combination is wrong, the most likely thing is that the ninjutsu cannot be used, but there will also be a situation of loss of control. If it is those low-medium level ninjutsu, that doesn't matter. After all, the power is limited. Even if it hits me, it doesn't matter. But the explosive bomb is not the case. The power of the explosive bomb is too strong. If it explodes in front of the ninjutsu master, it will definitely blow the ninjutsu master away. Even if it is Mina, she dare not say that she can take the explosive bomb without preparation. In the series of explosions that followed, Mina failed at least a dozen times, and there were already 5 explosions, but only one of them exploded in the open space in front of her. Although that time directly shattered the ice crystal armor on his body and made the other defensive ninjutsu on his body exploded half of their durability, he finally succeeded in getting a 10% faster explosive bomb in the last time. For a skill combination like this, in addition to starting at the same time, Mina now also found that the level of the 2 ninjutsu must be the same. Just now, Shui Na's explosive bomb has reached level 2, and the acceleration technique is only 98% of the first level, and it still needs more than 10 times to upgrade. In the experiment just now, the acceleration technique was upgraded, and the result was successful. You are too reckless. Yayan looked at Shui Nai, who was in a mess, and then looked at the woods in front of him that were blown up and down, and said with a sigh. No more talking, come here, I just found some things in my backpack, I wonder if you can use them. Shui Nai immediately took out the potion from his backpack after the experiment failed just now, but Yayan's action was faster than him, and he didn't find the potion, but he found a few stones in the corner of a backpack. There is no way, Shui Nai's backpack is too big, there will always be some things stuck in the corner, and they are not cleaned up in time. Is this a low-grade holy stone? Yayan looked at the white stones in the palm of her left hand that were only as thick as her little finger, and said with some doubts. Yes, I found it before, but because there are too many impurities, I have never been able to deal with it. See if it works. Oh, I personally suggest that you try to attach the Holy Light Ninjutsu to it to see if it can play a strengthening role. As Mina said, she took out a few fire elemental stone fragments from her backpack and tried it. Just now, when Mina reminded Yayan, she also reminded herself. Gems with too many impurities like this are useless. They are usually taken back by NPCs for artificial purification. However, this process is restricted by the Empire, and the current level of the player cannot involve it. But if it is used to enchant this kind of ninjutsu, I wonder if it will work? After some efforts, Mina got the result that these elemental stone fragments exploded directly in his palm. Except for increasing the charging rate of the flame dragon transformation by a few thousandths, there was nothing else. No need to try. It turns out that this can't be used for enchantment. It may be because there are too many impurities. Shui Nai saw Yayan still concentrating on studying the low-grade holy stone in her palm, and occasionally switching the holy stone to the other hand, so she immediately interrupted her research. Do you have any more? I found that it can replenish the energy of the holy flame fire. Yayan happily looked at the holy flame symbol on the back of her hand that began to emit a faint halo. At the same time, a group of holy stone fragments like sand appeared in her open palm, and the holy stone had disappeared long ago. Shui Nai directly picked up a small handful of fragments from her palm and found that these were all impurities of the holy stone. It seemed that the energy in the holy stone was directly absorbed by Yayan. When Yayan saw that Shui Nai was still planning to pick up another handful of fragments for research, she quickly poured all the fragments in her palm into his hand. She didn't want to be poked in the palm of her hand again. That made her feel itchy and numb, making her very uncomfortable. Well, there aren't many left, but I have the digging skill. If you know where this kind of holy stone is produced, I can be a miner for a few days. Mizuna looked through her backpack again, but only found a dozen low-grade holy stones. I haven't heard of holy stone mines in the elemental city. There are several large mines in the imperial capital, but they are owned by the state. After Yayan patted the debris on her palm, she took all the stones handed over by Mizuna and put them in her backpack as a backup. By the way, are you interested in practicing the loyalty skills? Mizuna suddenly stopped Yayan, who was walking towards the skull pyramid. Just now, he had been thinking about the relationship between combination skills and loyalty skills. For now, combination skills should be skills that all professions can use, but not many people know about them. And loyalty skills should be the specialty of the ninja master profession. After all, only the external attack ability of the ninja master profession can meet the conditions for the use of loyalty skills. Loyalty skill. Yayan turned around immediately, and her long hair swung in a big circle due to inertia. That is. After that, Mina simply recounted what happened between her and Miyuki in the trial forest. Then what do you want me to do? Should we cast ninjutsu at the same time? Yayan knew that Mina liked to do things that others would not expect, so she cooperated with him. This won't work. I have tried it before. Once a ninjutsu is released, it cannot be changed. After all, we are not NPCs. But we can study from the characteristics of ninjutsu casters. Your summoning holy flame needs to use a staff, right? Mina's thinking is more jumping, and studying the problem in this way of discussion can provide him with good ideas. So when he saw the staff in Yayan's hand, he immediately raised this question. Yes, holy flame ninjutsu, like other ninjutsu, also needs a staff, but it is not projected from the staff. Yayan did not let go of the staff when using summoning holy flame. Then let's do it this way, start with the staff. Mina took out a universal staff that only added a dozen points of ninjutsu damage from his backpack and stretched it in front of Yayan. And Yayan also understood his idea, put away her own staff, and put her right hand on Mina's staff. Holy flame, and fire ninjutsu. According to my idea, it should be mainly fire-based ninjutsu, supplemented by holy flames, so after I summon the fireball, you can add the energy of the holy flame to it. Mina thought about it and said his initial idea. Yes. Yayan nodded. Although one of them used his left hand and the other used his right hand, the distance was a bit close, so Yayan felt a little uncomfortable and a layer of blush began to appear on her face. It's time. After Shui Nai saw the fireball on the staff appear, he said it in Yayan's private chat. Yayan took a deep breath, stretched her left hand to the side of the fireball, and began to use the skill of Summon Holy Flame. At this time, the white flame in Yayan's hand went directly into the core of Shui Nai's fireball, and began to spread evenly on the fireball, coating the entire fireball with a layer of light white light. Then, at Shui Nai's signal, Yayan slowly loosened her right hand, while the fireball with holy light on the staff was still suspended on her staff. Finally, when Shui Nai threw the fireball onto one of the skull pyramids, the fireball immediately spread from the top skull to the bottom like mercury, burning the top 3 skulls, and wisps of black air came out from all the burned skulls. Like Mina's fireball, although it can burn the skull, it cannot dispel the black air inside it. As it is now, it can only mean that Mina and Yayan's friendship skill has been successful, and it has been named Holy Flame Fireball by the system. Humph! Just at this happy moment, a voice full of anger and displeasure came from behind the two. Chapter 261 The Angry Dragon King. Hi, Demon Dragon, long time no see. Mina directly passed the Dragon King, who was obviously coming with bad intentions, greeted the elemental ninjutsu master behind him, and then asked about Yayan's situation in private chat. How many experience points did you get? 6 points. Yayan first pulled enough distance from Mina, then lowered her head to take a look at the skull pyramid with the top burned, but the third layer of skulls there were not completely burned. Not bad, but it's more troublesome to stack those skulls. Shuinai said indifferently, smiling at the frowning eyebrows of the dragon, so he didn't see Yayan's blushing face. Shuinai had no prejudice or dislike for the dragon. Anyway, he was much easier to talk to than the dragon who liked to haggle or the dragon king who liked to target him. Do you know him? The dragon king's face was originally a little gloomy, and it became even gloomier after hearing Shuinai's words. I met him a few times in the last ring match, and it's been a long time since we last met. The dragon looked at Shuinai's somewhat unscrupulous smile and could only sigh bitterly. He was clearly trying to sow discord, but the dragon king was suspicious and thought along his words. This was not a good sign. By the way, Yayan, we are going to the second floor to support the guild's pioneering team. Are you interested in coming? There are no good things to explode on the first floor now, and only those who don't have the courage will take you here to play such childish things. The Dragon King looked at the skulls at Shuinai's feet with some disdain. If he wanted, he could completely sweep the first floor. Alas! The demon dragon looked at Shuinai's happy smile and immediately initiated a private chat with Shuinai. Well, please don't say it. This is the first time for the Dragon King to come here. Some things may not be clear. Oh, then you'd better take him away quickly, otherwise I can't guarantee that nothing will happen. Shuinai looked at the red-faced subordinates behind the Dragon King, and didn't directly expose his bold words. If he went crazy and fought here, he would be a little weak. Dragon King, the president is urging us, so let's take people there first. The demon dragon pulled the Dragon King's arm, but the Dragon King kept looking at the girl named Yayan. Oh, then you go first, I'll go later. The words of the Dragon King startled both Shuinai and the demon dragon. But, this is the land of liches, the risk factor is very high. If something happens to you, it will be very difficult for me to do anything. As soon as the demon dragon finished speaking, several figures appeared near the resurrection stone. These people were beaten back by the undead creatures. Their appearance also made the demon dragon the words were a bit heavier, but the equipment of those people could not be compared with the level of the Dragon King, so they did not attract the attention of the Dragon King. Humph, so you look down on me. Can those rubbish of theirs compare with me? If I want, all the creatures here are not my opponents. The Dragon King said proudly, looking at the players who left the resurrection area with disdain. No, it's just. But the magic dragon didn't know what to say. The monsters here really had no ability to hurt the Dragon King, but there was a Mizunao who could kill him. With his various abilities, it is hard to guarantee that he didn't have the skills to kill the Dragon King. However, this explanation cannot be told to the Dragon King, otherwise it is purely fanning the flames. Okay, then we'll go first, you'd better hurry up. The magic dragon looked at the Dragon King's arrogant expression, and the dissatisfaction in his heart rose a little, so he took people away directly. Magic dragon, we really don't need. A ninjutsu master behind the magic dragon asked a little uneasily. Can we control it? I don't understand why the two sons of the old president are like this. Alas, everyone, we can keep the matter of Mina secret for as long as we can. This is the territory of the church now. We can't let the president come here to cause trouble, otherwise it will be troublesome. The magic dragon said weakly, and then led the group of senior ninjutsu masters who came out of the trial forest behind him to the second floor. Don't worry, we are all old members, and we know how to deal with this kind of thing. The people behind him spoke immediately. With the help of more than 10 senior ninjutsu masters, I believe that the time to open the second floor is just around the corner. On Mina's side, the Dragon King saw that Yayan did not answer him, and the anger in his heart was already burning, but he couldn't bring himself to ask again, so he had to look at her back like this. Mina glanced at Yayan who was practicing summoning Holy Flame, and then stole a glance at the Dragon King. After reminding her in Yayan's private chat, he ran to the Bone Sea. In fact, without his reminder, Yayan also knew that the Dragon King was behind, but she didn't know what to say to this one-sided and persistent person. Dragon King, you go to the second floor, which is more suitable for my current level. Yayan thought about it and decided to start with this topic. Then I'll accompany you. Anyway, there's no use for me to go to the second floor. The Dragon King glanced at the people around him, but didn't see his aunt's group, so he sat on the rock on one side and watched Yayan practice Holy Flame ninjutsu on the skull. Then, it's up to you. Yayan didn't say anything else to him, but tried to raise the level of the Holy Flame fire seed. When Mina came back from a circle in the Sea of Bones, she found that the Dragon King was still there. She looked at Yayan with a wooden face and took off a backpack made from a ninjutsu master's robe from her back. In this backpack, there are all the skulls of advanced undead creatures that Shui Na found. In order to get these things, he had to spend some time using ninjutsu to clear the surrounding monsters. Haha, I found some good things there. This one is from the skeleton boss, this one is from the skeleton archer, and this one is from the skeleton knight. Ignore those over there for now and see if you can burn these. Shui Na said as he took out the skulls and handed them to her. Yayan looked at Shui Na's happy look, as if she had done something great, and could only take the skull he handed over silently. Looking at the skull that was still struggling in her hand, Yayan began to change from fear to sympathy. When they met people like Shui Na, they probably couldn't be described as tragic anymore. And now it seems that Shui Na's rough behavior should be done deliberately to make herself no longer afraid of them. After that, Yayan began to use the skill of summoning Holy Flame. It seems that the dark power in the skull this time is stronger. Even Yayan's Holy Flame has to burn 3 times to completely burn a skull into ashes. How is it? Shui Na asked directly. The experience value has increased by 10 points. It seems that just like our leveling up, killing high-level monsters has experience bonuses. Yayan took a look at the experience value of her Holy Flame fire and said in Shui Na's private chat. Okay, then I will continue to find some outside. Shui Na's words have not been finished, but the person disappeared. The Dragon King on the side also heard Shui Na's words, but he did not hear Yayan's reply, and immediately knew that she was answering Shui Na's words in the private chat. Her way of guarding against outsiders made the Dragon King feel a little heartache and endless anger. In the past, he had never liked other women as much as he liked her, nor had he been as humble as he is now. If you want, I can catch those vampires for you. Killing them should give you more experience points. What's the use of this kind of thing? After the Dragon King kicked a skull pyramid to pieces, he planned to go find those vampires. No need. Even if you catch them, I don't have that much experience points. Strength to destroy it. You should go to the 2nd floor, this place is not suitable for you. Yayan's words have a hidden meaning, and with the Dragon King's mind, he should be able to understand. Can these things he brought back satisfy you? The Dragon King directly stepped on the skull on the ground and crushed it, walked to Yayan's side and asked. Well, after all, this is what I need now. Yayan took a step back and put the name of the Dragon King into the blacklist of her protection system. What's so good about that kid? You like to hang around him so much. I don't believe that I can't be better than him. The Dragon King was already in front of Yayan, but a colorful barrier blocked his hand that wanted to catch her. He remembered that in the previous adventure, although there was a protection system between the two, there was no such a long distance between them, and this distance was only for those who were on the blacklist. Can you only think of this kind of relationship? Can't he and I be friends? Yayan didn't expect him to ask such a childish question, which made her laugh and cry. Do you dare to say that you have never liked him? The Dragon King looked at the thin barrier in front of him, a little angry, and his voice was raised a few degrees. I. Yayan was stumped by the Dragon King's question, so she chose not to answer such a sensitive question. Well, sorry, the female fox asked me to keep an eye on her, so please pull away a little and don't make it difficult for me, okay? Shui Nai's words sounded behind the Dragon King, but his appearance made Yayan feel extremely embarrassed, and her whole face felt hot, making her lower her head unnaturally. But the Dragon King saw Yayan's expression just now. So, the Dragon King directly slashed back with a sword, drawing a fast and fierce sword light. With a clang, the Dragon King's ice magic sword was blocked by a dark iron rod. Chapter 262 The Death of the Dragon King. Fortunately, Shui Nai had already taken out the iron rod in his backpack for defense after seeing the Dragon King's somewhat out-of-control emotions, otherwise he would not have been able to dodge the sword just now. The Dragon King's angry attack was beyond his strength. After blocking the sword, Shui Nai immediately took out the 2nd iron rod from his back and pulled it forward, aiming at the Dragon King's neck. With a ding sound, the iron rod hit the neck guard of the Dragon King's breastplate, but only made a big miss. Shui Nai did not use the power burst skill just now, so there was no way he could break the Dragon King's defense. But he had successfully made the Dragon King retreat half a step, and then he immediately dropped the 2 broken iron rods in his hand and retreated quickly, intending to distance himself from him. But the Dragon King held on tightly, and the frantic sword light passed in front of Shui Nai from time to time. "You are crazy!" Yan was shocked when she saw them fighting, but her hands were not slow, and all the enhancement ninjutsu hit Mina. The speed of the Dragon King's sword was very fast, which was beyond Mina's imagination, and his current speed was no different from Mina's. For a while, Mina was basically unable to open up enough distance, and could only retreat all the way, trying to avoid the crazy sword light. And Mina's approach could only allow the Dragon King's sword to cut him, but it did not kill him. "Stop!" A majestic but cold voice rang out in the ears of the 2 people like thunder, and at the same time, a strong pain came from the brain, making people feel dizzy. After that, the 2 fell to the ground at the same time. At this time, the Dragon King's ice magic sword was only a few centimeters away from Mina's head. Under the Dragon King's ice magic sword, the freezing effect has accumulated to the extent that Mina's speed has slowed down. If someone hadn't suddenly intervened, Mina would have been cut off half of her head and hung back to the resurrection zone. Mina, who got up from the ground, immediately looked at the old man who appeared in front of the wooden house and hid his figure in a white robe. It was him who spoke just now, and it was he who released the dizzy ninjutsu, knocking him and the Dragon King down at the same time. "Who allowed you to fight privately here? Do you think the church is such a joke?" The old man first glanced at Mina. He didn't expect that this ninjutsu master would wake up faster than the warrior, and then he stared at the Dragon King who stood up and said unhappily, "Don't explain." Mina saw Yan wanted to come forward to explain, so she stopped her directly in the private chat. In this case, the old man was obviously not a kind-hearted person who was chivalrous and righteous. He just didn't like being disturbed. Moreover, the situation on his side was not so easy to explain, but it might get worse. At this time, doing nothing and admitting mistakes is the kingly way. "Okay, very good, today you are lucky, but you'd better never leave here, otherwise." When the Dragon King was about to leave with such a harsh word, he saw the old man's eyebrows raised, and the anger in his eyes rushed straight. "Insolent!" The old man waved his hand, and a golden ball of light suddenly flew out of his sleeves and hit the armor on the Dragon King's chest. When the chest armor was blown up, a huge 2008 damage, and at the same time knocked it flying for nearly 10 meters, and smashed at least a dozen skeleton soldiers behind it. "If there is a next time, don't blame me for being ruthless, hum." After saying this, the old man in white robe didn't even have the interest to look at the Dragon King, and turned back to the wooden house to rest. Was that a holy light bullet just now? How could it be so powerful? Shui Na looked at the Dragon King who was trying to get up from the ground. It seemed that he was directly hit by the golden light ball that was very similar to the holy light bullet and was seriously injured and weak. Nearly 90% of his health was knocked off. "Well, it's a holy light bullet, but the appearance is actually golden. I have never heard of it, nor have I seen it." Yan has always had a special liking for the holy light bullet and has never stopped the holy light bullet training, so her words are very credible. "Then who is that old man? Do you know? I just forgot to scout him." Shui Na cast a recovery spell on himself while taking Yan out of the wooden house. It was obvious that they couldn't stay here any longer, otherwise the old man in white robe would suddenly hit him with a golden holy light bullet. Shui Na didn't believe that he could survive it. "I don't know. The internal division of the church is very strict. At present, we players can only do some related tasks outside it. No one can enter its interior. Yan is just an ordinary player. She has no chance to enter the interior of the church and contact those high-ranking bigwigs. Shui Na knows one more bigwig than her? Oh, then guess, will the golden holy light bullet be a new change after the level 60 cap?" Shui Na guessed. For the information that is not released on the official website, the player's random guess may be the answer. You have to try it to know, but so, don't you plan to practice the fireball technique to the extreme? Seeing Shui Na ask this, Yan immediately knew that he might not practice the fireball technique to the fullest. Otherwise, with his personality, he would not guess, but try it directly. After all, the common points of players' ninjutsu are the same. "I won't try it before I become a magician." "Okay, you practice here first, and I'll find some for you." After Shui Na brought Yan to a relatively safe place, she disappeared, but the skeleton soldiers in the distance had a small commotion. Yayan took a look at the energy of the Holy Flame Fire Seed, which was only enough to use Summon Holy Flame a few times. She thought it would be more cost-effective to practice with the Holy Flame Fireball after Shui Na came back. So she put the several skulls on the ground aside to prevent it from escaping, and then began to practice Holy Light Bullets on the skeleton soldiers outside. At this time, the Dragon King, after getting up from the ground, found that Yayan and Shui Na had already walked away, and could only stare at the wooden house with bloodshot eyes, and then walked towards the second floor with a belly full of indignation and frivolous steps. However, at this moment, an assassin wearing a silver mask suddenly walked past him. A dark blue dagger pierced through the broken breastplate of the Dragon King with lightning speed and stabbed directly into his chest. While stabbing, he also used several skills that increased damage, directly stabbing the health of the weak Dragon King to the bottom. After the assassin finished this, he did not look around with a guilty conscience, nor did he flee in panic. Instead, he calmly picked up the ice magic sword on the ground, and then walked towards the entrance of the Lich Land, just like an ordinary player who came to play a dungeon. He is a killer. Before killing, all the preparations have been done, so he only needs to act according to the plan after success. This change was too sudden and too fast. Even a master like the Dragon King did not react and went back to the resurrection area. In addition, in order to prevent the body from being taken away, the Dragon King directly chose to resurrect in the resurrection area. The Dragon King immediately checked the system records, but found that the system did not record the person's information at all, but only recorded when he died and when he was resurrected. These meaningless words made the Dragon King's anger rise sharply. His originally handsome face became distorted and hideous under the burning of anger. At this time, the angry Dragon King remembered the silver mask, which seemed to mock him and made him fall into a deep state of hatred. It was a prop that could hide the player's identity-lurking mask. And there was only one place in the entire elemental city that could sell it. Ah! After suffering several losses today, the Dragon King's anger finally broke out at this time, but at this time, there was no one or anything for him to vent, and he was not in the state to vent now, so he could only vent in this primitive way. At the moment when the Dragon King died, the Shenlong on the second floor immediately received a text message, but because the battle situation here could not allow him to be distracted, he put it aside for the time being. When he withdrew from the battle area, he saw the text message and immediately opened his eyes as wide as he could. He quickly caught the dragon who was commanding the ninjutsu masters in front and asked in a roar. Why did the Dragon King die? Why, they. Ninjutsu masters around were shocked when they saw Shenlong's expression of wanting to choose someone to devour. The ninjutsu in their hands began to sparse, and they paid close attention to the development of the situation here. I don't know. He was fine when I left just now, I really don't know. The sweat on the forehead of the demon dragon began to flow down, which was a manifestation of his guilty conscience, because he was even more afraid to mention the name of Mina in front of Shenlong. Humph, everyone follow me out, I want to see which bastard dared to hurt my brother. Shenlong said and went straight to the first floor. This. Everyone was immediately unable to react. Now they are pushing the boss, how can they just leave? President, I think it's better to ask the Dragon King about the situation before making a decision, otherwise I'm afraid that if you go out, it will hurt his self-esteem. Dilong said in a private chat. As Shenlong's confidant, the suggestions he put forward were very effective, which immediately made him stop and enter a state of thinking. And Dilong immediately used his eyes to remind those people to get rid of the boss as soon as possible. After a few minutes, Shenlong looked unhappy, but he did not shout to go out for revenge. After a few minutes, Dilong saw that Shenlong had calmed down, so he asked in private chat. The Dragon King told us not to care, he has the ability to solve the problem himself, and now I don't even know what happened to him. By the way, do you have any suggestions? It's best to do nothing. After all, the Dragon King has said that he doesn't want us to intervene, otherwise. After thinking for a moment, Dilong said a suggestion that is more suitable for the current situation. Alas, this is the only way. Shenlong said and walked to the back, not knowing what to do. Chapter 263 Team Mission. When Shui Na came back from a tour in the Bone Sea, he immediately learned that the Dragon King was dead, and now he has left this Lich Land and is missing. After asking, Shui Na knew that the information came from the beautiful fox. Although the relationship between the aunt and nephew was not so good, the affection between them was still very strong. As soon as the Dragon King died, the beautiful fox went to ask. Although she did not get any specific situation, the beautiful fox, who had a very accurate intuition, felt a little bit of a problem. However, because she did not know much, she could not draw any effective conclusions. It was just that although the Dragon King was an important figure in the Dark Dragon Guild, he had not participated in any guild activities. He had no prestige in the guild, no substantial contribution, and no one had offended anyone. Logically, no one would come to seek revenge. Until just now, the beautiful fox had heard for the first time that he was maliciously killed by a player. So the sudden sneak attack made the beautiful fox feel a little dangerous. Seeing that Yayan was a little absent-minded because of the so-called dangerous intuition of the beautiful fox, she changed the subject. Alas, we can't control that. Anyway, it's useless for people like us to care about the affairs of these big guilds. By the way, at what level can you learn the next Holy Flame ninjutsu? Mina raised her hand and shot a fireball, blowing up the skeleton soldiers who came over. You can only learn the next ninjutsu at level 10. Yayan also shot a few holy light bullets. Now with their strength, they can keep firing such low-level ninjutsu without worrying about the problem of magic power, but the consumption of endurance is more troublesome. Then what level are you now? Level 3. Level 3, pretty fast. What level is Summon Holy Flame? Can it be cast instantly? It still takes 1 second to prepare. I don't know if this ninjutsu has the ability to be cast instantly. Yayan looked at the casting time of Summon Holy Flame. The 1 second there didn't seem to change with the level. She could only hope that after reaching level 10, she could improve her strength by learning new ninjutsu. It's a pity that we players can't cast 2 ninjutsu at the same time, otherwise you can combine the Holy Flame and Holy Light ninjutsu. Ninjutsu players can only cast 1 ninjutsu each time they cast a ninjutsu. The most they can do is to cast a ninjutsu in combination, but that requires a lot and can't be used like a loyalty skill. My Holy Flame Fire Seed has recovered 90% of its energy. Do you have time now? Yayan lowered her head and looked at her toes, her voice as soft as a mosquito. Okay, I'll see if the Holy Flame Fireball can burn the heads of 2 bosses at once. Mina picked up 2 black skulls from the ground and stacked them together, and found some ordinary skeleton soldiers to cushion them. He didn't want to waste the energy of the Holy Flame Fireball. After that, a fireball with white light fell from the staff, and after a moment, it burned the skulls below into ashes. Hey, my honor value suddenly increased by a few points. Did yours change? Shuai said as she checked the system records and immediately found out what happened just now. It turned out that the soul-burning characteristics of holy flames like Yayan can completely purify the soul fire of the skeleton soldiers here, and then make those the killed skeleton soldiers lost the possibility of resurrection, and this thorough approach will naturally receive honor rewards from the system. Seeing Yayan nodded, this is a new discovery. If all the skeleton soldiers here are purified, then the honor value gained will be frighteningly high. After that, Shuai and Yayan began the long and boring process of earning proficiency. Fortunately, no matter with Shuai and Yayan's endurance and perseverance, it is not a problem to stay here for more than 10 days. Not to mention that they only stayed here for 4 days, but one person couldn't do it. Hey, take out Zui Feng, I'm going to the elemental city to sell some potions. Xiao Mei has used this reason to ask Shuai for Zui Feng for the 3rd time in these few days. Everyone knows that Shuai has enough potions in her backpack for them to squander, but no one exposes this girl's unreasonable troubles. After all, the days when she is away are good days. In these few days, she basically made everyone anxious. She had done a lot of things just to provoke a vampire and then come back to study its appearance. Another time, she lured a zombie king back from other players. If it weren't for Shuai Na's quick hands and feet to snatch her from the zombie king, she would have died a long time ago. I'm leaving, 88. Xiao Mei said goodbye to everyone and rode out on her horse. After watching Xiao Mei leave her team, Shuai Na immediately said happily, the disaster star is finally gone. It's just that it will come back. The beautiful fox stroked her head and said as if she had a headache. We'll talk about it later. Now we should clean up the zombies here. Shuai Na used explosive bombs to blow up the skeleton soldiers outside that bordered the zombie territory to pieces, so that these miscellaneous soldiers would not come over to affect the line of sight. In the past few days, Shuai Na and the beautiful fox have been staying here to fight zombies since Yayan received the team task of cleaning up disgusting zombies. This task was triggered when Yayan handed in the skeleton soldier task. Since Yayan was the first healer who completely eliminated 100 undead creatures and was determined to continue to eliminate more undead creatures, she naturally triggered another round of hidden tasks cleaning up undead creatures. After understanding all the tasks, Mina and the beautiful fox discussed for a long time before deciding to clean up the smelly zombies. After all, this kind of hidden team task can only be taken one at a time. For now, among all the monsters in the first layer of the Lich Land, the easiest to bully are naturally the skeleton soldiers. Although the benefits of this task are great, it is a bit unrealistic compared to the skeleton soldiers, which can be called a sea of skeletal soldiers. And there are skeleton archers or skeleton knights in the Sea of Bones. It is not an easy task to find them in the Sea of Bones. For this task, they had to give up. Vampires? They didn't have the confidence to complete this task intactly in the team. So they finally had to target those disgusting zombies, and chose the most thorough and difficult task: total destruction, that is, they had to completely destroy all zombies before they could claim the reward. Although this task was very difficult, with the help of unscrupulous profiteers, this problem was no longer a problem. Now unscrupulous profiteers would bring a small bag of low-grade holy stones for Yayan to use every day, and with Yayan's full firepower, it was just around the corner to complete the task. It was just because Yayan's holy flame had reached a bottleneck and had been stuck at level 15 since yesterday. Otherwise, with the number of holy stones, I'm afraid that after today, Yayan's holy flame would have been upgraded to more than 20 levels. After Mina cleared all the skeleton soldiers approaching the zombie territory, she looked back and saw Yayan firing the last holy flame bullet similar to the holy flame fireball. When the holy flame bullet came out of Yayan's white palm, Yayan had lost the ability to fight any longer. Holy flame bullet is a new skill that Yayan learned when the fire level in her body reached level 10. It is a ninjutsu that compresses the holy flame into a ball. Although the lethality is not as strong as the holy flame fireball, it is the only long-range skill of the holy flame ninjutsu that Yayan has currently cultivated. However, Yayan has been unwilling to try a new combination of friendship skills with Mina, and has been unwilling to use the holy flame fireball again. Otherwise, with the strength of that skill, it will definitely greatly speed up the cleaning process. Would you like to drink a bottle? Mina handed her a wine bottle frozen by the ice bullet technique, and then began to clean up the zombies with a group of people. Although they don't have Yayan's ability to kill them completely, they can still let them lie down underground to rest. Otherwise, who likes to watch these disgusting things wandering around all day? Hey, finally solved. Hey, waiter, give me a bottle of iced beer. The beautiful fox hooked her finger at Shui Nai, who still had stamina to clean up the battlefield, and said in a very lazy tone. And the others were not much better. The quiet and reserved people like Yayan and Xiao Wen could still smile and sitting elegantly on the stone, unrestrained and uninhibited like the beautiful fox, and lying directly on the ground, unwilling to move. In the past few days, Mina's performance surprised everyone. His endurance seemed to have no lower limit. He basically did not rest all the way, and he was not seen drinking any physical items. Here is a book of agility burst, do you want it? Mina threw the wine bottle to her after treating it with ice bomb, and put the valuable things he just got on the ground. As for this top-notch skill book, every time you want to get it, you have to spend some effort. But fortunately, there are many beauties on my side. Facing these delicate beauties, most of the players who are eyeing them will slow down because they lose their vigilance. This gives Mina, who is sneaking, enough time to catch the zombie king, but the same trick has already lost something to these people, and now it is basically enough strength to speak. In the past few days, there have been more than 1 or 2 fights because of this boss. However, other players are concerned about Mizuna, a senior ninjutsu master, and the beauty in front of them has forced them to maintain their proper gentlemanly demeanor. In addition, there are people from the church watching the scene, and those who dare to act presumptuously will be killed early in the morning to serve as a warning to others. Otherwise, I am afraid that Mizuna has killed a lot of people in the past few days. However, although those people know that they cannot beat them, they will still stay in the zombie territory when the zombie king refreshes, waiting for the goddess of luck to come. But even if the goddess of luck favors them again, they must have the strength to be faster than Mizuna. Give it to Yayan, her agility is good. Although it is not as good as you, a pervert, but with this, it will be much faster to fight monsters, and we don't have to worry too much about safety issues. The beautiful fox directly threw the agility burst into Yayan's arms, and he looked at the purple armor in his hand. Although she was also very interested in this skill book, she gave up directly after hearing Shui Nai's explanation. After all, agility is her main attribute. If she was useless, it would be a joke. This is another undead armor. We dare not use it. You can give it to your friends. The beautiful fox put the armor in her hand aside, and then distributed the things below. Anyway, there are few people in the guild, and everyone has a share. At this time, the other players who had been squatting on the side guarding the zombie king suddenly walked in front of them, and I don't trademark T know what they want to do. Chapter 264 Negotiations about the boss. Shui Nai looked at those people coming over and immediately stood up vigilantly. Now the stamina of the people behind him has been almost consumed. Even if they use those drinks that can restore stamina, it will take time to take effect. And the girls of the Fox Fairy Guild behind him immediately took out small bottles of wine of different sizes and colors from their backpacks and drank them directly. However, if you look at the small wine bottles in their hands from a distance, you will think that they are collectively drinking potions that can temporarily increase various attributes. And this kind of attribute potion is often a benefit only available in large guilds, which can greatly increase people's combat effectiveness. And it is said that the most powerful potion can make people invincible for a period of time, but the side effects are relatively large. However, what surprised those people was that the beautiful women who drank the potion actually all had 2 blushes on their faces. It seems that they have never heard of potions with such effects. So, this group of people couldn't help but wake up 12 points of spirit. There are many weird things in this game, and one may lose money on this if you are not careful. This little brother, let's call you Mina, hello, we have no bad intentions. A tall shield warrior walked out of the group quickly, and then bowed to Mina and said. In fact, Mina also knew that these people had no bad intentions. After all, they didn't have weapons, and the assassins didn't enter the stealth state. Their sincerity was enough. But Shui Nai didn't know what they wanted to do, and in the past few days, the dragon had already sent people here, but they were sent away by the beautiful fox. Here, even the dragon didn't have the ability to make trouble, otherwise they would be on the blacklist of the church, and then they would definitely lose more than they gained. It is said that here, the gods have come down to earth and have formed a temporary cooperation agreement with the Dark Dragon Guild. Each of them occupies the 2nd floor of the Lich Land for 1 day, and they must restrain their members and not let the previous melee happen again. In other words, they take turns to fight the 2nd floor, but due to strength problems, no one has been able to solve the 2 Vampire King bosses on the 2nd floor and open the door to the 3rd floor. However, since the news that the Dragon King was killed came out, the situation in the Lich Land has become subtle again, and the atmosphere has become more and more solemn. So when you see this group of people coming, although they are not malicious, you have to be on guard. Is there anything? Shui Nai asked the question in her heart without thinking. Instead of wasting time here, it is better to get straight to the point. Well, this is what happened. You have been here for 4 days. What mission are you doing here? If possible, we want to help you complete this mission, and our reward is just that skill book. The shield-armored man saw that he was so direct, and after reacting, he had to come directly. Well, then you have to ask our team leader. After saying that, Mina pointed at the beautiful fox. Anyway, it's better for her to solve this kind of thing. In fact, at the beginning, they saw that the zombies here were getting fewer and fewer as they beat them, and they had long begun to suspect that they had accepted the hidden mission. They didn't care about this. After all, their purpose of coming here was not those zombies but the zombie king with the best skill book. However, since they came, that perverted ninjutsu master came, the zombie king became his possession. Every time this ninjutsu master suddenly appeared and quickly ran towards their camp with the frozen zombie king in his arms, they had a headache. Moreover, as the first person to attack the boss, Mina did have the right to explode the boss. However, if someone did this to her once a day, no matter how good her temper was, she couldn't keep it up. You guy, do you still need to consider this kind of thing? Of course not, you have no sense of guilt at all. The beautiful fox scolded Mina in the team chat, but with a smile on her face, she talked to the shield-armored man. As for this question, I'm afraid it's not possible. We already have enough manpower here, and more people will be useless. And for a top quality skill book like this, it's rare that there is no big guild to compete, so naturally it has to be first come first served. The beautiful fox refused directly. At this time, she naturally had to be tougher, otherwise she would waste a lot of time in the war of words. But, haven't you got enough skill books in these 4 days? The shield-armored man didn't expect that his group had requested humbly, but she refused without thinking, and he was angry. But he didn't want to give up just like that, so he asked. Just as the female leader said, the Dark Dragon Guild and the God of Heaven had to give up this place at the same time because of the treaty issue. After all, before, the two sides had fought more than a dozen battles around this zombie king. Although there were wins and losses and benefits, they received serious warnings from the church and finally had to give up this treasure land at the same time. But they would send some unknown players here, and many of them secretly played skill books, but now they encountered the iron plate of Mina. The gap in strength also determined the ownership of the boss. It's only 4 books, but there are 7 people in our guild, so it's naturally not enough. Besides, if we play too much, we can give it to friends or sell it to others. You have done a lot of this kind of thing. The beautiful fox is not the kind of person who will give alms to others when she sees pity. After all, this is a game, and there is no need to give your own things to others. But there are 8 people here. And you are now clearing the zombies here, the kind of thorough cleaning, can't you think about other players? After hearing this, the shield-armored man blushed, but his mouth hardened. Sorry, this is a hidden task. Even if we don't do it, others will rush to do it. Can you compensate us for our losses if we don't complete this task? If so, then we will stop this task and focus on the boss. The beautiful fox completely ignored the man's words and thought about other players. Even the people in front of him might not be such players, so why should he be that kind of person? Okay, then I will put the news that you are going to thoroughly clean up the zombie territory on the internet, and I want to see how you explain it to other players. The shield-armored man sneered. He didn't believe that these people could withstand the pressure of public opinion. I don't care, and there is nothing to explain. After all, this kind of thing is about strength. You are so weak, but you want to get the biggest benefit. This is not the convention of the game. There is basically nothing to say in a negotiation like this where the bargaining chips of both sides are so different, and the tone of the beautiful fox has not been so friendly in order to resolve this negotiation as soon as possible. And the shield-armored man was said like this in front of a group of beauties and his subordinates, but he did not go crazy, which was already a good control. However, judging from his flushed face, he should not give up so easily. In fact, these people did not have any good behavior from the beginning. When they were robbing the zombie king, those crossbows that were misfired had already explained their behavior, but they did not dare to do too much. In the next few minutes, those people actually spread the news that Yayan and others were going to clean up the zombie territory. It seems that those people are really stingy. They can't afford to lose, but they come to learn from others to rob the boss. It's really shameful. After the beautiful fox came down from the forum, she immediately said with a smile, not worried about the follow-up problem at all. If, at the beginning, your tone could be less tough, the effect might be better. Although the result is still the failure of the negotiation, it will not be so serious. Mina shook her head while practicing ninjutsu on the skeleton soldiers. If you want me to argue with them, you'd better spare me. The beautiful fox took a look at the situation in the zombie territory. Now they have cleared 80% of it, and it is estimated that this place can be liberated tomorrow. At this time, the people from the Tianchengzia fan guild who were on duty in the Lich Land today also came to understand the situation. Looking at this friend who has not seen him for 2 months, Shui Nai only felt that time has passed really quickly. It has been several months since he went from a novice to now, and at the beginning, Shui Nai got a lot of help from this friend. Tianhuo, long time no see. Shui Nai saw Tianhuo coming with a few people, and immediately stepped forward to say hello. And looking at Tianhuo's current status, it seems that he is doing well in Tianchengzia fan. Yes, long time no see. I won't be polite. I came here to ask about the situation here. Tianhuo got straight to the point, without any ambiguity, wasting everyone's time. As mentioned on the forum, we have received a hidden mission to clean up the zombies here. We have been working on it for 4 days and should be able to complete it tomorrow. I wonder if you have any advice. Shui Nai kept looking at Tianhuo's face, but he didn't see the change in his expression, so he couldn't guess why they came. As for this, we don't have any problem. On the contrary, we hope that you can clean up the zombie territory as soon as possible. Although the boss here is very profitable, it is not something we can control. In this case, our president naturally doesn't want it to exist. So if you encounter any problems in this regard, you can notify us. We will always stand by you. Tianhuo said in Shui Nai's private chat, and his tone was very sincere. Oh, I see. Shui Nai nodded without accepting or rejecting. Anyone who has anything to do with the guild must be careful, otherwise there will be big problems later. By the way, I have good news for you. Tian Long has been beaten into the Elders' Council by Shen Long. Now the vice president is this guy called Dragon King. Although I don't know what happened inside them, it will be much easier to deal with the Dark Shen Long guild without Tian Long. Tianhuo suddenly reminded Shui Nai in a low voice, with a very happy tone, as if he had seen that the throne of the first guild in the elemental city was already theirs. After watching Tianhuo leave with a smile, Shui Nai told the beautiful fox about what happened just now. It always feels weird. Forget it. I can't care so much about their affairs. I'd better finish this task first and see what rewards I can get. The beautiful fox didn't want to care about such things that she couldn't control, so she focused on the zombies that were refreshed one by one. You fight first, I'll send the equipment over. Shui Nai said, and then he went directly into the phantom stealth and ran to the wooden house. Chapter 265 The Last Zombie King. In the next few minutes, the people from the Dark Dragon Guild also came to ask, and their attitude was no different from that of the gods descending from heaven. It was just that they were more practical, and after expressing their attitude, they directly asked how to open the hidden tasks here. After thinking about it, the beautiful fox directly told the person in charge the triggering process. Anyway, the tasks here can basically be eaten by them, and the biggest piece of fat meat is already in their hands. Less than an hour after the beautiful fox said the triggering process, more than 10 carriages came outside the Lich Land, and the carriages were hung with the emblem of the Dark Dragon Guild, and they were full of elite players of the Dark Dragon Guild. These sudden changes shocked the elite gods who were fighting the boss on the second floor and trying to pass the level. When several warriors were hung out because of this, and went to ask, the Dark Dragon Guild just said I have a mission, so it is inconvenient to disclose it, and then they went to clean up the skeleton soldiers collectively. The Dark Dragon Guild's big move immediately made the people of the gods in heaven smell something wrong. After careful observation, they found that the Dark Dragon Guild's target was really the skeleton soldiers. However, when the upper-level personnel learned that all their teams were equipped with a senior medical magician, they also began to connect these things and learn from the people of the Dark Dragon Guild. However, the manpower they could use at this time was not as good as that of the Dark Dragon Guild. Since the church took over here, both the gods in heaven and the people of the Dark Dragon Guild have restricted their own forces entering the Lich Land. The reason is nothing else, that is, they are afraid that there will be a ghost inside to make trouble. After all, the ghost inside is still on their side before it is cleared. Even if the ghost inside is willing to admit this identity, the people in the church will not accept it. And now, due to time issues and the yearning for this unknown task reward, the people of the two major guilds have begun to gather together, and the adverse effect of gathering together is that conflicts between the two sides continue to emerge. Are they so aggressive that they have to fight to the death? Mina and the beautiful fox sat on a rock and watched the fight in the distance. This was a confrontation between two warriors, one was a paladin and the other was a swordsman. If you don't kill people in an online game, that's called an online game, and that's called a standalone game, okay. The beautiful fox drank a drink while watching the two people fighting to the death. These two the individual levels are not low, all of them are over level 40, and the skills they use are also very powerful. Every time the paladin's holy light slash strikes, there will always be a row of skeleton soldiers that are affected and shattered all over the ground. However, due to the terrain and the large number of skeleton soldiers here, the big lizard under his crotch cannot launch an effective charge. And its owner did not use the paladin's mount charge casually, but instead made it take a defensive posture to resist the enemy's attack. And the senior swordsman who kept wandering around kept waving the flaming sword in his hand, and sent out a series of fighting spirits to fight back. It's just that the attack range of this fighting spirit is a bit short, only a few meters. Some fighting spirits may have disappeared into the air before they hit. But if you want to talk about the damage value, the senior swordsman's damage is stronger, and he is the one who actively attacks, which is much better for the passively defensive paladin. But the paladin's defensive ability is not just for show. The paladin has a skill that can transfer the vitality and defense of the mount to itself for a certain period of time. It gives it the same defensive ability as a shield, and with the help of its own defensive ninjutsu, the defensive ability has exceeded the shield of the same level. The paladin may lose if he doesn't have any trump card. The beautiful fox pointed at the scarred lizard with a boring finger. If it died, the paladin would basically fail. Well, but maybe both of them will die. Mina looked at the figure flying from the wooden house, and immediately grabbed the rock below to stabilize her body. This figure is not the first time Mina has seen it. When a white beam of light with a width of 1 meter fell from the sky like a divine punishment, the entire first layer of the lich land was slightly shaken. And the impact wave it generated even lifted the unstable beautiful fox off. Pft, pft. Tisk, is there such a big hatred that it can use such a big move? The fox that climbed up from below wiped the dust off its face and was immediately stunned, with its jaws wide open. But it was no wonder, after all, the power of this holy light column was amazing. The battlefield just now was replaced by a large pit several meters deep, and the casualties of the players around it had to be calculated piece by piece. Even the nearby skeleton soldiers were directly wiped out by hundreds. There's nothing I can do. Who told them not to listen? Mina didn't laugh at her for being surprised. With Mina's experience in this world, she had seen sword masters and forbidden spells, and this level of skills could not make him lose face. Of course, the premise of this is that he is not the victim. Well, go down to work. The beautiful fox saw so many players being killed by an NPC, and couldn't help but sigh to express her indignation. Shui Na looked at the time. Now the zombie king is about to be resurrected. As long as the zombie king that comes out this time is handed over to Yayan for purification, then the mission of their team can be completed. However, he still has an important thing to do now. He was seen standing on the rock with his eyes wide open. If you see it at a close distance, you can see that his eyes are emitting a faint light, and two eyes that are like substance are scanning back and forth in this zombie territory. Hey, what are you doing up there? Come down, the zombie king is about to come out. Xiao Mei shouted loudly below, and the voice resounded throughout the zombie territory. But as soon as she said this, Shui Na clearly saw several figures suddenly appearing in the zombie territory. These figures only had vague outlines. If you don't pay attention, you may think it is an illusion created by thermal currents, but there are no thermal currents in this lich land. This is the nth time that Shui Na has used this search skill. Under the effect of this skill, low-level stealth skills have a great chance of being discovered, but its effective time is only a few seconds. Although the current search level is very low, it can still allow Mina to find the approximate location of these assassins, so as to know their arrangements and loopholes. And this is one of the reasons why Mina has been ahead of these people in the past few days. Did you find it? Everyone asked with a smile when they saw Mina jumping down from the rock. Well, then let's act according to the old rules. Mina said, looked around with a smile, and then disappeared. Compared with a group of players who have not even reached the advanced level, a player with advanced skills may be suppressed by the more people in a heated confrontation, but if it is a game of grabbing monsters, Mina is already several streets ahead of these people. The moment Mina entered the phantom stealth, he had activated the search skill again. Now he walked to the center of the zombie territory while looking at the assassins who were hiding secretly around. The resurrection location of the zombie king is random. Basically, as long as it is in the zombie territory, any corner is possible, such as under everyone's feet. So for now, the zombie territory has been divided by 3 groups of players, and the people in each group are guarding the area where they think the zombie king has a chance to appear. It's out. Xiao Mei suddenly waved the staff in her hand and shot a holy light bullet, which landed in a corner of the zombie territory. However, her trick did not attract the guards, and they could only believe their own eyes now. At this time, a piece of soil under Mina's feet suddenly appeared upward. In this zombie territory where only the zombie king was left, the changes here immediately attracted everyone's attention. No way, such good luck. Mina looked at the zombie hand stretched out under his feet, and his heart was very happy, but no matter what his heart was like, his hands and feet were not affected at all. He immediately stepped back and dodged its grab, and at the same time, 2 blue thunder ice began to shoot out from the staff, hitting the zombie whose upper body had already drilled out of the soil. Looking at the frozen zombie king, Shui Na immediately added several defensive ninjutsu for herself, while Yayan and the others were also rushing over quickly, and white holy light hit Shui Na's body. At this time, several crossbow arrows flew from all directions. Although the target of these crossbow arrows was the zombie king who had not yet completely come out, Shui Na, who was beside her, was also taken care of. However, Shui Na did not pay attention to the damage on her body. Instead, she shot several flame walls around to confuse the opponent's sight. When the flame wall was extinguished, the people of the Fox Fairy Guild also arrived, surrounded the zombie king below, and began to fight the boss. You lost again, Xiao Mei's excited voice sounded in the zombie territory. Chapter 266 Honor System. Shui Nai and the others looked at the surrounding players nervously, while Yayan was trying to burn the zombie king below, but it would take a little time, especially to melt the ice crystals on its head first. Hey, what do you mean? If you really want to fight, just say it. Don't just point the crossbow at us without taking action. It's a waste of time. Mizuna looked at the light reflected by the crossbows around her and felt a little disappointed. Although she shouldn't be killed by these weapons, the ninjutsu masters behind her couldn't do that. It's just that no one wants to take action first, otherwise they will be hunted down and killed by the church staff here. Humph, if you are willing to hand over those zombie kings, we... The big man in shield armor began to sweat on his forehead before he finished speaking. He pointed the crossbow in his hand at Mizuna's head before he even had time to say anything. In fact, not only him, but other players also deliberately aimed their crossbows at Mizuna, or began to look back to see if the escape route was clear. Now they are all worried about the big fireball on Mizuna's staff. For now, the explosive bomb is not something they can afford. As long as it hits, someone on their side will definitely fall. Moreover, if you die here, the punishment is not something that everyone can afford. All the people, including the people of the Fox Fairy Guild, did not understand what Mina was doing at this time. If he wanted to threaten the people outside, his behavior would implicate the people on his side, which was completely a way of harming himself and benefiting others. However, because of their trust in him, they did not say anything doubtful. Boss, I heard that the explosive bomb will explode as soon as it is touched, so why not? Well, okay, then you leave our team first, and then shoot his explosive flame. However, before they finished their conversation, Mina launched the big fireball into the air. When the big fireball rose to 10 meters, it suddenly spread out and turned into a piece of fiery red fireworks, but in the process of spreading out, there was no explosion sound, and no shockwave or other effects were formed. Fuck, this is a fireball spell, he's calling people over. Fireball, this is not a flaming bomb, we've been fooled. A few people who reacted quickly already knew that Shui Nai was going to call people over to help, because they all remembered that he had done this in the ring match. Sure enough, not long after, 10 red or golden figures walked out of the sea of bones calmly. They first looked at the situation on the scene and then began to surround Shui Nai's opponents. Misunderstanding, this is just a misunderstanding. The other team immediately retreated after seeing the 10 skeleton bosses. Although their overall strength should be able to beat these 10 bosses, even if they win, so what? They won't get any benefits, and they will be hunted down by the church staff in the Lich Land. This is a completely unprofitable behavior. If you disappear within a minute, I will think it's just a misunderstanding. Although Mina has the ability to deal with them, it is also a thankless task, and he himself will not do it. Wow, your soldiers are really amazing. They are scared away by just walking around. Xiaomei said with interest. Looking at the golden skeleton king, she touched her wrist again. Her action was so obvious that everyone knew what she was thinking, but some things were not decided by Mina. Don't even think about it. They won't follow us, and as a medical practitioner, it's not a good idea for you to find undead creatures as pets. Humph, none of your business. Although Xiaomei was indeed interested in getting a golden boss as a pet, she also knew that she didn't have the ability to subdue it, so she could only sulk. After that, everyone, including the 10 skeleton bosses, worked together to dig out the half-buried zombie king. It turned out that the zombie king buried in the soil could continuously absorb the dark power in the black soil to restore its dark power burned by the holy flame, and the absorption speed was much faster than the disappearance speed, which means that it was mutating and advancing. Given the unpredictability of this boss mutation, after discussing it, Mina and the others immediately felt that it was safer to dig it out, otherwise they would not be able to defeat a black boss even if the benefits were high. When Mina burned the ice crystals on the zombie king's head with a fireball, a jet of black gas immediately gushed out of the zombie king's mouth, covering several people who were relatively close. Well, it stinks. I can't stand it. The beautiful fox was sprayed by the stinky corpse gas, and felt a stinky smell that made people want to die rushing into her mind, so she immediately withdrew and wiped off the saliva on it. But her retching appearance and ugly face made Xiaomei, the heartless guy, laugh so hard. It seems that when fighting this kind of thing, you must not let their bodies touch the ground, otherwise something will happen. Mina fanned her nose and waved the ice shield in her hand to fan the wind and blow away the corpse gas. The last time Shui Nai and Dao Yiyu Dao tortured this boss, they pressed its body to the ground, causing it to mutate, and this time, it was similar to the last time. Is everyone okay? Shui Nai glanced at everyone, but still asked one more question. No, I just feel a little sick and want to vomit. The beautiful fox said sadly. Hey, this is just a game, do you need to be so serious? Xiao Mei squatted beside the fox and asked puzzledly. She remembered that all close personnel were equipped with corpse poison beads. Even if they were poisoned by the zombie king, the effect would not be so strong. You will know after you try it. It feels terrible. The beautiful fox picked up the crossbow and shot at it quickly to vent her resentment. Others also attacked the zombie king to weaken its health. And the skeleton bosses, intimidated by the fear of Yayan's holy flame, had already retreated far away. As the black gas coming out of the zombie king's head became less and less, the color became lighter and lighter, and everyone immediately knew that it was dying. But this zombie king was very tenacious. Yayan had already used more than a dozen holy flame bombs, and had long burned its health to only 1 point, but this 1 point of health survived the burning of 4 or 5 holy flame bombs. It seems that the boss level dark power is more troublesome. If you want to burn it completely, you need to spend a lot of energy. Minna observed the changes in the zombie king in his heart and wrote down this information. At this time, suddenly bang, the zombie king's head turned directly into ashes, and a phantom thing like a human figure floated out of its body, ignoring the frozen ice crystals outside, and disappeared directly in midair. Finally completed the task. Minna glanced at the changes in the task status on the task bar, and immediately used the continuous fireball to melt the ice crystals on the zombie king's body, revealing the equipment that was exploded. So far, all the zombies in the entire zombie territory have been cleared, but when the task was completed, there was no strange phenomenon such as the holy light from the sky or the rebirth of the earth, which disappointed the girls. What disappointed them even more was that when they left, they found that the skeleton soldiers actually walked towards the zombie territory and directly occupied it. Forget it, let's go and hand in the task and see what good things we can get. Shui Na didn't know how to improve the morale of these people, so she had to lead the way in front. By the way, Xiao Yat, did you upgrade your last holy flame? Xiao Wen suddenly asked Yayan beside her in a low voice. When the zombie king turned into a ghost and left, she saw the holy flame pattern on the back of Yayan's hand light up, so she asked this question. It didn't upgrade, but the level of summoning holy flame was upgraded, and the chanting time disappeared. Yayan looked at the pattern on the back of her hand and read the relevant information from it. Just now, in order to speed up, she used 2 skills in turn, and the last skill she used was Summon Holy Flame. In the past few days, the level of Summon Holy Flame has not moved, and has been stopped at level 10. After getting rid of the Zombie King, it broke through level 10 in one fell swoop, and the cooldown time was directly reduced to 0. This kind of upgrade the method is somewhat similar to the upgrade method of some life skills. In the final breakthrough stage, you must complete a work that exceeds your level to be recognized by the system and suddenly break your bottleneck. Xiao Meizhen said with experience that her life skill is tailoring, but she has never made a breakthrough. However, with her temperament, it is difficult to break through. When everyone came to the wooden house, the skeleton soldiers left and hid in the grove on one side of the wooden house. Although they have been recognized by the church, they are not arrogant enough to sway in front of the church staff, otherwise they will be wiped out by others, which will be miserable. Afterwards, Mina and his group came to the NPC who entrusted them with the task. Haha, you did a good job. I didn't expect to clear all the zombies in the zombie territory so quickly. Well, this is the reward you deserve. Although the NPC in charge of the task was not of high status, he gave people a kind and friendly feeling, which was much better than the wooden colleagues behind him. After the NPC finished speaking, he took out a small cloth bag and handed it to Yayan. Judging from the appearance of the cloth bag, there were not many things in it, but Yayan, who was calm, raised her delicate eyebrows. When Yayan took the small cloth bag, the system's rewards came out. Everyone received 1000 honor points, 50 gold coins and experience points equivalent to 10% of the current level. The rewards for hidden tasks have always been known for their high returns, but they did not expect that this simple task would be so rich. By the way, I have some weapons here. If you are interested, you can get them as long as you can dedicate enough honor to our Lord. After handing over the bag, the man immediately took out a space bracelet, put it on his wrist and said to everyone. Honor value? Is it the battlefield honor system? Isn't this system only available on the battlefield of the enemy camp? When the beautiful fox heard about exchanging equipment with honor points, she immediately thought of this system that is very popular on the front battlefield. Chapter 267, Purification Wand. The honor system of the battlefield is just a general term, because this system includes many things, including the honor shop system, honor task system, war general system and several other systems. In this honor system, players can get what they want by consuming honor points. For example, the honor shop system means that players can obtain honor equipment or related props by consuming a certain amount of honor points. These items are all-encompassing, from blank equipment to top-grade artifacts. It's just that this kind of honor equipment is more targeted. The honor task system means that when the player's honor value reaches a certain level, he can consume a certain amount of honor points to get a hidden task book or treasure map, thereby getting the opportunity to trigger various adventures. However, whether the player has the ability to catch this kind of adventure depends on their own strength. The War General system, like the Noble system, is an upgrade system for status. It's just that the War General has more special effects than the Noble. These special effects may not be very useful in general adventures and monster hunting, but they can play a great role on the battlefield. Generally speaking, this honor system will only appear in places such as war cities or fortresses in front of the front line that can generate a large amount of honor points. After all, the honor point consumption of that system is not affordable for ordinary people. The current Lichland is already considered half of the battlefield, but this battlefield is relatively small, so the only honor system open is the honor shop system. The honor point system, to put it bluntly, is a killing competition. As long as the player kills more enemies in the enemy camp, he will naturally get more honor points, and he can get more things from this system. It's just that at the current stage of the frontline battlefield, I haven't heard of any player who can get ahead. Most of them are killed by hostile NPCs and become the enemy's honor points. Afterwards, Yayan distributed the special rewards of this mission. In the small cloth bag, there were a total of 8 gem fragments emitting a holy halo. Although these gems are not complete and can only be used to inlay equipment or make holy flame food for Yayan, these holy stone fragments have been blessed by the church. If they are inlaid on weapons, in addition to a certain amount of holy light damage when attacking, there is also a certain probability of triggering the purification ability to directly purify the corpses of creatures, which has a strong restraining ability for those undead creatures. The fragments of the purification holy stone in Mina's hand have a 5% chance of triggering purification. If they are inlaid on the staff, they can randomly cause substantial damage to the undead creatures below. Yayan, I want to ask, is your medical practitioner's advanced ninjutsu purification a passive skill or an active skill? Mina looked at the holy stone fragments in her hand and suddenly asked curiously. Purification is a passive skill, which allows learners to have a 10% chance of attaching a purification effect when attacking. The active skill you mentioned is called Purifying Light. It is a skill of the priest that can purify or dispel darkness for creatures within a certain range. There is a certain probability to directly purify the corpse, making it impossible to resurrect. Yayan is familiar with these two skills, and since the official website has always emphasized the value of these two skills, anyone who is familiar with the information of the church knows this kind of thing. Oh, it seems that it is a skill that specifically restrains the dark forces. By the way, let me see what can be bought in this honor shop first. Shui Na's current honor value is more than 30,000, which is also considered a rich man. Okay, I'll see if there is any equipment suitable for me. Xiao Mei was the first to walk over after she finished speaking, and judging from her posture, she was going to let Shui Na pay. Hey, how much honor do you have now? Xiao Mei asked as she walked over. Not much, only 10,000 can be used, and the rest should be kept for noble tasks. Shui Na's words were a little bitter. A lot, it seems that you can buy a lot of things. I heard that there are suits of equipment in the honor equipment, and that one is said to be very strong. Xiao Mei had already walked to the quest NPC, and with a smile she completed the pre-trading inquiries, and then she went directly into the trading window to select items. However, in the next moment, everyone immediately noticed that Xiao Mei's expression had become strange, and the smile at the beginning had completely disappeared, and her resentment became stronger and stronger. Are you trying to trick me? Are these things bought by people? A fragment of a holy stone with a quality of ordinary requires 100 points of honor, and a complete one actually requires 500 points. What's even more outrageous is that a staff actually requires 5,000 points of honor. This is simply robbery. Xiao Mei shouted loudly in the team chat in an incredible tone while flipping through each page of the trading window. At this time, everyone surrounded that person and began to check the relevant item information. Xiao Yat, it seems that only you and him have the capital to buy these equipment. The beautiful fox took a fancy to a level 40 dagger with the purification light skill, but the honor value was as high as 15,000. If it was converted into skeleton soldiers, she would have to purify 1,500 to make up the number. For now, they can only afford some holy stones or some holy light potions. As for equipment with special effects, there is no possibility. Mina thought about it, and after carefully looking at all the items, she chose a staff with a 10% chance of triggering purification. As an honor equipment, it can also form a set of white honor suits with other equipment. This is a level 40 staff called Purification Staff, which cost him more than 8,000 honor points in total. Although its attribute bonus itself is not outstanding, it can only be regarded as between white equipment and blue equipment at most, but as a player who can use range ninjutsu, this kind of thing is very suitable for him to fight these undead creatures. From the appearance, except for the extra blessed halo, this staff feels similar to the white equipment outside. It's worth 8,000. Xiao Mei snatched the staff that was emitting a faint white halo and wanted to use it to see its effect. However, this staff is an honor equipment, and only its owner can use it. Even if others get it, they can only destroy it. In fact, it is a blessed white equipment, but it has an additional purification attribute. Honor equipment, to put it bluntly, is to use honor to produce more honor, so this price is still appropriate. Shui Na also took the staff and sent 2 flame walls to the skeleton soldiers outside. After a clattering sound, a faint black gas came out of the flame wall and disappeared into the sky of the Lich Land. Afterwards, Yayan also chose a purification staff, but she used up all the honor points she had accumulated over the past few days. In the end, it was Shui Na who spent 2,000 points of honor points to buy her 2 ordinary holy stones of excellent quality as a reserve of holy flames. Although these 2 holy stones have not been blessed, the energy they contain is not comparable to those in the hands of unscrupulous profiteers. As a holy flame ninjutsu master who has come into contact with and absorbed the energy of holy stones, Yayan has gained the ability to evaluate the amount of energy in holy stones. Through this ability, Yayan concluded that the energy content of these 2 holy stones is 10 times that of before, and it is most suitable as a wartime reserve. As for the rest of the people, each of them exchanged for an extra purification holy stone, and then with the help of the injured little fox, the blacksmith, they inlaid the holy stone on the appropriate weapon. After the injured little fox rang for a few minutes, all the people rushed into the bone sea with the weapon with purification effect, and began a life of killing monsters in the dark. As the first players to discover this kind of honor value, they must maintain this advantage, and then make a fortune quietly, use limited resources to the extreme, and thus distance themselves from other players. Now they are completely fighting each other, and there is no contact on the task. Because the team task of the NPC of that task is very profitable, but it is generally troublesome. Basically, it requires the complete cleaning of some undead creatures, and it is unknown when it will be completed. And more importantly, this cleaning task can only be accepted once at a time, and it cannot be abandoned. So based on the above, I just want to get more honor faster. They immediately chose the easiest and simplest task. Every time they cleared 100 skeleton soldiers, they could get 100 points of honor. This task is the simplest of all tasks, but it is the most cost-effective task. Every time you submit a task, you can get a total of 1,100 points of honor. If a hard-working elemental ninjutsu master like Mina is a little luckier, this task should be completed about 2 or 3 times a day. And a medical ninjutsu master like Yayan who has holy flame ninjutsu can complete it 4 times a day. And if it is a player like Xiao Mei who fishes for 3 days and dries the net for 2 days, there is nothing to calculate. Chapter 268 Ordinary Monster Killing Life. In the center of the Bone Sea, the location of the Golden Coffin. This used to be the headquarters of the skeleton soldiers. When the Lich Land was open, the level of the skeleton soldiers here was the highest, and it was also the most difficult. But now, since the Skeleton King led his red skeleton soldiers to escape from the Bone Sea, there has been no red skeleton boss here, nor has the Golden Skeleton King appeared, and the Golden Coffin has completely become a decoration here. Now this place has become a place for Shui Nai and his group to brush honor points. As the first batch of players to get the purification equipment, they will naturally use the purification equipment to the maximum. Now, except for Ye Yan and Xiao Mei's 4 ninjutsu masters who did not go deep into the Bone Sea. The rest of the group was basically surrounded by skeleton soldiers in the Bone Sea. Among them, Shui Nai was the most prominent. He stood a few iron rods in the Bone Sea, and after fixing them, he stood on it and ruthlessly bombed the skeleton soldiers below. With the help of a large amount of potions, the skeleton soldiers below could not even enter the 1 meter range of Shui Nai, so that a 1 meter square safe space appeared in the middle of the Bone Sea. The 4 continuous replacement flame walls are the strongest defense line of this space, and no skeleton soldier can pass through the flame wall. Looking at the entire Bone Sea, only Mina's attack method is the most gorgeous and efficient. As long as a ninjutsu player finds a commanding height in a place, his firepower can be fully exerted. Now as long as Mina is willing, he can fully support the players not far away with firepower, and it is the kind of support without pressure. And the best thing about this approach is that Mina can know from a high place that there are no players in that place, and then he can drop a flaming bomb there, and continuously improve the proficiency of flaming bombs. There are many ninjutsu masters like Mina who use flame walls to build a safety problem, such as the 4 ninjutsu masters 50 meters to Mina's left. These 4 people are responsible for the attack and defense of one side, making this space very tight, and all the skeleton soldiers have no possibility of breaking through, but at the same time, they have no way to use advanced ninjutsu and flaming bombs to clear the field at this distance. Although their methods were similar to Mina's, they did not have any purification equipment, so judging from their appearance, they were probably just practicing their skills. At this moment, Mina saw a fiery red line suddenly appear in the Sea of Bones, and it was rapidly approaching her safe space. This red line had the momentum to split the Sea of Bones into 2 parts, and rushed into Mina's safe space with unparalleled momentum. Mina turned around and immediately saw the pale face of the injured little fox and the flames that kept burning on his body. This flame was peeled off from the flame wall. This is the new ability of the flame wall after level 10, the body flame. For any creature burned by the flame of the flame wall, even if it has left the range of the flame wall, the flames on its body will not be extinguished. Seeing this, Mina immediately used the recovery technique to pull up her health. The injured little fox's fighting style in the shield shell Sea of Bones is even more violent and fierce than that of Shui Na. She uses her defense and sufficient health points to continuously use the Toinjuri skill Flame Charge Slash in this Sea of Bones, dividing the Sea of Bones into areas like farmland. She has to find Shui Na or Ye Yan at the edge to restore her health points every once in a while. After another half an hour, the beautiful fox, fox butterfly and the injured little fox all gathered under Shui Na. Now they don't have much endurance. Although the skeleton soldiers outside have no ability to break their defense, based on the principle that they will feel pain even if they are not injured, they don't want to be tortured by the skeleton soldiers' bone claws after their endurance is used up. In fact, this kind of endurance is sold in the system store. Although the price is a bit expensive, about 500 points, the effect is good. It is much more efficient than the wine bought by Shui Na, and there is no drunken state. However, in order to get the equipment they wanted earlier, they had to use these drinks to restore their endurance, and they had to endure the effects of drunkenness, such as dizziness and headaches. Such a drunken state would not occur if they drank a small amount each time. However, since the recovery efficiency of these drinks was limited, they naturally had to drink a few more pots to fill up their endurance, so getting drunk was inevitable. Looking at the 3 companions lying on the ground below, Mina had to put away her sight and arranged the surrounding flame wall wider, tighter, to ensure that the people below have enough space. This situation did not last long, and the injured little fox with the highest physique had completely recovered from the drunken state. She shouted and directly launched the flame charge slash and rushed out of the flame wall. And she rushed out a distance of more than 10 meters in a series of crash crisp sounds, then unfolded the shield sword in her hand, and turned fiercely, directly smashing the skeleton soldiers within 1 meter around into pieces, and several wisps of black smoke continued to emerge from where she walked. After that, the second person to wake up was Hudi. She got out of a man-made loophole in Shui Nai's flame wall, and then started to kill all the way to the task NPC. She was very lucky and has now completed a group of tasks to purify 100 skeleton soldiers. As for Shui Nai, he had already completed the second group of tasks and was now working on the third group, but there were not many potions in his backpack, and he was afraid that he would not be able to complete the third group today. "Hey, are you still sleeping? I'm leaving." Mina looked at the beautiful fox below who might have really fallen asleep, and felt a headache. So she threw an empty potion bottle down to wake her up. "Are you looking for death?" The beautiful fox got up and immediately covered her nose and roared angrily, but the anger was a bit nasal, which sounded good. The empty potion bottle just hit her delicate nose. Although it did not cause any damage, the pain was very real. Sorry, I didn't notice it just now. Mina didn't expect that she would hit her nose with a casual throw, so she apologized immediately. Humph. After the beautiful fox said that, she walked out directly from the extinguished flame wall, and the dagger in her hand turned into a mess of light, cutting the heads of the skeleton soldiers outside into two one by one. Unfortunately, the assassination magician's skills were completely ineffective against these skeleton soldiers, so she could only wave the dagger randomly. Just looking at her like this, it seems that she is venting more. Did I just break her dream? This is a sin. Shui Na muttered in her heart, but the staff in her hand did not stop. 4 flame walls appeared around again, isolating all the skeleton soldiers outside. In the 10 seconds when the flame wall burned, Shui Na quickly collected the iron rod below, carried it on her shoulders, and then added a lot of defensive ninjutsu to herself, and rushed towards Yayan. After meeting Yayan and others, Shui Na walked towards the quest NPC with them. Now, not many people know the true value of the nameless NPC of the quest and honor system, and those who know, like Shui Na and her gang, plan to make a fortune in silence. But Shui Na knows that this time will not be too long. Maybe tomorrow, this place will be occupied by people from the Dark Dragon Guild or the God of Heaven Guild. Well, you did a really good job. If you are stronger, I can give you some special tasks, so you have to work harder. Since Mina and his group completed several tasks, the NPC has become familiar with each other and is very relaxed, talking and laughing. Okay, we will work hard. Although Mina said this, she knew in her heart that at present, there is no chance for them to get any experience in the first level. At most, they can only get some skill proficiency. It's just that there are 6 people in the Fox Fairy Guild who are still intermediate professions. Only he and the beautiful fox broke through first, while the others are not optimistic. Without a source of experience, they have no way to raise their level to the standard of advanced professions, but fortunately, they don't care about this level. Mina's current level has been far behind the players on the leaderboard, but if it comes to comprehensive strength, Mina is still confident that she can compete with the players on the leaderboard. During these few days of brushing honor points, although Mina's level did not change much, the proficiency of those skills has gained a lot. If these skills are used well, they can definitely make up for the gap in level. After completing the task and getting the reward, Mina immediately exchanged the newly obtained honor points for 3 holy stone fragments with purification effects, and handed them to the subordinates of the unscrupulous profiteer, asking him to take them to the unscrupulous profiteer. Since Mina told the unscrupulous profiteer about this honor system, he immediately sent people to guard here every day when he was about to go offline to receive Mina's holy stone fragments. In these 3 days, Mina has exchanged almost 10 holy stone fragments from the honor shop. Except for 3 that were digested by Xiaomei and herself, the rest are in the hands of the unscrupulous profiteer. Well, everyone, see you tomorrow. The beautiful fox shook her hair and disappeared. Chapter 269, The Great Cooperation of the Two Guilds. On the 2nd level of the Lich Land, the elites of the Dark Dragon Guild and the Gods of Heaven Guild have gathered together and started to work together to defeat the last 2 bosses of this level. Since the disappearance of the corpse wizard Nobiles in the Lich Land, the 2 major guilds in the Elemental City suddenly received a mysterious mission issued by the Church. The difficulty of this mission is very high, which may be no less than going to a mythical dungeon. But the reward is extremely generous, so generous that even the presidents of the 2 major guilds are excited when they see it. And it was this sudden mission that made the 2 major guilds start to deploy a large number of elites here. However, at the beginning, since the passage on the 2nd floor was opened by the Dark Dragon Guild, the people of the Dark Dragon Guild had been guarding the narrow passage in the middle and did not allow other people to enter. For this reason, the cannon fodder of the 2 guilds broke out countless melees in that narrow passage. It was just that because the Dark Dragon Guild had the advantage of terrain and numbers, the God of Heaven Guild had no ability to take this narrow passage, and naturally could not go to the 2nd floor to push down the boss there and complete the mission of the Church. However, the people of the Dark Dragon Guild were happy for only 2 days, and the Lich Land was controlled by the Church. However, these NPCs were obviously not here to help, but to maintain order in the Lich Land. Later, under the pressure of the Church, the Dark Dragon Guild could only form a temporary cooperation agreement with the people who came down from heaven. One person would fight for 1 day, and see who could break through the second layer and enter the third layer, and then whoever could get all the rewards for that task would get all the rewards for that task. However, the boss of the second layer far exceeded their budget, both in quantity and quality, and seriously exceeded their imagination. After defeating the Dark Apprentice boss, and then overthrowing the leader of the Black Knights, the two bosses in front of them alone gave the two guilds a headache. When these two bosses were dismembered by the two guilds in turn, two vampire kings suddenly jumped out. Facing the boss with high altitude advantage, and it was a red boss, the two guilds were beaten in front of them and couldn't even lift their heads, so both sides began to have the idea of further cooperation. In fact, when both sides had faced these two extremely ferocious bosses, the top leaders of the two guilds began to have the idea of uniting. Not to mention that the time limit for the mission was running out. Even if the mission was unlimited, there was no hope if it dragged on like this. Instead, a large number of elites were discounted, which was a complete waste of manpower and time. It was just that due to the high hatred between the two sides, most of the people below were unwilling to join the players who had killed them, but as time passed, the two bosses were still as powerful as they were at the beginning, and the loss of personnel on their side was not acceptable to them. In the end, when the last player who opposed the alliance was beaten by the Vampire King and lost his temper, the two guilds' combined pioneering group became the only feasible and practical method. Because the two guilds have been fighting for a long time, both sides know each other's strengths and weaknesses, and it is much easier to form a team than expected. In addition, the top leaders of both sides have taken advantage of the hatred between the people below to completely intensify the morale of everyone, which greatly improves the strength and morale of the entire pioneering team. After a day of running in and trial, the attack mode of this newly formed pioneering team of 100 people has been completely stabilized. The newly formed Holy Knights, who are like gods descending from heaven, serve as the Blood Shield team to attract the firepower of the two bosses, and the most powerful mutant ninjutsu division and elite archers of the Dark Dragon Guild behind provide firepower cover, defense treatment and key strikes, plus assistance from other professions. Although these people are definitely not the core combat power of the two guilds, they are all elites in the guild. Although the current level has dropped in the fighting in the past few days, the raging fighting spirit on their bodies is no lower than before. This is the credit of those senior staff. In order to better stimulate the fighting power of their subordinates, the senior staff of both sides did not use the method of equal sharing of benefits in the final distribution of benefits, but adopted the contribution points summarized by the system as the standard for distributing benefits. Moreover, in the war, the proportion of the contribution points of both sides will also appear on the battlefield, so that everyone can see it at a glance during the war. Their approach can completely avoid the situation of working without effort, and can also make the war personnel on both sides work hard and fight to the end. After sufficient preparation, all the senior staff were full of hope for this land reclamation operation on the second level of the Lich Land. In particular, they thought that as long as they opened up the second level and entered the third level, they could take the treasure of the corpse witch inside for themselves, and at the same time they could get a heavy reward from the church. When they thought of the legendary corpse witch treasure, the 100 advanced skill books allowed by the church, and several top quality equipment, their hearts began to bloom. Vice President Tianhuo, we are ready here. I wonder how you are doing. Gilong, as the representative of the Dark Dragon Guild, asked Tianhuo beside him immediately after hearing that his subordinates had finished their preparations. I can also take action here, but why are there no members of the Dragon Guild? Tianhuo asked thoughtfully. Given the personality of the Dragon Guild, it makes sense that they were not present. Well, I heard that something happened in reality, so he didn't come. Let's get started. Gilong's eyes flickered a little, but he ignored Tianhuo's question and directly let a group of cannon fodder soldiers start planning. Since the two bosses who commanded the Dark Apprentice and Black Knight here disappeared and were completely purified, this kind of monster no longer appeared here. Although these elite players have lost the source of honor points, all elite members have no complaints out of guild consciousness. And this place was destroyed by themselves, so those people outside will only be more miserable. When they thought of this, all the players involved immediately opened their minds and devoted themselves to the final battle. Now what these cannon fodder soldiers have to do is to attract the vampire soldiers in front, and then let the elites behind them disappear to get rid of them, and finally launch the plan to push the boss with a complete offensive camp. There are two vampire kings this time, and their professions are Blood Clan Ninjutsu Master and Blood Clan Warrior. If these two bosses are placed on the ground, they can actually be easily solved without the cooperation of two guilds. Once they are allowed to fly in the air, it will be an uncontrollable situation. especially under the powerful blood-sucking skills of the vampires. As long as they are allowed to fly in the air, even if there are many of them, they will not be able to withstand their blood-sucking speed. And this is the main reason why more than 100 elite players are prepared. Among them, most of the warrior players who are guarding the front are just some high-level cannon fodder. When all the monsters disappeared under the attack of ninjutsu and bows and arrows, the row of paladins in front drove their mounts at the fastest speed and rushed from the front of the pioneering group to the vampire king guarded by several elite vampires. In this fast charge, the knights took out a javelin from their backpacks that was completely white and had a trace of holy light. With the bonus of their own strength and the speed of the mount, they threw it out fiercely, and then took out the second and third javelins from the backpack, all of which were aimed at the vampire king who had not yet flown high. At this time, the paladins in the back row also launched the second round of charge, but this time they were holding the iron spears used exclusively by cavalry. Then came the third round, and they were holding a crossbow full of bullets. After the 3 rounds of charge, the people behind also rushed to the front line. Among them, the elf archers were the fastest and quickly left the ninjutsu team behind. From the start of the first row of paladins to the action of the entire pioneering group, it was only about 10 seconds. In these 10 seconds, the paladins in the first 3 rows used the fastest speed to exceed a distance of nearly 100 meters and rushed directly to the position of the vampire king. The javelins obtained from the church were consumed at the fastest speed. But the results were good. Basically all the elite vampires were shot down. These weapons that had special effects on this kind of undead creatures have begun to purify the bodies of these elite vampires who were shot. Black air came out of them, and the wounds continued to expand. It was only because of their obstruction that all the javelins were blocked by them, and the 2 vampire kings were not hurt even a bit. At this time, all the vampires activated their abilities, and the first thing that appeared in front of the paladin was a blood-red mist, which swallowed the players below in an instant. After that, all the injured elite vampires rushed into the blood mist at the fastest speed. For a while, there was a fierce fighting sound in the blood mist, and strong holy light skills kept flashing from the blood mist. When the blood mist returned to the body of the Blood Clan ninjutsu master, only 2 elite vampires survived on the field, but they were holding a paladin's body in their mouths, and the wounds on their bodies had almost recovered. At this time, the second round of charge also came at this time. At the beginning, in order to prevent being affected by the blood mist, they deliberately slowed down before rushing over. At high speed, several iron spears easily pierced the 2 who didn't have time to dodge. Under the effect of several fatal injuries, the elite vampire's little health value also reached the bottom. After the 2 vampire kings saw their subordinates dead, the blood warrior screamed, and a flash of blood appeared between his hands. 2 blood swords appeared directly in his palms. At the same time, he flapped his wings and appeared in front of the paladin. The 2 blood swords pierced directly into his chest. Chapter 270 The Fall of the Boss. When the paladin saw that the blood sword had reached the chest armor, he was immediately shocked. Although he knew that the speed of the blood warrior boss was as fast as lightning, he didn't expect that he would become its first blood. When the danger came, he didn't give up resistance just because the other party was the boss, and waited for death on the spot. Seeing that the iron cavalry spear was still stretched out in front of him, the 3-meter-long cavalry spear could not be put away just like that. So he immediately made a decisive move, put down the lance in his hand, prepared to take out the long sword he usually used from his backpack, and at the same time, his left hand instinctively reached for the blood sword in front of his chest. After a tooth-grinding friction sound, although the iron gloves were cut by the sharp blood sword, leaving several bloody wounds on the palm of his hand, but he managed to catch the blood sword and let it hit his chest armor at a slow speed. The sharpest part of the blood sword could only pierce a small hole in the thick chest armor, and then the sword stopped. The 10 paladins responsible for the second round of charge were all used to hold the line, so their equipment was all defensive. The weight of their equipment made them only able to fight on horseback, otherwise they would be just an immovable iron target on the ground. This was originally a specially trained heavy armor knight used by the gods to deal with the ninjutsu group of the Dark Dragon Guild, but they did not expect it to be used here, and in front of the Dark Dragon Guild. Although from this moment, the paladin won a slight victory in this confrontation, but only the paladin knew that the armor on his chest had been corroded by the Blood Clan energy, and now the defense there has been reduced a lot, and I am afraid that he will be killed by the next sword. However, at this time, his companions did not stand idly by. 2 iron cavalry spears stabbed from both sides, and the target was still its wings. However, at this time, the Blood Clan ninjutsu master boss behind him had already prepared the next ninjutsu. A blood red flashed from the blood crystal ball in his hand and appeared around the Blood Clan warrior. Then it turned into a translucent blood red shield to surround it. The 2 iron cavalry spears hit the blood shield and made a metallic collision sound. After that, there was a burst of collisions like raindrops. The 6 iron cavalry spears blocked or stabbed, hitting back the Blood Clan warrior's attacks one by one, and also thinning the blood color of his armor. After a crash, the blood shield was like broken glass, and it broke into pieces and fell off the Blood Clan warrior, and then turned into a little black gas and disappeared. The remaining 4 riders bypassed the Blood Warrior and used the weak Holy Light ninjutsu to fight against the Blood Ninjutsu Master. However, the Blood Ninjutsu Master who had already flown into the air was not something that those people below could deal with. If it only used these knights, it would have already stood on the mountain of invincibility. Carry out the capture plan. Tianhuo saw that the front line had fallen into a stalemate. Although these changes were all in the plan, for the frontline personnel who might be confused by the authorities, correct guidance from the back was necessary. The 6 paladins who besieged the Blood Warrior took out several long iron chains from their backpacks and threw them diagonally to their companions on the opposite side. In a short while, the well-trained knights had formed an iron chain net at the fastest speed to trap the Blood Warrior. At least before the people behind came, it would not be able to spread its wings and fly into the sky again. At this time, the besiegers had already suffered casualties. When they were temporarily weaving the iron chain net, except for the 2 warriors responsible for its wings, the other personnel had no idea of defense at all. They let the 2 blood swords cut their armor into lines, just to tie the iron chain to the boss as quickly as possible. As the Blood Warriors continued to struggle and attack, the iron chain on its body became tighter and tighter, and the wings that could originally flap twice were completely tied up. At this time, the remaining 3 knights struggled to pierce its wings with lances. Afterwards, a rain of crossbow arrows came from behind. These were the crossbow arrows of the lightly armed knights behind. These crossbow arrows immediately enveloped the figure of the Blood Ninjutsu Master in the sky, and even hit back the ninjutsu used to support the Blood Warriors below. The ninjutsu that was originally a blood-colored fireball immediately turned into a blood mist when the crossbow arrows came, flew back to its front, and then turned into a blood wall, blocking all the crossbow arrows. Although it now has a great chance to fly high to avoid the rain of arrows, it has been trying to rescue its companions below, but the continuous rain of arrows has consumed a lot of Blood Clan energy. The second echelon returns to defend, the third echelon suppresses, and the ninjutsu masters behind are faster. When Gilong saw that the situation was as expected, he immediately mobilized the personnel below. The Blood Clan warrior with injured wings has completely become a ground soldier. Now it is trying to cut off the iron chain on its body in order to restore its previous agility. Although it can cut off one with one sword, the wolf-like paladins around it will not let it have the leisure to solve this problem. One of the paladins' mounts suddenly stood up high, and stepped down hard with its forelimbs. The dust on the ground was immediately shaken by the strong shock wave, and the range involved reached 5 meters. The first to bear the brunt was the Blood Clan warrior in the front. Affected by this enhanced version of the war trampling, all creatures were directly in a dizzy state. The paladin ignored the reaction of his own people and directly cut off the left wing of the Blood Clan warrior with the lance in his hand. Ah! After a scream, the dizzy Blood Clan warrior woke up immediately. It ignored the iron chain on its body and stabbed the 2 blood swords into the bodies of the 2 dizzy mounts beside it at the same time, madly absorbing their blood and life to repair the damage on its body. However, 4 Blood Clan warriors appeared from behind the Blood Clan warrior. The iron cavalry spear pierced its limbs, and 4 damage points of more than 1,000 points emerged from it, interrupting its blood-sucking action and knocking it to the ground. This was the first time they had dealt the strongest blow to this Blood Clan warrior. From the beginning, this Blood Clan warrior who could only fight in close combat was defined as a chess piece to contain the Blood Clan ninjutsu master, and this was why it had not been seriously injured. Now, the ninjutsu team behind has arrived, so the Blood Clan ninjutsu master in the sky has no chance. Indeed, at present, the Blood Clan ninjutsu master in the air has no chance to fly up again. Now, in addition to the continuous crossbow shooting, there are 10 more elf archers joining in. These 10 elf archers all use their own skills, and golden armor-piercing arrows continue to hit the blood light wall. When the golden light exploded, the arrows without the golden light successfully penetrated the defense of the blood light wall and shot at the wings of the Blood Clan ninjutsu master behind. At present, all attacks are directed at their wings. The target is very clear and the division of labor is very detailed, but it is very difficult to execute. Maybe the physical fitness of the vampire race is not high at all, but the attribute of agility is not ambiguous at all. Even if thousands of arrows come, they have the ability to dodge. When the two bosses were suppressed, the ninjutsu division that came behind also started their work. The first ninjutsu that appeared was Chain Lightning, which was right above the head of the Blood Clan ninjutsu master. Although the chain lightning did not cause any damage, the blood light of its blood shield became fainter and fainter. The second ninjutsu that appeared was a basin-sized explosive bomb. Although it appeared early, when it hit the blood wall, the three wind blades behind it had broken the blood wall. And it could only follow behind, and then was blown up by a blood arrow. The powerful shock wave made the Blood Clan ninjutsu master in the air shake. After the first round of ninjutsu, the Blood Clan ninjutsu master was still intact. Although the strongest defensive ninjutsu on him had been broken, it still did not let him lose the air advantage. At this time, the second round of ninjutsu also came after a round of suppression arrow rain. This time, it was the advanced ninjutsu of the ice system, the rain of ice arrows, and it was a joint attack of 10 advanced ninjutsu masters. I saw the sky full of ice crystal arrows flying from the ground to the Blood Clan ninjutsu master in the air like locusts. The dense rain of arrows left a chilling shadow on the ground below. This time, the Blood Clan ninjutsu master looked at his companion who was suppressed on the ground. His eyes were stern, and he flapped his wings to fly upwards, directly dodging the powerful but slow rain of ice arrows. Then, at this time, the third round of ninjutsu was also ready. I saw the holy light falling from the sky turned into raindrops and fell down. The number was like rain, and it was incalculable. The Blood Clan ninjutsu master hit by the holy light rain cried out in pain. Although the weak holy light rain did not reduce much of its health, it made it unable to fly upwards, and its body paused slightly. At this time, the real killing was coming. It was a cocky ball of light, which flew towards the Blood Clan ninjutsu master against the holy light rain. Although its speed was not fast, if it was farther away, it would probably be impossible to miss such a boss. But now the distance between the two has been artificially controlled at the most appropriate distance. Otherwise, with the long-range ability of these mutant ninjutsu masters, they would not have to run to the front line and cast spells at close range. When the ball of light hit the Blood Clan ninjutsu master, waves of cocky halos appeared on its body. I saw its figure pause in the air first, and then fell to the ground uncontrollably. Even if it flapped its wings continuously, it could not dodge the flying attack as quickly as before, as if something invisible was restraining it and pulling it down. Kill without mercy. Seeing that the two vampire bosses had completely entered their trap, Dilong and Tianhuo issued the final command at the same time. For a moment, the figures of the two bosses were immediately covered by lances, arrows and ninjutsu. Chapter 271 The Reappearance of Corpse Witch. Hey, I heard that the second floor has been opened. Xiaomei suddenly shouted in the team chat of this beautiful girl dungeon group, and from her tone, it seems that she wants to show off her well-informed. In fact, this is indeed well-informed. Not long after Xiaomei finished speaking, Shui Na heard some players around cheering and celebrating happily. These people are all from the Dark Dragon Guild and the Gods of Descendants. Judging from their equipment and levels, they are not low at all. Although everyone knows that the two major forces of the Dark Dragon Guild and the Gods of Descendants have united, from the positions where these people are standing, this union seems to be in name only and will fall apart at the slightest touch. Moreover, when they heard that the boss of the second floor was annihilated, although most of them were very happy, some players grabbed their weapons and became more and more alert. This is the result of the illusion of when the bird is dead, the bow is put away, and when the rabbit is dead, the dog is cooked. As long-time enemies, the two major guilds can only form a short-term interest alliance. Once the benefits are distributed, it is time to annex. Perhaps, they have already started fighting before the benefits are distributed. Outside the Lich Land, in the woods beside the Iron Chain Bridge. A large number of people are ambushing here, although everyone here is pushing a bear boss in the woods seriously. And it is unknown when it was reported that the bear gall here can trigger a ninjutsu master's mission, and the reward is not cheap. When the president of Shenlong got the news, he immediately ordered thousands of people to come here to fight the boss. They fought for several days, but did not get the so-called bear gall. For this reason, they have killed countless bears here, and they are almost killing. However, the people who really know the intention of the president of Shenlong are only a few leading players, and the people below don't know the intention of Shenlong at all. And it is this practice of deceiving even their own people that makes the spies and traitors below not get any useful information, but also send people to fight for the bear gall that cannot be found there. President, the matter inside has been resolved. Please ask for your instructions. In a carriage, Shenlong and several of his confidants were plotting something big. Ask the masters on the first floor to deal with Fanfiction first. If we find Dao Yiyu Dao, we will deal with him as well. Shenlong thought about it and felt that it would be a good idea to deal with this scourge. But, aren't we going to deal with the gods who have descended to the earth? If we do this, are we afraid? No, we have to paralyze their sight and make them think that we are going to deal with Fanfiction. If they help him, then we can kill two birds with one stone and have a good reputation at the same time, haha. Shenlong suddenly had a flash of light in his mind and thought of this explanation, which made him feel proud of his quick wit. President is wise. Everyone in the carriage felt their eyes light up. The ideas of the president in front of them became more and more mature, and their methods became more and more sophisticated. They couldn't help but flatter him sincerely. Okay, I'll go ask Gilong now to see what's going on inside. You guys perfect this plan and then assign tasks. Shenlong started receiving Gilong's video after he finished speaking. Although he couldn't feel the atmosphere on the scene in person, this was also a good and safe approach. Gilong was now resting with the second-floor pioneering group. In this battle, although he had the advantage in the plan and suppressed the two vampire kings, he also suffered a lot of losses. In the dying counterattack of the Blood Warrior boss, the Holy Knights were completely wiped out, and a small half of the shield armor substitutes who came later also died. In the battle with the Blood Ninjutsu Master boss, although the Ninjutsu Master group received the greatest protection, there were also a few unlucky guys who were sucked dry by a few blood spears. However, under the powerful corrosive power of the blood magic, basically all of them were injured. Afterwards, all the personnel immediately rested after purifying the remains of the two bosses. Now the high-level personnel are discussing the distribution of benefits, while the combatants below are speeding up the recovery of health with the help of the Holy Light Rain. The Holy Light Rain is a large-scale recovery magic. Although it is not as good as the single-target recovery, it does not need to be aimed, has a wide range, and has the ability to cause holy light damage. Using it in this environment is a skill that harms others and benefits oneself, but the cooling time of this magic is very long and the consumption is huge. At present, it cannot be widely used. The dead personnel are resurrected one by one, and then moved to the back to rest and wait for the weakness time to disappear. The weakness time of resurrection using skills is much longer than that of the corpse directly, and in this cursed place, the weakness time will only be longer, but at least half of the experience is preserved. As a special skill, the role of resurrection on the battlefield is unparalleled. So far, no player has learned the second level of resurrection, but perhaps this skill will soon appear in the hands of the priests here. Gilong, according to the above ratio bar, our profit distribution method is 6:4. Tianhuo looked at the contribution ratio bar happily. Due to the heroic fighting of the Holy Knights of the Gods, and the death rate of 100%, the contribution was surprisingly high. Even after that, the ninja division of the Dark Dragon Guild ran after them, but still failed to catch up. It's okay, this is what we agreed on, then distribute it according to this ratio. Gilong looked at Tianhuo calmly. Although Tianhuo was the vice president of the Gods Guild, he was only heard that he was in charge of the guild's trade. As for why he came here this time, there was no explanation. Then, it's time for us to go to the third floor and have a look. I hope we can return with a full load. Tianhuo remembered that the mission of the church was to open the door to the third floor, and then it would be over. Although I don't know why this mission is so awkward, this is what is displayed on the task bar, and there is no need to think too much here. Well, we will definitely return with a full load. Gilong looked at the seemingly innocent Tianhuo and emphasized the word we. At this time, in the first layer of the Lich Land, Shui Na was still brushing the glory in the Bone Sea as before. Reputation. However, because the team chat was noisy and lively, he was a little distracted. Yan, are we really not going to that celebration party? I heard there are a lot of delicious food there. Xiao Mei just received an invitation letter from those classmates who work in the Dark Dragon Guild, and now she is planning to pull Yan over. Go by yourself, I don't like the people there. Yan directly rejected Xiao Mei's invitation and also said the reason that made Xiao Mei unable to continue. Then I won't go either. Xiao Mei pouted and said, her tone full of grievance. In fact, she was planning to retreat and advance, and wanted to use everyone's sympathy. However, everyone did not fall into the trap, doing their own things, and did not sympathize with this person at all. At this time, Mina suddenly felt uneasy, and it became stronger and stronger. The sense of crisis that had not appeared for a long time came to the door again. As a sense of crisis that has never been missed once, Mina attaches great importance to it. However, this time, Mina did not find any suspicious people around. This is the middle of the Sea of Bones. No one can walk here without attracting skeletons. If that's the case, then the enemy can only be far away. And there are too many people in the distance, and Mina basically can't find any suspicious people. In this way, Mina observed the potential danger while adding defensive magic to herself, and at the same time had to take care of the skeletons around her. Under a big tree in the distance, 3 thieves were gathered there, 2 of them were in front, and one holding a giant crossbow was behind them. No matter which direction you look from, the 2 in front can block the traces of the giant crossbow, and the shadow of the tree also prevents people in the distance from discovering their small movements. Fuck, there's something wrong with that guy, it seems we've been discovered. The sniper with a crossbow immediately stopped the plan after seeing Mina's vigilant look in the sniper scope. No way, how is this possible? It's 300 meters away. The person in front could only see Mina from his position. He could not see anything except the flash when he cast magic. It's true. He cast some magic to defend himself against long-range physical attacks. The sniper saw clearly from the sniper scope that 2 magics appeared on the target, namely Wind Cloth and Lightning. These 2 magics work together to have a miraculous effect on long-range attacks. Now he can't snipe him. Because he can only see a ball of lightning in the sniper scope, even if he really launches a sniper, he can't guarantee that he can kill him with one shot. Let's go, the mission cannot be completed. The sniper began to quickly dismantle the giant crossbow in his hand and put it in the backpack one by one. But, don't we wait any longer? No, he's not an ordinary person. This method won't work on him. It's better to find a way outside. The power of the church here is too great. We can't afford to hurt him. The sniper's original plan was to kill Shui Nai and leave directly. But now it's obvious that his people can't kill him. If he doesn't let go now, then it will be the time for him to suffer. Reply to Shenlong, we failed. Just as the 3 of them left the shade of the tree, Shui Nai was still alert, and his actions caused reactions from other people. Is there anything wrong? Yan was the first person to notice the lightning magic on Shui Nai. In the past few days, Shui Nai never abused magic like this with a show-off component. It's okay. However, as soon as Shui Nai finished speaking, a strong earthquake suddenly occurred in the entire Lich land. Ha ha ha, you bastards of the church, stop sending these cannon fodders. If you want divine power, come on. I'm ready here, waiting for your arrival at any time, haha. A burst of wild laughter accompanied by a huge black gas surged out from the narrow passage on the 2nd floor and spread to the surroundings. Oh no, it's a corpse witch, everyone hurry to the wooden house. When Mina heard this voice, her face changed drastically, her heart trembled, and she immediately shouted in the team chat. Chapter 272 The Conspiracy of the Church. As soon as Mina finished speaking, she saw a figure rushing out of the black gas, tearing a thin black gas column from the black gas at a high speed. It was a skeleton man holding a staff, and the staff continued to emit black gas. Fox, be careful of the bone witch above. Everyone else, get offline immediately if you can. Mizuna looked at the beautiful fox closest to the bone witch and reminded her immediately. However, the beautiful fox could hardly run in the sea of bones, and the skeleton soldiers around her were enough to create a huge resistance at this time. As a thief, she just walked out step by step, and could not escape by violence like Hyudi and the others. When the beautiful fox was about to be swallowed by the black air, Mizuna appeared above her head, and 4 flame walls shot out from the staff to block the skeleton soldiers around her. Quick, hold my hand. Mizuna tried to lower the altitude, but she had not yet fully mastered the full power of the devil's wings. She was still unable to do such a delicate job, so she could only let the beautiful fox below cooperate. Mina's words immediately woke the beautiful fox from her trance. After carefully looking at Mina, she immediately put her doubts in her heart. Hold on. Mina gave herself an acceleration spell while flying towards Yan and others. The beautiful fox grabbed Mina's feet and hung under him. Ah, so handsome. Xiaomei looked at Mina's bat-winged shape and immediately had stars in her eyes. Can I log off? Mina, who had put away the devil's wings, asked this, but he also knew that it was impossible. In the game, if you just enter the combat state, you can't leave the game within 3 minutes. Even if you quit by force, the game character will stay in the game world for more than 3 minutes, during which time the game character cannot respond to the outside world. Everyone shook their heads. They had been in combat just now. Let's go quickly. Mina looked at the bone which fixed in the sky. The black air under its feet was under its control, gathering and dispersing from time to time, and no one knew what it was doing. Although the black gas stopped spreading after a while, it was too close to the black gas anyway. If it broke out like last time, they would be in trouble. Let's go. Shui Nai saw that Fox Butterfly and the injured little fox had rushed out of the sea of bones, and immediately pulled the 2 people around him to run. Hey, is it so scary? It's just a death. Xiao Mei, who was being pulled, was almost pulled to the ground, and she was a little dissatisfied. No one from the 2nd floor came out. Shui Nai suddenly said this. When he was in the air just now, he didn't see a large number of people appearing at the resurrection point. And from the current concentration of the black gas, it is much stronger than last time. In this black gas environment, Shui Nai doesn't believe that the players on the 2nd floor can fight the dark creatures for so long in this environment without anyone dying. In fact, this flying bone wizard alone can use the home advantage to clean up the players on the 2nd floor. So in summary, Shui Nai can only come to one conclusion, that is, the magic of the dead. What do you mean? They didn't come back to life. The beautiful fox thought for a moment and suddenly said. Well, if we don't leave now, we might end up like this. The most powerful part of the necromancy magic is summoning corpses. In theory, the corpses of players are also among these corpses. Players are indeed immortal, but if the corpses are manipulated, then who knows what will happen. Although Mina's words were unclear, from his serious expression, it was clear that the incident should be very serious, and those who thought of this also felt a little heavy. Of course, there was one exception. Hey, are those behind you your wings? Where did you get them? I want a set too. Xiaomei looked at the devil's wings on Mina's back seriously. She remembered that the bat wings were stored there just now, and she couldn't help but curiously touch them here and there, but she couldn't touch anything. Looking at Xiaomei's extremely strong desire for knowledge, Shui Na could only let her do whatever she wanted. With Xiaomei's big mouth, once she said it, within 3 days, the whole world would know how to turn players into vampires. You'd better leave here now. You are not very useful here now. Shui Na took the group to the wooden house and said seriously. What about you? The beautiful fox asked immediately, with a gloomy look. The Skeleton King's men are here, I have to ensure their safety, and I have experienced something similar last time, so I am quite experienced and can get along well here. Shui Na put on the forehead protector called Sacred Stone Guardian while speaking, and then put on the novice robe and ran towards the forest of 10 skeleton soldiers. Boss. Are you leaving? Hu Dai asked the beautiful fox. As an old friend, she knew the beautiful fox's mood very well. As a responsible president and leader, she is not someone who will abandon members and teammates. Humph, since he doesn't consider us his companions, we don't have to listen to him and stay. Do you have any objections? After the beautiful fox finished speaking, seeing that no one expressed anything, she pulled a group of people to wait for the latest task to be released by the task NPC. Other players who reacted quickly were already there. In such sudden events, it is generally not a loss to follow the NPC. On the contrary, you can get a free amulet in times of danger. When Mina came back with 10 skeleton bosses, it almost caused a riot among the players. When the riot subsided, Mina assigned them to the outermost part of the wooden house to serve as the first line of defense. There are fewer players still guarding the wooden house now, only about 300 people, and the 2 major guilds account for the vast majority. Many players who are only small teams have left collectively, and they don't want to get involved in this muddy water. Don't come over, pretend you don't know me. Mina frowned and said, just now he saw an NPC he least wanted to see. Besides, he has a lot of power. Mina doesn't want them to come over and cause trouble. What's going on? The beautiful fox saw Shui Nai turned around and walked to the periphery, so she asked in the team chat. One of the few people from the church who just teleported here has a serious prejudice against my devil's wings and my keeping the Skeleton King as a pet. It's better for you not to come here now. Shui Nai didn't want Ye Yan and others to be labeled as friends of the devil by the senior staff of the church because of their own reasons. Since the last incident in the wooden house, the people of the church have built a teleportation array here to facilitate the entry and exit of personnel, but this teleportation array will not be open to players. If this lich land is closed, the players here will have to hold on like last time until the savior appears. Although he thought from the beginning that they would not go out by themselves, he didn't expect that the senior staff sent by the church, although it was the young priest last time, was discovered by him, and most importantly, Bishop Yvonne did not follow. Maybe when I used the devil's wings just now, the dark aura on my body did not completely disappear, so he found me as soon as I left the teleportation array. Shui Na thought about what happened just now. Just now, when he came back, he found a strong sense of crisis in the white light of the teleportation array. Everyone, my name is Andre, and I am the person in charge of the Lich Land this time. In order to protect our homeland from being swallowed by darkness, we must bravely use our own strength to resist the erosion of darkness. The young priest named Andre kept mobilizing the local people below with words in the air. But at this time, shouldn't everyone first solve the bone witch outside, destroy its actions, and then find a suitable time to mobilize? Shui Na looked at the young priest floating in the air. Even if he was standing at the outermost edge, he could feel the murderous intent in his eyes. The murderous intent was not concealed at all. It was just because Shui Na was standing at the outermost edge that everyone thought that Andre's murderous intent was directed at the undead creatures outside. However, Mina ignored his eyes that had no killing power at all, and instead thought about the matter between the corpse wizard, Fal, and the old ninjutsu master. With the strength of the sword saint, the corpse wizard at that time could not beat Fal's hand even if he was in good condition. However, judging from the tone of the corpse wizard just now, he not only did not die, but recovered from his injuries and continued to cause trouble. At this time, the mobilization meeting was over, and all players received a system task prompt. The name of the task was Save the Companions on the Second Floor, and the task was issued by the church. Fuck, don't go, the church is looking for us to be cannon fodder again, don't be fooled. Mina immediately thought of the words of the corpse wizard when she saw the content of this task, and couldn't help but burst out such a swear word. The corpse wizard had clearly placed traps on the second floor, waiting for the people in the church to jump down, but now the people in the church didn't jump, but used tasks to let the players jump. So, the people inside were also used by the church. The beautiful fox immediately thought of the two major guilds on the second floor. It was not a day or two before they received the mysterious mission from the church. The whole elemental city already knew about it. Then, it is not difficult for smart people to think that the church must have learned that the corpse witch had returned, so they sent people from the two major guilds to test it. As a result, the corpse witch was tested out, and the people inside were all killed. Moreover, it seemed that they were controlled by the undead magic, and none of them could get out. However, under the heavy reward, there must be brave men. Teams of temporary teams have begun to move towards the Bone Sea. Shui Na took a look and found that no team had NPCs from the church, and some even did not have a priest. This was simply going to die instead of going to do the mission. You stay here and guard well. Don't disperse, and don't provoke those people from the church. Since Shui Na found that the radical priest named Lily had come, he immediately gathered the scattered skeleton bosses. Hey, what about you? The beautiful fox asked worriedly. She came here using stealth, and even Shui Na didn't notice. I'm going to try a mission. The reward is very good, and I'm tempted. Shui Na said casually. In fact, he didn't even know what the reward was. However, he knew that the skyfire was inside. He had to go and see, otherwise, he wouldn't feel at ease. Shui Na's words disappeared as soon as he finished speaking. The beautiful fox only felt a breeze around him, and then she couldn't feel anything. But she knew that Shui Na had left. Chapter 273 The Conspiracy of the Church. After receiving the text message from the ghost dragon, the dragon outside the Lich Land was stunned. He didn't expect that the most powerful force of his guild was defeated in an instant, and it was defeated silently. Something has happened on the third floor, come to rescue quickly. Gilong. This was Gilong's text message at the time. Although the tone of the text message was very commanding, it also showed that he didn't even have time to open a private chat, so he could only use this text messaging system. He really wanted to know what happened on the third floor that made the player even open a private chat. No chance. However, since this message, he could not contact Gilong, and there was no news from the players in the entire second floor. Everyone's avatar was displayed as offline gray, but the dead appeared very clearly on his friend panel. He had never seen a situation where he was offline but dead. At this time, Shenlong suddenly received a voice call from the real world, and it was an emergency communication system. But this was not a problem, the problem was that the phone number was very familiar to Shenlong. "President, it's me. We were deceived," Gilong said angrily and helplessly on the phone. "What's going on? What happened on the third floor? It's not a good thing." "Ah, President, call all members back immediately. We can't go to the Lich Land for rescue. We can't beat them," Gilong said hurriedly, because he suddenly remembered that he sent a text message before he died, and that text message was basically a wrong message that sent people to their deaths in the current situation. "What's going on? You need to explain it clearly first." Shenlong was inexplicably irritated by Gilong's disrespectful tone and his sudden behavior. This was not a good sign, so his tone was very serious. "Okay, I'll tell you now, but, President, let the members stop all plans, otherwise there will be big trouble." Gilong smiled bitterly at this time. He could already imagine the expression of Shenlong in the game. The Lich Land was suddenly closed just now, and our people haven't had a chance to go in yet. Can you tell me what happened inside? What happened? Why are you showing dead status even though you are clearly offline? Also, who killed you? Isn't there no danger on the third floor? President, sigh. We were deceived by the bastards of the church. The corpse which is staying on the third floor. What's the danger? It's all bullshit. Moreover, the church obviously knew that the corpse which had returned to the Lich Land, but used us as cannon fodder. We lost a lot this time. All of us died, and we were transformed into undead creatures by the corpse witch. Now our characters are still in the game world, but the system refuses our login. This time we really lost both the wife and the army. Gilong said all his thoughts in one breath. Although it was not based on Shenlong's question, it was explained clearly anyway. How is this possible? The task prompt didn't say that. Shenlong remembered that the guild task was just to push down the boss of the second floor and then open the door to the third floor. The mission prompts didn't mention that the corpse witch was on the third floor. The church knew about this, but didn't tell us. And they didn't mention the bone witch on the third floor. When we opened the stone door on the third floor, 10 bone witches came out to greet us. 10, the church didn't even mention one, and said that as long as we defeated the guardian of the second floor, we could get the treasure on the third floor. This was simply a trick to mislead us. We were deceived. Gilong shouted at Shenlong at the top of his lungs. This time he was really angry. He remembered very clearly that when the stone door on the third floor was opened, the corpse witch said something extremely sarcastic. "Oh, I thought the church would come in person. I'm so disappointed." "Then you die." After that, the 10 bone witches joined forces to attack and killed everyone in an instant. From then on, the corpse witch never looked at them straight in the eye. "Quiet, take a deep breath, you are my military advisor, you can't mess up now." Shenlong saw that Gilong had a big problem with his mood, so he suppressed his dissatisfaction and planned to calm down this subordinate first. After a moment, he said again, "Maybe even the people in the church don't know about the corpse witch, as for the bone witch, maybe they have forgotten. After all, in the land of liches, their abilities are very limited, ah, damn, they clearly sent a large number of people over in the past few days, and the number of people is still increasing. Damn, we were deceived, I can't coexist with the church." At this time, Shenlong also remembered the problem in the middle. Since the two associations received this task, the church has begun to send a large number of people into the land of liches. But there has been no action, but it is still promoting cooperation between the two associations. This is obviously a problem. Why would they call on players to take action when they are sending a large number of people, and it is such a meaningless task? What does it mean to open the door to the third floor? This is clearly asking the players to confirm whether the corpse witch is on the third floor. This is clearly asking the players to step on the mines and then march forward. What level is the corpse witch? 100 level strongman, and some of them are boss level. They are simply not something that players can contend with now. Now Shenlong has understood the church's approach. They need a cannon fodder with good strength, so they use the rewards that are very generous to the players but not worth mentioning to themselves to make the two major guilds run to the position of cannon fodder obediently. "President, we can't cause trouble for the church now. At present, our rewards are still in their hands. Moreover, our guild has not grown to the point where it can confront the church. We have to wait for the opportunity." The final victory must be ours. After hearing Shenlong's curse, Gilong's mood immediately calmed down and he said in the most calm way. The tone was as if this great shame had not happened to him. Okay, I'll listen to you. Shenlong calmed down when he thought of the task reward, and now what he had to do was to make all the people in the Lichland stop and reduce more casualties. Yanlong, you should immediately let all members return to the wooden house, and then everyone will go offline, and don't pay attention to the tasks of the church. All the tasks issued by the church should be ignored. Shenlong said to Yanlong in the Lichland through 1000 miles voice transmission. This. Okay, I understand. Yanlong thought about it and agreed. In fact, when receiving this strange task from the church, some people expressed doubts. However, even stranger tasks have appeared in the game world, but I have never heard of a rigorous and serious force like the church issuing these tasks, and they are tasks that take the initiative to find the door, so I didn't spend too much energy to doubt whether there is any problem with this task. Yanlong, who was beside the wooden house, immediately carried out the president's task. The information of retreat was passed to the captains of each team, and those members who were still hesitant outside the black gas were called back. However, Yanlong did not let everyone leave. He deliberately asked 3 thieves to stay and observe the situation here. The situation was the same over there. Most of the players who were going to the second floor stopped at the last step. There were only a few brave and fearless people who rushed directly into the depths of the black gas, and then there was no news. There were a few players who did not rush out too fiercely. After entering the black gas, they immediately retreated, and they looked chilled. And Shui Nai was still staying in the outer layer of the black gas and observing. This time the black gas was obviously not the same as last time. When Shui Nai walked into the black gas, he immediately felt a chill rising from the bottom of his heart. It was a cold feeling mixed with despair and resentment, which kept drilling into Mina's body from the black air, paralyzing his consciousness, freezing his body, as if he was assimilated into a part of the black air. However, this feeling was easily broken in front of the protection of the holy stone. Waves of coolness made his mind no longer rigid, and waves of warmth made his body no longer tremble. Mina immediately took a look at his attribute panel. A black state called ghost corrosion appeared in the status bar since he came into contact with and breathed in the black air. This state is generated by the spirit method call of the ghost, which can affect the player's consciousness and thinking under the negative energy of the ghost, making the recipient confused, thereby reducing the player's reaction ability. The decline in reaction ability will affect the player's strength, and the physical attributes will be reduced by 10% to 30% depending on the resistance, which is an all-round debuff state. However, next to this black ghost erosion state, a holy guardian state is constantly playing a suppressive role, suppressing the effect of ghost erosion. Although the effect of this magic cannot be removed, it can at least allow Mina to move freely in the black air. Now, the skeleton soldiers around Mina have completely lost their proper reactions, and they are trembling one by one. In this weird scene, the friction between bones makes a chilling sound. The ghost fire in their eye sockets is also struggling constantly, as if they are suffering the most cruel torture. And a trace of black air is coming out of this ghost fire, and then merged into this black air, expanding the scale of the black air. They are the source of the black air. Mina thought to himself, but this huge amount of skeleton soldiers is simply not something he can handle. Mina looked at the will-o'-the-wisp in their eyes seriously, as if she could see the soul burned by the flames. Under this endless torture, this soul constantly exuded despair and resentment, which was despair for itself and resentment for the living. This strong impact made his mind confused. I don't know why, maybe because of the weak influence of this undead erosion, he just felt a burst of anger in his heart, which made him want to destroy everything in front of him. He raised his staff and knocked on the head of the skeleton soldier. After that, the obviously much more fragile skeleton soldier completely turned into powder on the ground and disappeared. After this knock, he also woke up, and then he never dared to look at the will-o'-the-wisp again. Mina never thought that although this game would produce such special effects that affect the player's thinking and spirit, this feeling did not seem fake at all, and it was so real that it was scary. After confirming again that he would not be affected by the black air in his mind and body, Mina dared to walk towards the depths of the black air. Shui Nai has always remembered Skyfire, a friend from the early days of the game. If it weren't for his help, Shui Nai and the unscrupulous profiteer wouldn't have been able to redeem the equipment and get to where they are today, so even though he knew he couldn't save him, he still decided to go and do his duty as a friend. At the same time, he rubbed his hands, and a skill book turned into white light and ran into his body. This was his life-saving skill. Chapter 274 The Conspiracy of the Church, Part 2. Shui Nai, who was in the black air, didn't stop for a moment and was rushing to the second floor at the fastest speed. However, since Shui Nai went deep into the black air, He felt like I was being watched, and there was a faint sense of danger, as if there were a large number of invisible enemies lurking in the black air. In fact, it was indeed invisible. In the black air, Mina could only see things 5 meters away. A little further away, you could only see a dark area, and the light here was very dim. Coupled with the swaying figures of the skeleton soldiers and tree shadows around, this place was like a dead city, gloomy and terrifying. However, this degree of effect still couldn't scare Mina. Maybe Mina subconsciously thought that this was just a part of the virtual world, so even if they were real, they would still think they were fake. Of course, he couldn't do it for the NPCs in this game world. Even if they were really fake, he couldn't treat them as data and deal with them. Mina couldn't explain this phenomenon. Maybe it was respect for the life with thoughts and feelings. No matter how this creature appeared, as long as it could communicate, it would not be wiped out casually. Shui Na looked at the sky. Although he could not see any human figure, he knew that the bone witch was still casting spells in the air, and the black gas was slowly spreading outward. Maybe when he came out, the black gas had already spread to the wooden house. But now he had no time to pay attention to this. He only saw him passing through the narrow passage in the black gas. Although the phantom did not have the effect of invisibility when sneaking in the black gas, the speed did not decrease at all. When Shui Nai walked through the narrow passage, he immediately found several figures standing at the exit of the narrow passage, and his heart was suddenly startled. So the whole body stopped immediately, and at the same time, he lowered his body and hid behind a rock in the narrow passage. Shui Nai poked his head out from behind the rock and carefully looked at the figures standing motionless in the black gas in front of him. However, due to the distance problem, and the fact that the second layer of black gas was much thicker than the first layer, he had no way to distinguish the identities of these people with his naked eyes. And when several advanced reconnaissance techniques were thrown out, their identities were immediately known to him. The body of Feng Yangqing Sha, level 34, HP 1253, race, Undead Zombie, Temporary, Guild, Dark Dragon Guild. The body of I Love Xiao Xia, level 31, HP 1023, race, Undead Zombie, Temporary, Guild, God's Descendant Guild. The body of Name 123, level 37, HP 1102, race, Undead Zombie, Temporary, Guild, God's Descendant Guild. Judging from their level and equipment, they are not the combat team of the pioneering group, but the logistics personnel of the pioneering group. And as logistics personnel, it is reasonable for them to die in the rear. The courageous Shui Nai approached these people directly to see how they reacted. But what surprised him was that these undead creatures did not have any reaction that undead zombies should have. Instead, they stood there like wooden men, allowing Shui Nai to approach. Although the bodies of these XXX were very stiff, they were not covered with rotten flesh, wounds, or other disgusting things like those in the zombie territory outside. However, their faces were pale and bloodless, and they still retained the expressions before death. Their faces were also distorted by the pain before death. They opened their mouths one by one, as if they were still screaming before death, which made people feel chilled when they saw them. Now these people should belong to the category of zombies. Although it is not known whether they can use the skills and abilities they had before death, now is not the time to try this. Seeing that they did not react, Mina ignored them and walked over directly. However, when he walked past these corpses, he stepped on something hard, which hurt his soles. Looking down, he found a planer on the ground, and there were several planers and hammers not far away. These are the necessary props for blacksmiths and carpenters to repair. After thinking for a while, Mina picked up a hammer and a planer from the ground and left here. In this environment surrounded by black air, Shui Na could only grope forward. However, the players on the second floor had obviously struggled and resisted before they died. However, they may not have united in times of crisis, but fought each other, so their bodies were scattered and messy. Some teams died together, and some died alone in the corner. While restoring the scene, Shui Na tried to find the position of Tianhuo, the vice president. However, the situation was obviously too chaotic at the time, and Shui Na could only move forward step by step. In this black air, Shui Na's sense of direction has been completely lost. If it weren't for the game map that marked a direction, he could only touch the mountains on both sides to determine the direction. Looking at the map, Shui Na's position is now only about 100 meters away from the stone gate on the 3rd floor, but when he took another step forward, he felt a resistance pushing his figure outward. This sudden resistance is not big, but it made Shui Na, who was moving forward quickly, accidentally crash into it. However, when he came into contact within an instant, a badge in Mina's backpack suddenly glowed, and then flashed in Mina's hand, and the resistance that was blocking him disappeared in an instant. This change made Mina, who had temporarily changed his posture once, lose his balance again, and stumbled into the shield. At the same time, the gravity of the earth returned to him again. In the shield, there was no black air surrounding him. In this space of dozens of meters in radius, Mina could see the people and objects on the opposite side at a glance. What made Mina feel cold was that the intact corpse wizard was actually in front of him, smiling at him. Seeing this, Mina immediately prepared for the battle. He waved the purification staff in his hand forward, and a flaming bomb combined with the acceleration technique flew directly towards the corpse wizard. At the same time, his figure split into two at this moment and disappeared together. Well, you are worthy of being a student guided by the teacher. The corpse wizard's eyes flashed with admiration, and he didn't seem nervous. He waved his hand casually, and a black ball shot out, smashing the explosive bomb into pieces. Let's fight outside, it's not convenient here. The corpse wizard glanced at the 1-meter square magic circle behind him, which was obviously his treasure. However, what the enemy values should be destroyed by oneself. Therefore, Mina didn't listen to the corpse wizard's words, and there was no need to listen to him. A burst of flames was shot directly at the magic circle that was emitting a faint blue light, intending to completely destroy it. Yes, you have mastered magic to this extent, which proves that you have spent a lot of time on magic. But this is my home court. Seeing that Mina didn't listen to him, the corpse wizard was not angry, but just smiled and watched the explosive flame column hit the black gas wall that suddenly appeared outside the magic circle and turned into a flame column. Go out! The corpse witch grabbed both sides with both hands, and the two Shui Nai were directly fixed. Then after 3 black lights, the 3 appeared outside the shield. However, when Shui Nai's real body left the shield, he saw a simple but strange red sword inserted in the middle of the dark blue magic circle. Above the sword, a dark blue ball was constantly absorbing the energy around it and growing vigorously. Come on, let me see your strength. The corpse witch looked at the 2 Shui Nai in front of him with some joy, and the staff in his hand also appeared at this time. Shui Nai didn't understand the corpse witch's plan, but he now had a plan, which was to send the sky fire out. I saw Shui Nai use his clone to attack the corpse witch with the maximum output, while he ran to the left, and at the same time, he cast another explosive flame column in his hand, aiming at the body of the sky fire there. He didn't expect that the sky fire he had been looking for so long, although he stayed on one side of the shield. Tianhuo's body was burned to death in the explosive flame column without any resistance. But when Tianhuo fell, the surrounding black air gathered around him. Under the black air, his body stood up again, and his health slowly recovered. Except for an extra piece of equipment on the ground, nothing changed. This. Shui Nai didn't think about it and prepared to launch the second explosive bomb again, but a voice behind him shocked his heart and the magic in his hand went out of control. Is he your friend? No wonder you took the risk to come in. That was the voice of the corpse wizard, and it was not far behind Shui Nai, only 1 meter away at most. Shui Nai turned around suddenly, and the iron rod in his hand stretched out fiercely, straight towards the head of the corpse wizard. After a ding sound, a black light wall actually blocked the corpse wizard's body and blocked Shui Nai's iron rod. Don't be nervous. I want to tell you something. Maybe you will be interested. The corpse wizard put away the staff in his hand, and then 3 black lights flashed again, and Mina followed the corpse wizard back to the shield. Just sit down. There is nothing here to entertain you. However, I want to say that your current strength cannot threaten me, so don't make unnecessary resistance. Besides, I won't hurt you. After the corpse wizard finished speaking, he sat on the ground, but his position was just between Mina and the magic circle. Mina thought about it and knew that he could not beat him. Moreover, the current situation also made him very curious, so he also sat down. Anyway, even if he died, he had the ability to go back outside. This is not the first time we have met, and I won't make small talk. I want to tell you a fact now, that is, you were deceived by the people of the church. In fact, I was also deceived by them. The corpse wizard held a miniature ice shield in his hand, stroked it for a while, and then threw it back to Mina. Actually, before the teacher came to me, I had been working with the church to develop this lich land. I provided the technology, and they provided the environment and resources. After the corpse wizard finished speaking, he immediately saw the stiff expression of Mina, but he did not continue to speak, just calmly waiting for him to digest this sentence. Chapter 275 The Truth and the Plan. Do you think I will believe you? Mina was stunned at first, and then he thought about the corpse wizard's words seriously, and concluded that he could not believe what the corpse wizard said, but he had no choice but to can't believe it. For now, the church's actions do cooperate with the corpse witch. Otherwise, with the church's strength, as long as it takes some time at the beginning, it can rely on its own strength to annihilate him who is still a bone witch in one fell swoop. There is no need to wait until the person in front of you evolves from a bone witch to a corpse witch. This is not the church's usual style of dealing with darkness. However, as enemies in us in the hostile camp, even if we are in the wrong, we have to stand up. Haha, do I need to lie to you? Now my strength has exceeded your imagination. People outside, no one in the Element City Church branch can beat me. If the teacher didn't want me to affect the normal operation of the Element City, I would have gone to the church to make trouble long ago. What am I doing here? The corpse witch said while looking at Mina. In fact, he didn't expect the boy in front of him to believe him. Mina didn't reply. Although he was very interested in the teacher mentioned by the corpse witch, he didn't ask anything, so the conversation between the two stopped for a while. In fact, the latter is what the church wants most, and it is because of the latter that the church found me when I was still learning necromancy, and also put forward conditions that I could not refuse. However, I only know now that my miserable life was actually manipulated by the church. My enemy is just a loyal lackey of the church. Haha, I have always worked for my enemy. I am stupid. The corpse wizard didn't care whether Mina understood what he said or not, and just kept talking about his own things. So, the latter is the divine power, if there is no it, this place will be destroyed. So, do you want to die with the people of the church? Mina thought about what the corpse wizard said before, and thought of the divine power problem that the old ninjutsu master had mentioned. But he didn't expect that although this divine power would become the goal of the church, could it be that the church also wanted to get the power of another god? It seems that the teacher has no reservations about you. You even know this. The corpse wizard raised his head. Although he did not open his eyelids, or there was nothing under his eyelids, Mina knew that he was looking at her. Teacher? Frank? It was him. Mina immediately thought of the old ninjutsu master who was a little greedy for money. He had always felt that there was something wrong with the old ninjutsu master. Would a ninjutsu master who could make the sword master call him a teacher be an ordinary person? However, he did not expect that the old ninjutsu master actually taught a corpse wizard. Teacher, are you okay now? The corpse wizard asked Mina when he saw that Mina was interested in talking. It's still the same, but I feel that Fowl was injured. Mina now finally understood why the corpse wizard was not killed by Fowl, what Fowl did during the time when he and the old ninjutsu master disappeared, and why Fowl gave him a feeling of being injured after he came back. It turned out that they fought against the people of the church in order to save the old ninjutsu master's apprentice. So, his real name is Fowl. I have never had a chance to thank him. Please tell him when you have a chance. The corpse wizard stood up and walked to the side of the magic circle. Are you the teacher's new apprentice? The corpse wizard suddenly asked him. It seems that he attaches great importance to the old ninjutsu master. Not really, I am just familiar with him and have received some guidance from him. But why do you? Mina looked at the corpse wizard's appearance that was neither human nor ghost. I believe that the old ninjutsu master must not want his apprentice to become like this. Hatred made me lose everything. After decades, I still can't get out of hatred. The corpse wizard opened his eyes, and two balls of jumping ghost fire were emitting waves of anger. Hey, I need your help, otherwise my plan cannot be completed, and my efforts in the past 10 years will be cheap for the people of the church. The corpse wizard took a deep breath, then relaxed and said to Mina. Me? I think you got the wrong person. Although I believe you a little, do you think I will agree to you? Shui Na looked at the magic circle that was so complicated that people could hardly see the contents clearly, and couldn't help but sigh at the wisdom of the corpse wizard. Even the church with thousands of years of accumulation could not do this kind of magic circle that could extract divine power, but the corpse wizard did it alone. Maybe, but if you think about it, if the people of the church can even cooperate with someone like me who has fallen into darkness, then do you think the current church? No, it should be said that the church branch in the City of Elements can be trusted. Then do you think I will believe you? Shui Na looked at the corpse wizard coldly. As a player, he is in the light camp. Assisting the NPC of the dark camp is a matter that can make him fall into ruin. Maybe. In fact, you get a lot of benefits in the plan. I plan to share a portion of the divine power with you. This is both my plan and your reward. I don't think you will refuse it. The corpse wizard looked at Mina and said, then pointed to the blue light ball on the magic circle. At this time, the system suddenly popped up a task window. This task was called Assisting the Corpse Wizard, and the task reward was 10%. One's divine power. Shui Na looked at him puzzledly. This task really made him excited. Divine power, even a big force like the church wants to get it, which itself shows the importance of divine power. Moreover, looking at the process of this task, it is too simple, but the reward is extremely generous. For this task, all Shui Na has to do is to cooperate with the corpse wizard in the final stage of the condensation of divine power to complete the handover of divine power. There is no other way. My current body cannot bear a lot of divine power. In order to prevent the people of the church from getting the rest, I can only cooperate with you. In fact, my original plan was to let those people outside be the containers. Although in the end, they should still be recycled by the church, but it can keep them busy for a while. Why did you look for me? You should know that if you do this, I will be hunted down by the light camp. Hehe, in fact, if you don't want to be suspected by the church, then you shouldn't come in. You know, the reason why the church asked you guys to come in is actually that they just want to borrow my knife to kill you. After all, they can't let outsiders know about this kind of thing, otherwise, they wouldn't be waiting outside and could have rushed in a long time ago. It's just that you guys are very smart and saw through the conspiracy of the church at the last moment. What, then, what was the reason for your provocation at the beginning? Shui Nai's heart was shocked, but he couldn't believe what he said, so in order to refute the corpse witch's words, he thought of the fact that he shouted at the church as soon as he appeared. Trap? Although I really set a trap here, the biggest reason I said that was to paralyze the people of the church, making them think there is really a trap here, so that they dare not act rashly. In this way, I can attract more enemies, and at the same time, I can buy enough time to complete the extraction of divine power. Of course, I also use the unspeakable secret of the church to let them take the initiative to clean up you outsiders, so as to ensure that I have enough time to complete my arrangement. But now that you are here, then I can carry out another plan. To be honest, I don't trademark want to die with those people outside now. The corpse witch showed a dry smile to Shui Nai, which made Shui Nai feel a little cold in his heart. After that, the corpse wizard said, "Do you know who this divine power belongs to? I checked a lot of ancient books, and the divine power here is left by our previous god of light. So as long as the divine power is extracted, the people in the church will be able to sense this divine power belonging to the holy light. What I am most afraid of now is that the masters of the church will rush in. At that time, this divine power may fall into the hands of the church. And I can only destroy this place to ensure that the divine power will not fall into the hands of the church. So, now the people in the church can't sense this divine power." Shui Na suddenly asked. For the time being, this is the case. The black air outside is set up to cover up the divine power here, but as the divine power increases, this situation will not last too long. I won't agree to you for the time being. After all, no matter which side, I can't completely believe it. Shui Na thought about it and said seriously. Now he basically believes what the corpse wizard said. If he didn't have the protection of this holy stone, he couldn't enter here at all. If the corpse wizard didn't intend to let him go, he couldn't come here. However, it is also impossible to trust a dark NPC. Well, I understand. If you change your mind, you can enter this shield with the badge given to you by senior brother Yangzhen. By the way, in order to make the plan go smoothly, I hope you can bring a few trusted companions. Your body cannot withstand a large amount of divine power. If you still cannot agree with my plan in the end, please leave here as soon as possible." The corpse wizard finally finished this long paragraph in a pleading tone, and Shui Na, who was a little shaken in his heart, did not hear any of the words. Afterwards, With the help of the corpse wizard, Tianhuo's body was decomposed by the black gas, and Shui Na also left the second floor along the original route. However, the way back made Shui Na feel extremely heavy. Chapter 276 Questioning. When Shui Na came out of the black gas and returned to the wooden house, he immediately saw the figure of Tianhuo. He was still a little weak after resurrecting, and his face was very pale, but the most powerful thing about players is that they recover much faster than NPCs, and they will probably recover in a while. However, before Shui Na approached the wooden house, a team of 10 people in silver-white armor had already surrounded him with weapons. These people are Templars, the backbone of the church. Unlike the Paladins, who are good at long-distance expeditions, the main job of the Templars is to maintain the safety of the Holy Temple. Of course, this is for NPCs. Is there a problem? Shui Na looked at Andre, who had just ordered the arrest of him. No problem? Do you think it's okay for you to come back normally alone? Andre looked at Shui Na coldly. Now he is convinced that the demon boy in front of him has a close relationship with darkness, and now is the time to judge him. So you ask people to go in, and then hope that everyone who goes in disappears, and it would be best if no one comes back, right? A voice suddenly appeared behind Andre, and a dagger was pressed against his fair neck. The sharp and cold blade made the skin nearby go numb. Humph, you are so stupid. Andre was furious. From his perception of strength, the strength of the man behind him was far inferior to his own, but that man could get close to him before he could react. This was a complete insult to him. The holy light on Andre was blazing, and it spread from him to the surroundings like a substance. Circles of invisible force field slowly expelled Dao Yiyu Dao's figure. Dao Yiyu Dao did not react at all, not even with an expression of fear or surprise. He just stood there with his arms folded, holding 2 daggers in his palms, watching Andre prepare other magic after performing expel. Just when Andre was about to punish the thief first, a voice directly interrupted the holy light arrow on his staff. Andre, is it rude? Old priest Ivan actually came, and he has been standing in the shadows to the side watching the development of things. When he saw Andre actually wanted to hurt people, he immediately came out to stop him. Bishop Ivan, the corpse witch asked me to tell your senior staff a message. Shui Na thought for a while. He knew that he was already caught between the corpse witch and the church. Although he didn't know which side to believe now, seeing Andre's actions, he had to believe the corpse witch. Humph, it turns out to be the running dog of the corpse witch. When Andre saw Shui Na say this, he immediately pointed the staff in his hand at him, and the holy light on it gathered like flowing water. You, really with the corpse witch? Bishop Ivan asked in disbelief, but he was interrupted by Shui Na before he finished speaking. No, I have no connection with the corpse witch. But if someone forces me, I can only choose a camp that is beneficial to me. Shui Na shook her head calmly to deny it, and at the same time pushed away the weapons of the Templars, walked to Bishop Ivan, and looked him straight in the face. Although there was some threat in his words, it was true. If someone wanted to harm him, he would have to respond. He couldn't just surrender because the church was just. Seeing this, Ivan also breathed a sigh of relief, but looked at him with embarrassment. Then I wonder what the evil corpse witch inside wants you to say? A middle-aged man who was at least 50 years old walked out from behind Bishop Ivan. The man's face was well maintained, without a single wrinkle. His whole face looked like he was 30 years old, and it was very fair. Although his smile was kind, the way he looked at people gave him a feeling of looking down on all living beings from above, which made Shui Na feel very uncomfortable. However, if he hadn't seen that he was wearing a bishop's robe like Ivan, Shui Na wouldn't have guessed his age. Shui Na remembered that if an NPC in the church wanted to become a bishop, then in addition to having the strength to reach the bishop, he had to have 50 years of experience in the church, and this could not be faked. He was another bishop of the Element City Temple branch, who was responsible for managing the temple's war personnel, and Ivan was only responsible for teaching and internal management. Who are you? Because I think those contents are more. Can you find a quiet place? Shui Na glanced at Andre, and then at the people around him. I understand, please come with me. The man said, and then strode towards the wooden house. Tianhuo, tell your people not to act rashly for the time being. Shui Na saw Tianhuo trying to come over, but was blocked by the Templar, so he said in private chat. Just now, when Shui Na saw Tianhuo's body being sent out by the corpse witch, he immediately contacted Tianhuo's former subordinates and notified him to go online and maintain the stability of the Lich land. At the same time, if it is really as the corpse witch said, then the people who came down from the sky can contain the people of the church here. After that, Shui Nai replied to Ye Yan and others one by one, so that they would worry less. Hey, you called me here so urgently, are you going to let me just sit here and do soy sauce? Dao Yudao saw Shui Nai walking further and further away, but he was stopped by someone, and couldn't help but get a little angry. I need your help, but not now. There are some things that I need to confirm first. Let's talk about it later. After saying this, Shui Nai had already walked into the wooden house. The moment the black gas appeared, Shui Nai thought of Dao Yudao and the Skeleton King, so in order to get their help, he immediately asked Dao Yudao to bring the Skeleton King over. Moreover, he went directly to Bishop Yvonne to ask him to help teleport them over, but he didn't expect Bishop Yvonne to come too. Okay, there are only 3 of us here, can you tell me now? The man closed the door of the wooden house and sat opposite Shui Nai and asked. Well, the corpse wizard asked me to tell you that he has mastered the divine power. If you want to get it, go to the 2nd floor to find him. Shui Nai said the excuse he had thought of at the beginning. Divine power, he really has mastered it. Divine power, you are talking about divine power. The man grasped Mina's shoulders ecstatically, and was so excited that he could not control himself. Yes, I am sure. Did you see the divine power? No. Are you sure? Very sure. Mina said calmly, and he saw the man frowning and thinking hard. And to make it more realistic and convincing, Mina added, I suspect that the corpse witch did not get the so-called divine power at all. Now he just wants to use it to set a trap and let people get in. It is possible, but, according to reason, he should have. When the man who was thinking hard said this, he immediately stopped talking and looked at Mina warily. Then why did the corpse witch not kill you, but let you rescue your friend instead? The man's eyes flashed a cold light, and his tone became a little cold. He asked me to help him pass the message, of course, I didn't do it according to his request. Shui Nai sneered in her heart. Although her strength was far behind his, she could still do it by cooperating with the corpse wizard to calculate him. Oh, what did he ask you to do? The man's tone slowed down, and his smile became gentle. He asked me to tell you that he has divine power in his hands, and he also asked me to say that I saw it with my own eyes, but I won't do that. Why should I cooperate with the enemies of the dark camp? Well said, our church needs people like you. You have done a good job. If you really do what the corpse wizard said, I am afraid that our church branch will suffer a fatal blow. There are already many elites stationed in the Element City. If it is hit again, I am afraid that the Element City will be empty, and the consequences will be disastrous. Old Pastor Yvonne suddenly praised Shui Nai, but then his tone changed, as if to remind others. Shui Nai looked at the man, Ivan's words should be a reminder to him. I understand, I'll make arrangements now. The man left the wooden house after saying that, and then Shui Nai heard the sound of troops preparing outside. Fan Chen, if possible, after the matter of the Lich Land is over, don't go back to the Elemental City. I'm afraid the church branch in the Elemental City can no longer accommodate you. Ivan's face was hidden in the hood, so Shui Nai couldn't see his current expression. Then can you trust it? Shui Nai thought for a moment and asked. So, you already know some of it? Yvonne asked after a moment of silence. The cooperation between the church and the corpse witch? The corpse witch has already told me, but I think this matter should have nothing to do with you. Although Shui Nai didn't know the old priest for long, he couldn't believe that this person would cooperate with the corpse witch. I am a member of the church, how can I have no relationship? In this case, then you should leave with me now, and go as far as you can, and don't come back. The old priest looked at Shui Nai seriously, and then made this decision with some pain. It was not a pleasant thing for a person to leave a familiar place. Doing so put him under great pressure, and only by doing so could he get the opportunity to grow up. The corpse witch has obtained the divine power, and now it's just a matter of time. Now you can tell me why you want the divine power. I don't know. After hearing Shui Nai's words, Yvonne sat down immediately and frowned again. Then he said, from the beginning, this plan was planned by him, and even I, the bishop, was kept in the dark. In fact, it was only after the last fight with the corpse witch that I discovered his plan from some clues, but now there is no way to turn back. As a member of the church, I cannot expose or stop his crimes, so I hope you can keep this secret in the future, okay? Chapter 277, Using the Tricks. Later, under Shui Nai's questioning, Bishop Ivan also told what he knew. And he hoped that Shui Nai could help him think about it from an outsider's perspective. Another bishop of the Element City Temple, named Howard, entered the church at the same time as Ivan, but Howard was very power-hungry. Although his strength had reached the level of a bishop, it was the lowest level. And since he got older, his pursuit of power has become higher and higher. Now, he has been nominated as an archbishop after negotiations with many parties, but his strength is not enough to reach the level of an archbishop, so now he should put his hope on divine power. At the same time, he will inherit the little divine power left here by the previous God of Light, and he will also get the greatest support in the church, and naturally he will have the hope of becoming the next pope, thereby gaining more power and strength. However, Ivan did not expect that Howard's plan had already started 10 years ago, and it was kept so secret. However, Ivan's attitude towards this issue is that he does not want Howard to become the pope. After all, the pope is of great significance. Let's not talk about whether he is capable of taking the position. Just the fact that he cooperated with the corpse which shows that his character is definitely not suitable for the position of pope. The above are all Ivan's guesses, but he couldn't tell what Howard was really planning, and Howard had a wide range of friends, with many big families, and he himself was from a big family. In any case, the Church of Elements City couldn't lose such a person. Otherwise, the church would be suppressed by the church in other regions. Mr. Bishop Ivan, from what you said, it seems that the church is not very harmonious. Shui Nai chose her words carefully, trying to use some peaceful words to express her meaning. There is no way to do this. The population of the human empire is only so much. As a high-level official in the church, in order to get more attention from God, you naturally have to expand the number of believers in your hands to obtain more divine power. Divine power, is it the kind here? Shui Nai's ears immediately perked up when he heard about divine power. No, the divine power here is a kind of original power. Once it is obtained, it will enter the body. As long as it is not neutralized and destroyed, its amount is fixed. Even if the recipient dies, it will not disappear. The divine power we are talking about is a one-time one. We generally call it God-given power. This is God's reward to us believers, and it is also a proof of loyalty. Although Ivan said this, he even laughed at the end. Is the God-given power very powerful? Mina felt that there was something wrong with Ivan's smile, so she asked. Well, it's very powerful. If Howard used the power of God, he might be able to destroy this place directly. But he also couldn't get the power of God here, and more importantly, he didn't want to use his own power. Then why didn't you use the power of God when you fought the corpse witch last time? If you did, you wouldn't be hurt. As for me, I've been abandoned by God a long time ago. Now I can no longer sense our great God. Ivan said self-deprecatingly, but there was no loss or despair in his eyes. It seems that he has figured it out. I'm really sorry for reminding you of this. It's nothing. I don't care about these things anymore. It's just that I feel sorry for that person. After saying that, Ivan stood up and said to Mina, if you can, please help the corpse wizard. He is a pitiful man. More importantly, our human empire cannot lose such a genius if he is willing to turn back. Is the enemy of the corpse wizard Bishop Howard? Well, I only know this about this matter. As for the cause and process, I don't know. However, if you say it, I am also half of his enemy. It was because of my stupidity that he lost the most important person back then. At this time, the wooden door of the wooden house was opened by Howard, and the closed energy in the wooden house disappeared, and the sound outside was transmitted back without any leakage. Bishop Ivan, we are going to close the teleportation array. It's time for you to go back and recuperate. Staying here is not good for your injury. Howard said as he helped Ivan out. Outside, Tianhuo had called up all the people who were offline, and the people from the Dark Dragon Guild had also received the news, so they naturally followed. As a result, there were hundreds more people in the Lich Land, and they gathered densely around the wooden house, surrounding it tightly. At this time, the Golden Skeleton King suddenly walked to Ivan and took off his helmet to show respect. However, its arrival made Howard and several church staff around him frown, and their fingers shook their staffs. Bishop Ivan, I hope you can send my brothers out. They can't stand the erosion of the dark aura here, and I'm afraid they can't control themselves. The Skeleton King's ghost fire was jumping. Although he didn't speak, everyone around Yvonne heard his words in their minds. Everyone who saw this change was very surprised, especially the owner Shui Nai. He didn't expect that after not seeing him for a few days, the Skeleton King's strength was so high that he could communicate with people with consciousness, and it was very fluent. Okay, I will. Before Yvonne finished speaking, he was interrupted. Bishop Yvonne, do you think it's okay to do this? They are undead creatures, and this may cause criticism. The holy light on Howard's body was flowing. If Yvonne hadn't pressed his hand, he might have killed the Skeleton King. No, undead creatures also have the right to be good. We can't treat them as enemies just because of their origin. As long as they are willing to walk into the light, we have to give them a chance. This is our obligation. Ivan's words made the people in the church around them brighten up, and they no longer looked at these undead creatures with hostile eyes. But, teacher, undead creatures are born unable to coexist with living people. We can't let the tiger go back to the mountain. Andrei immediately objected. Although he had to say that the teacher's words were correct, it didn't mean that he could accept this truth. Andrei, sometimes hatred can only produce more hatred. If you can't get out of the shadow of the past and let go of your prejudice, then you will never be able to surpass me, let alone yourself. Yvonne looked at his most talented student kindly. The childhood shadow of this student is too heavy. He has never been able to forget the death of his parents, and he cannot accept the existence of dark creatures. Then, you should leave here too. Just leave it to us now. Howard said to the people on Shui Nai's side, and the tone of expulsion was very sufficient. Well, I think we can help you by staying here. After all, there is strength in numbers. Moreover, I think it is a wrong approach for you to close the land of liches. We can't let the last thing happen again. Am I right? Bishop Yvonne. Shui Nai knew that the corpse witch was going to destroy this place. Although he had to cooperate with the corpse witch, it did not mean that he would let the corpse witch kill the people here. Leaving a way out may save many people. Well, it makes sense. I think it is better not to close the land of liches. After all, we never know what powerful things the corpse witch has in his hands. Last time, I suffered a great loss because of this. Yvonne thought about it and agreed with Shui Nai's idea. What if the corpse witch runs away? I think it's too dangerous to do so. Although Howard knew that he was diverted by this person, if he opened the lich land, his plan would be difficult to succeed. This, I don't think it's necessary. After all, we don't even know where the corpse witch came from, so we can't be sure whether he has other ways to leave here. Therefore, we can't let ourselves be trapped here and be killed by others. Without life, we can't fight against the darkness at that time. Shui Na also immediately made a reasonable excuse. Who can't make excuses? This. Although Howard is experienced, he can't dig it out when facing such an irrefutable excuse. Indeed, Howard, the last time I faced him, I was already suppressed and beaten by others, and this is a cursed land, and it is his home court. Even if your Gajavan power is probably not enough, it's not bad to leave a retreat. Seeing that Howard was also moved, Yvonne took another city to make him really shaken. Okay, I understand. Howard thought seriously for a moment and agreed with the two people's words. However, the existence of these outsiders must be eliminated. Bishop Yvonne, wait a moment. Here is an address. Please send them here. I will find someone to pick them up. Shui Na spent a gold coin to exchange paper and pen from the system, and then handed the note with the address of the unscrupulous merchant's shop to Yvonne. Okay, I understand. After Yvonne took a look at Shui Na, he immediately understood what he meant. Afterwards, under the obstruction of Shui Na, the player, Howard could no longer use task rewards to control the movements of players. All people were connected by Shui Na through the regional channel, and no one would walk into the black air to die. Although many of these hundreds of players and the new players who came in later had life skills and could contribute to the layout of the church, the infrastructure team of the church had to be patient and seriously guide their work in the face of players who knew nothing but were enthusiastic to help. Chapter 278 Pre-War Arrangement. If I just do this, my work will fall behind, and the whole progress will be slowed down a lot. Fox, after this magic circle is completed, you will take people away from here. The Lich Land is not safe now. The corpse which originally planned to perish with the church. There is no point for you to stay here. Shui Na helped and learned beside this huge magic circle while communicating with her team. Hey, you know the corpse witch's plan, don't you? As a pharmacist, the beautiful fox is now working with the pharmacist of the church to prepare potions, and Dao Yiyu Dao is beside her. But when I heard Shui Nai's words, I couldn't help but think of Andre's words before. Well, I have to stop the church and the corpse witch's actions later, so you'd better leave here. In any case, this lich land is destined to be destroyed. Shui Nai knew that as long as the divine power was completely extracted and obtained by someone, this place would lose the protection of the divine power and be torn into nothingness by the power of the dimensional space. And the people inside naturally had to die once. However, this death, but no body remains, is different from the traditional way of death. I wonder if there will be any problems. It seems very interesting. Xiaomei suddenly joined the discussion with a smile. Don't joke, Fanfiction means that you should not come here to affect our actions, otherwise the consequences will be disastrous, right, Fanfiction? Dao Yiyu Dao also joined, but he said it to the point, making everyone silent. Shui Nai had already told Dao Yiyu Dao everything he knew, and he also knew that he would be wanted by the church later, but he still supported and helped Shui Nai's actions. Fanfiction, does your silence mean tacit consent? Seeing Shui Nai silent, the beautiful fox immediately asked a question, but the tone was not very friendly. Well, he is right, what happens next is not something you can participate in. Although the strength of the beauty copy group is not bad, they are not good enough to face a strong man like the corpse witch Howard. Even Shui Nai and Dao Yiyu Dao do not have that ability fight against them. Now, what they have to do is to prevent the corpse witch from burying the church staff here, and also prevent Howard from getting the divine power. However, both sides are strong, and it is not easy to deal with them. However, fortunately, they are not going to confront them heathen, but just use tricks to disrupt the situation. After that, the group of people no longer had the interest to discuss, and they worked silently. All people worked until they were offline. With the players, who were eager for knowledge, the church staff had to spend some time to explain even if they were very skilled. Facing the strong desire of these players, they felt a little relieved, but also a little impatient. For players with life skills, cooperation with these NPCs is undoubtedly the most beneficial. Whether it is stealing or asking openly, their skill proficiency is rising little by little. And enchanters like Mina have learned the relevant knowledge of the giant magic circle below. He has mastered the big aspects, such as when to add the crystal powder and when to inject magic power, and the small aspects, such as the meaning of the characters on the magic circle. Now Shui Nai can use the memory bank in the enchantment system to depict the magic circle he has learned. Although he has no materials for him to practice, the memory bank will not disappear because of his lack of practice. Hey, I don't understand what the church means by doing this. If they really want to get this divine power, then there is no need to tear their faces with the corpse witch. Dao Yiyu Dao looked at the people who were doing the final inspection below and asked Shui Nai with some confusion. Who knows? What I am most afraid of now is that the church will stab us in the back, and then it will be troublesome. Shui Nai looked at the confident Howard below. Although Yvonne said that the Gajavan power is very powerful, there is no reason that the corpse witch would not know it. And if the corpse witch knew about this, would Howard not have thought of this aspect? Then this can only explain one reason: he has a trump card that can suppress the corpse wizard. By the way, do you think the corpse wizard is trustworthy? Although I can't stand the faces of those people below, the corpse wizard doesn't seem to be a good thing either. I don't really believe him, but I believe in the task system. This task is very clear and there is nothing wrong with it. Shui Nai looked at her task bar again. The task given by the corpse wizard did not disappear, but she still did not accept it. By the way, when do you think the people below can start? Dao Yiyu Dao looked at the large magic circle composed of 10 small magic circles below. The function of this large magic circle is to purify the black air outside, but now the concentration of black air outside is already alarmingly high. I am afraid that even if the magic circles below are fully operational, I don't know how long it will take. I don't know. Anyway, I only know that Howard is eliminating dissidents now. Look at the dozen priests who preside over the magic circle. They are all strong men above level 100. But Howard placed them here, and he only brought a few confidants. This is obviously not wanting the people below to enter the second floor. Now Howard is indeed arranging the manpower needed for his plan. Now he first sends out those who are not combatants, and then arranges those priests who are only loyal to the church on the magic circle to reduce the possibility of his plan being discovered. However, in fact, even if he arranges it like this, it is understandable. After all, the masters of the church branch of the elemental city have been sent out. Now there are not many people left, and most of them are people with low strength. However, this kind of thing is not something that players can know. Now Mizuna and Deo Yudeo also think that Howard just doesn't want the church to discover his scandal, so he brought so few people here. By the way, the priest is equivalent to the magician of your elemental ninjutsu master, right? Deo Yudeo suddenly asked. Yes, but here, all the strong men can only exert their strength of level 100. No matter how strong they can't have many more corpse wizards, so sending some level 100 personnel here is enough. But this is his home court. If Howard only brings so few people to the second floor, it's simply courting death. The more Shui Nai looked at Howard's arrangements, the more he felt that he had a backup plan. By the way, do you know why he doesn't continue to build more of these magic circles? Wouldn't it be faster to eliminate the black air? Deo Yudeo asked. Among the players, only Shui Nai could talk to Howard, although it was Howard who asked about the internal situation of the second floor. There is no material. All the assets of the church are now placed here, and I heard from the craftsman below that Howard himself has invested a lot of his wealth in it. At this time, a total of 15 level 100 priests were ready and stood in the magic circle waiting for instructions. I saw that they separated 10 people and stood in the small magic circle around them, while the remaining 5 stood in the shape of a pentagram. A little bit of holy light emerged from their clothes and slowly drew patterns under their feet. So that's why they don't want us players to participate in drawing the middle part of the magic circle. Mina thought to herself, it turns out that the core position of this large magic circle is basically not drawn, but is drawn on the spot using the ninjutsu robes of the priests. It seems that my understanding of this world is still very superficial. Mina asked herself this question. When the entire purification magic circle was fully operational, strong holy light emerged from the magic circle and rippled out in circles of waves. All the black air touched by the holy light waves would be violently distorted. Hey, the black air is disappearing. Deo Yudeo said, and heard the cheers of the players below. This is a very real thing. They worked hard all day just for this scene. At this rate, it may take until tomorrow to dispel the black air and reverse the advantage of the corpse witch at home. Shui Nai watched the black air below slowly dissipate, and began to reveal the skeleton soldiers in the black air. These skeleton soldiers turned into powder under the ripples of holy light and could no longer stand up. One day, that's good. I asked someone to help me make a potion that can help you activate the flame dragon transformation state on your body, but I don't know how effective it is. Deo Yudeo said proudly. He and the Skeleton King had worked hard for several days for this potion. In the process, the Skeleton King also remembered his memories before his death, and he got the core component of the third thief suit. Flame Dragon Transformation, that is not suitable to use here, right? Shui Nai didn't want to die here because of using Flame Dragon Transformation, and he now had a very powerful and insidious skill, which would give those who wanted to kill him a big surprise. It depends on you. Okay, I'll go out now to see if the potion is ready. Don't you want to go out and relax? Deo Yudeo said as he jumped down from the wooden house and walked outside. No, I'm being watched now. By the way, I heard there are many people from the Dark Dragon Guild outside, be careful. Shui Na reminded him, and then stayed alone in the wooden house, and behind him was the sitting Skeleton King. Okay, they are just small shrimps, you can get rid of them with just a few moves. Deo Yudeo shrugged and said indifferently. Chapter 279 Breakout. When the magic circle had been running for most of the day, thousands of holy light waves had already cleaned more than half of the black air in the sea of bones in front. More than half of the skeleton soldiers were completely turned into powder, covering the black ground of the Lich Land with a layer of white. However, the speed of this purification was obviously much slower than Howard had imagined. Now he couldn't wait any longer, because he had just sensed the weak divine power appearing on the second floor. Although this power seemed very vague under the interference of the black air, its divine power kept resonating subtly with the divine power in his body, but this resonance could only make him upset. However, what comforted him was that the divine power was slowly increasing, which showed that the corpse witch had actually obtained the divine power, but the divine power had not been completely extracted from here, which meant that he still had a chance. So it was precisely because of this concern that he did not risk his life. If the corpse wizard really set a trap inside, even if he got the divine power, he would die before digesting it, and he would get nothing. As the black gas on the second layer continued to emerge, replenishing the amount of black gas on the first layer, the aura of the divine power on the second layer began to grow stronger. Now, except for the players, basically all the NPCs of the church have sensed it. When the divine power reached its maximum value, a holy beam of light broke through the obstruction of the black gas, lit up from the second layer, and directly opened up the grey sky of the Lich Land. After a moment, the entire Lich Land began to vibrate strongly, and several large dark cracks began to appear in the sky, and they were slowly expanding to the surroundings. Why is this happening? Didn't you say that the corpse wizard has no divine power? Howard suddenly used a flash to appear in front of Shui Nai, grabbing his cloth collar with both hands. Although he had thought that the corpse wizard would get this power, when he really had to face it, he found that he could not be as calm as he had imagined before. I don't know. Shui Nai shrugged. This was the only answer he could give to this question. Humph, if I knew you were lying to me, I would not let you go. After saying that, Howard went down and prepared to break through to the second floor. It's time to go. Deo Yiyudeo said while changing his equipment. This time, Deo Yiyudeo did not use his wind thief suit, but changed into a dark and somewhat gloomy suit. Shadow Killer, the suit that thieves dream of, hehe, this is the first time I use it on the battlefield? Deo Yiyudeo touched his suit lovingly. When the three of them jumped down, Shui Nai and Deo Yiyudeo first separated from the Beauty Dungeon group, and then formed their own team. After that, Shui Nai even withdrew from the Fox Fairy Guild. His series of actions made the Fox Fairy Guild members standing behind him feel some were at a loss, looking at each other in bewilderment. Can you give me a reason? The beautiful fox chatted with Shui Nai directly. She didn't expect Shui Nai to be so cruel, and she didn't say a word. Well, I might go against the church later. So, it's better for us not to get too close. Shui Nai looked at the guild emblem with a white fox in her hand slowly disappearing, and then said easily. What do you mean, can you explain it more clearly? Let's talk about it later. Shui Nai was caught by the Skeleton King after she said that, and on the other side, Deo Yiyudeo was also caught by him. Waves of strong golden light began to spread from the Skeleton King's body, and then passed along his arms to Shui Nai and Deo Yiyudeo little by little, covering them all in golden light. Stop them, don't let them get close to the corpse witch. Howard suddenly felt a strong energy fluctuation behind him, and when he looked back, he saw this scene. As soon as he finished speaking, the Skeleton King brought a gust of golden wind and rushed directly to the entrance of the second floor. Go, the Undead Express! Deo Yiyudeo shouted loudly, looking a little crazy with excitement. The Skeleton King's skill in using the golden aura exceeded Shui Nai's imagination. Under the golden aura, Shui Nai could not feel any gravity, and the whole person was like a light feather. If it weren't for the surrounding scenery receding rapidly, Shui Nai would not have thought that he was walking at high speed. It was just this high speed that made Shui Nai and Deo Yiyudeo feel uncomfortable. When they were passing through the narrow road, they were hit by the mountains on both sides and swayed left and right. If it weren't for the strong buffering and protective effect of the golden aura, I'm afraid they would be smashed into meat patties. The figures of Shui Nai and the other two quickly disappeared in the narrow road on the second floor under the golden light, and the magic attack of the church was left far behind. Friendly reminder, the church will try every means to prevent you from entering, so hurry up if you want to find treasure. Deo Yiudao's words ignored the terrain in the regional channel and reached the ears of the players directly. Indeed, from the beginning, Howard had planned to use various reasons to block irrelevant people from the narrow passage on the second floor. But now Shui Nai's approach has completely disrupted his plan, and under Deo Yiudao's instigation, his next deployment has been disrupted again. Humph, everyone listen, in order to prevent someone from colluding with the corpse witch, I now order you to stay here. Howard saw that the people behind him also began to make a commotion, so he spoke loudly to them. But before he finished speaking, a group of players immediately rushed over. Everyone saw the divine light just now, and immediately thought of the treasure coming out. When everyone broke through the church's unfinished encirclement, the second friendly reminder also came. Friendly reminder 2, the creatures inside are very powerful. If you are not strong enough, it is best not to come here, otherwise if you die, no one will help you collect your body. Deo Yiudao's second sentence made the Dark Dragon Guild and the people who came down from heaven even more tempted. The greater the difficulty, the higher the benefits. And their agitation made Huo Hua's face immediately gloomy, and it looked a little gloomy and terrifying. Bishop Huo Hua, this is not okay. The few people who just walked in are the number one enemy of our guild. If they get the treasure, it may be disadvantageous to us, so we also hope to help the church. Yanlong saw that Huo Hua and his confidants were blocking in front, and immediately stood up and said righteously, "Treasure, do you know there is a treasure inside?" When Huo Hua heard this, he immediately flashed in front of Yanlong, and the momentum of the 200 bishop directly pressed on Yanlong. Yanlong did not expect that this bishop, who had always been very kind, would burst out with such momentum to choose people to devour in such a moment. This made Yanlong, who was not able to react for a while, suffer a loss, his face turned pale, and he was almost frightened by the momentum. However, he was also a man, and he had seen a lot of storms and waves. He took a step back to avoid Huo Hua's edge. After adapting to Huo Hua's momentum, his body recovered immediately, and at the same time, he immediately started to think about Huo Hua's mentality. Huo Hua was so nervous, which showed that there was something in the second floor that he valued very much. The importance made him unable to spend time and mood to maintain his good reputation and attitude. And from the point of view that he organized people to grab the treasure as soon as the light appeared just now, the thing he valued very much was undoubtedly the treasure. In order to prevent Huo Hua from thinking that he was tempted by the treasure, he immediately thought of an excuse to put the blame on him. The man named Fan Chen just now said that the light column just now indicated that a treasure had appeared, and asked us to go and grab it. Humph, so you want to go and grab it too? Of course not, this kind of treasure is originally worthy of people like you, Bishop Howard, and what I want to do is to disrupt that guy's actions. If possible, we also want to kill him to prevent future troubles. Yanlong said again in a righteous tone. Okay, then you can let me come over. Howard thought for a while and said this immediately. In fact, the time is very critical now, and there is no time to he didn't have to waste any more time to distinguish the truth of what this person said. When Howard left the wooden house with 4 confidants and a group of people, only a group of church staff who maintained and guarded the magic circle and those players who did not intend to enter the Black Gas to fight were left here. Faced with the changes in the Lich Land, they hoped to pass this copy without any danger. And although the Black Gas had been eliminated a lot and the concentration had become much thinner. However, the risk inside was still a bit big, coupled with the increasingly large dimensional cracks in the sky, this was no joke. Let's go. The beautiful fox said this, and left the Lich Land without looking back. Others saw that the entire Lich Land was about to collapse, and they also began to retreat, and Tian Huo was among them. However, before he left, he sent a text message to Shui Na. The 3 people who ran all the way finally came to the second floor after hitting several amazing collision marks on the mountain. Now the black gas in the second layer has dropped to the position of the calf. The black gas that had been filling the upper part has been intentionally moved to the first layer by the corpse witch. After entering the second layer, although the Skeleton King did not retract the golden aura on the 3 people, his speed slowed down. Hey, fortunately there is not much black gas here, otherwise the devil's wings behind me will have problems again. Shui Na remembered that when he sneaked into the second layer last time, he was walking in the black gas, and the devil's wings behind him kept absorbing the black gas that came into contact with it. If the corpse witch had not put him in the shield in time, I am afraid that he would have had to self-destruct at that time. Now that the black gas is fixed below, Shui Na can also not worry too much. Hey, I always feel like there are people below. The corpse witch will not hide his people in the black gas. The 3 people are now walking forward at a normal speed, but Dao Yiyudao is a little worried about the black gas under his feet that is as black as ink. Just now he had clearly stepped on something that looked like a palm, but when he stepped over again, he found that the palm thing underneath was gone. Chapter 280 Where the Gods Have Fight. If the corpse witch suddenly turned against them now, they would definitely become the first batch of victims. Well, they should all be hiding underneath. Shui Na looked at all the space around him. There was no one in the sky at all, and only the light of the magic shield in the distance was more eye-catching. So only in this black air can people be hidden. Maybe the corpse witch had sensed the arrival of Shui Na and the others, or the golden aura of the Skeleton King had the effect of isolating the breath of living people. In short, the 3 of them did not sense any movement in the black air, nor were they attacked. Has the extraction of divine power not yet been completed? Shui Na watched the corpse witch come out of the magic shield, but his hands were empty, and the shield was full of light. No, in fact, the black air at your feet is also part of the divine power. The divine power here has long been integrated with the ancient undead here and has become the source of their power. What I can do now is to extract the divine power that maintains this space. It is up to the people of the church to destroy all the undead here and restore the dark energy to free divine power. Fortunately, the church did not know the principle that things will turn around when they reach their extremes, and did not expect that the divine power they longed for was contained in this dark energy. Otherwise, I am afraid that the free divine power would be collected by them. The corpse witch looked at the black air around him, and there was a hint of sarcasm in his tone. Although the black air is filled with dark energy, it is evolved from the divine power of the God of Light. Imagine if the people outside the church knew that the divine power of the previous God of Light would deteriorate to this extent, the expressions on their faces would definitely be very interesting. Junior brother, I can't take the things on the 3rd floor, so I'll give them to you. After the corpse witch finished speaking, he walked to the Skeleton King and took out his bone staff. This is for you. By the way, the teacher doesn't want you to cause too much killing, so. Shui Na threw the magic shadow ring on his hand to the corpse witch. He was a little worried about Howard's confident expression. Although this was just his intuition, for the sake of safety, he felt that it was safer to do so. I will let others go, but Howard, I can't let him go. The corpse witch immediately remembered his teacher's character and what he had taught him in the past, and his resentment was much less. According to Shui Na and Dao Yiyu Dao's plan, they acted at the fastest speed while cooperating with the corpse witch to divide the divine power before Howard and others came. Then, he persuaded all the people to leave because the Lich Land was about to collapse. However, the divine power was not expected, and the church staff had to restore the free divine power to complete it, which messed up Mina's plan. Let's go. I heard that the powerful ninjutsu masters in this world are all very rich. We have to work hard to move them. Dao Yiyudao was very interested in Mina's junior brother who became a corpse wizard, but when he thought that he had no time to chat, he could only suppress this question and say something to boost morale. Shortly after Shui Nai and the other two disappeared in the stone gate, Huo Hua and Yan Long also came to the 2nd floor, but they all walked very slowly. Along the way, every time Huo Hua took a step, he would bombard the black air with a holy light magic. Only after confirming that there was nothing hidden in the black air did he dare to walk over. Boss Huo Hua, why don't we take the lead? Yan Long saw that Huo Hua was so timid, and he couldn't help but get more and more impatient and anxious. Even if the treasure of the corpse wizard can't be compared with the treasure that came out of the world, it is still a lot of wealth. Humph, then you go first. Although Huo Hua didn't like the name of Yan Long, it was a good idea for someone to step on a landmine, so he didn't care too much. So, this group of people immediately changed their formation. Now Yan Long and his group were in the front, and Huo Hua's people were in the middle, and the gods came down to earth to cover the rear. For this kind of eager suicide, no one from the gods who came down to earth was willing. After all, the rewards promised by the church have been issued. They came here just to play soy sauce and feel some people's bottom. If they are lucky, they can get some good things. Just when they changed their formation, the corpse wizard had sensed their actions from the black air and had already taken action. Suddenly, several skeletons rushed out of the black air below, and the black light of the staffs in their hands was bright, and they kept casting dark magic at those people. For a while, the rain of arrows and spears transformed by the black air instantly enveloped everyone. And the bone wizards who finished this round, regardless of the results of the battle, quickly hid in the black air when they counterattacked, and disappeared without a trace. Humph! When the attack came, Howard and the 4 confidants around him immediately cast holy light magic one by one, and the pure white holy light walls guarded around everyone like a substance, taking all the attacks. In the first round of the confrontation, neither side lost any personnel, but if we talk about momentum, it is obvious that Howard's people are a little weaker. In this environment surrounded by black air and suppressed, even Howard, an experienced bishop, could not detect the lurking of undead creatures around. Moreover, under the influence of these black air, the effect of holy light magic has been somewhat discounted, but the strength of bone witch has increased a lot under the addition of black air. In this situation of one gaining and the other losing, the momentum of Howard and others inevitably weakened, and their faces became more gloomy. In order to reverse this situation, Howard had to work with several confidants around him to continuously release this wall of holy light to keep the surrounding black air out. Although calculated by their magic power, this level of magic power consumption is enough to maintain for a long time, but this passive situation has not changed much. Huo Hua, long time no see. The voice of the corpse wizard suddenly came from the black air. This voice came from all directions, and it was impossible to know the specific source of the voice. It was as if there were dozens of speakers with stereo effects in the black air. Humph, stop playing tricks, come out, I must destroy you today. Huo Hua said righteously. Haha, playing tricks? Are you an expert, my bishop? However, from your tone, you don't plan to take your share of divine power. You have to think clearly, that is the power of the God of Light. As long as you get it, maybe you can compete with this God of Light. Haha. The corpse wizard said mockingly. After hearing these words from the corpse wizard, Huo Hua was shocked and immediately looked at the people around him, and the Yanlong beside him reacted immediately. Humph, you are slandering me. You want to alienate us with words spoken by an undead? Do you think we are that mortal? Mortal? Is it that little ninjutsu master? Humph, if he hadn't run fast, he would have been beside you long ago. As soon as the corpse wizard finished speaking, the surrounding black air slowly flowed to the depths of the second floor, leaving only a faint black air. As the black air became lighter and thinner, the human bodies lying on the ground also began to move, surrounding Howard and his group one by one. It's Gilong, damn, he's controlled by the corpse wizard. When Yanlong saw that Gilong's figure was in this zombie army, he looked down at his friend list and saw that it was still dead, so he guessed that their bodies were controlled by the corpse wizard. Ah, a lot of black air is coming from behind, ah. A player standing at the back of the team immediately discovered this situation, but the black air was too turbulent. In an instant, it passed through. The holy light wall outside only lasted for a short while before it was crushed into pieces and dissipated in the black air. Humph, a trifle. Howard saw that although the black air was surging, it was just like that, and the energy in it was basically not worth mentioning. A strong golden light began to emerge from his body. This golden light carried a sacred aura, and in this golden light, an ethereal figure appeared. The figure was very hazy. If it weren't for the fact that the figure emitted a stronger light than the surrounding golden light, I'm afraid no one would have noticed his existence. This is the divine power on Howard, and the figure in the golden light is exactly this, the projection of the God of Light in this plane. Haha, you finally used the power of God. Haha, Howard, your death is coming. The corpse wizard was ecstatic and laughed wildly when he saw the blinding golden light. Howard, you have harmed my family and ruined my life. Go to hell. The figure of the corpse wizard suddenly appeared in front of the golden light. A stream of air columns made of black gas sprayed out from the palm of the corpse wizard's hand and hit the golden light fiercely. The powerful energy collision produced a circle of visible ripples. Why is this happening? Why can't I control this power? Howard stood here like this, unable to move, and unable to control the power of God in his body. From the beginning, when he saw that the corpse wizard's men could escape his pursuit in the black air, he immediately thought of using a small amount of God's power to purify the black air here, but he didn't expect that it would cause the power of God to go out of control. Why, haha, this is the place where you two gods of light fought. Do you think the will left by the God of Light who fell here will allow the power of another God of Light to be used here? By the way, let me tell you that the dark energy here is the product evolved by your previous God of Light. Chapter 281, The Wealth of Corpse Witches. Hey, is this really where corpse witches live? I feel that this place is not worthy of the identity of corpse witches at all. Dao Yiyudao was immediately confused by the elegant environment when he saw the third floor of the Lich Land. The third floor of the Lich Land is basically a community-style design. The garden, pavilion, and even the small pond have been taken into consideration by the corpse witch, and the layout is very quiet and exquisite, and there are also wisps of clouds like fairyland floating around. We know too little about the NPCs in this world. If I remember correctly, the corpse witch was once a big shot, but Howard made him lose all his power and he had to survive as a dead body. Shuai combined the information he had obtained, and then added some personal opinions, which restored the general situation. By the way, are you and the corpse witch really a senior and junior brother? Dao Yiyudao said as he walked into the pavilion to check. I guess so. I am familiar with the corpse witch's teacher before he died, and I also learned magic from him for a few days. Shuai tried to be vague. He didn't want to disturb the old wizard's life. Oh, hey, come and take a look, is this a teleportation array? Why can't the other teleportation point be activated? Dao Yiyudao didn't ask him about his affairs in detail, but came to the center of the pavilion and began to study the stone slab below. The stone slab is as white as jade, cut into a standard circle, and a complex magic circle is engraved on it. To draw a stone magic circle like this, an enchanter and a stonemason usually have to work together, but if an enchanter has the strength of Shui Nai, he can also complete it alone. How do I know this? All the teleportation arrays outside are protected by stone slabs, and the magic array below cannot be seen from the outside. Hey! This is probably a one-way teleportation array. When Shui Nai walked into the teleportation array, he immediately found a selection window in front of him with a grey spot. This is a one-way teleportation array, and it was teleported in from the outside, and this is probably the reason why the corpse wizard can return to the land of liches silently. One-way teleportation array, then can you dismantle it? I heard that the materials of these teleportation arrays are very precious, even the worst ones are worth a lot of money. Dao Yiyudao immediately planned to pull up the roots of this teleportation array. Just take this. Although the old board below is not an ordinary item, it is not too valuable. The core crystal is the most valuable. After Shui Nai finished speaking, he signaled Dao Yiyudao to use a dagger to carefully pry up the transparent crystal that was embedded in the central groove of the teleportation array and was half the size of a baby's fist. Although he had not learned the relevant knowledge, the space crystal was famously precious among all the crystals, especially the space crystal of such a huge size. And this crystal can allow the teleportation array to break through the interference of the magic shield outside and the curse suppression, precisely because it contains enough space power, which can make the space between the two places produce enough space resonance, tear the space, and establish a fixed space channel. Such a big thing, the backpack can't fit it at all. Let's go in and look for it. I think the corpse which reminded us like this, there should be some important things that he hopes we can take away. Shui Nai looked at the stone slab with a diameter of 1 meter, and immediately reminded Dao Yiyudao not to lose the big picture for the small. Wait, let me cut it twice. Dao Yiyudao picked a piece of land with the least spell patterns, cut it twice, and cut off a palm-sized stone slab. After that, Shui Nai and Dao Yiyudao walked into the only two houses on the third floor. The space on the third floor is not big, only less than 100 square meters. Basically, the elegant buildings outside occupy more than half of the space. This is the corpse wizard's bedroom. The two first walked into the much smaller room. This room only had a wooden table and a wooden chair, and then there was no furniture. The whole room was full of loneliness and emptiness. If there was no portrait of a woman on the table, I am afraid that Mina and Dao Yiyudao would not believe that this room was the corpse witch's room. Well, yes, there is no such thing as fatigue for undead creatures, so it is normal that there is no bed here. Mina took a letter from the table, which was written with the words teacher's personal letter. Next to the envelope was a dusty book. Mina flipped through a few pages and found that the content was about the corpse witch's youth. This is the biography of the corpse witch, and the white envelope is probably a suicide note. It seems that the corpse witch has already planned to die here. At this time, a dark crack suddenly appeared silently in the open space outside. At the beginning, the crack was only as thin as a hair, but in an instant, the crack expanded to allow people to enter and exit. However, when the crack expanded to the extreme, a figure walked out of it calmly. The figure first looked at the teleportation array with the space crystal dug up and a corner cut off, and the figure shook for a while. After that, the figure disappeared, but before he disappeared, his eyes were looking at the corpse wizard's room. This portrait, do you want to take it out? Dao Yiyudao saw that Shui Nai had put away the seemingly useful things in the room, and he also put away the chair that seemed to have a long history. Now there is only the portrait of the woman and the table that can't be stuffed into the backpack in the room. Well, we must take it away. This is probably the most important treasure of the corpse wizard. We must take it out intact. Shui Nai came to his senses after hearing Dao Yiudao's question and answered immediately. For the corpse wizard who is no longer a human, this portrait is his spiritual pillar. Just now, Shui Nai accidentally turned to a page of the corpse wizard's biography, where he saw a name that surprised him, Howard. From this page, we can see that the corpse witch, Howard, Anbai, and Meeping, these four people once lived together and traveled together. However, it is unknown what happened later. The corpse witch and Howard turned against each other, and it evolved into the life and death battle in the Lich Land today. Shui Na carefully picked up the portrait of the woman named Meeping, and then wiped the dust off the wooden frame. This woman named Meeping is a beautiful pastor. Although the portrait has been put for decades, the figure in it has not changed at all, and it is still as beautiful as it was back then. The sweet smile is like a beam of sunshine that makes people warm. Even in this portrait, it can infect the people around and make people feel warm. But when Shui Na saw the words "This is only to mourn my late wife" meeping behind the portrait, Shui Na immediately understood why the corpse witch and Howard would reach the point of no return today. Shui Na remembered that the corpse witch seemed to have been harmed by someone, his family was destroyed, and his magic power was lost. In the end, he had to turn to darkness to get the qualification for revenge. The enemy he mentioned was Howard, but he didn't know what the revenge about Yvonne was. Who? Dao Yudao suddenly felt that he was being watched, and immediately took out the dagger and ran out of the door, but there was not even a ghost outside the door, and he didn't notice anything suspicious, and his face showed a puzzled expression. Let's hurry up. Dao Yudao said a little uneasily after checking outside, and at the same time pushed open the big room next door. The two opened the door and found that this was a laboratory. Whether it was the ground, the wall, or the table, it was covered with papers, and it was full of experimental data, materials, or magic circles. The most eye-catching thing was the pile of crystal balls on the table, and there were 5 crystal balls that Shui Na knew. He remembered that these 5 crystal balls were devices used by the corpse wizard to absorb the magic power of the dark apprentices. Although he didn't know how effective it was, it could accommodate the magic power of hundreds of dark apprentices, which was surprisingly effective in itself. Alas, I thought there was a mountain of gold and silver behind the corpse wizard. Dao Yudao was responsible for collecting the papers around him, while Shui Na was responsible for collecting the crystal balls and experimental instruments. The division of labor between the two was based on the most suitable one. Dao Yudao was fast, and Shui Na had a huge backpack, which was most suitable for carrying these larger things. These are gold and silver mountains. For example, this magic crystal ball that can hold 10,000 magic points is more than 20 times stronger than those outside. If you sell it, you will definitely not get 1,000 gold coins. And this fire attribute amplification crystal ball can increase the effect of fire magic by 100%. It is a rare secondary equipment. Mina said as she put the crystal balls in her hand directly into her backpack, and then put away a thick book on the table. It records the process of making divine crystal balls, the drawing of divine power extraction magic circles, and matters that need attention. Although I don't know whether this technology has a future in the outside world, as the research result of the corpse wizard for 10 years, if it is handed over to the right person, it will definitely be able to flourish. Ah, the corpse wizard, this wasteful thing, actually grinding such a perfect gem into powder is such a waste. Ah, this one too, and here too. Damn, he has a lot of money. I saw Dao Yudao carefully picking up the garbage on the ground in the corner of the laboratory, but in Dao Yudao's eyes, these garbage were golden and lovely gold coins. Don't sweep those powders, these mixed powders are worthless, unless you can separate the ingredients in them exactly, otherwise they can only be used to make some decorative jewelry. Mina saw Dao Yudao pick up the broom over there and carefully collect the gem powder in the corner, and immediately reminded this magic idiot. Gem powder is only useful if it is pure. Powders of multiple gems like this are completely worthless. Fuck. After that, Dao Yudao frantically collected all the gem fragments on the ground, and even some wizard equipment thrown in the corner was thrown into the backpack. Shui Na, who was standing by, did not participate in it. As a person who had already reaped a lot of money, he had to let Dao Yudao get some benefits. After that, Shui Na began to look at this deserted laboratory. After confirming that there was no secret room or secret compartment here, he and Dao Yudao left here. The divine power outside was the main force of this operation. The two of them didn't know what the divine power was for, but when they thought about the fact that Howard had cooperated with the corpse wizard for 10 years to come up with something, it must not be that bad. When the two left, a figure appeared in front of the corpse wizard laboratory. Seeing that it had been looted, without even a piece of paper or chair left, he walked towards the stone door with a sigh. Chapter 282 The Secret of God. You are spreading rumors to confuse the public. Do you think you can shake my faith in God with this trick? Then you are totally wrong. Although Howard was shocked by the rapid disappearance of the divine power in his body, he was powerless and could only refute the corpse wizard with words, trying to let his men find flaws. But now several of Howard's men have been entangled by 10 bone wizards, and the players who followed were also entangled by the zombie army. Now no one can help Howard. From the beginning, the corpse wizard has already used numbers to suppress Howard's men. As for those players, they are ant-like creatures, and he basically doesn't take them seriously. Howard, do you really think that the gods above exist for the so-called fairness and justice? Then, tell me, What do the gods want those believers for? The gods just need the power of faith you have dedicated to get stronger power. If so, why can't killing and usurping the throne between gods exist? Although the corpse witch was distracted and talking, the black air in his hand was still condensing at a high speed, and then shot out from his palm, hitting Howard's Gojavan power. The words of the corpse witch were nothing new to these high-level church officials. As people who are closer to the gods, they know more about the gods than those grassroots people. As the corpse witch said, the gods only pay attention to the power of faith dedicated by the people below. As for the process, whether it is accompanied by conspiracy and blood, the gods will not care. Let me ask, these gods who don't care about the life and death of the people below, and only ask for dedication and demand, will they be the embodiment of fairness and justice? This is actually just a lie used by the church to confuse the ignorant masses, but the church leaders need to use the banner of the gods to get what they want, which is completely a matter of mutual consent. Since the disappearance of the previous god of light, this god of light has not appeared in the eyes of the world, but as senior officials in the church, they have always known that this god of light has been in office for a long time. It's just that for some reason, his power has dropped significantly, and now he is trying to recover his power. Don't respond to my words? So, you all believe what I said? The corpse witch saw that Howard and his group did not respond, as if they did not hear what the corpse witch said just now, but fought the opponent in front of them more seriously. Haha, you are guilty? Okay, let me tell you another research result now, that is the source of your holy light power. The corpse witch saw that the crowd was unmoved, so he dropped another heavy bomb. Although the corpse witch has the upper hand in the battle now, this is only a temporary process. Now the black air in the Lich Land has been called over by him, and once the black air is used up, the strength of the bone witch will inevitably be greatly reduced, and the zombies below will lose the ability to resurrect. So time is not on the corpse witch's side, and what he has to do is to get rid of Howard's men as quickly as possible to avoid being ruined by them. Source? Haha, even a child knows that our holy light comes from our gods. You, who have fallen into darkness, will never know the greatness of gods. This is impossible. How can you have the power of holy light? This is impossible. Howard looked at the small ball of holy light on the corpse witch's finger, and his heart collapsed directly. This is basically unreasonable. The holy light actually appeared in the undead dot on the finger of a creature. What's the reason? Because the world itself has the power of holy light and darkness. I call this power the free divine power, or the origin of the world. When someone gathers these free divine powers in one body and reaches a certain level, then the person can become a god in the flesh. Have you heard of divine wizards and divine swordsmen? They are the heroes who have gathered the free divine power in one body. As long as they take one more step, they can become gods. The corpse wizard pinched out the holy light that was constantly burning his fingers, and spoke of the secret of the gods in a plain but extremely firm tone. This is impossible. How can humans become gods? This is not. By the way, the free divine power I defined can evolve into other energies in addition to light and darkness. The corpse wizard separated a hand and pointed it at one of the priests. A violent and fast lightning python crossed the distance of dozens of meters and hit the priest, who did not react in an instant. Ah! The priest's scream stopped abruptly, and a long spear with black flames pierced his right shoulder directly, knocking him down from midair, and he fell to the ground, his life or death unknown. However, for the player, this NPC did not drop the equipment and items on his body, so he was naturally not dead. For such a high-level NPC, it already has the status of an elite or boss. Even if it is killed by an NPC, 1 or 2 items on its body will be dropped. Now, you should know why the power given by the gods is not called divine power, but divine power. Because your gods can't completely control the free divine power in this world, let alone prevent others from learning holy light magic. Ironic, this is the secret of the gods, and it is also the result of my many years of research, haha. In the midst of wild laughter, the corpse wizard has already used another lightning python to knock down another priest. Now the 10 bone wizards are suppressing the other 2 priests. Although there is a big gap in level, as long as there are enough people, the gap can be narrowed. You have mastered the divine power, but why is it like this? Howard looked at the divine power crystal ball in the magic shield, where the light was still strong. Yes, but the divine power I used just now is not from this place, but from my own divine power. In fact, everyone has more or less divine power, but you people in the church have been absorbed by your god of light in the form of faith power, so you go to see your god and ask him clearly. The corpse wizard looked at Howard, whose divine power was exhausted and whose strength was also drained, and couldn't help but smile sinisterly. Haha, it feels good to lose power, right? The corpse wizard walked over slowly, stepping on Howard's heart with every step. If Shui Nai and Dao Yiyu Dao saw the corpse witch's psychological attack, they would definitely scold him for wasting his time. As a long-range mage, you don't use long-range magic to get rid of your enemy, but come so close, don't you want him to bite you back? However, Shui Nai and Dao Yiyu Dao just came out of the stone gate, but as soon as they came out, they saw a few old acquaintances. Hey, your name is Yan Long. I didn't have a chance to say hello to you last time, and you died. I'm so sorry. Dao Yiyu Dao saw a few people confronting the Skeleton King as soon as he came out, and immediately recognized one of the people he had killed. Humph, I didn't expect that you really cooperated with the corpse witch. Aren't you afraid of being hunted down by the church? Although Yan Long was very angry about this, he changed his mind and immediately planned to carry out the frame-up plan to the end. Cooperation? Then go in and take a look. If you can find a decent treasure inside, then you can go to the church or some other organization to report it. Just say that we cooperated with the corpse wizard and robbed his lair. We don't care. Anyway, we made a lot of money. At most, we can give some spoils to the country as taxes. If players can report to NPCs, there will probably be no bad people in this world. If players want to report, that's fine, but the NPC must believe you. But it's not easy to get NPCs to believe an outsider. Even people with good character like Mina don't dare to say that they can move Fowl and the old wizard. In fact, even Yanlong doesn't know whether they really cooperated with the corpse wizard. Because at the beginning, after they broke out of the zombie army, they immediately found the Skeleton King who was cut in two. The upper body of one of them was even beaten into the mountain. But they didn't expect that the Skeleton King's vitality was so amazing that he could reassemble his body in front of them even under such damage, and then he even stood guard in front of the stone gate. Although they all knew that they had more people on their side and could completely crush it, no one wanted to go forward and die, which would benefit the people behind. After all, if someone died here, they would become a zombie, so they just stood there in a stalemate. However, at this time, the stone gate behind them opened and two people walked out. Wow, old bone, you were beaten badly. Dao Yiyu Dao said exaggeratedly immediately after looking at the wound on the Skeleton King. However, because the Skeleton King had a lurking mask, even Dao Yiyu Dao could not detect the Skeleton King's current state. Humph, stop pretending. As long as you are willing to hand over part of the corpse wizard's wealth, we cannot pursue the matter between you and the corpse wizard. Otherwise, humph. Yan Long saw that they really didn't care, so he planned to intimidate and threaten them. After all, there were more people on their side, and if they fought, they would be at a disadvantage. Yan Long's tone was full of threats, but someone had to be willing to bear it. Humph, don't hum, just like a pig, come here if you have the ability. If you can persuade us with this kind of words, then the world would have belonged to your Dark Dragon Guild long ago. Dao Yiyu Dao was too lazy to talk anymore, and directly took out the dagger and rushed to the front. And Shui Na and the Skeleton King did the same, and in the next moment, magic and sword light immediately appeared here. You bastards who came down from heaven, although you betrayed your allies, you, be careful, we won't let you go. Yan Long, pay attention, your profession can restrain me. Dao Yiyu Dao saw that Yan Long was distracted, and deliberately cut his face twice with the dagger in his hand. Don't get me wrong, we are not on the same side as them. When a member of the Gods Guild saw the Skeleton King pointing the burning flame snake sword at his side, he immediately stated his position. Oh, then you'd better not walk around, weapons don't have eyes. Dao Yiyu Dao saw them like this and was no longer interested. After collecting the equipment that Yanlong and his men had exploded, he immediately rushed to the side of the corpse witch with Shui Nai. But Dao Yiyu Dao never trusted such a large guild. After all, if there were too many people, all kinds of people would appear. Damn, these two guys are too cruel. Yanlong's gang was dealt with in just a few moves. The few people who came down from heaven stared blankly at the corpses turning into white light and disappeared, not even noticing that there was no corpse transformation. Chapter 283 Ambi's Infatuation. Just as Shui Nai and Dao Yiyu Dao rushed to the corpse wizard to check the results of the battle there, a black figure rushed out of the stone gate and flew towards the magic shield not far away. The figure held a dagger and slashed fiercely at one side of the shield. A dark space crack was drawn from the tip of the dagger and hit the shield. The strong energy fluctuations caused the shield to form circles of wave-like fluctuations, and at the same time, bursts of piercing and sharp sounds were heard by all the people on the second floor. The first to react was the corpse wizard. He sensed it as soon as the dimensional crack came out, but he was already far away from there. However, when the corpse wizard was distracted, the staff in Howard's hand emitted a dazzling light. A huge golden light column wrapped in holy light shot out from the huge holy stone on the staff. Once this light column was shot out, the remaining black air around was directly stirred up by this powerful energy, and then restored to its most basic state under the power of purification. Light of purification. The corpse wizard immediately dodged and retreated after seeing this golden and white light column, but from the name of this magic he called out angrily, it can be seen that his mentality is no longer stable. Even the thief who was trying to destroy the magic shield from a distance was stunned after hearing this name. However, this light column called Light of Purification did not directly hit the corpse wizard's vitals, and instantly brushed the corpse wizard's left hand and shot to the back. The target of this Light of Purification was not the corpse wizard from the beginning, but the bone wizard behind the corpse wizard. At the beginning of the battle, when the corpse witch manipulated the black air to fight against the power of God, the bone witches had already retreated to the back because they could not accept this strong sacred power. According to the corpse witch's plan, what the bone witches had to do was to entangle the priests before Howard was solved, even if they risked their lives. However, as the black air was constantly purified into free divine power, the strength of the bone witches was also greatly reduced. If the corpse witch still used words to distract the two priests and quickly solved them, I am afraid that the battle line they formed would have collapsed long ago. And now, the light of purification released by Howard made the situation even worse for the bone witches. I saw that as many as 5 bone witches were directly turned into nothingness by this light of purification in such a moment, and nothing was left. Light of purification was like an eraser, easily erasing the bone witches within the attack range, but this light of purification was an indiscriminate attack that did not distinguish between friend and foe. Under the attack of the light of purification, a priest who was entangled by the bone witch was also affected. Although he did not disappear directly like the bone witch, his body slowly turned into a little bit of light and disappeared silently in the air. When the body disappeared, only a vague figure was left, but this figure did not last too long. In a second, the soul of this person burned directly and turned into a point of light and dissipated. In the end, nothing was left. Huohua, don't you regret what happened back then? The corpse wizard ignored the sound of the magic shield being shattered behind him, and just asked the old friend in front of him in a trembling tone. It's a pity, I will only look forward. As for the past, I have never thought about it, and I have never thought about it. Huohua held the broken holy stone staff and stood up with difficulty with the support of the remaining priest. At that time, the light of purification really exhausted all his strength. Whether it was his magic power or his physical strength, he could not hold on any longer. But when he saw the thief holding the azure divine crystal ball, another powerful force suddenly burst out from his body, allowing him to stand up completely and confront the corpse wizard. Now, except for the corpse wizard who was still staring at Howard, basically no one could help but look at the mysterious thief who was walking towards the corpse wizard and Howard step by step. As the black gas was restored to the free divine power and absorbed by the divine crystal ball through the magic circle and the mysterious sword below, the collapse of the Lich Land has become more and more serious. The disappearance of the black gas also gave the players here a hope of victory. Now all the player zombies controlled by the corpse wizard have been cleared out. Except for the sluggish speed and reaction of these player zombies, the rest are stronger than before, and under the original black gas surrounding, the characteristics of unlimited resurrection and rising status give the players at the beginning a headache. What's more terrifying is that those players killed by these zombie players will also directly become zombies and re-enter the battle, which is completely a classic mode of fighting to support fighting. However, the strongest characteristics of the zombie players also disappeared with the dissipation of the black gas. With the combined efforts of everyone, the zombie player could only struggle a few times before being killed. Then, a white light flashed, and the corpse disappeared directly, and would not get up from the ground again. Dimension Walker, Mr. MB. Deo Yudeo saw that the mysterious thief suddenly stopped and formed a triangle formation with Corpse Witch and Howard, so he stepped in at this time. Oh, you know me, the new Thief King? It's a pity that the strength is too weak. The thief named MB glanced at Deo Yudeo casually, and immediately saw that he was wearing the suit of the Thief King. Yes. Dao Yu Dao stopped talking after he finished speaking, but his intervention made Corpse Witch come back to his senses and attracted Howard's attention. In fact, his words just now had attracted everyone's attention, and even Howard's action of replacing another magic wand was slowed down. Do you know this person? Shui Nai asked in the private chat immediately. Just now, when they found out that someone was going to smash the magic shield, they were ready to go over to support. However, after Dao Yu Dao saw the equipment of that person and the dimensional cracks he created, he immediately stopped the Skeleton King's attack. I don't know him, but I know that this person's strength is close to that of the Sword Saint. When I inherited this Thief King, my master told me that if I meet a thief using the Dimension Walker suit in the future, I must not provoke him. Dao Yu Dao said and stared at the three parties on the field. However, no matter how you look at it now, the Corpse Wizard is at a disadvantage. The dead skin on the entire left hand of the Corpse Wizard who was wiped by the light of purification was purified, revealing the black bones. Although it is not known whether his strength has been affected, judging from his flickering ghost fire eyes, his mentality is no longer good. It is only a matter of time before he goes berserk. Thief Saint, why do these three people have such strong strength? One was once a sage, and now a Corpse Wizard, and it seems that it is only a matter of time before he enters the level of Lich. And the thief named Anbai has become a rare Thief Saint, at the peak of strength. Even the worst one, Howard, is a bishop, and has the great power to manage the branch of the Church of the Elemental City. Shui Na couldn't help but sigh in her heart. The strength of the former friends of the Corpse Wizard is indeed birds of a feather. Anbai, give me the divine crystal ball quickly. As long as I get the divine power, then I can. Huo Hua saw Anbai stop 10 meters away from him, so he couldn't help but get a little anxious, and even said what he had been hiding. Anbai, it turns out that you have been working with Huo Hua all the time. Don't you know that Mei Ping is? The Corpse Wizard didn't say anything more, because he saw Anbai's body trembling, and an invisible pressure bloomed from him. 10 years ago, it was Ambi who found him in the Undead Empire and took him, who was extremely weak at the time, through hardships all the way back to his hometown. It was also Ambi who helped him gain a foothold in this Lich land and helped him find a lot of information and materials so that he could conduct endless experiments. Although he knew from the beginning that Ambi was working for someone in the church, he didn't know that this person was actually Howard, the real enemy who killed Meeping and made him lose everything. I knew it a long time ago. As long as we are more careful and ruthless, we can find out what happened back then. After saying this, Anbai looked at Howard, which made Howard take a step back in fear, but if someone can revive Meeping, I will do anything for them. Yes, Anbai, I can ask my great god to revive Meeping. Isn't this something we have agreed on long ago? Come on, give it to me quickly. Huo Hua watched Anbai walk towards him, and his pride grew higher and higher, and his words trembled because of excessive joy. Anbai, don't. The Corpse Witch naturally didn't want Anbai to listen to Huo Hua's words, but he stopped talking immediately after seeing Anbai's extremely firm eyes and steps. Anbai's love for Mei Ping was no less than his. He still remembered the loss and loneliness behind Anbai's extremely sincere blessing when he married Mei Ping, but all of this has disappeared in history, leaving only the three of them who were lost. Haha, I finally got it, haha, Nabi, even if you are a great genius, even if you get Mei Ping's love, it doesn't matter, you will always be just a loser in front of me, a complete loser. Huo Hua looked at the divine crystal ball within reach, and he could no longer control his mood. Really? Then do you think you are the winner? Anbai suddenly said this, causing Howard's outstretched hands to stiffen. A dark dimensional crack appeared from the dark dagger and passed through Howard's right shoulder. When the right arm fell to the ground, the priest behind Howard was cut in half, deader than dead. Huo Hua, do you remember that you used the light of purification to wipe out Mei Ping's body and soul? You used the light of purification again in front of me. Don't you think this is a provocation to me? Anbai kicked Howard away fiercely, and blood gushed all the way. Anbai, Meeping has. When the Corpse Wizard thought of what Anbai had done to revive Meeping, he felt endless pain in his heart. Because he knew that the dead could not be resurrected, and everything Anbai did was in vain. He fled to the Undead Empire to learn undead magic in order to revive Meeping. But the more he understood, the more he realized how naive his idea was. To truly revive a dead person, even gods cannot do this step. This was the conclusion of the Corpse Wizard in the early years. And it was for this reason that he devoted himself to revenge and killed all those who had framed him and killed his family. Only when he killed the last enemy did he realize that his best friend was the planner and executor of all things. It was not the bishops that Anbai said that killed Meeping. It was Howard. He had always been used as a tool by Howard and Anbai. Shut up, you are not qualified to mention Meeping's name. I sincerely handed Meeping to you back then. However, you... The dagger in Ambi's hand cut a bottomless crack on the ground in front of the corpse witch, and the crack was only a finger away from the corpse witch. Chapter 284 Twists and Turns. Huo Hua, tell me, have you been lying to me all this time? You have no way to revive Meeping, right? Ambi stared at the man named Huo Hua, and the dagger in his hand was about to be cut out. No, as long as I get the divine power, I can revive her intact, and I can give you a complete Meeping, ah. A dimensional crack cut off Huo Hua's feet, causing Huo Hua, who wanted to stand up and speak, to fall to the ground immediately. However, as a person who has experienced heavy winds and rains, Huo Hua was not tortured to the point of being unconscious and telling the truth at this time. Instead, he insisted that he had a way to fulfill Ambi's wish. However, he did not use magic to heal himself, because he knew that Ambi was just torturing himself. If he used magic at this time, he would definitely get more punishment, and even force Ambi to kill. Is our friendship not better than a lie? Over the years, I have helped you do so many things and killed so many people, but I didn't expect that in the end, I would get just a lie. Anbai really didn't expect that this guy had been deceiving himself for decades and had no intention of repenting. Anbai. When the corpse wizard saw that Anbai was going to cut off Huo Hua's last hand, even he couldn't bear to see this former friend being tortured like this. Give him a quick death. Quiet death, haha, what nonsense are you talking about? If you let him off so easily, I will make him live a life worse than death, and let him lose everything like you. Finally, I will let Meeping kill this hateful villain with her own hands. After Anbai finished speaking, the dagger slashed down, and a small dimensional crack cut off Huo Hua's left arm while the corpse wizard was unaware. Anbai, you are crazy, Meeping is already dead, and her soul and body were destroyed by the light of purification. Even if the gods come down, they can't revive her. Don't do this again. The corpse wizard didn't expect that Anbai hadn't come out of that loss and sadness after so long, and he hadn't thinking that he would become the bloodthirsty one he is now because of hatred. Humph, it's just that you are ignorant, or you don't want Meeping to be resurrected at all. After all, you are like this now. Yes, that's right, you must be afraid that Meeping will abandon you when she sees you like this, so you don't want to resurrect her. Yes, it must be like this, it turns out that you are also a villain, go to hell. Anbai suddenly waved a dagger at the corpse wizard. Although it did not create that kind of dimensional crack, the sharp dagger still cut the bone wizard who was hastily blocked by the corpse wizard into 2 pieces, and even cut a big hole in the wizard robe on his chest, revealing the dry skin inside. Unlearned, can it be? Anbai, you must not listen to the words of that guy who betrayed his teacher and destroyed his ancestors. He is not a good person. If you believe him, you will be doomed. When the corpse wizard heard Anbai's words, he immediately thought of his senior brother when he was studying in the Undead Empire. That person was like Howard. In order to achieve his goals, he would do anything, and he was even crazier and more cruel than Howard. Hey, Nabi, have you forgotten? The law of the jungle is that the strong prey on the weak in the darkness. Why should a coward like our master be allowed to guard the throne of the Lich King? In fact, I just let that world reincarnate again, and this also proves that I am much stronger than my master. A black figure suddenly extended from Ambi's body. This figure was not a physical entity, but a shadowy figure with a strong dark energy fluctuation. Get out of Ambi's body and stop confusing him. The corpse wizard waved the broken staff in his hand to hit the illusory figure, but this method could not drive away the phantom at all, let alone restore Ambi to consciousness. Nabi, I really didn't expect that this would be something a smart person like you would do. The figure watched with interest as the corpse wizard used the staff to drive away his magic projection, but what interested him more was the divine power in this divine crystal ball. In fact, when the figure learned that his junior brother had actually created a technology to gather divine power, he was terrified by his junior brother's talent, and his hatred for this once-in-a-century genius deepened. Anbai, before I come, you must protect this crystal ball, otherwise I will not fulfill the wishes of those useless people, and you probably don't want that girl named Meeping to exist in the dark forever, right? As the figure spoke, Anbai's eyes became more and more lost, his expression became ferocious, and the veins in his left hand holding the divine crystal ball were throbbing. "Can you really revive Meeping?" the corpse wizard asked suddenly, ignoring Anbai's condition. "Well, the genius knows this, maybe, when I absorb this divine power, I may be able to do it." After the figure said mysteriously, the figure suddenly blurred. "Tisk, that guy is really haunting. MB, if you want to revive Meeping, you must protect your divine power. Remember, you must protect your divine power." After saying this, the figure disappeared from MB, but MB's condition became even worse. "MB, wake up, you can't be controlled by that guy." The corpse wizard jumped back and dodged MB's dagger. However, the good thing is that although MB was hypnotized, the hypnotized MB could not exert his own strength and could only fight with instinct plus the effect of hypnosis. "MB, think about our past. Do you think Meeping would like to see you like this? Wake up." The corpse wizard has been unwilling to give up using words to wake up this friend, but these words can't wake him up at all, but make him more and more lost in hypnosis. "As long as I can see her again, as long as I can see her again." MB kept repeating the same sentence, and it was this wish that made him unable to come out of hypnosis and made him lose his rationality. "Come and help me subdue him, otherwise, we will all die here." The corpse witch was naturally very clear about his senior brother's methods. Now he simply wanted MB to kill each other with the people here. And he also caught his weakness, that is, he would not let MB be in danger. "How do you want us to help you?" Seeing this, Shui Nai immediately stepped forward to respond to the corpse witch's words. There would not be many opportunities to cooperate with the corpse witch without scruples. "Knock him down, but don't hurt his life." "I understand completely, old bones, go." Dao Yudao immediately took over, but he commanded the Skeleton King to fight, and he didn't know what to prepare behind. Corpse Witch, Shui Nai and Skeleton King soon caught up with MB, who was killing players and church NPCs. Now MB has completely lost his reason, let alone expect him to hear anyone's words, so let's speak with strength. The Skeleton King went around MB at the fastest speed, and slapped the flame snake sword and the scabbard in his hand hard at the back of MB's head, intending to knock him out. However, although MB was not rational, his instinctive reaction was extremely quick. Before the Skeleton King's scabbard was slapped down, he had already sensed the danger behind him, and stabbed with his backhand, forcing the Skeleton King to turn the slap into Ahe barely blocked the knife that was stabbing straight into his chest. However, he was caught off guard by the powerful force of the dagger and took several steps back to stabilize his body. The metal scabbard in his hand had been pierced with a big hole. But at this moment, the corpse wizard, who had already taken a bone staff from Mina, also began his own magic attack. The corpse wizard tapped the bone staff on the ground, and 5 black airs immediately moved on the ground, forming a fan, covering the agile MB. The speed of these 5 black airs was not fast, but they covered a wide range. No matter how MB dodged, he could not completely escape the pursuit of the black air below. Just when MB dodged another black air on the ground, another one immediately jumped up from the ground and entangled his ankle. The moment this black air touched MB, it immediately turned into a dark undead hand, caught him tightly, and pulled him towards the ground. However, the attack range of the undead tentacle was only on the ground, and it could not extend upward to catch MB's hands. MB quickly cut off the undead tentacle with a dagger. However, the second undead tentacle had already entangled with him. At this moment, Mina suddenly appeared behind MB, with the staff aimed at his other foot, and 2 thunderbolts of ice hit his foot directly. However, the level of thunderbolt ice was too low. For masters like MB, who were dozens of levels higher than Mina, the level suppression alone could ignore the effect of this magic. Seeing this, Mina immediately switched to thunder magic, and saw a series of thunder arrows shot at the bound MB. Although the paralysis effect of the electric current was sometimes absent, it still affected MB's reaction, so that the Skeleton King had a chance to approach him. However, even so, the Skeleton King still couldn't compare with MB in terms of strength. Even though it tried hard to avoid its glare, it was still knocked away by MB after 5 hits, and it also caused more than 100 points of power shock damage. Although the Skeleton King didn't suffer much damage, every second was precious and couldn't be wasted when such masters fought. Without the Skeleton King's close-range attack, MB first ignored the magic harassment of Mizunao, directly cut off the remaining 4 undead tentacles below, and then drew himself to approach the corpse witch in front of him, and stabbed the corpse witch's chest with the dagger in his hand. Damn it, under the suppression of the level of the Lich Land, and then hypnotized by someone, the strength has dropped by 30%, and he can't use his own skills and equipment special effects, although he is still so strong. Dao Yudeo's voice suddenly appeared in the shadow behind the corpse witch in a very strange way, but when he said the results of the reconnaissance, he threw out a few bottles of potion bottles. Chapter 285 Shadow Killer. Dao Yudeo, who threw out those bottles of potion, immediately disappeared from the corpse witch's shadow. But in the next moment, he appeared in Mina's shadow. After quickly throwing out a few more bottles of potion to MB, his figure disappeared again. And this time, he appeared in MB's shadow. And the bottles of potion he had just thrown out also came over at this time. Although MB nimbly dodged the bottles of potion coming from the front, he could not dodge the bottles behind. With a few crisp sounds of papier, the sound of glass breaking came from MB's back, and pieces of cold potion liquid spread on it. Although the effect of the cold air could not last too long, in such a moment, it had already satisfied Dao Yudao's requirements. Dao Yudao grabbed MB's feet with both hands and pulled forward with force, immediately causing MB to lose balance while moving forward. However, MB reacted quickly. When his body swayed downward, the dagger in his hand had already pierced into Dao Yu's left shoulder, completely ignoring the harassing magic from Shui Nai. With a puff, Dao Yu's left shoulder was pierced. Although he immediately retreated into the shadow when he saw the dagger coming, his speed was not as fast as MB's dagger, so his shoulder was pierced. However, at this time, he had already completed his mission. He immediately moved into the shadow of the corpse witch with his injuries and crawled out from there. Shui Nai put away his staff, and at the moment Dao Yudao left, he threw himself on MB. He pressed him to the ground in an instant, and at the same time, he put his hand on his back and pressed him tightly. Dao Yudao's surprise attack was too weird. No one expected that this person would attack in this way. Hey, you're too weak. Dao Yudao, who made a lot of contributions, looked at the corpse wizard and said with some dissatisfaction. Just now, the corpse wizard had only used one magic. Just now I was gathering energy to heal my wounds. Facing my senior brother, if I'm not in good condition, I have no way to deal with him. So the rest of the matter depends on you. After the corpse wizard finished speaking, a large amount of black air began to emit from his whole body. This black air is different from the one that filled the entire Lich Land before. If the depth of the black air in the Lich Land is 100, then the black air on the corpse wizard is only 10 at most. Although it is much weaker than before, the corpse wizard is more handy to control, and the speed and flexibility of the black air are higher. The black gas was perfectly controlled by the corpse witch within a radius of 1 meter, without any overflow. No way, come to heal at this time. Dao Yudao looked at MB, who was suppressed by the Skeleton King and Shui Nai, and then glanced at the divine crystal ball in MB's hand, but... Hey, the crystal ball is gone. At this time, Dao Yudao didn't care about drinking the potion, and immediately stood up to look for the trace of the crystal ball. This is his task reward. If someone got there first, he would be laughed to death. At this time, the crystal ball was rolling to the feet of a player, and he picked it up immediately, but when he touched the crystal ball, the joy on his face quickly disappeared. Well, brother, you should know that you can't pick up some things randomly. Dao Yudao looked at the back of the man. Although he didn't know whether this person was from the Dark Dragon Guild or a god, if he really wanted to take away the man's crystal ball, he didn't mind stabbing his dagger into his neck. Of course, no, I want to pick it up and return it to you, so don't get me wrong. The player holding the crystal ball immediately handed the crystal ball behind him carefully. Very good, by the way, a personal friendly reminder, it's not safe here, it's best to leave immediately. Dao Yudao didn't care who this person was. As soon as he received the crystal ball, he immediately returned to the corpse wizard. Now, even if he wants to fight, he has to deal with the crystal ball first. Otherwise, under the influence of this crystal ball, neither stealth nor shadow crossing can be used. Now Dao Yudao has finally confirmed his guess, that is, this divine power will not be so easy to get. Cannot leave the Lich Land, nor put it in the backpack. This is the characteristic of the crystal ball in his hand, and this characteristic is completely used by the game system to provoke war. Now, Howard has recovered from the human stick state, and then his state is very weak, and he is afraid of the injured bone witches and dare not act rashly. But as a bishop, it is his specialty to encourage the players around him. Moreover, judging from the current state of the players, the people of the Dark Dragon Guild have already stood on Howard's side, just waiting for Howard's instructions. Just now, the people of the Dark Dragon Guild protected Howard at the first time, and the people who came down from the gods obviously did not want to go against the corpse witch with the greatest advantage, so they left early in the morning, using the reason of protecting the injured priest. And the ones who stayed here were just a few members who were not afraid of death and wanted to see the final result. Deo Yu Deo, hand over the crystal ball in your hand, otherwise we will not let you go. And Bishop Howard has already said that as long as you are willing to turn from evil to good and kill the corpse witch and the wizard over there, he will not care about the previous things, so. A player suddenly gave Deo Yu Deo a final message. Of course, he could see that the situation was not on his side. So you'd better give me the power as soon as possible, otherwise. However, Howard could not wait any longer. The man who just extended from MB was an extremely powerful guy. Once he came over, in his current state, there was basically no hope of saving his life and power. Hey, can you please take a closer look at the situation here? We have the upper hand now, so there is no need to go along with this Blackheart Bishop. Moreover, with your usual style, I dare not trust you. After all, there are already 2 samples there, and both have been harmed by you. You should find those idiots to play the game of abandoning darkness and joining light. I won't accompany you. Deo Yu Deo slowly expressed his views. As far as the current situation is concerned, time is on his side. If he can delay for a while, he will be closer to victory. You. Howard was angry and pointed at Deo Yu Deo fiercely with his staff, but he did not cast any magic. Now he is just a paper tiger with a strong appearance but a weak heart. However, his actions made the remaining bone wizards nervous immediately, and the black air on the staff gathered at a very fast speed. Hey, don't mess around. What you have to do now is to protect your master. For other things, don't cause trouble. Deo Yu Deo held a mechanical crossbow in his hand. He didn't want these bone wizards to suffer losses because of the players' problems. He would have to rely on them to deal with the corpse wizard's senior brother later. Hey, do you want it? Forget it, I'd better take the initiative to avoid trouble at the last moment. Deo Yu Deo placed the crystal ball next to a complete bone wizard, and then slowly merged into his shadow in the eyes of everyone, disappearing little by little. Go, you must grab that divine crystal ball, hurry up and grab it. Howard immediately ordered the players when he saw this. Blackheart Bishop, if you want to take other people's things, you must ask the owner first. Deo Yu Deo suddenly emerged from a player's shadow, and the mechanical crossbow in his hand roared at his head, and 3 consecutive arrows directly nailed his health to the lowest point. After shooting these 3 arrows, Deo Yu Deo threw out the 2 bottles of blue freezing potion in his hand and froze the 2 players who came to support. This is a freezing potion, why would you? 3 consecutive arrows shot the frozen player into white light. It's just a potion. My master has plenty of them, but they're a little expensive. Deo Yu Deo said, and then disappeared. Okay, I believe you have seen my strength. If you don't want to die, you'd better leave here now, otherwise. Deo Yu Deo took a look at his endurance value and immediately said in a calm and relaxed tone. Humph, don't think I don't know. If you want to use that ability, the price will not be too small. I think you can't use that ability anymore. Howard, the old fox, is experienced and immediately saw that Deo Yu Deo is already a strong-looking but weak-hearted person, so he will naturally not fall into the trap, so he immediately reminded the players around him. Blackheart Bishop, if you have the ability, come and try. Don't look for those cannon fodders to lie on the mines. I just don't want to kill any more. Damn, you idiots, you don't even know you're being used as guns. Deo Yu Deo said as he retreated, then quickly grabbed the divine crystal ball from the ground and ran towards Shui Nai. Although he can still use the power of that suit now, after using it, he has no combat power, so he naturally won't let himself become a burden. Hey, Fan Shen, let's change jobs. Deo Yu Deo said, and threw the divine crystal ball to Shui Nai who had just gotten up from the ground. What's going on? Shui Nai held the divine crystal ball in his hand, looking at the players who were rushing over, and was a little confused. Now the Lich Land is about to collapse, and these people don't leave quickly, but play PK here, their brains are broken. They have an affair with Howard, let's get rid of them first. Deo Yu Deo cooperated with the Skeleton King to suppress Ambi's body, and shot the remaining crossbow arrows of the mechanical crossbow at those people. Then, if you want to die, step forward. Shui Nai directly drew out the staff and aimed at the people coming over. Be careful, there is a thief in front of your left, and there are two in front of you. The Skeleton King suddenly reminded Shui Nai. Shui Nai also reacted immediately, and with a swing of the staff, 2 consecutive fireballs, a total of 10 fireballs, in a perfect fan shape, covered Shui Nai's front and left front. One of the 3 thieves was unable to dodge and revealed his trace. Then a chain lightning was thrown over, and the other thief next to him was also struck out immediately. Although the strength of these thief players is first class, they were discovered by Shui Nai before they got close, so naturally there was no way to survive. There is a thief 10 meters to the right, be careful of crossbows. The effect of the biological radar of the Skeleton King is amazingly high. Once he finds something, he immediately reports it to Shui Nai. Chapter 286 Divine Power. Facing Shui Nai's magic attack that wins completely by numbers, if you can't defend effectively, it's nonsense to want to defeat him. Now the players who plan to stay until the last moment of the Lich Land are either warriors or thieves, and these people ask themselves if they are not slow and have the ability to run out when the Lich Land collapses. However, the result of this is that no one can add magic defense or beneficial status to these people. There is no one who can help these people suppress Shui Nai's magic. So, the result of this battle is naturally that they can't complete Howard's instructions, let alone the orders of their president. Stupid, go help MB. Howard immediately thought of this method. Although MB is out of control now, it is much easier to deal with MB who is out of control than to deal with these people. After Howard finished speaking, he immediately took out a small wooden box from his space bracelet. As soon as the wooden box was taken out, several nearby players who were protecting Howard immediately smelled a burst of fragrance. The fragrance was very soft and comfortable. Even if you just sniffed it, you would feel refreshed. At this time, Howard opened the wooden box quickly with a look of heartache and reluctance, and swallowed the thumb-sized milky white pill inside. After taking the drug, Howard's face immediately changed from pale to ruddy, and the strength of his hands was also recovering rapidly. Now he can stand up without the support of others, but his heartbroken expression did not disappear. This is a holy medicine that has been made with many rare medicinal materials and countless processes in the headquarters of the church, and has been blessed. Even though Howard is a bishop, he only got this one. And it has always been regarded by Howard as the last life-saving prop. It is indeed a bit of a waste to use it here now. However, once this divine power is obtained, everything will be easy. Fan Chen, give me the ring. The light of life should be able to wake MB up. Dao Yiyu Dao knew what this old fox was planning as soon as he heard what Howard said. This idea was very vicious. Once MB regained her freedom, I'm afraid that almost everyone here would die. Moreover, Howard also planned to use MB to check and balance the corpse witch. But was he so confident that he could bring the divine power out safely? The light of life. Mina herself was too long. Without using this ring, he had long forgotten its function. Now that Dao Yiyu Dao reminded him, he immediately remembered it. After Dao Yiyu Dao received the ring thrown to him by Shui Nai, he immediately put it on and used the power in the ring immediately. A ray of green life energy shot out from Dao Yiyu Dao's ring and hit MB's back. But at this time, 2 golden holy light bullets hit MB's Dao Yiyu Dao and the Skeleton King at a speed that could not be seen with the naked eye, and bounced them more than 10 meters away. Damn, 1 step slower. Since Huo Hua saw the ring thrown by Shui Nai, he immediately became alert. Although the life energy in this ring is very weak, it is extremely pure. This ring is a rare treasure even for him. Yes, you are still 1 step slower. Dao Yiyu Dao was not hurt too much under the protection of the Skeleton King, but now that Huo Hua came out, he was sad. You talkative fellow, get out of here. Howard's staff was immediately aimed at Dao Yiyu Dao's chest, and the holy light on the staff was flowing unsteadily, and the light was getting stronger and stronger. Humph, until now, are you still stubborn? The black air of the corpse witch suddenly expanded, and the intact corpse witch walked out of the black air. Howard's face suddenly changed, and he immediately aimed the staff at the corpse witch. The holy stone on the staff also lit up this time. It seems that he is ready to use the light of purification stored in the staff again. Nabi, die! Howard roared at the corpse witch, his face became more and more crazy, and he immediately pulled the staff, constantly correcting the range of attack, aiming at the corpse witch who was dodging. However, no matter how fast the corpse witch's dodging speed is, it cannot dodge this large-scale holy light ultimate magic at close range. The corpse wizard was hit directly by the light of purification, and his body immediately turned into a light like a firefly, flying all over the sky. However, the corpse wizard smiled mysteriously at Howard at the moment he turned into a light spot, which made Howard feel cold. How is this possible? Although the power of darkness has not disappeared. Howard looked at the broken holy stone on the staff, and then looked at the black gas that was still churning not far away. Nothing is impossible. I just suddenly thought of getting a ring. When the black gas was sucked back by the corpse wizard, another intact corpse wizard just stood there, smiling at the pale-faced Howard. When Howard saw the corpse wizard, his first reaction was to run away, and his speed was amazing. Just as the corpse wizard finished speaking, Howard's figure had disappeared, leaving only a remnant of white light during the transmission. After watching this dramatic change, everyone was stunned. Die or get out. The corpse wizard said this to the remaining players. Run. I don't know who ran away first, and then all the players ran away together. Facing the corpse wizard who even had to run away, why not run away? At this time, Shui Nai walked to the corpse wizard and returned the divine power crystal ball to the corpse wizard. Now only the corpse wizard can use this thing, and there is not much time left. Come here, it's time to fulfill my promise to you. The corpse wizard waved to Dao Yiyu Dao and the skeleton king. By the way, what exactly is this divine power, and what is its use? It seems so precious. Dao Yiyu Dao immediately thought of Howard's infinite reluctance and unwillingness when he left, and now the thing that Howard wanted most was regarded by the corpse wizard as a reward for a task. To be honest, I don't know much about this divine power. Let me briefly explain it. Divine power is not precious at all in essence. Our world is full of divine power. Whether it is the magic we use, fighting spirit or even our life force, it is a kind of divine power. It's just that these divine powers have been differentiated and evolved, and have become every corner of our world. The corpse witch paused and shifted his gaze from Ambi to the divine power crystal ball in his hand. Although Ambi is still in a coma, he is no longer hypnotized. It's just that according to reason, creatures that have received the light of life will not enter this coma. Then, this can only mean that Ambi's coma now is his own will and his behavior of escaping reality. The corpse witch also knew about this, so he didn't bother him. However, the effects of these differentiated divine powers have been solidified. Without special circumstances, they cannot be converted into other powers. Moreover, the effectiveness of these solidified divine powers varies, and it is impossible to generalize them. But in this world, in addition to this solidified divine power, there are also a large number of unsolidified free divine powers. The number of these divine powers is not small at all, but they are very sparse. No, it should be said that they are difficult to gather, and this is why the divine power in my hand is precious. Because the divine power here is left by the previous god of light, and the most difficult and longest divine power gathering process has been completed, and I just let them condense again. So, now as long as we get with this divine power, does it mean that we have already stood on the shoulders of the god of light? Mina looked at the slowly lit divine power crystal ball, and now the sound of crystal breaking was constantly coming from the crystal ball. Yes, and no, there are some things I can't understand now. If from the perspective of the gods, the god of light only has this little divine power, then humans would have been able to destroy the god of light with the advantage of numbers. However, the purity of this divine power is indeed beyond the imagination of us mortals. So I suspect that this divine power is just the clone of the god of light, and the divine power in it is still incomplete, which may be related to the fact that my technology has not been fully successful. And this is what I have mastered so far. If you still want to study it, I suggest you ask our teacher, who knows much more about this than I do. Doppelganger? Teacher? Forget it, let's deal with this first. Dao Yiyudao is now unable to see the light ball in front of him clearly. For this kind of academic research that may be endless, he attaches more importance to practical things. Although this light ball carries a sacred aura, it does not show any hostility to the corpse witch. Instead, it surrounds the four creatures present with a strong but warm feeling. Well, let's start. After the corpse witch finished speaking, he looked at the other three creatures. I have a question for you. What are your plans for the future? Shuinai suddenly asked. I don't know, but I will not be an enemy of humans, don't worry. After this time, I found that no matter how persistent I am in revenge, I can't get more. The corpse wizard looked at Ambi and said with some emotion that now Ambi was just like him at the beginning, only indulging and clinging to hatred. When he saw this friend who was like a miniature of himself, he woke up and realized that such a life was meaningless. After that, the entire divine crystal ball turned into thousands of fragments in an instant and scattered on the ground, and a strong energy ball appeared at the original position of the crystal ball. Under the control of the corpse wizard, the energy ball was evenly divided into 10 parts, among which Shui Na and Dao Yudao each got 1, and the Skeleton King got 2. One part entered the Skeleton King's soul fire, and the other part entered the brave armor on its chest. Although the corpse which obtained 60% of the divine power, Shui Na and Dao Yudao had no time to think about it now. It turned out that the inheritance of this kind of divine power that was obtained without any effort was a very painful thing. These pure divine powers were like extremely sharp knives, constantly drilling into their bodies. Every time a knife drilled into them, they would feel pain, and it was the kind of pain that could not be stopped, let alone relieved. Now even people like Jianren and Shui Na Dao Yudao were screaming in pain. Chapter 287 Oracle Wanted Order. The process of inheriting the divine power was actually very short, but for those who were in it, it was extremely long. It was also difficult to experience the experience of Lingqi in the legend in the game. Perhaps pain is always long, and pleasure is always short. Just after everyone had survived the process of inheriting the divine power, before they had time to savor the pleasure brought by the divine power, a voice so angry that people could smell the strong smell of fireworks sounded in the Lich Land. When this Lich Land is about to collapse, who else can come in except the senior brother who betrayed his master and destroyed his ancestors? You go first, we will cover you. The corpse wizard looked at the 3 tired people. He knew that these 3 people were very tired after experiencing the inheritance of divine power. It was impossible to ask them to help him resist the senior brother who had become a lich. Leave, don't think of leaving here, just spit out the divine power obediently. I saw a ball of black gas suddenly rushing in from the narrow passage. This ball of black gas could actually ignore the surrounding dimensional cracks and force its way in directly from there. In fact, even if the corpse witch asked Shui Na and the others to leave now, they might not be able to cross the dimensional cracks on the road. Because even the corpse witch did not expect that after they absorbed the divine power, the collapse speed of the Lich Land would be so much faster. In the blink of an eye, except for the space around the magic circle where the divine power gathered, which was still relatively stable, the rest of the space was cut into pieces by the dimensional cracks like an oil painting on glass. You 3 leave now. The corpse witch handed the MB in his hand to the Skeleton King, and then drew the big knife on the magic circle. He immediately threw a pure and flawless space crystal into the knife pit, and a portal emitting white light was activated at this time. However, would Shui Na, Dao Yudao and the Skeleton King leave like this? Hurry up! The corpse wizard also brought up a ball of black air and flew into the sky, fighting against the lich. However, even he, after receiving the inheritance of divine power, was already exhausted both physically and mentally, and was soon beaten down by the lich. At this moment, a dark dimensional crack suddenly appeared where the corpse wizard fell, and a hand stretched out from the crack and directly pulled the corpse wizard in. When the dimensional crack disappeared, the corpse wizard appeared next to Mina. MB, you're awake. MB, you useless guy, you waste, don't you want your meeping to be resurrected? Well, I'm awake. I had a dream just now. I dreamed of her. MB ignored the words of the lich. Now he has woken up and remembered something very important. That is, if Nabi really has the ability to resurrect meeping, then meeping would have been resurrected long ago. It's just because the degree of love between the 2 of them for meeping is not less than each other, but he has been confused by his obsession and refused to believe this fact. Then, you will die together. The lich who came out of the black air was a man with a very young appearance. When he saw that MB was so disgusted with him, he immediately roared. This person's face was very full. If there were no flesh eyes in his eyes, just looking at his face, no one would have thought that this person was a lich who gave up his body for power. Brother, if you can hand over the secret of divine power, I can consider letting you die quickly. The lich stretched out a withered hand. This withered hand had one more layer of muscle than the corpse wizard, although the muscle was also withered. Dream on, if you have the ability, go and study it yourself, if you don't, go back to be your lich king. The corpse wizard completely ignored the black air that was condensing in the lich's hand and said with some sarcasm. You are looking for death. You are also looking for death. Suddenly a voice appeared in this chaotic space, and a red ball of light came from a distance at a very fast speed. Brother Yangzhen. This ball of light with a flame breath flew directly above the heads of Shui Na and the others, confronting the black ball of the corpse wizard. Humph, you are lucky. The lich looked at Yangzhen, then looked at the magic circle of divine power gathering shrouded by the corpse wizard's black air, and after a reluctant roar, he left. Brother Nabi, you should take care of yourself in the future. Go now. Yan Xin was not in the mood to talk to the corpse witch, and just said this lightly. Then, take care of yourself, brother. The corpse witch glanced at Yan Xin, whose face was ashen. Although he was sad, he knew his heart well, so he immediately took the remaining bone witch and MB through the portal and left the Lich Land. Let's go too. After Yan Xin finished speaking, the red light around him became brighter, covering Shui Nai and the other two. When Shui Nai came over this red area, he put the ancient broadsword on the ground into his backpack. After all the people were taken in, Yan Xin waved his hand, and the magic circle below was broken into pieces under the scorching breath and fell into the dimensional crack. We'll make a new life here. Fanfiction, you'd better walk the road carefully in the future, don't go astray like Nabi. After Yangzhen sent the three out, he immediately collected the domain, turned into a red stream of light, and chased the escaping lich. Wow, your big brother is very fierce, and his words are sonorous, and there will be echoes when he hits the ground. Dao Yudao said and looked at the players who surrounded him. Yes, he is very ruthless, so I suggest that you must not do bad things in front of him in the future, otherwise he will definitely kill you back to level 0. Shui Na said, while pulling out the staff from the backpack, and formed a very stable triangle formation with Dao Yudao and the Skeleton King back to back. Humph, I must make you die today. Otherwise, I won't be able to make those members whose accounts have been deleted by the system because of you. Have you finished your fart? Come over if you have. Yan Long, why are you talking so much? It's just a PK, who is afraid of who? Dao Yudao was the first to shout in the regional channel. All the players within a radius of 1 kilometer heard his extremely arrogant voice. Have you recovered your stamina? Shui Na asked in a private chat. Although the current environment is surrounded by people, these people are just players. It's only a matter of time for them to escape. Fuck, I played too much with Shadow just now, and the upper limit of stamina is almost used up. Dao Yudao smiled bitterly. Although these suits are powerful, everything consumes stamina, which is too sad. Hiding in the shadow consumes a little stamina per second, and performing shadow crossing requires the upper limit of stamina. These are abilities that can only be used to save lives. But when you have used up your life and face danger again, it will be the most troublesome. Okay, I'll attract other people's attention later, you take the opportunity to find a place to hide first. Shui Nai took a look at the surrounding environment. There was a big river not far away, which was very suitable for the Skeleton King to use, and there was a forest on the other side. Dao Yudao should be able to hide there. As for the sky? Everyone, let's meet in Neverwinter City. Shui Nai suddenly said to the three people. Although his voice was very low, it was still heard by several thieves who sneaked over. At this time, the golden light on the Skeleton King was very bright, and it burst out with a dazzling light like a flash bomb. After that, it ran towards the big river, knocking away all the players who dared to block it along the way. But the evil of the Skeleton King, the intentional attack made Shui Nai's head red immediately. Okay, let's do it. Yan Long saw that the Skeleton King had abandoned his master and fled, and the mage's head was also red, so he immediately gave the order to attack. From the beginning, he didn't believe that these three people would fight with them face to face. After all, these three people are very good at escaping and will never suffer a loss, even if it's just a little bit. And now, the most powerful Skeleton King has run away, and the remaining two people are just a matter of time and number. However, he forgot one thing, that is, their enemy is not an ordinary player. When the Skeleton King rushed out of a passage, Shui Nai kicked his feet, and the whole person seemed to ignore gravity and rose to the sky. And in the process of rising, the cloth armor on Shui Nai's back was suddenly broken from the inside out by something, and a pair of black bat wings suddenly appeared on Shui Nai's back, and the fanning wind pressure made it fly steadily in the air. Vampire! How is this possible? Did the corpse witch give him this power? Yan Long and the others were all looking at the flying figure in the air, and they were very surprised. Although flying in the air is not unfamiliar in this world, it is a skill that only a magician can have. Everyone knows that a flying creature is at least twice as powerful as a non-flying creature. Quick, go and call the church people over. There are undead creatures here. Yan Long immediately ordered his subordinates to find the church people who had just left. Just now, due to the sudden attack of another powerful undead creature, the church people who were originally guarding outside the Lich Land suffered very serious casualties. Now they have rushed back to the church branch to plan to deal with this undead creature. However, after flying in the air for a while, Shui Na immediately flew towards the direction of the elemental city. The monster ran away. Hey, the thief ran away too. A player who reacted immediately found that everyone in the encirclement had disappeared. In the next 2 days, Shui Na, Dao Yiyu Dao and the Skeleton King appeared near Neverwinter City. When they attracted the attention of the Dark Dragon Guild, the whereabouts of the three of them disappeared again. When Shui Na brought Dao Yiyu Dao back to Lanluo village, he immediately heard a bad news, that is, the church branch of the elemental city suddenly had a big event of an oracle from the sky 3 days ago, and then the church issued a wanted order for the 4 people including the corpse wizard. Chapter 288, Unraveling the Mystery. Oracle? Wanted order. Shui Na didn't expect that the old wizard in front of him would talk about this so easily, and his smile was full of gloating. Boy, you are awesome, 100 times more awesome than I was back then. Although I have fought with the god of light, I have never been wanted by a god. You are the first in history. The old wizard took a sip of tea leisurely and looked at Shui Na, who had a calm face. Did you win back then? Shui Na suddenly asked. This old wizard is really getting more and more mysterious. Now he even revealed that he had fought with a god. I lost, and I lost miserably. The old wizard touched his forehead, where there was a very small wound. Then he paused and said, but he was not doing well either. I beat him and he was injured. He hasn't issued an oracle for hundreds of years. Now he issued such an oracle. It seems that he doesn't want you to grow up. And in order to keep it secret, only the branch of the Church of the Elemental City has received the oracle and issued a wanted order. If the God of Light mobilizes the Church of the whole country to arrest you, you can only escape to the Undead Empire. Teacher, please don't say such irresponsible words, okay? After a red light, Yan Xian's figure appeared directly in Fal's courtyard. Master Yan Xian. Shui Na saw Yan Xian coming down, and immediately stood up and saluted. Well, I won't talk about this kind of thing. The old wizard saw Yan Xian coming over and immediately laughed. By the way, what did you fight with the God of Light for back then? It wouldn't be because of divine power again, right? Shui Na was very interested in the story of this old wizard. After all, this old wizard was the divine wizard mentioned by the corpse witch, the human being closest to the gods. If she knew more about him, she would have a better idea when facing the gods in the future. It's about Nabi. Nabi was framed by Howard, the bastard, and lost the most important magic power of a wizard. His family was also destroyed. In a rage, the teacher went to destroy a branch of the church. In the end, the divine power of the teacher attracted the attention of the God of Light. In order to keep the secret of the gods, the God of Light secretly came down to make trouble for the teacher. Although he was driven away by the teacher in the end, the teacher was cursed by the God of Light. From then on, the teacher's magic power will only be used less and less, and it will not be restored. Now the teacher's magic power is only at the level of an intermediate wizard. Yan Xian said with some pain, his whole body flashing red light, as if the whole person was about to turn into endless anger, and bursts of scorching breath turned the tea on the table into streams of water vapor, all evaporated. Humph, don't mess around, okay? Oh no, these tea leaves are good stuff, don't waste them. The old wizard immediately hugged the exquisite teapot. Actually, I was afraid to see you like this, so I pretended to be dead and avoided the world. Moreover, if I didn't die, the God of Light would definitely issue an oracle like now, and I'm afraid that our human empire would be destroyed by internal strife. The old wizard said while pouring out the remaining tea in the teapot, 1 cup for each person. And you got 2 things wrong. First, for anyone, the most important thing is not the power itself, but the feelings. In these years of quiet life, I have gained more here than before, and I have lived a fulfilling and happy life. The old wizard took a sip of tea first, and then said slowly. Then, he continued, as for the second thing, the curse of the God of Light was not aimed at my magic power, you guessed wrong. He targeted my divine power. Otherwise, as long as I convert the divine power, I still have the capital to fight against the light, but the God of Light is too insidious. He cursed me right away, and then he crushed me with far more power than I did. The old wizard smiled at Shui Na, as if he was very happy that the God of Light remembered him. There's no need to be so happy about this kind of thing. Shui Nai was very depressed, especially because of the old wizard's smile that looked like a 1,000-year-old tree demon, which made him feel sick. No, it's worth being happy. After all, the God of Light didn't come down to trouble you personally, otherwise, you and I would have been blasted into pieces by him. And from the fact that only the oracle was issued this time but the person was not seen, the power of this guy, the God of Light, has not recovered. It seems that I really hurt him back then. Isn't this kind of thing worth celebrating? The old wizard added a pot of water and handed it to Yan Xin. Yan Xin raised his palm and the water in the teapot was already boiling. Shui Nai had nothing to say in the face of this sentence. Indeed, the teacher explained it correctly. Now only the Church of the Elemental City has received the oracle, and I heard that only the villain Howard knows the content of the oracle. In other words, what the God of Light hopes most is that we mortals do not want to know the secret of divine power, and in order to keep this secret, he will only let the relevant Howard solve and deal with it. In this regard, neither the human empire nor our magic guild will be asked to participate. In other words, this is a grudge between you and the church, we will not ask, and we cannot ask. But similarly, the church cannot ask us to do anything. So, the road after this depends on you. Yan Xin said this and left. In fact, he just came here to pass on this message and visit his teacher who had been dead for many years. He had always thought that his teacher had fallen in that earth-shaking battle, but since he accidentally found Lan Luo village when he was chasing the lich, he realized that he had always underestimated his teacher's ability. After the long talk before, he finally knew the true identity of the mysterious man who fought against his teacher that year. And then, he also discovered the problem with his teacher. The total amount of magic power was so low that he couldn't accept it. However, he couldn't stay with his teacher now, let alone recognize him. What a irony! You won't blame the Magic Guild for not helping you? The old wizard asked curiously, holding the teacup. That won't happen. Shui Na knew that she had only triggered a certain task, which was the player's business, so she naturally could not blame the Magic Guild for not being strong enough. That's good. In fact, now there are no more people in the Magic Guild or the church, and now the God of Light has issued such a meaningless oracle at this juncture, which really makes people doubt whether the God of Light is on the side of humans. The old wizard said sarcastically. What exactly is divine power? Nabi said you know much more than him. Shui Na asked immediately. She must figure out the divine power. If she doesn't even know this, then it would be unfair for the gods to think about her like this. Well, I don't know this very well. I just know that when a person's strength reaches a certain level, he will feel the origin of this world and reach a process of resonance with heaven and earth. This process cannot be expressed in words. And only after such a process, you can sense these so-called free divine powers. In fact, if we talk about research, Nabi's research results are much more practical than what I have figured out on my own. He is worthy of being my most proud student. The old wizard said, and proudly touched his sparse beard. Back then, I just accumulated these free divine powers. Later, under some accidental circumstances, I discovered the secret of divine power conversion. After that, I relied on this ability to restore all my own magic power, which is a low solidification divine power, into free divine power, and used divine power to cast magic, thus gaining stronger power. The old wizard raised his finger, and a beautiful ice flower slowly bloomed on it. Hey, if you know there is not much left, don't waste it. It would be great to keep it for yourself. Mina looked at the old wizard's hand, said sadly. What are you sad about? Anyway, I've figured it out. Why are you so entangled? Isn't it just a broken jar? The old wizard threw the ice flower far away and hit it on the wooden guardrail. With a series of crisp sounds, the whole row of wooden guardrails turned into a pile of ice chips. In fact, divine power is everywhere. At the beginning, you may not be able to sense its presence because you are too weak. But it really exists. For example, if your strength becomes stronger, it is actually because your divine power accumulates more in your body. From the beginning, the role of divine power may only be to strengthen our bodies so that we can accommodate more divine power, and this just explains why the stronger the strength, the longer the lifespan. After the old wizard finished speaking, he didn't say anything else. In fact, he only knew this little bit, and he knew nothing else. Yes, divine power can only be used to strengthen the body for people with low strength. Mina glanced at the status of divine power strengthening, not selected, on her status bar. In this state, there are a total of 6 options for Shui Nai to choose from, namely Strength Attribute plus 200, Spirit Attribute plus 200, Agility Attribute plus 200, Constitution Attribute plus 200, Health Limit plus 5000, Magic Value Limit plus 5000. For this choice, Shui Nai has never made up his mind to choose which one. And Dao Yiyu Dao and Skeleton King have already chosen the direction of strengthening. For example, Dao Yiyu Dao, as soon as he got the divine power, he chose the Constitution as soon as possible to maximize the effect of his Thief King's suit. And Skeleton King directly chose plus 5000 points of health. Moreover, its brave chest armor has obtained a more powerful weapon soul because of the divine power divided by the corpse witch, becoming an equipment with growth potential. Well, if you say so, then you are right. It took me hundreds of years to accumulate my divine power. And you got it from others now, so you are an authority in this regard. The old wizard's eyes flashed, and he saw through the divine power in Shui Nai at a glance. Chapter 289 Gift of Corpse Witch. So, what do you think about the direction of strengthening the divine power? Shui Nai asked his question. Divine power may be the ultimate power of the player. If you use it carelessly without mastering it in the early stage, you will really want to die. I still need to think about this. Of course, it is to strengthen the magic power. The magic power in the mage's body is the lowest in solidification. As long as you master the ability to convert the divine power, you can also get more powerful divine power. Moreover, in the later stage, magic power will become an important factor restricting the growth of a mage. Don't think about it, strengthen the magic power. This is the best choice for the mage. The old mage said as a matter of course. Magic power. Shui Nai looked at all the options again seriously. For him, both strength and agility are suitable for him. As for spirit, given that his spirit value has fallen behind the mainstream mage, it will only narrow the gap between them, and it will not allow him to take a different path. In addition, he has already chosen the path of agile mage, so he has never thought about strengthening the spirit. As for the physique, it is far enough at present, so it is not necessary to consider it. As for the health value? In fact, no matter how high the health value is, if someone explodes a fatal blow in a vital place, then even if a player's health value reaches tens of thousands, it is just used to decorate other people's values. Moreover, mage players are famous for being easily killed by others. The protective power and range of the mage's cloth clothes or cloth armor are far inferior to leather armor and armor. As for the magic power? Now the potions in Shui Nai's backpack have always been sufficient, and this is exactly why he has not considered strengthening the magic power. Now his magic power has reached 3000, and there is not much demand for magic power for the time being. However, now that he heard the words of the old mage, he was also somewhat tempted to strengthen the magic power. After all, although this old mage is a little disrespectful, he has never cheated himself once in the serious business, and he can trust him. By the way, then is the divine power in my body useful to you? Although Shui Nai has clicked on that option, he did not press the confirmation button. What do you mean? Do you want to give me your divine power? Haha, you have the intention, but it's useless even if you give it to me, unless your divine power reaches the level of the God of Light, then you can help me break the curse of that God. Otherwise, any method that only treats the symptoms but not the root cause will be futile in the end. The old wizard saw that Shui Nai was very serious and didn't want to tease him anymore. So what are your plans now? Although it is only a branch of the church that is wanted for you, it is still too difficult with your current strength. Moreover, the divine power in your body cannot be fully controlled now. Once you are caught by the church, the divine power in your body will be lost. The old wizard took another sip of tea and asked about his concerns. Escape, what else can I plan? Shui Nai had planned to leave the elemental city a long time ago. Now with his strength, even if he encounters a high-level monster in the wild, he has the ability to protect himself, so he will naturally not stay here anymore. However, for the divine power, the characteristic of losing 10% of the power when dying is indeed a headache for Mina. Benefit status, divine power enhancement, magic power enhancement. This is part of the divine power left by the previous God of Light, which can increase the owner's magic power limit by plus 5000 points. Note, since the user, mortal, is too weak, the divine power cannot be fully integrated. Before the strength reaches the level of a magician, each death will be taken away by the player equivalent to 10% of the total divine power until the divine power is completely lost. He knew this problem when Dao Yiyu Dao was strengthening his physique. And now listening to the old wizard, it seems that the NPC of the church should also have a way to take away his divine power. So what he has to do now is to keep the divine power while working hard to improve his strength to the level of a level 60 magician, and completely turn the divine power into his own. Oh, by the way, I have good news for you. The people in the church probably don't have time to bother you recently, so you'd better run as far as you can these days, otherwise you will definitely be found by them. They have an instrument that can. Hey, why do you have this thing? The old wizard originally wanted to tell Shui Nai to pay attention to the church's use of tracking devices that can locate, but he didn't expect Shui Nai to have one in his hand, and from the church's engraving on this instrument, it can be seen that this is the original product of the church. Hehe, a few days ago, the church came to trouble us, but we used a trick to trap them. This is what we handed over from them. Shui Nai said proudly. On the way to escape to Neverwinter City with Dao Yiyu Dao and the Skeleton King, they encountered a mobile team composed of a group of church NPC personnel and the Dark Dragon Guild. Although these people outnumbered them, the NPCs among them were only high-level priests of around level 50. They were unlucky to encounter Dao Yiyu Dao and the Skeleton King who had been strengthened by divine power. After a fight, they killed all the players, leaving only a few NPCs, and the tracker produced by the church was found from these NPCs of the church. This silver-white tracker is actually a compass, but the indicator needle on this instrument is based on Shui Na and Dao Yiyu Dao. No matter which direction they go, this indicator needle will indicate it. However, for now, this indicator needle can only be used 3 times a day, and each time it only lasts for about 30 seconds, which is very limited. Since they got this tracker, the joint team of the church and the Dark Dragon has not come, so they dared to return to Lanluo village. I really can't underestimate you little guys. I didn't expect you to get this thing. The old wizard took the tracker, observed it carefully and said, this tracker is actually a super small oracle. Every time you activate it, the God of Light will respond to it and send out an oracle through this indicator needle. But this has a disadvantage, that is, you must be within the control of the God of Light's power. In the past, the church used this to find pagans or dark creatures, and now, it is obvious that you have been defined as a pagan by the church. Whatever, I have offended Howard before anyway, and now it's just one more charge. As long as the Empire and the Magic Guild don't get involved, I'm not afraid of them. If not, I will escape to the Elf Empire. Hehe, people with strength are not afraid of having no place to stay. Shui Na said proudly. As far as players are concerned, he has now joined the ranks of masters. I feel relieved that you have such confidence. By the way, these are what Nabi asked me to give you. The old wizard took out a book made of silver metal and the magic shadow ring of Mina. Hey, the appearance of this ring has changed. Mina saw the magic shadow ring that exuded black gas at the first time. The appearance of this magic shadow ring has not changed much, but it has a layer of black gas that is not visible, and these black gas can actually transform into the appearance of undead. This ring has been eroded by Nabi's dark power, and the main material of the ring itself is a dark creature such as the shadow dragon, so once the two are combined, its effect is strengthened. I have tried it, and the effect is quite suitable for you. When Mina's finger touched the ring, a cold touch came from the ring, but it was just cold, and Mina did not feel uncomfortable. Mina glanced at the ring called Undead Magic Shadow on her finger. The effect of its magic shadow clone was still there, and it also had an additional ability called Undead Projection. It can summon a free-moving undead phantom. This phantom has no attack power and only a little durability. It will definitely die if it falls, but it has the ability to attract monsters comparable to the taunt of the shield. This ability is best used to cooperate with the mage, but this ability can only be used 4 times a day, and 10 points of honor must be paid each time it is used. If the undead projection is killed by a player in the light camp, they can still get these 10 points of honor. This magic book was given to the Magic Guild when Nabi became a sage. Now that he has given you this book, it seems that he has high expectations of you. The old wizard pushed the book called Book of Thunder on the table to Shui Nai. This magic book is very different from the skill book used by players. First of all, it is 3 times thicker than the player skill book, and its cover is hardcover, not as soft as the skill book. The front and back cover pages and spine of this Book of Thunder are made of a silver metal. When Shui Nai touched it, the metal actually brought waves of magic power. Item, Book of Thunder, Offhand equipment. Elemental mage exclusive. Usage level, depends on the level of magic collected in the magic book. Durability. Weight, 25. Item description, this is a magic book made of magic metal mithril, which can enable the holder to have 10 thunder magic skill slots. At the same time, this magic book can increase the effect of thunder magic. Item effect, thunder magic skill slot plus 10, thunder magic effect plus 50%. Note, this item effect can only be used when the holder holds it. As soon as Shui Nai saw the introduction of this equipment, he immediately opened the Book of Thunder with excitement. 8 of the 10 magic skill slots in it have been used by the corpse witch. Although the magic in these skill slots can be forgotten and relearned like the player's skill bar, if these magics are all magic above the mage level, I am afraid no one will choose to forget them. Mage level magic is already very rare. If it has not been heard of anyone exposing it so far, and now Shui Nai has 8 mage level magics in one go, this is a lot of wealth in itself. Shui Nai did not expect that these gifts from the corpse witch would be so heavy. The previous divine power, and now the undead shadow and the Book of Thunder, plus the things looted on the 3rd floor, this time, Shui Nai is definitely the one who earns the most. Chapter 290 Departure. By the way, where is Nabi going now? He won't be discovered by the church. As an undead creature, the corpse witch is not as safe as Shui Nai and Dao Yiyu Dao. If they really can't stay in the human empire, they can go to live in neighboring countries at any time. And now the corpse witch has obviously fallen out with the undead empire, and there is no place for him to stay. I don't know, but I am very relieved about him, but I didn't expect that you would let such a strong pet follow him. After the Skeleton King leaves, your strength will be greatly reduced. The old wizard asked curiously. There is no way. It said it wanted to leave, and I can't keep it. And now its brothers have come out, and I can't deal with them all like Nabi did. Otherwise, it will definitely be discovered by the church or the light camp, and then it will probably be more trouble than it gains. Although Shui Nai was reluctant to give up the powerful Skeleton King, as he said, keeping the Skeleton King was not a good thing for him. By the way, I want to ask you a private question, can I? Shui Na suddenly leaned on the table and asked the old wizard. What's the matter? The old wizard was stunned when he saw Shui Na being so mysterious. How old are you this year? More than 200. Damn, I thought it was a private matter. What's the big deal? To tell you the truth, I have lived for more than 500 years. I have long forgotten the details. The old wizard looked at Shui Na with contempt. It's really an old goblin. Then, old goblin, we will meet again later. Shui Na said, and left Fowl's yard. Stinky boy, if you don't bring back some decent souvenirs next time, be careful that I will knock your head off. The old wizard looked at Shui Na's back and said loudly. Okay. Shui Na waved her hand and walked towards Qin's shop. The one who opened the door was Dao Yiyu Dao, but Dao Yiyu Dao didn't look very good now, and he looked a little depressed. Is there something wrong? It seems that you are very aggrieved. Shui Na glanced at Dao Yiyu Dao and asked in confusion. How dare you say that? If you hadn't stopped me from bringing back the Ding Tian stone last time, I wouldn't have been scolded by that guy to the point that I couldn't even lift my head. Dao Yiyu Dao immediately vomited out his bitterness when he heard Shui Na talking about something else. Ding Tian stone? The white stone slab on the 3rd level teleportation array in the Lich Land. Shui Na immediately remembered the stone slab. That's it. Uncle Qin kept talking about this in my ear just now, and I really couldn't even lift my head. If you hadn't knocked on the door, I would have died a long time ago. Dao Yiyu Dao felt so wronged that he wanted to cry when he thought of Qin's zombie-like face and the resentful words he said. It seems that we really lost a great treasure this time. Ding Tian stone is a good material that can be used to amplify the effect of space teleportation array. The teleportation system built with that material can at least double the distance and safety of teleportation. Tisk tisk, what a big loss. Shui Na immediately searched the internet for information about Ding Tian stone and was immediately introduced by it. I was shocked. But if they really put the Ding Tian stone into their backpacks at that time, it would probably waste a lot of time. And maybe, when I was cutting the Ding Tian stone, I would meet MB. Then at that time, the two sides would definitely fight, and my side would definitely have no way out. Forget it, a blessing in disguise, don't take it too seriously. Shui Na thought about it and immediately let go of these obsessions. In Qin's laboratory, Shui Na saw Fal and Qin busy processing and manufacturing items. There were already 2 rings on Qin's laboratory table, and now Fal and Qin were making the 3rd ring. Qin now has the help of Fal, the sword master, and those carving and cutting things are countless times faster. After a while, Qin took the added components from Fal, and then assembled them according to a specific substitute. The speed of this manufacturing is much more efficient than Qin working alone. However, with Qin's personality, it seems that he likes to work alone and admire his masterpiece alone. Humph! Qin immediately snorted when he saw Shui Na coming over, and then ran to the inner room with a pile of Corpse Witch's research materials on divine power, and didn't want to pay attention to Shui Na. Seeing this, Shui Na just touched his nose and walked to Fal's side. This is Qin's gift to you, the teleportation ring, which is most suitable for use in times of danger. Fal put the 3 rings on the table in Shui Na's hand. These 3 rings are made of Dingtian stone as the main body and space crystal as the core. Therefore, these 3 teleportation rings have the ability to pass through ordinary magic shields, and their teleportation distance is beyond the general teleportation array, but this teleportation ring is only effective for the wearer. However, there are only 3 teleportation rings of this model now, which means that Shui Na must hand over the other 2 teleportation rings to 2 trustworthy people. After that, Shui Na can teleport to one of the 2 people at will. It is indeed the most suitable for escaping. Thank you. Shui Na said sincerely. You're welcome, but you have to explore the teleportation distance of this teleportation ring yourself. We haven't tried it and can't determine it. After saying that, Fal picked up a pile of things from under the table and put them on the table. There were magic crystal balls, flame amplification balls, rings, gloves and a lot of other equipment. They were all thrown there after Qin finished his research. These things are all failed products or byproducts made by the corpse wizard when studying the divine crystal ball, but the definition of failure is based on the corpse wizard's demand for divine power. For mages like Shui Na, these are rare and top-quality equipment. Hey, do you really not want these equipment? Shui Na asked Dao Yudao behind him. Logically, he also has a share of these things. No, I've got enough things, you still want these? Dao Yudao glanced at the teleportation ring in his hand, and he was satisfied. This was the satisfaction of friendship, and with this, it was enough for him. Moreover, if Shui Na hadn't come to him, he wouldn't have gotten the best things like divine power, let alone these things that were valuable but not suitable for his own use. Then, let's put these things here with Qin first. After all, it's better not to sell them casually for the time being. Shui Na chose a magic crystal ball, a spell ring, and a pair of spell gloves from it, and put them in Qin's utility room. The origin of these equipment is not good at all. If these high-level equipment are placed in the shop of unscrupulous profiteers all at once, it may cause revenge from the Dark Dragon Guild. At this time, Qin's dissatisfied knocking sound came from Qin's inner room to show his dissatisfaction with their noise. Let's go. After seeing that Shui Na had dealt with the things here, Fal immediately took the lead to leave Qin's grocery store. Have you got everything you want? Shui Na asked Dao Yudao. Just now, he remembered that he was going to ask Qin for the crossbow arrows for the mechanical crossbow. Hey, it's here with me. Dao Yudao pointed to his head. He had already learned the manufacturing method of the special crossbow arrows. And I also wrote down the manufacturing method of this teleportation ring. It's just that Qin took away half of the materials. Otherwise, I would also like to try it. Then, Village Chief Fal, we will meet again. Shui Na, who had entered the invisible state, and Dao Yudao stood at the gate of Lanluo village and said goodbye to Village Chief Fal who came out to see them off. Well, goodbye, I wish you a safe journey. If there is anything you can't solve, you can come back to us at any time. I will remember it. After that, Shui Na and Dao Yudao walked towards the direction of the elemental city. Shui Na and Dao Yudao sneaked all the way and came to the woods outside the east gate of the elemental city. Here, Shui Na and Xiao Yumi Shui agreed to meet here. However, because both of them were very fast, they arrived much earlier than the designated time. Fan Chen, your undead projection is pretty good. Dao Yudao looked at the zombie phantom that was running continuously. The speed of this zombie was not fast, much slower than the first ghost. However, this zombie with only a little life value had the ability to burst out, and it could suddenly accelerate when encountering living things. Now Mina already knew that the phantom projected by the undead of this undead shadow was random. For the time being, Mina had seen zombies and ghosts, while the old wizard summoned skeletons. So according to this calculation, the remaining one should be a vampire with the ability to fly. However, since the undead projection of the undead shadow can only be used 4 times a day, and the old wizard used it once before, the number of residual machines of the undead projection is only 1 now. It's okay, but I like this one more. Mina said, touching a ring with a fiery red ruby on his other hand, and he didn't take out the staff, but saw a fireball quietly floating in his palm. With a wave of his hand, the fireball directly hit the zombie phantom not far away. With a muffled puff, the zombie phantom turned into stars of glory and flew into Mina's body, and 10 points of honor returned to Mina. It's just that this spell-casting ring can only allow you to use fire magic, and it can only exert 50% of the effect, which is a bit of a waste of magic power. Dao Yudao also knew the effect of this ring. This ring is not very useful for a mage, and only Mina would like this kind of thing. There is no way, the effect of the gloves is the best, but it can only be used at level 60, so I can only use this first. Mina looked at the magic crystal ball and spellcasting gloves in the backpack. These two are good things, but the level requirement for the use of both is a wizard, and it is still far from Mina's ability to use them. After that, Mina took out an iron rod from the backpack and fixed it on his back. In addition, he was wearing a cloak, and the whole person looked not like a mage at all, but rather a warrior who was keen on stick fighting. Although it looks a bit like it, if you want to use magic, how are you going to explain it? Dao Yudao circled Shui Nai, and it was difficult to find the flaws in it no matter from far or near. Enchanted weapons. And now there is a magic scroll system, which is a perfect blessing for us enchanters. Shui Nai said, while taking out a scroll similar to the return scroll, but with the breath of fire. For these possible problems, he had already thought of countermeasures. The magic scroll system is a new feature of the game system. As long as he is an enchanter, he can attach a magic to a scroll through his own enchanting ability. The validity period of these magic scrolls is related to the materials of the scrolls themselves, and now Shui Nai has a large number of these magic scrolls in his hands. However, because the materials of the magic scrolls are too bad, and his own enchantment and life skills for making scrolls are not high, the scrolls he made are all some low-level magic. However, since Shui Nai is now a high-level mage, the magic scrolls he made have a level of suppression on creatures below the high-level profession, and the effect is still good. Dao Yudao took the magic scroll in Shui Nai's hand. In the past few days of fleeing, Shui Nai has been collecting various animal skins. Although he also knew that he was tinkering with this new system, he didn't expect that there would be a finished product so soon. This scroll can be activated directly by just squeezing it hard. It can greatly increase the long-range ability of non-magic professions. However, this thing is very expensive. This one is probably worth 1 silver coin. Chapter 291 Escape Declaration. 1 fireball is worth 1 silver coin. You really know how to swallow gold. Dao Yudao said in surprise as he looked at the fireball scroll in his hand, which had a shelf life of only 3 days and only 1.5 days left. 1 silver coin can buy several bottles of magic potion or life potion, and the damage caused by a fireball is only a few hundred points. The cost performance is not right at all. This is just the cost price. If it is really used for commercial purposes, it should be able to buy 2 silver coins. Now with the increase in the strength of the enchanter, this thing will become cheaper and cheaper. By the way, I have a lot more. Do you want it? Shui Na took out a few bundles of scrolls from his backpack. There were only 5 scrolls in a bundle. Give me a few bundles of lightning bombs or ice bombs, which are more practical for me. Dao Yudao took a look at the introduction of these scrolls and immediately chose according to his needs. They are here. Hey, there are 3 of them. Shui Nai glanced at the figures in the distance. Now the forests near the elemental city have been carpet cultivated by players for more than a dozen times. Now there is no wild beast in the woods, so the people who come here at this time are usually people like Shui Nai who have made an appointment. The third person to come was Yayan, but she was in a very bad mood. Although her face was still as pure and beautiful as before, she looked a little haggard. The fox has not followed, come on. Shui Nai asked worriedly, looking around from time to time to prevent being attacked by the female thief. No, she doesn't know I'm meeting you yet, but if she finds you, the consequences are serious. I also expected it. It seems that there is one more reason to escape from the elemental city. Shui Nai was relieved when he knew that the beautiful fox guy didn't come, and he started to joke. Alas, now is not the time to joke. I received information that the Church of the Elemental City has issued a task to the Dark Dragon Guild and the God of Heaven Guild to capture you alive. We, the Holy Light Mages, have also received this task. Now your situation is very bad. Ye Yan said worriedly. Just now, when she met Miyuki and Xiaoyu, she was shocked when she heard that Shui Na was near the Elemental City. But now Shui Na has completely shut down the communication system. Now, except for a few people who can contact him through the text message system, other people can only contact him in person. Then the Holy Temple is not involved. Shui Na asked immediately. For things like the church, players in the church like Ye Yan are more clear. No, they are also wondering about the tasks issued by our temple, but now many players in the Holy Temple have joined the ranks of hunting you down, so you have to be careful. Ye Yan is also a mage, and naturally knows that the professional advantage of mages is not prominent when facing the Holy Temple warriors. Fortunately, it seems that the God of War is not from the side of the God of Light, otherwise, we will be in trouble. Shui Na muttered, and then he didn't spend any more time thinking about it. Anyway, as long as the people who come are not high-level NPCs, his situation will not be too dangerous. So, where are you going now? Ye Yan suddenly asked, but she probably felt that her question was a bit out of line, and immediately lowered her head as soon as she spoke. Well, I haven't thought about it yet. Anyway, I will go to Miyuki's hometown first, and then I will go around and take the tail behind me to travel around. Shui Na thought for a while and said, but he himself really didn't have any plans, and he was just taking it one step at a time. Oh, then I won't bother you anymore, and I wish you a safe journey. After saying this, Ye Yan activated the scroll back to the city and left in a hurry, but she looked like she was fleeing in panic. Dao Yiyu Dao and Xiao Yu, who were present, smiled at each other after seeing this scene. Their smile made Mi Shuet, who was behind them, a little confused. However, now Shui Na no longer had the extra energy to pay attention to the expressions and reactions of those around him, because now he received a very important text message. The people of the Dark Dragon Guild and the Gods of Descent came out of the temple. Now the players of the Dark Dragon Guild are still calling friends everywhere with murderous intent, and this team is getting bigger and bigger. However, the players on the side of the Gods of Descent are getting fewer and fewer along the way, and the remaining people are all members of the Dark Dragon Guild. Boss Yanlong, the guys from the Gods of Descent have all run away, don't we need to be on guard? A thief suddenly came up from the rear of the army and expressed his thoughts with some worry. No need. If they dare to play any tricks with us, the people of the temple will not stand idly by. It doesn't matter if they don't go. Anyway, this thing is in our hands. Yanlong raised his hand and summoned a silver stone plate. Although the pointer on it was constantly shaking, it was always firmly pointing to the direction of the east gate. This tracker is the latest product of the church. Although the main function is still the same as the one that was robbed last time, it has an additional effect of indicating the distance. And now that the pointer is shaking like this, it means that the target is not far away. When Yanlong thought of himself dying several times at the hands of those two people, the anger in his heart immediately rose. Boss Yanlong, the people of the Dragon King and the Shenlong have already rushed over from the east. Should we hurry up? Another senior mage just exited the private chat and hurried over to say. No, we have to attract the attention of those around us so that they can complete the ambush. Yanlong immediately studied the map of the east gate. There are two main roads leading to the east gate. Although there are several large woods, if the target is there, in addition to Fanfiction who can fly to the sky, the thief will probably have to stay. Boss, that's a good idea. Well, you all have to work harder for me. We must get rid of them this time. Yanlong actually has no idea now. Those two players are not something that ordinary people can deal with, and the golden boss is even more difficult to deal with. Whether it is magic or physical skills, it has no effect on it. It is basically a human-shaped heavy tank. No one who is favored by it can survive. But, the church's requirement is to capture them alive. This is very difficult to do. A paladin immediately pointed out the difficulty of the mission. The mission guide said to capture them alive, but you can't kill them once. It depends on the situation. We can't let our people be killed to the last one left. Yanlong said sinisterly. Capture them alive and kill them first. Anyway, swords and knives on the battlefield are always blind. We can't kill our own troops just to save the enemy. Just as Yanlong walked out of the east gate slowly, he suddenly received a private message from Shenlong. Yanlong, bring people here quickly. They ambushed me here and killed a lot of people. Shenlong shouted to Yanlong as he came up. Ambush? 3 people ambushed more than 100 people. Yanlong's face turned green immediately. Fanfiction and Dao Yiudao's current behavior was completely an unbelievable slap in the face. They were clearly going to ambush them, but they were ambushed in return, and they were beaten to the point of calling for help. Everyone, summon your mounts immediately and follow me. As soon as Yanlong finished speaking, he began to summon his mount. After a brown light, a brown horse appeared directly in front of Yanlong. This Yanlong was specially used for riding. Although his flame lion looked very majestic, its lack of mobility was a fatal flaw. After that, various lights appeared behind Yanlong, and pets were summoned one by one. However, among these pets, there were relatively few professional mounts. And even if they were professional mounts, their speeds were different. Therefore, in the process of rushing over, these hundreds of people were completely unable to act in unison. Boss Yanlong, the NPCs of the church behind us don't have mounts. Don't worry about it for now. Saving the president is important. We can't care about them now. Yanlong replied in the private chat immediately. Now it's urgent, let's do the task next time. On the other side, Shui Na and Dao Yiudao are now trying to swallow the enemy who came to ambush them. However, for this battle with a serious imbalance in the number of people, the pressure on Shui Na and Dao Yiudao can only be described as extremely heavy. From the beginning of luring the enemy to make a move to the red name until now, almost 10 minutes have passed. Now Shui Na is standing on the top of the tree at the edge of the woods and pouring magic down. However, Shui Na's magic attack is undoubtedly the most effective for the overcrowded and unprepared time at the beginning. And now, whether it is single magic or small-scale group magic, the effect and accuracy are not very good. Often, a magic is cast, and even a shadow is not touched. If it weren't for the chain lightning self-tracking effect, I'm afraid Shui Na would not be able to do much now. However, now is the time for Dao Yiudao to show his skills. He sneaks, draws his sword, sneaks again, draws his sword again, and occasionally plays the role of a mage, using magic scrolls to cast low-level magic to harass. Dao Yiudao's figure flashes on the battlefield below from time to time, but every time he appears, a player must turn into white light and leave. Be careful, the Dragon King and his men are coming too. Shui Na looked down from a high place and could see the figures within a few kilometers clearly. This group of players led by the Dragon King is not like the Shenlong group, with such an unbalanced distribution of professions. And now that the Dragon King is coming, I'm afraid there are already a few fast-running thieves lurking here. Are you going to act according to the plan? Dao Yiudao looked at the Shenlong who was surrounded by people. He had always looked down on this guy and hated him. If he could only kill one of these people, he would definitely choose to take the risk and kill this guy. Act according to the plan, and remember not to kill yourself. Shui Na held the Book of Thunder and threw chain lightning from his staff down, electrocuting the people below. For these players who have been bait all the way here, Shui Na, this big fish, will naturally not be wasted. Since you can afford so many baits, you must eat enough. Shui Na's figure disappeared on the top of the tree, and in the next moment, Shui Na's figure appeared under the woods. His appearance immediately attracted the attention of everyone around him, and some nervous thieves shot their crossbows at the ice shield in front of him. But his figure appeared there for a while and then disappeared. The players who saw him disappear immediately shouted loudly in the team chat, not noticing that their heads had quietly turned red. Being sneaked by a high-level mutant mage, I'm afraid no one present can survive, and now they have to endure these experiences. After a loud bang, all the players looked towards the source of the explosion. They saw a shallow pit and 3 bodies of players killed by the explosion. Here, he's here. A mage suddenly found a mage next to him and shouted loudly, but forgot to run away. It was not until a dagger shot out of the mage's hand that he realized that he should run away first and then shout. The war was about to break out again, but this time it was because of the player named Fanfiction, who might he appeared to have absolute confidence, and he went deep into the enemy alone, but was surrounded by a group of players. The staff in his hand was shot off by a crossbow. Now he raised his hands above his head, making a surrendering gesture. And all around him were soldiers and thieves holding crossbows. I am afraid that if he made a slight move, he would be pierced by thousands of arrows. 4 players, no one would believe in the so-called surrender, but now someone wanted to see him surrender, and there was nothing they could do. All they could do was mark him with a stealth display mark to prevent him from escaping. Everyone, these few days, our brothers have been taken care of by you. This is our great gift before leaving, and it is also our declaration, so please enjoy it, and we will say goodbye. Dao Yiudeo's words suddenly rang out in this 1-kilometer radius, but his words made the people who besieged Shuinai feel uneasy. A white light of transmission flashed, and Dao Yiudeo's figure disappeared under the shade of a big tree. Just when everyone focused their attention on Dao Yiudeo, the surrounded Fan Chen suddenly disappeared, and then appeared in front of the dragon who came to check the situation. But in the next moment, a sharp sword with electric light pierced his chest, making it impossible for Shuinai to run to the dragon as ordered. In the next second, Shuinai's body suddenly swelled up, and the whole body was like a balloon filled with excessive gas, expanding rapidly, and then there was a violent explosion. Chapter 292 Dimensional Reincarnation. Not far from the woods near the battle, since the moment the violent explosion sounded, a heart-wrenching scream also sounded here. I saw a person curled up on the ground with his face facing the ground for some unknown reason, holding his hands tightly on both sides of his body, but his muscles were still trembling constantly, and he looked very painful. This was a wizard wearing cloth armor. He had put away his staff. When he came back to his senses from the discomfort, he activated a teleportation without thinking and disappeared in the white light of the teleportation. On the battlefield just now, the members of the Dark Dragon Guild were already busy. The Dark Dragon Guild was attacked by 2 people with a powerful sneak attack, and more than half of them were killed or injured. It was tragic. Although the players who died in this sneak attack and counter-sneak attack were second-rate players, the first-rate players were only slightly injured. For such a large guild, it doesn't matter how many of these second-rate players die, but the compensation of the guild cannot be sloppy at all. Otherwise, if it is not handled well this time, it may be widely publicized by spies and the like, which will seriously damage the image of the guild. However, the guild cannot handle this compensation for free. It must be targeted and every player who died in the battle must get the most reasonable compensation. After all, the operation of the guild itself requires a lot of money and resources. Every step must be carefully calculated to reduce unnecessary expenses and let the guild's interests and efforts enter a virtuous cycle, which is also the foundation for the guild's success. Have all the dead members been dealt with? Gilong glanced at the battlefield that had been cleaned up, and all the dropped equipment had been recovered. Yes, now we are waiting for compensation for the losses, but there is a little bit of on the side of President Long Wang. Well, we can't help with this, so let's not ask about it. Gilong glanced at the carriage not far away, and then at the members who survived the battle just now. These people are all powerful players. And there are still many unpolished gems that have not appeared here. These people are all talents worth cultivating in the later stage. Battle is actually the best way to select talents. Those who have experienced this kind of disadvantaged battle and saved their lives have gained the most combat experience and are easy to grow up. Yanlong, is the Dragon King still unconscious? Gilong asked Yanlong, who got off the carriage. Although he told the people below to ignore it, he wanted to know the situation inside more than the people below. Well, the wound on the broken arm of the right hand has stopped bleeding, but because the Dragon King's current sin value is too high, it is impossible for the NPC in the temple to treat this kind of injury, so. Yanlong said with some worry. One of his arms was blown off by the unknown explosion of the mortal, and due to excessive blood loss and serious injuries, he was forced into a weak coma. What's more serious is that since the Dragon King has been in charge of the Holy Flame Mage for a while, in order to protect the interests of the Dark Dragon Guild, he has been fighting a lot with the players who came to share the profits. The number of sins formed by the players killed has long exceeded the level that the NPC in the temple can accept. They dare not send the Dragon King to the people in the temple for treatment casually. Is it possible to recover only by committing suicide? At the current level of the Dragon King, every experience lost is a heartbreaking thing. But now it seems that this is the only way, but this method is not cost-effective at all. This kind of thing is not for us to deal with. Let's check the whereabouts of those 2 people. Yanlong knew that if they cannot find these 2 people in time, they will have to bear the endless anger of the president. But now the function of this tracker is still cooling down. It will take at least 40 minutes to find the direction of the 2 people. These 40 minutes are enough for them to be scolded to the point of shame. It can only be used 3 times a day, and each cooling down takes an hour. This is the biggest disadvantage of this tracker. Boss Yanlong, something happened at the dimensional reincarnation point. A large army of gods suddenly rushed in and tried to share the resources of the reincarnation point with us peacefully. Suddenly, Yanlong received an urgent communication from a player who stayed at the dimensional reincarnation point. Fuck, someone is behind us. Although Yanlong's tone was very vicious, he was a little happy in his heart. After all, he didn't have to be scolded now, how could he not be happy? And Gilong watched Yanlong and the people below leave the battlefield, but Yanlong's plain face and somewhat gloating eyes hurt his eyes and made the corners of his mouth twitch unconsciously. The dimensional rebirth point is actually a dimensional crack that is generated after the Lich Land is swallowed by the dimensional crack. The opening time of this dimensional crack is very unstable, and the time of appearance is different each time, but it has one characteristic, that is, it will disappear when it is full, and then appear again the next day. Now, this is definitely a forbidden place for players, because no matter how high your level is, as long as you can't withstand the violent tearing force of the dimensional crack, you will be torn into pieces and finally thrown into the crack and turned into nothingness. And this nothingness is the most thorough nothingness, nothing will be left. However, this nothingness is the synonym of rebirth. At the beginning, the first to be torn into pieces by the dimensional crack were the 3 first-class players of the Dark Dragon Guild. At that time, they all planned to share a share in the Lich Land, but they didn't expect a dimensional crack to appear next to them, and they didn't expect that after the dimensional crack, their characters were completely deleted. These 3 players have always been a trinity, whether it is fighting monsters or PK. A shield warrior always serves as the strongest guard in front, an elemental mage serves as their strongest sword in the back, and the last priest is the basis for their survival. And it is this trio of them who are absolutely perfect in cooperation that makes them not even reach the second rate in individual strength, but they have occupied the resource usage rights that only first-rate players can have in the Dark Dragon Guild. However, the 3 of them have the right to use the resources of the guild, which makes their equipment development very slow and they have not been able to improve their strength to the first-rate level. Therefore, the 3 of them have been working hard to complete all the tasks of the guild, and they will complete more extra every time in order to obtain more resource usage rights. And this is exactly why they will take such a risk and stay in the Lich Land until the last moment. However, when they saw a dimensional crack appear in front of them, they felt extremely disappointed. For players like them who don trademark T have too many resources available, at this level, every death is a very serious matter, because they have to carefully calculate each resource until they can use all the resources to the extreme. However, this was only disappointment, and when they endured an unbearable pain of body tearing, they found that after they died, there was no selection box for choosing the resurrection method, but they were forced to quit the game directly. And this time, they were desperate. Because when they forced to quit, they heard the prompt sound of their character's data being deleted. Of course, the 3 of them also tried to enter the game again and asked the relevant GM, but the GM could not explain too much about this issue based on the game's confidentiality agreement, and could only suggest that they rebuild a new character, and then the GM ignored them. When they re-entered the panel to create the character, they immediately found that they could not choose other camps and races, and could only continue to choose to be the human race. However, when they entered the career selection, they immediately found that there were several professions that they had never heard of in the selection panel, namely Elemental Summoner, Hunter, Berserker, and even 2 Grey State Dragon Knight and Dark Summoner and other special professions. Finally, the 3 of them immediately chose their professions, but the new professions they could choose were different. For example, the former priest could choose the highest level new profession Elemental Summoner, while the former shield armor could only choose to become a berserker. However, the former elemental mage did not have any new professions to choose from, and all new professions prompted him that he did not meet the requirements. In desperation, he could only continue to become an elemental mage. When the 3 of them reported the situation to the guild, they were immediately controlled and protected. After that, the Dark Dragon Guild began a series of experiments on dimensional rifts, and named the former Lich Land as the Dimensional Reincarnation Point, and those who were sent in dead players are called Dimensional Reincarnation players. However, the secret of dimensional reincarnation has never been truly mastered by the people of the Dark Dragon Guild. According to the current test, the Elemental Summoner profession is the highest, followed by the Hunter, and the Berserker is the worst. However, for players, there is never the worst profession, only the worst players, so they have no prejudice against these new professions, just choose according to their own preferences. However, not all reincarnated players can get new professions. For now, the higher the level, the easier it is to reincarnate into a new profession. And the higher the sin value of the player, the less likely it is to get the favor of the new profession. And now, only players who have been reincarnated through the dimension can enter the selection panel of the new profession when creating a new character. And it is for this reason that in the past few days, the secret of dimensional reincarnation has been truly held in the hands of the Dark Dragon Guild. However, there is no wall that is impenetrable, and now this secret has been known by the gods who have descended to the earth. And I believe that in the future, this dimensional rebirth point will become more and more famous, and it will also become a place of dispute among guild players. Chapter 293 The Dispute over the Rebirth Point. When Yanlong and his men arrived at the dimensional rebirth point, there had been more than one conflict there. If it weren't for the fact that the people leading the team didn't want to make things worse, I'm afraid it would have been overcrowded. For the trigger point of this new profession, it has the most fatal attraction for all the big guilds that are determined to dominate. The reason is that new professions often have great differences from conventional professions, and this difference can make a guild stronger. Especially this time, the new profession that came out is still mass-produced like the Holy Flame Mage, and it is easier to complete the task process than the Holy Flame Mage, and the effect of the profession is also greater. It's just that you have to endure the pain of physical destruction when you die. For the 5 professions that appeared this time, the Dark Dragon Guild has mastered the activation methods of the first 3. As for the latter Dragon Knight and Dark Summoner, they are still in the process of practice. As for the old rival, the God of Heaven has also mastered all the information in the hands of the Dark Dragon Guild through the continuous efforts of the traitor. After all, the players sent out by the Dark Dragon Guild to die and reincarnate in the past few days are not the elites of the guild. And most of these players who die do not have a strong guild consciousness of prospering together and suffering together, so it is inevitable that the news will leak out. For the new professions that appeared this time, such as the Elemental Summoner and the Hunter, both have the ability to summon creatures as temporary pets. Among them, the Elemental Summoner can summon elemental creatures with elemental power to fight. And the Hunter can appease and command the beast to make it his own combat power. Among them, the Elemental Summoner itself has no combat power. All combat power comes from the various elemental summoned beasts in his hands, and the summoning range of the summoned beasts of this profession is unlimited. As long as you have the conditions to summon elemental creatures, you can directly summon them. Although the Hunter has good combat power and the ability to create traps, its strongest combat power, beast summoning, can only be implemented under the premise that there are beasts around. As for the Berserker, the effect of this new profession is similar to that of an ordinary swordsman. Except for having faster speed and attack power than the swordsman, the other aspects are much worse than the swordsman, but overall, it is still the same as the swordsman. The conditions of the 2 new professions, the most desirable Dragon Knight and Dark Summoner, have not been mastered so far, and the game official website has no relevant detailed introduction. This is exactly the consistent style of this game, letting some people try a little sweetness first, and then opening the entire system, so that those players who get the sweetness first have enough time to distance themselves. Although this practice makes some players who play casual online games under the banner of fairness very unhappy, because they don't like to level up, but hope that the players around them can keep up with themselves. But this practice will not be supported by the majority of players. After all, there are many people who can't get ahead in reality, and even live in the lower class of society. Then in the game, they all hope to get some adventures and some top-quality equipment to make them stand out once, so as to satisfy their vanity. And there are still many such people. When Yanlong led people to confront the people who came from the gods, the players who were reincarnated from the gods just finished rebuilding a new character. Because the gods came from the gods very well prepared this time, and they were sneak attacks, the players who stayed here were subdued in an instant, and all of them were tied up by the thieves using the advanced skill binding technique and thrown aside. In this tied state, the player cannot use the items in the backpack, and even the skills are restricted to a certain extent. The only way to get rid of it is to rely on the player's own attribute values to forcibly break free from the rope on the wrist. And in order to ensure the quality of the number of new professions in their hands, they immediately sent several players who met the requirements of the new profession into the dimensional rift after occupying the dimensional rebirth point. That's why Yanlong came here and saw a player rebuilding his character here. All players who reincarnated through the dimensional rift will be reborn in front of the dimensional rift. For this information, the high-level people of the Dark Dragon Guild know it. There are a total of 10 players who reincarnated this time, and this is also the maximum number of dimensional rifts that operate every day. Among these 10 people, there are 6 elemental summoners, 3 hunters, and the remaining one is a berserker. Looking at the opponent's 100% success rate, Yanlong's face also became gloomy. Yanlong, we didn't come here to fight this time. You can see that except for those players who really don't want to negotiate with us, the other players have only suffered minor injuries. This is our sincerity. A player who led the team saw that he finally had a real master and immediately remembered the president's instructions. Humph, if your sincerity is based on force, then our guild's sincerity will be even more sufficient. Do you have the courage to try our sincerity? Yanlong glanced at the players behind him. The current ratio of numbers is definitely in his favor. If he fights, he will definitely not let any of them go. Well, we have to admit that we don't have as many cannon fodder as you do, but for this way of peacefully solving the problem, don't you seriously think about the feasibility? Please don't forget that there are many other powerful guilds outside the elemental city. Not to mention the one far away in the imperial capital, the Zongheng Tianxia Guild in Neverwinter City and the Changhe Group Guild alone are not something you and I can face alone. Now we are slacking off here, is that what you want to see? This is not conducive to our development. Development, don't we ask or allow us to cooperate with you in development? You are too self-indulgent. Yanlong directly and ruthlessly rejected the idea of this player who was at an unknown level in the God's Descendant. From the moment they sent an unknown junior to talk to him, the peace talks had lost their due flavor. Moreover, the inherent strength of the Dark Dragon Guild was beyond their imagination, but they did not dare to use this strength before the president fully mastered it. After all, the development scale and prospects of the subordinate guilds of the Dark Dragon Guild are much better than those of the main guild, the Dark Dragon Guild. If you ask for help from them at this time, you may be looked down upon by their members, and if you fall into the trap of some traitors at this time, you may split. Shenlong naturally does not want to see this situation, and this is also the main reason why Shenlong does not want to abuse them. After all, once the imperial robe is added, it is not easy to take it off. Don't be too presumptuous. We have given you enough face, don't give face and don't want face. That's right, now we are just peacefully developing the resources here with you, not coming here to see your face. The players on the side of the Tianchengxia Fan Guild looked at Yanlong with a bad look, wishing to tear off his harsh lips and then teach him a lesson. Yanlong's words just now really made the members of Tianchengxia Fan have no chance to step down, and his words showed that the Dark Dragon Guild had no intention of discussing this business at all. After Yanlong finished speaking, the players behind him had already started to take action. For a moment, magic and arrows flew together, but the people of the opposite Tianchengxia Chuan Guild did not expect that the opponent would directly attack, and they were severely hit for a while, and the 10 level 0 players who completed the reincarnation first turned into white light and disappeared in the first time. Chapter 294 Beast Tide. Hey, are you really okay? I feel that you look very abnormal. In the east of the elemental city, a group of 4 people were walking on an official road. However, among these 4 people, a masked wizard was not in a good condition, and his whole face looked pale and bloodless. The 4 people rode 3 mounts and moved forward on the official road at a speed that was not slow but not fast. It's okay to take a break. I didn't expect that self-detonation would be so painful. I almost fainted from the pain. The wizard took off the hood on his head, then took off the mask, took the handkerchief handed over by an elf beauty, and wiped the sweat from his forehead. Lao Fan, is your skill so terrifying? You are not even dead yet, but you are in this mentally weak state. This is too ridiculous. Dao Yudao looked at Shui Nai and asked in confusion. I have no choice. The system just prompted that my behavior is a bug, so it temporarily corrected it for me, and it turned out like this. Shui Nai did not expect that the tactics he thought of when he got the self-destruction technique would be defined as a bug by the system. This is too disappointing. Now in this mentally weak state, his mind is as confused as paste, accompanied by waves of dizziness and headaches. Both the conscious reaction and the physical reaction have reached the lowest point in history. Now I am afraid that if a more cautious junior thief comes, he can also kill Mina. However, think about it, after all, the effect of the advanced skill self-destruction is very powerful. In the later stage of the game, as long as the magic power of the mage is enough before death, even if he has to drag a team of 100 people to be buried with him, it is not a big problem. Mina glanced at the self-destruction on his skill bar. The effect of this passive skill is very significant, and the range of the explosion will also increase with the increase of magic power. Now, like Mina's own clone explosion, the more than 4,000 magic power in the clone can completely deal more than 2,000 points of indiscriminate and defense-ignoring explosive damage to creatures within a radius of 4 meters. And if the main body is fully self-destructed, it can completely make creatures within a radius of 8 meters deal a 4,000 point destructive blow. At that time, I'm afraid only players with thick blood can survive. Although once you learn this skill, you still have 1 second of resurrection time after death. However, it is impossible to complete the resurrection within 1 second. After all, the resurrection takes a long time to chant. Even a mutant wizard needs 3 or 4 seconds to chant. Therefore, once you learn this passive skill, it is impossible for the player to use the skill to revive. As for those props with the ability to resurrect, they have not appeared once in the market. Mina is not interested in these disposable props and is unwilling to waste a lot of money to buy them. After about 10 minutes, Mina's weak state was finally eliminated. However, since this mental weakness state was temporarily corrected by the system, for Mina, this correction itself is not reasonable, so when this state ended, Mina's mental value actually increased a little as compensation. According to the explanation of this system, because Mina released a lot of magic power in an instant, the spirit in his body became abnormal, so every time he used this clone explosion, he had to endure a mental weakness. After this state, the system will randomly give Mina a certain amount of compensation, but this compensation is based on Mina's 20 minutes of dizziness and inflexible reaction. In this state, Mina may not be able to exert even 10% of her strength. Okay, since you are fine, I can't be a light bulb to attract you. Let's say goodbye. Deo Yudeo saw that Mina had fully recovered and no longer needed to be a bodyguard. In fact, according to their plan, after using the teleportation ring, they had to separate and do their own things. At the same time, they could also disperse the firepower of the Dark Dragon Guild. With their current strength, it would not be difficult to escape as long as they were not facing a large number of enemies. And this high difficulty escape would also arouse their interest. But they didn't expect Mina to drop the chain at this time. Don't talk nonsense, otherwise, you may really be a light bulb. Mina summoned a lightning bomb in his hand, and a trace of electric light flickered. Haha, you guys are planning to chase me away so soon, then, I'll leave now as you think. Deo Yudeo laughed unscrupulously and disappeared into the air. Only through his laughter, Shuai could accurately find his location. What is a light bulb? Why haven't I heard of it? Miyuki saw that Shuai's face turned red, and knew that he was fine, so she happily asked Xiaoyu who was sitting behind her. Don't listen to that guy's nonsense, let's go find your grandfather quickly and complete the task. It's not safe for you to follow us now. Shuai got off his Zufeng and motioned for Miyuki to ride on it. Now Shuai's plan is to accompany Miyuki to complete the task given to her by her grandfather, and then take Xiaoyu away directly. Otherwise, with the number of enemies behind him, there is a great chance that he will implicate Miyuki. As for Xiaoyu, he plans to send her back to the Elf Empire and then find an excuse to leave. After that, they left the Elemental City at the fastest speed and headed towards the eastern mountainous area of the Elemental City, Miyuki's hometown. However, what neither Mina nor Xiaoyu expected was that they had only traveled half the distance after increasing the speed of their mounts to the maximum and traveling for a long time. It was not until the evening, when they had only about half an hour before going offline, that they arrived at the mountainous area where the cloud mist town mentioned by Miyuki was located. Along the way, Zufeng and Unicorn did not rest for a minute, and even Mina had to replenish his endurance twice in order to catch up with the two mounts running on 4 legs at the fastest speed. Miyuki, did you take this road when you came out? I really admire your courage. Xiaoyu put away the bow and arrow in her hand. She did not expect that a girl like Miyuki would have the courage to run so far. No, last time I followed my uncle out. He is a very powerful swordsman. With him around, I can walk easily. Miyuki cast a few healing spells on the unicorn and healed its wounds while chatting with Xiaoyu. Since getting on this mountain road, Mina's Zufeng could only return to the pet space. There were so many beasts here that he would encounter a group of beasts every few steps. Even Zufeng, who had just warmed up, did not dare to act up when he saw so many beasts, and returned to the pet space obediently. During this period of time, Mina had not had the opportunity to call Zufeng out and let him run as much as he wanted. Now his loyalty was so low that Mina was heartbroken. Miyuki, how far are we to the entrance of the cave you mentioned? Mina, who had collected the fur of the beasts, looked at the beasts in front of him and asked with a frown. Now he didn't have much time, and he didn't want to waste time at this time. It's at the foot of those mountains. Our town is surrounded by these mountains, but now may be the season for the beasts to migrate, so it may not be so easy to get there. But I remember that the beast tide didn't appear so early before. It seems that something may have happened here. Miyuki looked at the surrounding mountains, but did not find any signs of volcanic eruptions, nor did she see any ants and insects on the ground moving. Then let's go through the air. There are too many beasts here. If something unexpected happens, it may be very troublesome. After all, Mina's stealth technique is not her own skill, and the effect of stealth is limited. There is no problem facing these low-level beasts. But the number of beasts here exceeds Mina's imagination, and now he is not alone, he dare not rush here. And if they face boss-level beasts, if they don't find a place to live, then they will be in trouble. Can we go directly from the top of the mountains? Mina waited for Xiaoyu to put away her unicorn while observing the surrounding terrain and asking Miyuki. Now Mina's demon wings can run directly for about 10 minutes under the protection of the Holy Stone Forward Protector. With the acceleration technique, it should be able to cross the high mountains over there. But he didn't know if there were any dangers on the high mountains, nor did he know if there were any taboos on those high mountains. Over there? I'm afraid we can't fly over there. There are powerful monsters guarding there, and the wind on the high mountains over there is very strong. Even flying monsters can't fly over easily. Miyuki didn't know why Mina was so anxious, but for the sake of safety, she didn't want her benefactor to suffer any losses because of her. Then let's fly over to the cave entrance first. Mina also knew that flying over the high mountains over there was too unfeasible for them. Then, let's go. Mina saw that Miyuki was ready, and immediately activated the magic shadow ring. I saw the two Mina came to Miyuki and Xiaoyu, adding acceleration to themselves while activating the power burst. When all these preparations were completed, Mina activated the demon wings. Don't move around. Now I can hold you up, which is my biggest limit. Mina said while controlling the direction of flight. After using the shadow clone, his attributes were divided in half, and now his strength value is only 57 points, which is just enough to hold the two people in his hands. However, the two people seemed very uncomfortable when being held, and they kept twisting, which also brought a little problem to Mina. However, when they saw the dark herd of beasts below, they finally understood why Mina did this. On both sides of a river below, various beasts were gathering below and moving slowly in one direction, as if it was another black river. Have you seen this situation before? Mina asked Miyuki. The number of beasts below has exceeded the level that players can accept. I am afraid that all the beasts below are the sum of this mountain area. No, it's bad. This beast tide is heading towards the entrance of the cave in Yunwu town. Benefactor, can we hurry up? Something might have happened in Yunwu town. When Miyuki saw that the end of the beast tide was actually a 3-meter wide cave, she immediately covered her mouth and screamed. Chapter 295 The Crisis of Yunwu town. When the three rushed to the entrance of the cave, they immediately saw that the entrance had been sealed by a huge blue water film, and all the attacks from the beasts on it only caused it to produce circles of ripples. What is this? Mina controlled the clone to fly a little closer to herself, and found that the durability of this water film was an astonishing 100,000, and the beasts below with low levels did not even have the ability to break the defense. System, you have discovered the Yunwu mountain area, which is a place where the divine light has not reached, and the will of light will no longer notice your existence. When Mina approached the water film, he received a system message. This message appeared very suddenly, but when Mina read it, he immediately knew that he had escaped the pursuit of the Dark Dragon Guild. After all, for players, the system will not remind players of these things, and only players like Mina who have an intersection with the God of Light will activate the relevant settings. But he didn't expect that he would find a safe place so quickly. This is the Azure Guardian, is the strongest defense to guard the 4 entrances to the Cloudy Mountain area, but this magic mechanism will only be activated when it is most dangerous. Is there something wrong inside? Miyuki looked at the blue water film in confusion. She really couldn't imagine that something would happen in such a secluded cloudy mountain area. Her face was full of anxiety and tension. Seeing Miyuki's expression, Mina knew that now was not the time to study such an insignificant issue as the will of light. Then, is there any other way to enter the cloudy mountain area? Mina glanced at the situation of the demon wings. It seemed that it could last for several minutes, but the mountains here were all cliffs and there was no safe place for them to stop. They must find other ways to enter the cloudy mountain area as soon as possible. No, there are only 4 caves like this for us to enter and exit, but now there are blue guards here, and other places will also. Let's take a look first. If it doesn't work, we will find a way. Mina didn't let Miyuki finish. Miyuki was a little absent-minded now. If she continued to talk, she might collapse first because of what she imagined. Mina flapped her wings and began to fly around the periphery of the misty mountain area. As Mina flew, he and Xiaoyu's player map began to clear the black fog, showing the outermost terrain of the misty mountain area little by little. However, after Mina flew for 10 minutes, he still didn't reach the other cave entrance mentioned by Miyuki, but he found a cave on a cliff, so Mina could finally breathe a sigh of relief. After resting for a few minutes, Mina activated the devil's wings again and flew around with the two girls again. This time, the three finally found the second entrance, but now there was a fierce battle there. Several human mages were defending the entrance with several strongholds made of rocks, but the blue guard here should have been broken. From time to time, one or two escaped beasts would rush into the entrance and run deep into the cave. In front of the stronghold, there were dozens of huge rocks scattered, forming more than a dozen paths for people or beasts to pass. And it was these dozen paths that blocked the beast tide outside. All beasts who wanted to pass had to walk along these roads. It's the second grandfather, he's injured, benefactor. Miyuki wanted to go down immediately after seeing the blood on the body of the old mage guarding one of the strongholds. If it weren't for Mina's quick reaction and holding her clothes tightly, I'm afraid Miyuki would have fallen into the beast tide below. The old mage obviously heard Miyuki's scream and tried to raise his head. Mina naturally would not stand idly by. The demon wings behind him were fluttering wildly, and he moved towards the nearest stronghold with a gust of wind. As soon as Shui Na and the others landed, everyone was ready for battle. Whether it was magic or arrows, they were all fired at the beast tide below. When the water mages who had stayed here saw that these people were brought back by Miyuki, they immediately put away their vigilance and dealt with the beasts below seriously. Second Grandpa, are you okay? Benefactor, please save Second Grandpa. Miyuki relied on the iron chain bridges on various strongholds to quickly run to the innermost stronghold to visit the injured old mage. When Miyuki saw the clear and bright red blood stains on her second grandfather's chest, her face turned pale and tears fell like rain. Hey, why are you back at this time? Get out of here quickly, cough, cough. The old mage took a look at the obviously frightened Miyuki in front of him and immediately planned to drive her out. Yunmu Town is now facing a crisis, and he doesn't want this lovely little girl to die because of it. It's okay, I'm here. Mina also heard Miyuki's nervous words, and used a phantom stealth to jump over from the front stronghold. The strongholds here were obviously built before, and the iron chain bridges on them were already covered with traces of rust. Moreover, these strongholds are also quite simple, basically using magic to cut a platform on the rock with some guardrails, but this is very suitable for long-range professions such as mages. However, the mages who stay here now are all water mages, and their attack power is very limited. In terms of lethality alone, I am afraid that all the mages here combined are not as high as the clone guarding the front. If someone hadn't piled these cut giant rocks in front of the stronghold to form those narrow paths, so that the huge beast tide could not exert its most powerful collective collision ability, I am afraid that as long as the beast tide moved, this place would be completely lost. As soon as Mina saw the old wizard, she activated the light of life. As long as the person was not dead, the light of life would definitely heal him. However, for NPCs, the effect might not be as efficient as for players. When the light of life was over, the second grandfather's face began to turn from pale to rosy, but he was still a little weak. Although he was not in danger of death, he could not fight anymore. Very pure life energy. Second grandpa, after taking a look at Mina, he stood up tremblingly with the staff and crutch in his hand. Well, I'll go over and help first. Mina entered the phantom stealth again, came to Xiaoyu's side, and began to do her best to block the beasts below. But as time went on, Mina became more and more interested in the people who set up this stronghold. Mina's first impression of this simple stronghold was that it was very simple. If it weren't for the obvious traces of artificial cutting on these rocks, and if there were no mages left behind, I'm afraid no one would believe that this primitive stronghold with only one foundation would be a stronghold. Now, Mina has learned that there are millions of beast tides outside. Even if they are divided into 4, there will be hundreds of thousands at each entrance. But here, Mina can only see at most dozens of beasts. And you only have to deal with these dozens of beasts every time. It's neither too stubborn nor too easy to deal with them, and the number is controlled very moderately. Moreover, the rock formation outside completely incorporates the flood control concept of it is better to drain than to block. In this situation where there are so many beasts, if you just use a closed rock formation to block it, the number of beasts outside will probably increase, and eventually the beasts will trample. Then, this rock formation that cannot even close the top of the head will lose its original meaning. It seems that the beast's attack is about to end. Xiaoyu, who was as careful as dust, immediately found that the number of beasts outside was greatly reduced, and later, the beasts simply disappeared. When Mina came down from the air, it also confirmed Xiaoyu's guess that the attack of the beast tide outside was over. Hey, today we finally saved this entrance. Seeing this, the second grandfather finally felt relieved, and then fell into Miyuki's arms and fell asleep, while the mages around him were not much better. With the huge consumption of magic power and mental power, he was already exhausted. Now that he knew that the attack of the beast tide was over, he was immediately defeated by the fatigue on his body. Seeing this, Mina and Xiaoyu knew that they were safe now and could log off without any worries. Chapter 296 Dark Sacrifice, Part 1. Mina, who came out of the game, was living a university life like a daily routine. In this era of advanced internet, most people have become frequent users of the internet. Mina also heard that a certain college of Xinhuang is preparing to try out a plan for online teaching. If this plan passes the feasibility study, it will be a new milestone in the teaching industry. In the internet, all resources are virtual. In this environment, people can use the resources in it unlimitedly, and because the reaction speed of human consciousness far exceeds the reaction speed of the five senses of the body, in this virtual network, people can spend less time to learn a lot of knowledge. But for now, virtual teaching is still in the experimental stage, and the security system is also the focus of people's research. In fact, in an era where virtual networks are already popular, virtual teaching should have been implemented long ago. It's just that in this peaceful era, the voices against federal rule and even have not disappeared due to the development of the times and the abundance of material. Now the voices of anti-federation and asterisk in various places have not stopped. If these resistance forces get the technology of virtual teaching and use it among the people, then the Federation will have to face a large number of warriors produced by virtual teaching. At that time, I am afraid that the Earth Federation will face a big disaster again. When Mina came online again, Xiaoyu also happened to be online. As soon as they came online, they looked at the surrounding situation, but fortunately, the beast tide outside has not started the offensive yet. The residents of Yunwu filling in the stronghold have also gotten up now and are solving the problem of breakfast. After a night's rest, the mental state of these people has almost recovered. Benefactor, you have to eat some, this is a specialty of our Yunwu mountain area. Miyuki jumped up and greeted them when she saw Mina and Xiaoyu appear. For this kind of food, Mina and Xiaoyu naturally didn't mind, and they also had one. Little brother, thank you for your selfless help yesterday. As soon as the second grandfather saw Shui Nai, he immediately performed a greeting etiquette for mages. However, with the level of this mage, he had no need to take the initiative to salute Shui Nai, who only had the title of senior mage. You're welcome. My name is Fan Chen, and this is Xiao Yu. Mi Shui is my friend. When my friend's relatives are in trouble, I should help. But the beast tide outside has no logic at all. I don't know if something big has happened. If necessary, we can help to the end. Shui Nai naturally saluted, and then immediately asked the second grandfather to accept the task. Based on the current situation, the beast tide outside is completely unrelated to the normal migration of beasts. If these beasts have the same diet, it would be normal. But after the brief battle yesterday, Shui Nai found that in this beast tide, carnivorous beasts were mixed with herbivorous beasts, and the two were still at peace. This is simply impossible. Unless these beasts are controlled by humans, this situation will not happen. However, to control millions of beasts, Shui Nai doesn't know how many people of this level can do it. Alas, this is a family scandal. A traitor who rebelled in Yunwu town 10 years ago colluded with the people of the Dark Camp and now came back for revenge. And these beast tides were created by them. Now Yunwu town has entered a state of preparation for war. However, as you can see, our water mages have more than enough defense, but their attacks are seriously insufficient. So, the second grandfather said helplessly. It is impossible to defeat the opponent if you only know how to defend forever. It is only a matter of time before the defense is broken. Then what can we help with? Just ask, we will do our best to complete it. Shui Nai saw that this second grandfather might not be able to let go of his face and ask for help from a junior, so he immediately agreed. Anyway, he has planned to live in Yunwu Mountain for a while to escape the pursuit of the Dark Dragon Guild and the Church, so it is naturally necessary to build a good relationship with the NPCs here. Well, then please help guard here. The Yunwu Mountain area has been cleared now, and we have to cooperate with the operations inside. Although these beasts are not very dangerous to us fighters, they are a very serious problem for the residents of Yunwu Town. The second grandfather said in a heavy tone. Now Yunwu Town has suffered many casualties under the attack of a large number of beasts. However, for a small town with a small area and a small population, no matter who is killed or injured, it is a heartbreaking thing for them. I understand, but I think that blind defense is not a solution to the problem. If necessary, I can go to the source to see. Shui Na checked the map. Since it is already known that these beasts are controlled by humans, as long as those people are dealt with, the problem can be solved. But, under this beast tide, we don't have. Well, do you want to? The second grandfather immediately remembered the black bat wings when the boy first appeared. He was shocked and frowned, looking at Shui Na with vigilance. Second grandfather, don't worry. The benefactor is not a bad person. We can trust him. Miyuki also understood the thoughts of her second grandfather. After all, this place was attacked by the people of the Dark Camp, and now Mina's devil wings are obviously the product of the Dark Camp. Seeing Miyuki holding his arm and whispering in his ear, he also found that he was really too suspicious. Although this benefactor of Miyuki did have devil wings, he was in the camp of light, and he also exuded the light of honor. There might be something he didn't know. As an old guy who has traveled all over the world and seen all kinds of wind and rain, he immediately got this explanation. If it were normal, he would definitely pay attention to these at the first time, so that this kind of rude situation would not occur, but now he has been beaten by the dark figure. Mina also knew what this second grandfather was thinking. After all, his current situation is sandwiched between light and darkness. For people who have just been hit by the Dark Camp, it is very normal to be alert to themselves. I'm sorry, I lost my composure. The second grandfather apologized immediately. This young man might not be as strong as himself, but the life ring in his hand and the ability to fly can help them a lot. In any case, he had to keep this person to help him. No, if you don't doubt it, then I dare not stay here. Shui Na immediately gave the second grandfather a chance to step down. In fact, it was when the second grandfather warned him that he thought that Yunwu Town was invaded by people from the Dark Camp, which led to this crisis, and the demon wings behind him were very real products of the Dark Camp. Well, then I would like to thank you for your help here first. After that, we will definitely have corresponding compensation. We can't let guests help us for free. The second grandfather didn't mention what happened just now, and now was not the time to pay attention to these things. The roar of the beast outside had appeared again. Now everyone who stayed in this stronghold has felt the slight vibration of the rocks below, which is the vibration caused by the advance of the beast tide. Well, I'll go check it out first. By the way, you should have reached the level of a magician. You should be able to use this. Mina suddenly remembered the Book of Thunder in her backpack, which contained 8 magics that could only be cast by a magician. Among these 8 magics, 2 are at the forbidden spell level, namely the single forbidden spell Chaos Lightning Spear, and the group forbidden spell Doomsday Thunderstorm. These 2 magics can only be cast by reaching the sage level, and the remaining 6, 3 of which are at the great magician level, and the other 3 are at the magician level. These 6 magics are all offensive. Although their lethality is not as good as the fire magic of the same level, the magic of the magician level, when used on the beasts below, will definitely kill them instantly. Sage's book, how can you have this? When the second grandfather saw this magic book that only a sage could have, his whole old face was petrified. Even though the book was already in his hands, he didn't responded, and when he responded and asked, Mina had already flown into the sky. Mina couldn't answer the second grandfather's question, because she couldn't tell him about her relationship with the corpse witch. Second grandfather, is there anything wrong with this book? Miyuki looked at her second grandfather and put the magic book in his arms very nervously, and asked curiously. SHH, keep your voice down, this magic book is the prop for us to successfully defeat that guy in the end. We have to control the news and can't let that guy be on guard. When the second grandfather thought of the dark figure, even if he was not talented, he had the title of magician, but in front of that person, he could only run away, which showed the strength of that person. Although he didn't know why the black shadow ran into their Yunwu mountain area, if he gave this thunder book to the elder of the Yunwu mountain area to use, he would definitely be able to deal a heavy blow to the black shadow who despised them. But Shui Nai, who was flying in the air, didn't think about these. For him, the Book of Thunder was not something he could use at all. Instead of leaving it in his backpack to rot, it would be better to give it to someone who could use it. At this time, Shui Nai suddenly found a strange black fog in the beast tide below. All the beasts would stay away from this black fog, and it was this behavior of the beasts that allowed Shui Nai to see this place at a glance from high in the sky. Chapter 297 Dark Sacrifice Part 2. As soon as Shui Nai found this black gas, he flashed into the sky above the nearby woods. Now he is very sensitive to these black gases, especially when he spreads his demon wings. The feeling of being restless constantly tempts him to make mistakes. However, based on Shui Nai's current understanding of black gas, this black gas below is much weaker than the one in the hands of the corpse wizard, and it is also very unstable. It seems that it should be a thug of the dark camp. However, for now, the only creatures of the dark camp that Shui Nai has come into contact with are corpse witches, and he does not know how other races in the dark camp control dark energy, so he cannot determine the specific situation below. To be on the safe side, he decided to see the situation clearly before taking action. As a member of the Holy Light Camp, Shui Nai cannot get other information about the enemy camp from the official website, and if he wants to find some information that is not published on the official website, he can only find it in the forum. However, the information in the forum is generally not authoritative, and the credibility may not even be 10%. After all, only the players of the Dark Camp can publish the information of the Dark Camp, and they will not be so cheap to the Holy Light Camp. Often a false news can cause the player to lose his life. However, as time flies, Shui Nai has been watching the changes for 10 minutes. No matter how patient Shui Nai is, after sensing the fluctuations of magic coming from behind, he can no longer calm down. It seems that I still have to take a risk. Shui Na looked at the black gas in the center of the beast tide below. From the beginning, he just wanted to wait for that person to come out by himself, and then launch an attack, trying to get rid of him as quickly as possible. In this situation, Shui Na has no idea whether there are people in the black gas group, how many people there are, and how strong they are. If he rushes in rashly, if he encounters a master, he may be in danger. And if he launches a magic attack from a distance, once he cannot control it, if he lets it run away, it will be impossible to find him next time, but now he can't afford to hesitate. I saw Shui Na first used a shadow clone and let it approach the black gas group, while he continued to stay on the top of the tree. For this situation that may be a big boss, Shui Na naturally did not dare to bet his life. Shui Na controlled the clone while he was controlling the clone. When the black gas group had entered the range of the advanced reconnaissance technique, he immediately controlled the clone to throw out a reconnaissance technique. Although I don't know whether the reconnaissance technique has any effect on this black air, I can only try it step by step now. However, the reconnaissance technique did not disappoint Mina, and she immediately fed back the reconnaissance situation to the main body. Dark Ritual, Dark Sacrifice Beast Call Enhancement. Ritual Description: in order to obtain the power of darkness, people who fall into darkness dedicate themselves to darkness, and thus greatly enhance their abilities. Ritual Effect: the devotees of the dark sacrifice will be eroded by darkness, and their vitality will always be in a state of loss. Therefore, the effect of the devotee's beast calling skill will be greatly enhanced, and the enhancement effect depends on the degree of sacrifice. Note: when the ritual is interrupted by external forces, there is a certain probability that the devotee of the ritual will die directly. Beast Call? This should be a hunter's skill. Could it be that the person in the black air below is a hunter? Mina, who thought of this, immediately woke up 12 points of alertness. Hunter is a profession that can use crossbows and bows. Facing such an NPC, Mina, as a mage, had to face it carefully. Thinking that this black gas was one of the sources of the beast tide and that she had no good solution, Mina became more determined to use force to solve the problem's determination. I saw Shui Na controlling the clone to fly above the black gas mass, and then directly aimed the staff at the black gas mass with a diameter of 3 meters below. A column of explosive flames shot directly into the black gas mass after 2 seconds. When the explosive flame column rushed into the black gas mass, a basin-sized column of fire immediately burst out. The strong explosion shock wave and the heat wave of the column of fire stirred the unstable black gas mass into pieces. Hey, no resistance! Shui Na did not expect that although her explosive flame column directly hit the black gas mass, there was no imagined resistance. This made Shui Na, who was ready to escape at any time, stunned for a moment, and even lost the opportunity to command the clone to continue the attack. When this dark ritual was destroyed by the explosive flame column, the black gas began to dissipate, revealing the things inside. After the black gas disappeared, a human who was so thin that he was not in human form appeared in Shui Na's sight. This was a human wearing leather armor, and a hunting bow was thrown beside him. However, there was no red name status like the Dark Camp, nor the unique monster mark like the monster, but what made Shui Na feel the most incredible was that there was an icon of the Holy Light Camp NPC on his head. This icon shows that this human is still a member of the Holy Light Camp, but he appeared in the dark sacrifice ceremony used to strengthen the beast calling skill, and used it to attack the creatures in the Holy Light Camp. Then, there is only one explanation. That is, this hunter was caught by the Dark Camp and controlled by the dark skills or abilities. When he thought of this, Shui Na directly controlled the clone to fly close to the human, while casting a series of flame walls around to prevent the surrounding beasts from approaching, and then used the ice crystal magic sword to cut the rope on his body as quickly as possible to rescue him from the stone pillar. However, when Shui Na saw a black dagger emitting bright red blood in the man's chest, his anger rose again. The dagger didn't penetrate deep, nor did it hurt the man's vitals, but the man's blood kept flowing out due to the blood light of the strange dagger. And except for a part of the blood being absorbed by the dagger, the rest dripped into the magic circle below through the dagger, and used it to maintain the dark ritual. Looking at the hunter who was tortured by the dark sacrifice ritual and was close to death, Mina had to do it herself. Just now, this man was almost killed by her, and now saving his life can be regarded as paying back for what happened just now. Now the hunter's life is only about 5%, only 300 points. Mina first used the recovery technique to stabilize his life value, and then pulled out the dagger in front of his chest as quickly as possible, probably because the blood in his body had been almost sucked out by the blood dagger. At the moment the dagger left the body, only a small amount of blood flowed out. After that, Mina activated the light of life at the fastest speed to repair his already damaged body. After that, he immediately commanded his clone to send the hunter back to the base. He took a look at the special item in his hand, the dark ritual dagger. The blood light on this black dagger made people feel excited. I believe that it was the blood light on this dagger that kept the hunter's health at around 5%. However, the cost of this state should not be too small. I am afraid that the hunter will not be able to get out of bed for a period of time in the future. This dark ritual dagger is a prop of the Dark Camp, so Mina knows nothing about it except its name. However, even so, it did not affect Mina's determination to confiscate it. Anyway, this is the enemy's thing. Even if he doesn't need it, he can't return it to the enemy. So when he cleaned up all the dark ritual things at the original position of the black gas group below, he returned to the base. Chapter 298 Firestorm. When Shui Na returned to the base, the people there were already boiling, because they did not expect that the hunter who had been missing for more than 10 days would be sent back by Shui Na. For a small town with a small population, the relationship between the residents is very good, and the folk customs here are relatively simple. So when they found that the townsmen who had long been thought to be dead could come back alive, the joy in their hearts could not be expressed in words. As soon as they returned to the base, Shui Na commanded the clone to cast magic in the front, and he went to report what had just happened to his second grandfather. For those who were controlled by the Dark Camp and used the dark sacrifice ritual to strengthen the beast call, the people in the Yunwu mountain area must pay attention, because now for the people of Yunwu town, it is not feasible to defend perfectly in front of these millions of beasts. If these beasts fight a protracted war with them, they will definitely lose. The only way is to find the source of this beast tide and deal with it. However, with the limited combat power in the Cloud Mountain area, it is difficult to find the source of these beasts from the beast tide. Not to mention that Cloud Town is a world of water mages, which lacks combat capabilities and the ability to fly over the beast tide. As far as we know, the black-clad man from the Dark Camp and the trader from Yunwu town are lurking inside the Yunwu mountain area. They are just using the beast tide outside to distract the distribution and attention of the internal defense, so basically all the high-end combat forces have been sent to clear the danger inside. Now, I am afraid that there is no water mage who is capable of clearing the source of the beast tide. However, Shui Na underestimated the seriousness of Yunwu town to the beast tide outside. A few minutes later, the second grandfather used a bracelet on his wrist to communicate with the people inside Yunwu town. This bracelet is a magic prop. When the two bracelets are activated at the same time, the surrounding water vapor can be used to form an image of the other side, and the image formed by the water vapor can also transmit sound through the vibration of the water vapor. It is a relatively useful long-distance communication prop. Shuai remembered that Miyuki had told him that this bracelet was called Water Mirror Bracelet and a water magic circle called Water Mirror Technique was engraved on it. However, the effect of this water mirror bracelet is more troublesome. There must be enough water around, otherwise there is no way to activate the magic circle inside. Before, he had seen Miyuki playing with her water mirror bracelet, so he had a deep understanding of this magic item. Mina looked at the beasts controlled by the hunter's skills below. The attacks of these beasts were completely irrational. All the beasts that came to attack only had two basic actions, advancing and attacking. He guessed that this might be because the hunters who controlled these beasts had been tortured by the dark sacrifice and lost consciousness. It was just that under the effect of the dark ritual, they instinctively used this amplified skill. In this state, although the beast call was greatly enhanced, it could not enter fine control. Otherwise, as long as the number was sufficient, and all the beasts rushed to the entrance of this cave, I am afraid that even if there was a rock formation outside to block it, these strongholds would not be able to defend it. However, what made Mina feel strange was that among these millions of beasts, there was not a boss level 1. In this beast tide, all the beasts are ordinary beasts that are not even level 40. If Shuai is the manipulator behind this beast tide, he would not use only these low-level beasts to fight such a meaningless war. This is a thankless task. While thinking, Shuai looked at the materials of the dark ritual collected in the backpack. Although the materials used in the magic circle of this dark sacrifice ceremony are not high-end, they are available to Shuai, a player. Moreover, these materials, as of now, have not been heard of being produced in the Holy Light Camp, that is to say, these materials are brought by the people of the Dark Camp themselves. For example, if the obsidian crystal is embedded in the staff, it will make Shuai's magic carry the damage of dark energy, which is the best to use against the people of the church. But Shuai dare not use this on the people of the church, but it is still possible to equip this obsidian in the accessories column to increase the dark resistance by more than 10 points. Now in the Holy Light Camp, there is no equipment that can increase the resistance to darkness. Although this equipment can only increase the resistance to darkness by more than 10 points, it may not even be able to resist a low-level dark magic. However, these 10 points of resistance to darkness can more or less weaken the damage of dark magic and improve his survivability. As a mastermind who can create such a powerful beast tide, he doesn't believe that he can't even get a few boss-level beasts. Then, this can only mean one thing, that is, the mastermind has hidden those powerful beast bosses, and if they appear, they are probably the target of the mastermind. And if Shuai's conjecture is true, then the beast tide outside must be solved as soon as possible, otherwise, as time goes by, it will put a lot of pressure on the defense distribution of the Yunmu mountain area. If those boss-level beasts are released at that time, then it will be troublesome. Just as Shuai was casting magic one by one on the beasts below, a blue water light suddenly flashed, and a white-haired wizard suddenly appeared in front of the second grandfather. Grand Elder. As soon as the second grandfather saw the wizard who looked younger than him, he immediately bowed respectfully and handed over the Book of Thunder. This book must be used in the most suitable hands, otherwise it would just be a waste of opportunity. Well, you have worked hard these days. The elder took out a few bottles of medicine from the space bracelet and handed them to the second grandfather. I don't have much time left to leave Yunmu town. It's better to leave early. Otherwise, the longer the time is delayed, the weaker the children controlled by the darkness will be. Even if they are rescued, they will have sequelae. The elder didn't have too much time to waste. In fact, from the beginning, he learned that the missing hunters in his town were actually used by the people in the dark camp. The anger in his heart had already burned up. If he didn't have to set up a false appearance to deter the villains inside, he would have come out long ago. Grand Elder Grandpa. Miyuki also saw the elder at this time and ran over from the front line immediately. Just now, she and Xiaoyu had been guarding another stronghold, while Shuai and her clone were guarding one stronghold each with their powerful magic casting speed. It's good to be back. The elder took a look at the intact Miyuki, stroked her hair lovingly, and then came to Shuai. He had already known about this mage from another space through the image that Miyuki had fed back. Little brother, thank you for taking care of Miyuki during this period, and thank you for your selfless help to our Yunmu town. Please accept this gift from me. After the elder finished speaking, he bowed to Shui Nai, and his tone was very sincere. You are too polite. Shui Nai reacted immediately, although he didn't know what level this old mage in a water blue mage robe was, and he didn't see him wearing a magic guild badge representing his level, and out of etiquette, he couldn't use reconnaissance to test it. But if the pressure revealed from him reminded him of the sage Yan Xin. By the way, little brother, I have a high-level fire magic book in my hand. I got it when I traveled outside a few years ago. I hope you don't mind it. After the elder finished speaking, he took out a fiery red magic skill book and put it in Shui Nai's hand. Although he didn't know which magic the boy majored in, he sensed a strong flame from the boy. I think this fire magic book has found a master. This is... Shui Nai looked at the skill book called Firestorm in his hand. This is an attack magic with a larger range than the explosive bomb. Although the attack power may be lacking, it is very suitable for Shui Nai to use in this beast tide. However, if he accepts this magic, it also means that he has to act as the spearhead of this Yunwu town until the darkness of Yunwu town is eliminated. In this regard, Shui Nai naturally doesn't care. Anyway, he has to stay here for a while, and it is very necessary to seriously build good relationships here. Chapter 299 Dark Camp Players. Firestorm is a magic with a wide range and a relatively long duration. During the casting of the magic, all creatures within the attack range will be burned by the flames. Moreover, its attack range is much larger than the explosion range of the same level explosive bomb. Now at level 1, it can already cover a range of 8 meters, and can steadily strike all enemies within its attack range. The effective killing range of the explosive bomb is only 3 meters, and once it reaches this range, the damage caused is much weaker. However, the explosive bomb has a very powerful point, that is, the explosion core area of the explosive bomb has extremely strong lethality, which is the best for fighting powerful creatures such as bosses. Although the firestorm has a large killing area, its lethality in an instant is seriously insufficient. As long as the enemy escapes from the attack circle of the firestorm when you cast it, your magic will lose its meaning. So this magic is basically used to kill monsters. After learning the firestorm, the elder didn't bother to be polite with Shui Nai. He gave him a new task and several bottles of special potions. After telling him what to pay attention to, he left first. After looking at the blue water ripples left by the elder when he disappeared, Shui Nai was stunned. He had never heard of the magic of teleportation in the water system. After that, Shui Nai took another look at the several bottles of task potions in his backpack. Task item, Fountain of Life. Item description, the Fountain of Life on the top of Yunwu Mountain has powerful life energy, which can restore any seriously injured creature in the Holy Light Camp. Item usage, Fountain of Life can be used externally to treat injuries, and can be taken internally to restore vitality. Looking at this task item that players cannot take at present, Shui Nai can only drool at it. This is something comparable to the Light of Life. However, Shui Nai didn't think much about it. After all, the current rescue mission is more important. After that, he said hello to Xiao Yumayuki and others, and directly spread his demon wings and flew into the air. Just now, the Great Elder gave him a task, which was to save the hunters controlled by the Dark Camp. These hunters were basically residents of Yunwu Town, and they could not be left alone for both public and private reasons. Therefore, in order to rescue these people in the shortest time and destroy the beast tide at the same time, the Great Elder had to withdraw. However, if the Great Elder was alone, he might not be able to do it, and at this time, Shui Nai became the only choice. Shui Nai, flying in the air, flew forward while throwing elementary magic such as fireballs and ice bombs down to accumulate proficiency. In the flying state, Shui Nai can only cast those magic that can be cast instantly, and the success rate of casting advanced magic is only half of the original. Only low-level magic like this can achieve a 100% success rate. After Shui Nai threw more than 100 elementary magics, he finally saw the first target, a black gas with a diameter of about 3 meters. Using the shadow clone to approach the black gas again, Shui Nai immediately detected it through reconnaissance. This black gas is the dark sacrifice. However, now Shui Nai is a little confused about how to start. After all, last time, he first used the explosive flame column to destroy the process of the dark ritual before dispersing the black gas. But now, if he is asked to fight again, he has no problem, but the problem is to destroy the dark ritual, but to keep the people inside alive, and this is the most difficult part of the whole mission. However, regardless of whether the mission is difficult or not, this mission must be done. Shui Nai first looked at the surrounding beast tide and the surrounding terrain. The beast tide here is not the most dense, but the level of the surrounding beasts is generally very high, and the high-level beasts here are also much less afraid of this black gas. Many beasts basically pass by the black gas. After keeping all this in mind, Shui Nai deliberately studied this dark sacrifice ritual that can enhance the beast call skill at close range this time, and saw waves of black gas that are faint and radiant in the surroundings. The black gas emitted was very weak, so weak that if Shui Nai had not been serious, there would probably be no chance to discover it. Once the black gas came into contact with the surrounding beasts, it would be immediately absorbed by the beasts, and then the beasts would obediently follow the beast tide in front of them. After observing quietly for a while, after confirming that there was no danger, Shui Nai controlled the shadow clone and flew directly into the black gas. As for the black gas, Shui Nai had tried to use the devil's wings to fan it away with the clone, but the black gas was very condensed, and no matter how Shui Nai fanned, there was no sign of dissipation. As soon as she entered the black gas, Shui Nai felt that the devil's wings on the shadow clone had a restless reaction, and even Shui Nai's own devil's wings also reacted. Watching the dark energy on the devil's wings accumulate more and more, just when the dark energy was about to break through the critical point, the shadow clone came out holding a female hunter. After moving it to a safe place, Shui Nai immediately took out the potions given to him by the elder to treat the wounds of the female hunter. I saw Shui Na first took out the dark ritual dagger inserted in her chest, then poured half a bottle of life spring water directly on her wound, and then poured the other half bottle into her mouth. After that, the health of the female hunter slowly recovered, and her face became ruddy. It seems that the effect of life spring water on NPCs is much better than that of life light. After all, in this case, if the light of life is used, I am afraid that this female hunter will not be able to recover so quickly. You are. As soon as the female hunter opened her eyes, she took out a dagger from her waist and looked at Shui Na vigilantly. My name is Fan Chen, I was sent by your elder. Shui Na used reconnaissance to scout the female hunter, and after confirming that the negative state on her body had been eliminated, he immediately stated his identity. After that, he roughly recounted what had happened during this period and said some comforting words. Thank you very much. The female hunter immediately put away the dagger, and then refused Shui Na's escort, and walked towards the base step by step. However, seeing her guilty look, Shui Na also knew that this female hunter might need a quiet place to stay. Flying away again, Shui Na glanced at his shadow clone. Now there are only 2 times, which means that he can only rescue 2 more people in this absolutely safe way, otherwise the devil wings in his body will backfire on him. According to the statistics of the Great Elder, before the beast tide appeared, there were a total of 10 missing hunters, and in theory, 5 hunters would be controlled in the area that Shui Na was responsible for. In other words, there are still 3 hunters waiting for Shui Na to rescue. In the next hour, Shui Na used the remaining 2 shadow clones to rescue the other 2 hunters again and let them go back by themselves, and Shui Na began to be embarrassed. Well, let's try again. Shui Na lowered his head and looked at the task prompt on the task bar. This rescue task did not set an upper limit for the number of people rescued, but the reward for this task increased according to the number of people rescued. For this kind of mission, Shui Na naturally hopes to save more hunters in order to get more rewards. After flying forward for a few hundred meters, Shui Na found another black gas group, but the diameter of this black gas group was very small, only about 1 meter. Looking at this black gas group that was different from the previous one, Shui Na immediately became alert. This time, the degree of condensation of this black gas was higher than before, and there was no black gas dispersion when the dark sacrifice was running. However, at the current distance of Shui Na, he had no way to conduct reconnaissance, and just when he was about to get closer, he found a figure running out of the black gas group. This figure appeared very suddenly, which made him unable to react for a while, and he just stood in the air while flapping his wings. Due to the distance problem, he could not get his information through reconnaissance, but from the fact that there was no icon above this person's head, this person was definitely a player. Among all intelligent creatures, if there is an NPC icon, then it is a player. And the player who appears in this black gas group will not be from the Holy Light Camp at all. However, at this time, Shui Na found that the player from the dark camp disappeared under his nose, and for a moment, he felt a hint of danger. He was discovered, and the player from the dark camp was ready to kill him. Chapter 300 Confrontation. As soon as Shui Na found that he might be discovered by the player from the dark camp, he immediately flapped his wings and flew towards the depths of the woods. Now he is in a flying state, and his flexibility is completely incomparable to that on the ground, and this player from the dark camp can also sneak, which shows that this player should be a thief player from the dark camp. When encountering a player who may play crossbows, Shui Nai does not want to compete with the crossbow in terms of flexibility. Moreover, this is the first time Shui Nai has encountered a player from the dark camp. Without knowing the characteristics of the other party's profession and how to use skills, he dare not fight such an uncertain battle. However, when it comes to escaping, Mina immediately thought of phantom stealth. However, when flying, if Mina flaps her wings to form a strong airflow, then phantom stealth will break automatically. And if she doesn't flap her wings, can it be called flying? Mina had tried this problem before, but because of this, he thought of the combination of phantom stealth and hanging. First use the devil's wings to fly to a high altitude, then use the devil's wings to accelerate and activate the hanging effect to glide, and then sneak directly. This is definitely an escape tactic that only Mina can use, but now, Mina doesn't want to escape. Moreover, the player in the dark camp will not let his prey escape. At this time, 5 pale white things shot from the ground to Mina, who was trying to fly into the woods. At the moment of launching the attack, the figure of the thief appeared, but disappeared in an instant. If the camera is slowed down, you can see that these 5 pale white things turned out to be 5 crossbow arrows made of bones. The bone crossbow arrows were straight, each only half the length of an arm, and should be made of the arm or leg bones of unknown creatures, and the tips of these bone arrows were made of the sharp teeth and claws of wild beasts, but these arrowheads carried an ominous breath of death, and a little green was dotted at the front of the bone arrows. Shui Nai was very familiar with this kind of arrows with arrowheads made of teeth or claws. After all, he had been collecting these materials for Qin before. However, the arrows made by Qin were made of wood. Although the lethality was not as good as those made of iron, they were better in loading speed. As for this kind of bone arrows, Shui Nai must have never touched it, and did not want to resist it, but the speed of these bone arrows made of bones was abnormally fast. Only 3 puff 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 sounds were heard from behind Shui Nai, and 5 crossbow arrows hit 3 arrows, hitting Shui Nai's left wing, back and thigh respectively. Although the speed of these 3 arrows was very fast, the power was very weak. Except for the one that hit the soft bat wing and caused a relatively heavy tearing damage to Shui Nai, the rest only caused more than 10 points of damage. However, in the next moment, Shui Nai finally realized that these 5 arrows were not used to kill him, but to control him. When the 3 arrows hit Shui Nai, the impact force generated by the fragile bone arrows instantly broke it apart, and all the black powder in the hollow bone arrows burst out. The first thing that made Shui Nai abnormal was a burst of dizziness and headaches. Under this sudden dizziness and headache, Shui Nai was unable to control the height of the flight for a while, and immediately checked his own state. This is the negative state that is directly generated when the bone arrow hits the body corpse poison. All bone products in the dark camp are made of bones of dead bodies, so these bone products are not optimistic in terms of hardness, but these things have corpse poison themselves. As long as they are injured by these things, they will be immediately poisoned. The black powders that followed did not cause any harm to Mina, but they were directly absorbed by the demon wings and transformed into its dark power. In this situation where it could explode at any time, Mina had to lower her altitude and put away the demon wings. Mina checked her status again and found that after she was stained with the black powder, there was another dark tracking mark status in the status bar. In this state, Mina's coordinates will always be on the map of the dark camp thief until the energy of the dark tracking mark is consumed. However, this dark tracking mark can only last for about 30 seconds on Mina, and in these 30 seconds, Mina has nowhere to escape. However, Mina now has an advantage, that is, he is now on the top of the tree and can use magic to attack the people below from a high position. However, the thief in the dark camp was very puzzled. Even if the effect of the bone arrows he shot this time was weak, it would not be weakened to this extent. 3 bone arrows hit the target, but only produced less than 100 points of damage, and what disappointed him even more was that the advanced tracking powder that could produce a 5-minute tracking effect only lasted 30 seconds on this mage. This is a high-end product worth 10 gold coins. At this time, his text message system lit up. When he checked, he immediately found that it was sent by his team members. Fengyue, you must protect the teleportation point even if you die. Your father. The thief named Fengyue got angry as soon as he saw the text message. As the vanguard, he encountered people from the enemy camp here. They didn't care about his situation at all, but they still added to his tasks. Moreover, although they asked this guy to send a message, it was clearly a mockery of him. Feng Ye glanced at his team panel. Are all these guys in the Undead Empire now? And Shui Na also received inquiries from the team, but Shui Na's side was much better than Feng Ye's. After all, this was the territory of the Holy Light Camp. Mina, have you run into a player from the Dark Camp? Xiaoyu applied for a voice chat with Mina as soon as she received the system prompt. Just now, Xiaoyu, who was shooting arrows, suddenly received a system prompt saying that Mina was fighting against the Dark Camp outside the Yunwu mountain area, and provided a coordinate for Xiaoyu to go and encircle the enemy as soon as possible. This is a team notification system that is only activated during a camp battle, and the purpose is naturally to let the players of the hostile camp fight each other. Well, but there is no problem on my side. How is the situation on your side? Mina used the search eye skill to search for the trace of the thief while chatting with Xiaoyu, and the purpose was naturally not to make Xiaoyu worry. In fact, Mina did not have any problems on his side, but this was based on the premise that Mina planned to escape, but Mina did not plan to escape now. He planned to find out the reason why the Dark Camp player appeared here first, otherwise it would be a nightmare if the Dark Camp player really appeared in the Holy Light Camp in this way of surprise attack. However, the skill level of Mina's search has not even risen to level 2, and now there is no trace of the thief. At present, search is an advanced active skill with a total of 20 levels, while stealth, as a basic skill, has 60 levels. Therefore, every level of search skill can break the stealth of level 3, but this is just a calculation method based on skills. If the environment, potions, and equipment are added, the general search skill can't do anything to stealth. After all, the most powerful thing about thieves is that they can sneak, and once this advantage is lost, then thieves have no professional advantages at all, and this is the balancing effect of the game system. So for now, if players want to break the thief's stealth, the most effective way is naturally to use brute force. Mina leaned on the staff in her hand, and the breath of fire was emanating from her body. After a few seconds, a fiery red beam of light shot out from Mina's staff and hit an open space below. In an instant, the red beam of light quickly spread around the place where it hit, and the flames occupied the space in an instant, and a storm with flames as the main body was formed directly. Now Shui Na has changed into a set of fire magic suits. Although the effect of this fire magic suit is outdated now, it has always been Shui Na's favorite. The reason is that the fire bonus of the fire magic suit has always been the highest among all the equipment. I saw a firestorm over 10 meters in size appear in the open space below, but there were not many beasts in this open space, otherwise the proficiency of this firestorm would definitely soar. But now, Shui Na has no mind to practice proficiency. Now he is trying to maintain the stability of this firestorm, and now he has to use the skill of Search Eye to search out the invisible thief. In order to increase the success rate of his Search Eye, Mina's first target was the black gas. However, although the firestorm had a wide attack range, its range was much weaker than that of single-target magic. Therefore, this time the firestorm could not hit the black gas and could only burn continuously not far away, which was the shortcoming of all group magic. Well, I found the target. Mina stared at the heat wave emitted by the firestorm. Under the heat wave, the stealth of the thief would be affected to a certain extent. Under this influence, the effect of stealth would be greatly discounted. Although the level of stealth remained unchanged, he could use the Search Eye to search out a figure. This unique way of breaking stealth was a must skill for Mina and Dao Yudao during training. After that, Mina immediately stopped the long-term skill of the firestorm, and while the heat wave of the firestorm had not disappeared, he directly used an explosive bomb combined with the acceleration technique. When using this continuous large-scale magic, the mage cannot move, let alone use other magic, otherwise the previous magic will be automatically terminated. Fenja, who was not far from the black gas, never thought that he was still targeted by the mage even though he was in stealth mode. However, when he saw the big fireball coming, Fenja just showed a cold smile and ran to the side easily. Although the big fireball was impressive, its speed was slow.